Spartan there tries to use a thrust to get to the overshield quickly and then turn the corner, however, unable to do so. Now look at this Stellar push. Oh my, your double kill, killing spree for Stellar. Now up by 5, there's another one, triple kill.
He's on it, he's found a sniper rifle. Oh my goodness me. Oh! Does have a shock rifle though. Grenades, Renegade will pick up that kill. Shock rifle out of their hands. Can they get the trade though? Rhino versus Renegade.
Oh! It didn't connect. It is going to push the player back though and actually do a sizable amount of damage. That's 2 cleared out of that one from Falcated. Maybe a third too. Yep, we'll kill for him. He's maybe looking for another one as well. The thrust is good, and that's a nice triple.
It looks like Sentinels are getting the better of it. Here comes Trippy though. He's going to drop down bottom middle. That's a lovely kill from him. It's a nice double. He's looking to make it 3! Trippy with a triple.
Flank over for this power-up. Well, I just want to hear how they're organizing and coordinating.
Was that a premature play ball, or was that Optic sneaking behind them?
Optic have the ball in their hands. They have the lead. It's a 4-point difference. Pistola, he's going to stay alive somehow. Oh my God, alive!
The hardest kill in Halo so far in these first 2 games. Nick shows the United roster picked him to be their 4th.
Yeah,
And I think the shock rifle can do so much damage again and again as Nick's starting to really put on a demonstration of what the shock rifle can do. Defense of this.
Oh my God!
They are always in the hands of the likes of Lucid.
Oh my God, Lucid, you are an absolute beast. They know they only have 2 seconds to spare right now as Optic is on the verge of a sweet nice double kill out of Falcated. Not able to get that. It's the triple kill Falcon. Points will not be going to be 249 to 248. Who is going to get this win? This is neck and neck. And Faze gets the win. Faze gives Optic their first map loss of the tournament. What a comeback.
That's 3 down for Cloud9. One last remaining player to try and get a touch. Stella does somehow get a touch, even as the last man on the map and then hits the perfect.
fresh can in the end of the shock rifle. Oh my word.
They absolutely do. Oh my gosh, here comes the grapple for Renegade. Oh my God.
Where's the shot and hide? Where's the shock rifle? Has the opportunity to hit a perfect kill, just like he hits there on previous world champion.
Do it again. 7-2, Renegade, but Rhino has managed to get that sword. He tries to fly in. Will he get the kill? Yes, he will. In quick succession, coming in from Rhino.
There's so much to talk about there. Frosty with the combo. Well, first of all, what the angle? Also gets the remote detonation.
They only really have 1 or 2 pushes left.
Ooh, well, grapples in for the killing spree.
48 kills on the board, just 2 more to go here. Make that 1. Mangler in the hands, and the grapple. C9 have been phenomenal so far in this grand final, but they can't find that last kill. Until now! Stella picks up the final kill. Cloud9 will be your champions here in Raleigh.
We always have room for another wolf.
king of the hill. Hill taken. Hill contested. First point. Hill ready. Land grab. 3 zone incoming. Game tie. Triple kill. Elimination. Danger zone incoming. 4 Spartans remain.
The HCS Kansas City Major is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, the Marines, Dolby, PC Game Pass, Zowie, Rockstar Energy, and Xbox Plays.
Hello Kansas City and hello folks at home and welcome to the Halo Championship Series Kansas City Major. We are live of course in this gorgeous city here. First time I've been here and I'm so excited to be bringing Halo Infinite to the sticks, to the stage, to the audience and to everybody at home. And of course this is our second major of our 2021-2022 season and I am Nottingham Prague and I couldn't be more excited to welcome my desk members here today. I've got Clutch, Goofy and Walshy. Gentlemen, first of all, welcome. I am so glad to be back on the desk. I'm so glad we have an audience in the arena as well. Clutch, how are you feeling about the action this weekend?
I'm so excited to get this action underway. We got the best teams in the world here to compete. We got fans back in the building. It feels like a real event. The atmosphere is starting to pop, and I can't wait for this balloon to burst.
Oh, dude, I'm so excited about this, Goofy. Obviously, we have the best of the best competing, and by that I mean every single region is going to be here this weekend. We have some incredibly dominant teams from all over the world. How are you feeling about seeing that global action?
I cannot wait. That's what I look forward to, is these international events. We get to see the best from all around the world, and Halo Infinite is bringing that to us this event. I can't wait to see, Ascend, Cloud9, PK, all these different regions competing to try to get that first place finish. It's going to be a great event.
Right, they're going to try and prove themselves this weekend. They're going to show us exactly what they've got. They've always had that age-old argument of, North America, they're the Titans. But we've had some. I know. Hey, look, he's already starting.
Also, why are you starting to say age-old before you're throwing to me, Lottie? What kind of transition is this?
Well, actually, I was wondering who helped you across the road into the venue today, but was it?
There are some fine folks here in the nice city of Kansas City helping me, walk me across the crosswalk and everything. So I love the fine people out here in the city.
They've been amazing. Walsh, it's obviously amazing to have a legend like yourself on the desk. I'm so excited about today. I'm so excited about the rest of the weekend. Are you excited to potentially see some upsets and maybe some dethroning from our second major?
Yeah, I mean, we have it kind of across the board here, whether it's at the very top, as everyone knows, we're going to be talking about, Cloud9, Optic, and Sentinels. However, we're also going to see that in the middle, and then also with our top European squads. We're going to see which ones really break through, which ones crumble and falter. So it's just going to be an exciting weekend all around.
It really is, and I have some questions coming into this weekend, to be honest. I have some big storylines to talk about, and the first one I think on everyone's mind is Cloud9. Is this dominance going to end here in the second major? Will they be picking up that trophy once again? In your mind, with how they've been performing, Clutch, what is the answer to that question?
I mean, there's definitely some teams here that can dethrone the champs in Cloud9, but they've got to be the favorite, right? They are the top dog. They have rightfully claimed that throne and have carried it throughout Infinite as of yet. And I mean, these guys, the last time we saw them in Anaheim, they look clean, they look polished, and I expect them to perform at a very similar level here this weekend.
Yeah, I think honestly a lot of teams have a serious event ahead of them if they want to try and take these guys down the way that they're looking recently. Although in scrims, it's kind of been a little bit back and forth as well, Goofy, and I think, you know, a lot of people may say you can't read too much into scrims. Although it is practice, is where teams try new things and try new strategies. You know, how are you finding Cloud9 right now, and maybe the pushback we're seeing from other teams too?
I think naturally teams are going to catch up to a dominant roster like Cloud9. We see that time and time again in Halo. When a new game comes out, there typically tends to be that one front-runner team, right? And Cloud9 has solidified themselves as that front-runner, rightfully so. But to your point, Lottie, I think we have a bunch of good competition at this event. Specifically, I'm looking at Optic Gaming. They've been giving Cloud9 a run for their money, and I know they're going for that first place prize here at this event.
I love that you said it, Goofy, because that's the second thing that I'm thinking of right now. Well, obviously Optic bringing in a big addition to their team, and it's been working, it's been paying off. How are you feeling about Optic Gaming, you know, coming back to potentially bite Cloud9 and take that trophy?
Yeah, I mean, Optic probably had a choice of almost any player they can get across the whole spectrum of players available, and so they went with Formal, someone who's already in their back pocket with that Optic roster. What they felt like they were missing was that firepower. They realized Formal was going to win those gunfights, going to lay down so many shots across the map and put kills up on the board.
Yeah, I think honestly Optic right now are looking so good. And honestly, I've been talking to a couple of the pro players and they're saying like Optic are the ones to beat right now. I think Cloud9 obviously they're in the back of their heads, but the way that Optic have been playing, honestly, it's like the honeymoon period, but also something's happening with that team chemistry. It's looking pretty good.
They're gelling, right? These guys are friends inside, outside of the game. They all live in a pretty localized area outside of Lucid, and because of it, it gives them so much opportunity to like bond with your team, build that as a strength, build that as an opportunity, and I feel like they've been able to transition their friendship from outside of the game into the game so well that they trust each other, and they put in so much work coming into this event. You cannot deny the fact that it's not just by the chance that Optic is playing so well. They are grinding day in, day out. They are always on, putting in the work, and when you do that, pair with the talent that they have on that roster, I mean, good things happen.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty magical, and I think honestly what you're saying there is some of the strength that Cloud9 have had pretty much all season long. You know, the fact that they trust each other, they have that synergy, they're playing together as a team, so I'm excited to see how these two Titans will clash hopefully this weekend as well. Now folks at home, if you're wondering where you can catch all of the action, don't worry, because HCS, we're going above and beyond here. You can catch all of the HCS action all weekend. Every single game will be aired, no matter what team you are rooting for, you will be able to catch it. We actually do have 4 streams that are available here, main stations, excuse me, but we do have loads of different streams available. We have them on Twitch and YouTube, so make sure you guys are tuning into all of that as well. But we also do have a little something up our sleeves too, and that is Twitch drops. So you guys can get your hands on some incredible Twitch drops. First and foremost, we have vehicles. So if you're just tuning in, you get the vehicle in game. So don't worry about that, and an awesome color scheme to go with it as well. Midnight Gold. We've got Shoot Scan Bumper as well for you guys. But also our co-streamers have banners available in their streams as well. We have some epic co-streamers for you guys as well. So make sure you're tuning into them. They've got opinions. They'll be telling you who they want to win as well. But we also have wonderful Make-A-Wish streamers as well, who will be streaming for you guys, and you can get your hands on the HCS trophy in the grand finals one as well with that clean sweep charm. And you recognize that clean sweep charm, don't you, Clutch?
Absolutely. That's the extermination medal. Everybody that knows if you can take down an entire team, you've earned yourself one of those throughout the past few games of Halo. But nice little gun buddy to attach to your thing. Maybe make some plays, add to the clip a little bit.
Have you ever got an extermination medal?
Goofy, I've killed your team several times in a row.
I don't know. Dave, do you remember Wes ever getting an extermination medal? I remember him jumping off the map with the ball. Is there a medal for that?
I didn't even do that, so you can't even argue in the right
It's already happening.
How am I supposed to debate against these guys?
The roasting is starting. We're going to be friends for all weekend, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be absolutely fine. I'll tell you what, though, let's have a look at our schedule and see exactly what is coming up for your Friday here at the Kansas City Major. First and foremost, we have Cloud9 versus Ascend in Pool A. We'll then be seeing Faze Clan versus Navi in Pool B, Xset versus Ascend in Pool A. Then we have Pool C, United versus G2 Esports. Pool D will be showing Sentinels versus Pioneers. Pool B, Optic Gaming versus Faze Clan. And then at 7:30 p.m., make sure you guys are sticking around. We have our All Star Showdown with team captains Lucid versus Renegade as well. And they actually get to draft their dream teams on stage. I suppose it's not quite their dream teams because they don't actually know who they're going to be drafting. So that's going to be an interesting one. So if you want to learn more about that, make sure you're sticking around for 7:30 p.m. tonight as well, which will be absolutely epic. But I'll tell you what though, folks, We have a lot on the line here this weekend. I don't know if you've heard, but the prize pool is stacked. We have teams walking away with serious bags this weekend. The prize pool is honestly just insane. We've got $250,000 on the line. First place will be taking home $100,000. So, Goofy, looking at some of these matchups here, you know, some of these games are going to be the biggest wages I think some of these players have ever played. I mean, thousands in between some of these placings.
Definitely. I mean, this is definitely life-changing money, looking at first place, walking away with $100,000. But honestly, Lottie, for these players, it all comes down to bragging rights, right? Like, that is what is really what's important to these competitors. Obviously, you want to get a big chunk of that prize pool, but at the end of the day, these guys are competitors, and they want to walk away with the trophy more than the money.
Yeah, I think honestly the prize pool is great, and like you said, the pride. I think at this point in time in the season as well, this major is super important to everybody, and I think it's going to give a lot of our teams kind of an understanding of where they're at in their season. I think the trajectory they're going on, potential changes in the midst as well. But we actually have quite a stacked day today because we have pool play. Don't sleep on pool play, people. Pool play is super important. And Goofy, you know, looking at pool play, why is it so important for these teams to really perform here in the first day?
Yeah, so pool play definitely gives you a little bit of wiggle room, so it's a good way to get your tournament, get your weekend started, but at the same time, it's important to have a solid pool. You wanna be on top of the pool, start in that upper bracket, and really set your tournament up for success. So looking at all these teams, right, you got Cloud9 in Pool A, Optic, United, Sentinels, all respectively at the top of their pool. So we'll see if there's any upsets, you know, but definitely important to start off your tournament correctly with a solid pool play performance.
Indeed. Now, obviously, with all of our pools, I've got to ask you, Clutch, you know, what is the pool of death for you here?
Yeah, you got to point your eyes at Pool B, right? Seeing Optic and Faze in the same pool is pretty devastating for anybody else that's in that pool because you're trying to advance from pool play to winner's bracket after your Friday performance. Unfortunately, that's going to be a very difficult road for every team that's in Pool B. Navi, Fnatic, they have high hopes this weekend. It's going to start with trying to create an upset against two of our best teams from North America. So this is going to be a very highly contested pool, but I mean, you got to favor Optic and Faze to advance through winner's bracket, and Navi, Fnatic, if you want to create upsets, if you want to take the easier road, it's got to be on Friday that you perform at your highest level.
Yeah, indeed, it's got to be. I mean, honestly, anything but second in that is just not good enough, especially on pool play day. You're going to be going down to the elimination bracket, and it's just going to be really difficult for the rest of the weekend here and out. But I want to actually pivot to Pool C right now. Let's talk about some of the big matches that we're going to be seeing in pool play today. And first and foremost, we have United versus G2 Esports. I'm really excited about this matchup, and I'm excited to see United play again. I think United have been really kind of banging on that ceiling of top 3. We saw them have a fantastic performance in Raleigh. They just quite haven't settled, I think, in the position they want to right now. Walshy, United overall, where are they at for you in terms of their competition and really how they're going to perform in the second major?
Ooh, I mean, if I had to predict where they're going to place around here, I would say somewhere around 4th or 5th is where my gut's telling me here in Kansas City. However, we always talk about this roster. We're like, oh, they're going to surprise. They're always these underdogs. It's like, they're not the underdogs. You know, they've taken second place.
Third.
Obviously, yeah, and then third, and then so it's just like this roster is so sick that they're always at the top. But like, it's so weird that even on my end, I'm just like, it's hard to place them consistently above someone like Cloud9, Optic, Sentinels.
Yeah, I don't think these players get the respect as individuals that they really deserve. I think these guys come in, and we're always talking about Faze and how much firepower they have, and Sentinels, how much firepower they have as individuals. And when you stack the individuals on United against them, you typically would put the United roster at a less than category, but these guys are still putting in two-a-days every single day just about. I mean, they are the most practiced team. Their performances on LAN have been 3rd and 2nd, which is phenomenal for them, and they have hit that level of consistency in their stride. The question for me is, will they ever be able to put it together enough to win an event? That's the exciting opportunity that I think this team really has this weekend, but I'm not sure that they're going to be able to reach that level.
Yeah, 100%. You know, they're putting in all of the practice, but is the practice paying off? We'll certainly see in this major this weekend. Now, on the flip side, though, G2, you know, Goofy, where are they at for you, G2, right now? I think a lot of people seem to kind of shake them off and push them to the side and don't really kind of take the time to really look into this roster because they're not making enough noise. But G2 right now and their trajectory, where are they at?
I look at G2 kind of like a wild card team, right? They could randomly come out on a weekend and have a great outing. They have players that can pop off at any given moment. And specifically, I'm looking at Gilkey, right? In my head, I look at Gilkey as the leader on there, done that, and really needs to kind of be that focal point and like rally the troops for them to have a good event. Obviously, going up against a team like E United, in my opinion, Rhino kind of counters the Gilkey effect a little bit, so I'm going to be looking at that matchup very closely when they play. But Gilkey is definitely going to need to be that leading force here for this G2 team.
Okay, interesting stuff. And we're looking at head-to-head of both of these teams here. You know, in terms of the stats, obviously we're looking at different favorings across the board here in CTF, Slayer, Oddball, and stats are one thing, but Clutch, I want to know from both teams who's really sticking out for you to really have to pop off in this matchup.
I think it's got to be Spartan the Dog. He is one of the best players in Halo Infinite right now. The main Slayer for this E United roster. This team goes as far as he can take them. I'm looking forward to seeing him perform at a very high level. He is starting to pick it up. And what was once a top 4 player as far as like teams are concerned for Spartan, I mean, I feel like he's individually taken the next step in his game with Halo Infinite, and couldn't be more excited to see more of that.
Yeah, I am so excited about this matchup. I think, honestly, it could be a fairly close game. I'm hoping it is going to be a really good one for this Friday, especially with pool play and how, honestly, important it is and how much is on the line this weekend as well. But moving on, though, we have Sentinels versus Pioneers happening in Pool D. And looking at Pioneers, I think, with this roster, I think they have really kind of proven themselves a little bit. I think they have started to come up in the ranks, I think, in terms of other teams and pro players. I think they're gaining a little bit more respect. And Walshy, you know, talk to me about, you know, Pioneers and what they've been able to achieve, I think, you know, just really during competition so far this season.
Yeah, I mean, they've been such a staple in the, you know, upper half of the top pro bracket. They've consistently been placing so well. One thing I think that's interesting is you don't really look at any of these players as like these individual superstars that start off on these other top orgs. They all kind of came together and worked together to make this roster happen. And so they have this kind of self-check confidence with each other that they know what they're all capable of. And so I just love seeing this roster. I love seeing how well they're playing together. I think at the beginning of the season, if you asked me about them, I'd be like, oh yeah, all these other top teams, they can take them down easily. But now it's sort of more of the question, like, all right, have these teams prepared? Have they watched some footage on like Soul Snipe or Druk to see how they flank all the risky plays that they take?
Yeah, I think on the other side of things as well, we have Sentinels, and I'm kind of thinking about the playstyles and how they match up here. And Goofy, you know, in terms of Sentinels, playstyles can be a little bit slow, but able to change pace when needed. And Pioneers, where do you see the playstyles clashing?
Yeah, I think Sentinels and Pioneers have pretty opposite playstyles. Specifically, you know, speaking on Sentinels, I'm really looking at Royal 2, right? Now, we saw at the Raleigh Major event, you know, obviously Sentinels didn't have their full roster intact, so coming into this event, they need to start off strong, they need to come out guns blazing, and Royal 2 really needs to kind of be that main Slayer and step into that role.
Well, I love to hear about it. I tell you what, I also love to hear from a couple of other guys who are the other side of the arena from us right now. Let's check in with our casters who are actually going to be casting this a little bit later on. We have the boys on the line, Onset and Bravo. Fellas, we have pool play, and I think pool play means a lot here in the second major, but we have a big matchup, Sentinels versus Pioneers. How are you two feeling about it?
Firstly, we're feeling great.
Yeah.
Stop just being here in KC is amazing, but it's a very interesting game, right? And I think it's one that we put this word on. I think you mentioned it on the decks, respect, right? You know, Pioneers have demanded respect from some of these top teams with their performances throughout Halo Infinite, but now it's about taking down a team in Sentinels who are the team who kind of give respect, so to speak.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are sleeping on Sentinels, right? Forgetting that maybe this team is not placed outside top 4 in LAN on Halo Infinite. Thinking about how this team shows up on a championship Sunday, right? Sentinels is going to be ready to play, and on top of that, their scrim results look really great over the past 2 weeks.
Plus, one other thing, just remember, we're in Kansas City. This is Pioneers country. Yeah. So Pioneers are going to be having the home crowd behind them as well. You can already hear them.
We can already hear the crowd going nuts. Well, boys, thank you so much for that insight there. Excited to hear you guys on the mics later on. And they are right, you know, I think this is now kind of the interesting part for Sentinels in their season and how they're going to perform here. I think there's a lot of questions happening over this roster. You know, are they going to be staying together? Are changes needing to be made? Is that question going to be answered, do you think, by the end of this weekend?
I absolutely think it is. I think Sentinels is in dire times right now. I think that we're going to learn a lot about this team, how much character they have, how much wherewithal they have. And I couldn't be more excited because I think Andy's right. I think that these guys are coming off a very hot streak from scrims. And we forgot who Sentinels is as a community, so looking forward to seeing if they can compete with the top dogs, Optic and Cloud9.
Yeah, and speaking of the top dogs will be playing against Ascend very soon. We got Pool A for you guys. Now, obviously, Cloud9, it is the question, I think, of this second major. Will they do it again? The chances are pretty high. There are teams who are really stepping up to that mark, but they're going up against Ascend first thing in pool play. Now, Ascend, being that dominant Titan from Europe, honestly, to be honest, I've been following it, I've been hosting it. They barely dropped a map in their season. It's been just absolutely lights out. When it comes to North America, when it comes to performing on LAN as well in front of a global audience, it's a little bit different here. They have been scrimming, they've been here for a week now, they've had some practice. You know, how much is that going to affect them, Walsh? Do you think Ascend are ready for the heat that Cloud9 are going to be bringing?
They're going to be as ready as they possibly can be. I mean, if you want to match against Cloud9, you'd like to take them very first thing in the tournament. They've proven that they get a slow start. Even in Anaheim, we saw Fnatic take Cloud9 to Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely on the ropes here, and I think, to be honest, anyone can take down anyone. I think you have to put the right work in, but is Cloud9 just too big of a beast for Ascend in terms of what they're able to achieve here in first day?
The way I look at it, I think if there is one non-NA team that can do it, it's going to be Ascend. So to Dave's point, the fact that it's the first series of the tournament, the fact that they hopefully can try to catch Cloud9 on a cold streak, that's really going to be their saving grace here. And I want to make sure I'm not undercutting Ascend, because I'm a big fan of this team. They are absolutely dominating the competition across the pond. This is NA. We got the likes of Optic Gaming, Cloud9, Sentinels out here. So Ascend's really going to need to play at a high level if they want to try to compete with the best in NA.
They certainly will have to. And Clutch, give it to me straight here. Cloud9, how are they looking at this match?
They're looking forward to Saturday and Sunday, I think. I think pool play is going to be pretty easy for Cloud9. I think Ascend, I love this team. Like Faze said, I do think this team has the potential to get top 8, top 6 at this event. Unfortunately, Cloud9 in a different tax bracket as of now. So those guys, they're looking forward to this series. They're looking forward to getting their tournament started on the right foot, I'm sure.
They certainly are, and I think there's also sorts of different pathways. Actually, if I was to send, I know it looks really scary going up against Cloud9 and seeing them in your pool right off the bat, but honestly, it's doable. It's doable for them to get into winner's bracket. We'll look at that a little bit later on, but I'm excited about the road for Ascend here, that dominant European roster, and seeing how they're actually going to feat in day one here at the Kansas City Major. Well, fellas, talking about our first matchup, which is coming on to main stage very shortly, I want to get some predictions from you guys as well, because I think there's a lot to think about here and how we're going to show up. And I've also heard that Cloud9 need a little bit of time to warm up here, so maybe Ascend can bite them a little bit early on in this series and see how far they can push this North American Titan roster. I'm going to start with myself here for this prediction. I think, honestly, it's hard to not back Cloud9 at this point in time, so I'm definitely going to be going with Cloud9. I think Ascend, it would be interesting to get, you know, a really good series out of them, but Cloud9 it is for me. Clutch, who are you going with?
I'm going with Cloud9 as well. I think with everyone talking about how strong Optic is playing, I think Cloud9 comes out with a statement. They start strong in this tournament. All these talks about Cloud9 starting slow is not going to happen this time around.
Alrighty, Goofy.
Cloud9. Cloud9 for me. I think Ascend will be able to take a game, but Cloud9 should be able to win the series pretty handedly.
All right, love to hear it. And Walshy, are you on this train? There's 3 passengers.
Surprise, yeah. It's going to be Cloud9. Even when they start slow, they still win. So going with Cloud9.
Amazing stuff. Well, it's Cloud9. It's blue streak across the desk here right now, but we're going to get into our first match of this second major here at the Halo Championship Series, live from Kansas City. I'm so excited. Let's get Cloud9 versus Ascend on the main stage. Kansas City Major starts right now.
Arvin kill there for Plasma. Going to Wolf, gets the kill tack as well.
Picks up two wonderful shots. He makes it a third.
Finish off the kill onto Royal 2. Stops it important. Double, make it a triple.
I think Stella's the best player in the game right now.
Crispy connecting front. Oh my goodness, Lucid. Big double kill from Onboard. Can he get the triple? He does. Triple kill from Onboard.
Welcome to Kansas City and welcome to the Major. It is main stage time and it is time to get some games underway. And Andy, great to be here as always with you to talk through this first game. We've got Cloud9, we've got Ascend, we've got the best of North America taking on the best of Europe.
Absolutely, the Titans of their regions facing off. What a great way to start the Kansas City Major. Fantastic to have you joining us both in the room and online as well. Cloud9 on your screens, the #1 team in the world. But I tell you what, Onset, here in this first match, they cannot afford to be lazy.
They cannot afford to be complacent or lazy. I think it's a really good point to bring up, and I think this is going to be a great test for Cloud9. I think a lot of people maybe don't know too much about this Ascend roster, and it's my job as being the House European, so to speak, who's on the stage right now to maybe bring you up to speed a little bit. And speaking of speed, I think it's a great word to use when we're explaining how quickly Ascend play this game.
Teams,
They are super aggressive, they are super in your face, and they kind of play a little bit like Cloud9.
They do like to play like Cloud9. If you could talk about playstyles clashing, this would probably be the definition of that, right? Especially, we're starting off with Stronghold Streets. You're going to see these teams flying at each other very fast, and it's going to be all about those Stronghold denies. How do you get the resets? How do you get the defensive kills in those Strongholds? It's going to be incredible to see these powerhouses go up against each other, and there are some players to watch in this series. Obviously, you're looking at Renegade. With the amount of stats he's leading in this season, he is the one that will be in your face the most on the side of Cloud9, but also we've got Shady as a player to watch for the side of Ascend for an interesting reason.
An interesting reason. Not only is he a player who kind of mimics the playstyle of Renegade and does a very similar job, this is a player who looks up to Renegade. He is kind of the influence, the idol, so to speak, for Shady. And Legend as well. These two came up in twos a little bit in Europe, and they played a little bit of North American twos as well, and these players across the stage actually probably have a little bit of a closer relationship than some people actually realize. So this is not just, you know, Ascend having the opportunity to play Cloud9. This is Ascend having the opportunity to play the players they looked up to, who have inspired them to get to this place they find themselves.
Right, and influence so much of their play style. There's a reason that Ascend is head and shoulders above the competition in Europe. It comes down to the speed that they play this game at. Halo Infinite is a demanding game. You need to play very fast, or otherwise you will fail and lose to opponents who are able to play the game at a certain speed. And if we look at just the amount of numbers that these teams are able to put up, it's going to be a pretty incredible series to start the things off with.
It certainly is, and one player to look out for, you mentioned him, Renegade. I mean, we can talk about this guy, you know, until we turn blue in the face, because he has been a different gravy so far in Halo Infinite. The man, we've been looking at the statistics throughout, you know, our build up to this event. And whenever you're looking at top fives, you look at top threes, you look at the top ones, whatever category it is, that man is there.
This is the man. We've been starting to look at some additional stats categories as well. Right now, Renegade leads the league, 2.3 kills per minute. #1 on LAN in the entire league. Just dealing an unbelievable amount of damage, enough damage generally to kill about 6.5 players per minute.
Which is nuts.
Which is absolutely insane.
Take a second there.
There is a reason that this team is able to do whatever they want on the map. A lot of that is due to the main Slayer, Renegade. We'll see if he can pop off against this Ascend team.
We'll have to see if Demon Mode is activated early on here, and what a way to start it would be for Renegade. Just to remind us and start off hot here in KC. And speaking of which, let's look at the maps and modes we're going to be playing in our first series here in Pool A. We'll start off, like you mentioned, Andy, Stronghold Streets. If you wanted a fast game type to start with, man, there it is.
This is it. These two teams will be flying at each other. The battle for B will be hot, and it will last the entire game. And it's really going to be just a battle of aggression. This is not a question of how will these two teams play this game. This is not a question of how do these play styles match up. These are some of the fastest players in the game. They'll be flying at each other, looking for the damage, looking for the perfect baiting and switching. After that, we'll head to Live Fire Slayer.
We certainly will. And then we have Capture the Flag, Aquarius as our game number 3. And then, as you can see, if we get to the last 2 games, we've got a bit of Oddball Live Fire and Slayer Recharge to close things out. And one thing I love about this series, Andy, is it's going to be high octane. The pace is going to be right up there. And I tell everybody here, Cloud9, they're not going to have it easy here. Ascend will give them a run for their money.
Yeah, let's not forget also, Walsh kind of alluded to it, C9 is a team that historically that might have a slower start in a tournament. Now, don't get me wrong, they'll still win that tournament. They will take home the largest cash prize, but they do have a slower start. Maybe, is this an opportunity for Ascend to pounce on that? You already heard the predictions on the desk. Maybe it's a 3-1, something like that. A lot of credit being given to Ascend, which it should absolutely be done. The question is, can Ascend maybe sneak out a Game 1 and a Game 2 Slayer, right? That's certainly possible, but they're going to have to play very, very good Halo.
They certainly are, and I think for Ascend, this is the biggest test that they could possibly ask for, right? A lot of talk about this roster. They're the best in Europe. You know, they've been consistently outplacing the Navi lineup, who historically have been the players in Europe who have picked up the trophies, so to speak. And this Ascend roster, a new roster come in, the French connection, all 3 of them, and then plus Snipe Drone on the end, whose French is getting better, I will say. It is getting better. He now knows bonjour. He's really starting to improve.
Yeah.
But I think that they are playing a different style of Halo. They are playing the Cloud9 way. Yeah. They are playing the Optic way. It is pace. It is pace. It is in your face. And one thing that you will notice whenever, you know, you see an Ascend game, it's relentless as well. It's not kind of like, oh, let's slow down for a second here. It's, we're going to keep coming at you. You're going to have to deal with this for the entirety of the series.
Absolutely. That's what they're going to look to bring. And let's also remember, Ascend is looking prepared from this event, right? Whether you're looking at scrim results, they've been in town for several days now, getting lots of games under their belt. This team looks good, and if they've ever been ready to play Cloud9, you might say this is the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, there's been some really great takeaways from their time that they've been here in KC as well. You know, like you mentioned, they flew out before the boot camps that were actually occurring in the area, and they were playing some teams online. They were playing in United. They had some decent scrim results against E-United. They played Optic in a scrim as well. They went 3-up in that scrim, 3-0. Yes, they lost every other game, and you know, I can't make the joke that they beat Optic in a best of 5, but you know, those kind of results, teams are going to be pleased with. And I think coming into this series, they've got to take that confidence. But now it looks like it's time for us to get underway here. It's the first match of the KC Major, and I'm loving the energy that's in the room already, Andy. It's Cloud9 versus Ascend.
These are your top dogs in each of their regions. And game number 1 is once again going to be Stronghold Streets, one of the fastest game types in Halo Infinite to kick things off. And it's going to be a fantastic test for these two teams. What does C9 look like on day number 1? Is Ascend ready for North America? These questions will soon be answered.
The best in North America versus the best in Europe. The perfect way to start off the KC Major. And for Ascend, the biggest test that they could possibly ask for. You can see a couple of these stats coming into the game. Looks like Cloud9 are going to be shaving it on the stats category. But this is the main stage. This is where C9 do what they do best. And we're going to start off with a player who is kind of had that word used a lot recently, especially by me. It's going to be Stellar.
Stellar, the silent assassin. Absolutely love the way that this guy plays the game. He brings so much to Cloud9, and we're expecting that once again here this weekend. $250,000 on the line. Cloud9, of course, eyeing that $100,000 first place prize once again. A whole lot to play for here as we get things underway in Kansas City.
Well, it looks like we're underway now. It's time to get these games rolling. It's time to get those VRs firing, and for the players to jump into those strongholds. It's Cloud9 versus Ascend, and like you mentioned, the silent assassin on our screen right now is going to be Stellar.
2-for-1 trade there off of the break. Seeka and Snipe Drone will fall, but they managed to take down Eco. 2-for-2 off of the opening. Penguin, though, will grab the rockets.
First power weapon grab of the KC Major is going to go to Cloud9. With the rocket, still has 2 to play with here. And Cloud9 with some early control. AB set up, and they do have the eyes on where those respawners are coming in. Good shots coming in from Renegade. This is actually going to be on our POV. We'll get that little bottom third adjusted for you as soon as we possibly can, but Renegade starting off as we would expect from the stats we've seen previously.
Absolutely, the damage that this man does, the absolute slaying power that comes out of him, picking up more kills, still 2 dead, and it looks like the spawn trap already starting, 3 dead. Spawn trap already underway, Cloud9 with an early lead.
See that Ascend are trying to pressurize A. They're doing everything they can to get that back on the board, and that's going to be 3 dead for Ascend, but a couple also fall here for Cloud9. Let's see what Legend can do off the respawn here. A strong start, though, from Cloud9, up by 36 already.
Yeah, it's quite a deficit to start the game off with. If we know one thing, it's Ascend can keep a cool head. Very good shot. Speaking of, from Legend, from the L into the rocket pocket, they will be traded out.
You can see that Ascend still trying to focus their attentions at the moment to converting that A stronghold. The shots coming in from Seeker, unfortunately can't quite connect with that final shot, but the distraction over by A has allowed Shady now to move in and convert B. However, A has now fallen away from Ascend. The consistent pressure has not paid off. Cloud9 continue to score.
Right, Cloud9 saw B starting to flip. They were already at C. You saw that they knew exactly when they had to rotate, and that's what these two teams are going to look to do. Play one moment faster than the other. Now an A conversion coming in for Ascend.
So Ascend focusing onto A. You can see the Seeker's picking up one. However, that Stalker rifle from Stellar is going to be challenging on that balcony, but they're Seeker again in the kill feed, and now finally Ascend have the opportunity to score. However, Penguin inside of B causing some problems. Shady will get the reset though. Good damage coming in from Shady, but are they able to clean up? The answer is yes. A Seeker will get the double.
Very, very good damage. Like you said, you need to fly. When you're flying to a place like B, you need to get the damage, send 2 players in. They can be the difference makers. They're on the board by just a bit, but right away, A gets taken back.
Pressure onto A though. Look what's happening elsewhere on the map. C is being adjusted, converted here by Ascend. However, they haven't managed to get the full conversion. One thing they have managed to do though, Andy, is get that second set of rockets. It's Legend who has them, and he's picked up some kills, as does Seeker. This could be a triple cap coming in now for Ascend. They have all 3 under their control.
Hey now, not over yet. Seeker Nightingale with a nice killing spree. Picks up another one on Renegade. The shots on Eco look good. He'll get the right amount of damage, but C spawns and Cafe spawns come in for Cloud9. But regardless, Nice little triple cap, keeps the game close within 50 points.
Now you got to keep your eyes on that feed. Where are the kills going to fall? Because if they start to fall to Ascend here, as all players are on the map, then you would imagine they will continue to score. But Cloud9 now adjusting their focus towards C, and it seems like they'll be able to convert this one pretty much uncontested. No kills actually went down there. So you have to say Ascend maybe misplayed that, misread it. Not quite sure what's happened there.
Oh, Eco, look at him sneaking through tires as well. Doesn't even get spotted out. They're going to pick up 1 kill, now continue to push on back A. That will be 3 dead for Ascend yet again. It would look like moments of life for Ascend will quickly be answered back by Cloud9. They will continue scoring 90-33.
Well, Eco is the man with the Giga Brain on this team. He is the man who calls the action, calls the plays for Cloud9, directs traffic, however you want to kind of phrase it. The man is kind of in control, the puppet master, so to speak, of the other players. Already a killing spree here for him as well. And if you're looking at the statistics, he's 9 and 6 at the moment. Eco starting off hot.
Yeah, big swing there. You saw Seiko was leading the game in kills for quite a while at the 8 mark, but just like that, all of Cloud9 has answered back. You've got 9 kills for Eco, 8 for Penguin and Renegade as well.
Triple cap as well here for Cloud9. Most importantly, the kills being converted into points, and that is how you win games of Halo Infinite. Penguin on a little bit of a spree here. It's actually Renegade, excuse me once again, who is going to be picking up yet more kills. Pressure onto those spawners at C, and look how hard Ascend are having to work here just to try and hold on to C. It's not going to be able to happen though, because you can see Eco has another set of rockets here, and it's still that triple cap working for Cloud9.
Eco keeping a cool head of tires as well. He'll pick up a kill. Costs him 2 rockets, but in the end, he gets the right amount of damage he needs to push on to back A. And you have to think Cloud9 right now looking like they are ready for this first test. We talked about how sometimes they come out slow. Doesn't look like that's the story for them here in Kansas City.
Yeah, they look focused here, Cloud9, and I think that's something that a lot of people were maybe thinking, are they going to be on the top of things at the start of this game on the main stage? The answer is yes. They look like they're here for nothing else than a win, and you're going to see another kill being picked up here. That's 3 dead for Ascend. Cloud9 really are starting to run away with this one a little bit. 206-33.
No sugarcoating. What was just about a 70-25 game is now a 211-33 with the trip cap continuing to tick. This one could be over very, very quickly.
It could be, but now look at B and C. They're moving into the blue. However, the spiky grenade might slow down this conversion of C, and even though they get B, look at the timing on that push coming in from Cloud9. Just as it looked like Ascend were going to be able to get a foothold, Cloud9 swoop in, get the stop on C, but Ascend have managed to flip the map. Now they have AB.
Yeah, now back on board with Stellar, just making his way across to A as well. They'll pick up the second assist they needed. Now a 2v2 momentarily on the map.
Yeah, Stellar not having the biggest of games so far in the kills category, but certainly the assists are racking up for him. 10 on the board so far in this game for B, but now you can see the push coming on to B, or defending B, I should say, coming in from Ascend. It will be the beatdown coming in from Shady. He'll take down 1 player. Stellar trying to stay alive, as it looked like Ascend is starting to just crawl back into this one.
Big difference maker. Yeah, absolutely. Big difference maker in this game is how many times have we seen Cloud9 in tires? They've had tires control the entire game. That lets them pivot, head on a swivel, be wherever they need to be on the map. But as you say, Ascend continuing to put a little bit more points on the board, a little bit more of a respectable result here.
Snipe Drone got a big job to do here. He's got 2 players to deal with though, and Stellar's going to have some easy pickings, but Snipe Drone plays his life for as long as he can. Pressure still coming in from Ascend onto this B stronghold, and a reset comes in. Now there's pressure on A, and Eco has to switch his attention from one part of the map to the other, because that stronghold is being converted behind him. Ascend have a triple cap.
And what looked like the home stretch for Cloud9 has not been that home stretch whatsoever. Now triple cap will continue for Ascend, and it looked like it might end up with a 250-33 game, but just like that, we're back within about 100 points.
We are, and they've crossed that 100-point mark. So now Cloud9 have to start focusing up a little bit more, start readjusting how they want to approach the map. And it looks like having got a little bit of a foothold over A, now they should have the kills that are required here on B, but there's Legend. Been 1v1 against Eco, but Penguin inside of that stronghold turns it back into the favor of Cloud9.
The AB hold here, this could be a comfortable final run for them here, but it's a big win there against the player in Red Room. They got to be ready for A, though, already being converted.
Stellar with those spike grenades in the feed as well, using all of the utility available. Those grenades are so good for throwing into A, into B, just clearing out, getting that damage down and forcing those players out the strongholds. Also the Bulldog, always handy to have in that back pocket. There's one, Seeker challenges as well. And Seeker hits some good shots to take Penguin down, but BC still in control of C9. They're just moments away from taking our game 1.
That's right, TikTok goes the clock. 5 points left, now only 3.
248, 249, and it will cross that 250 mark as Cloud9 start as they mean to go on here in game number 1 versus Ascend. It's a dominant display. It's nothing short of what we expected here from Cloud9.
I think it's a comfortable win, and maybe even what we think we'd see from Ascend as well. Some solid triple caps, not easy to do against Cloud9 whatsoever. They put enough points on the board to end with a respectable result. However, that was a story of control from Cloud9. Cool, calm, and collected. And as you say, that's exactly what they needed to do in game number 1. You got to say, Cloud9 looking good.
They are looking extremely good. You couldn't really ask for maybe a better performance from Cloud9 in game number 1. It was ruthless at times, and they were winning so many battles, all of the battles you would expect. But the thing that always stands out to me about Cloud9, as we look at some of these replays, is just how coordinated they are as a unit. It just seems like there's always a focus on the map for them to play for, to play around, and you got to put that down to Eco, the calls he's making.
Absolutely. I mean, just getting all the damage they needed to. They looked like they were on the same page, and not just that, but really in control of every single situation. As you say, they knew where they needed to be. They always had what felt like at least a 1 to 2 man advantage, and when you have those kind of situations, it lets you just continually dictate exactly how it's going to happen across the map. It'll be a 250 to 109 start for Cloud9 in our game number 1.
1-0 up in the series then, Cloud9. Now we move over to our game number 2, Live Fire Slayer. And this one could be a little bit closer. It could go in the hands of Cloud9, but Ascend, with the pace they play at, they can manage to get Cloud9 at any point 3 or 4 dead. They have an opportunity to rack up kills. I think this is going to be the story of 4 deaths. If one team goes 4 dead here, it could start to get out of hand on either side. So I think playing your life in this kind of game with the speed that these two teams play at is going to be a priority for both.
Certainly. I think we saw Ascend get outclassed just now, without a doubt. That was what 100%. We saw in that game. They were not able to really get any sort of foothold, despite the fact that we saw a few trip caps. You saw right away Cloud9 knew how to answer back. Those trip caps were not paired with spawn cycling, with the kills that they needed. Question is, on a Slayer where you can really slow things down, how do they make sure to maintain composure, but also continue to bring the aggression? They need to still be the team that is making the choices of how this game is going to play out. They need to be prepared to push into back spawns on back tower, clear out areas of the map. It's not going to be easy, but it's a chance for them to bounce back in the series.
It certainly is, and if they can take a Slayer, then all of a sudden they can push it past that game 3, right? Which I think is going to be step 1 for any team who goes against Cloud9, not just Ascend here on the main stage. If you can get one of those first 2 games, you know you're going to be in for an elongated series. Maybe you can put the pressure back onto them ever so slightly, but as we know, it's a very big ask for any team to do, including Ascend here. So we're going to have to see if they can, maybe just in those first 5 kills, the opening strategy, can they win that battle? Can they get a 3 dead and work from there?
And let's not forget, Ascend, such a talented team, but they also have nothing to lose here in this pool, right? They are not favored, of course, in this series, but they are the best in Europe. And right now, I think they need to play that way. Nothing to lose. They need to play as fast and aggressive as they can, push their boundaries, see if they can bring it to C9, because there's no reason, especially when you're looking at a Game 2 Slayer, that they couldn't take this game and tie up the series.
And I think a lot of teams are going to be looking at this game for different reasons, right? A lot of teams are going to be looking at Cloud9 and thinking, how are Cloud9 playing? How, you know, are our back-to-back LAN champions playing? The winners of the first major, the winners of the NA regional back in Anaheim, and how are they performing? It looks pretty good, right? But there's going to be a lot of teams as well who are looking at this Ascend roster with the hype that's coming behind them, with the performance that they've had in scrims, pre-LAN, whatever it might be, and thinking, how are these guys playing? The teams that are around that top 6, top 8, maybe if we match up against it a little bit later, what can we take away from this series?
Certainly, because we know that Ascend is going to be a threat to that top 8, top 6 if they have their way. Some great performances recently, and the question is, can they do it once again in Kansas City? We saw international scene and really the European scene come into Raleigh in a big way, and looks like that train will just keep on trucking. That's certainly the goal for the EU scene, and Ascend now with an opportunity to put a little bit of a statement on the board, maybe a tone setter for the international community, because we have some of the best in the world, of course, in attendance alongside the best in North America.
Yeah, of course, it's not just Europe, is it? It is the NZ region. We have some of our MX teams here as well. Shout out to the Knights. They've been playing some crazy stuff down in that region, and I'm super excited to see them play. But for now, it's focused on Europe and North America, of course, in this series. But we'll take a look at some of the stats that are on screen, Andy, and you can see Ascend have got a pretty good KD on this map.
They certainly do. Let's keep in mind here, of course, these are against different opponents. These are going to be your Pro Series stats on screen. So this will be the online HCS Pro Series. Cloud9 stats, of course, will be within the North American brackets, and Ascend's will be within the European brackets. However, like you say, big numbers coming in from the side of Ascend, and those stats show you just how much of an outlier they are in Europe.
Yeah, and I mean, it shows how quickly they get this game done and dusted. Just over 6 minutes to win a live fire Slayer, I think, tells you all you need to know about the pace of which they want to approach this game time. Like you mentioned, though, the difference is, that's EU. This is NA, and this is not just NA. It's Cloud9.
Absolutely, and the best in the world. Eco on your screen, saw him backstage earlier. The man is ready to play and ready to go, and I think Game 1 certainly was an indicator of that as well. The Slayers are going to be an opportunity for the side of Ascend in this series, but I think like you said, Onset, when you and I were looking at this series over the past few days, knowing what these game types were, really for Ascend, it's get past game 3. Can you push this, of course, to game 4, game 5, where they might find a little bit more success, but it's a tall order for them without a doubt. Game number 2 is going to be live Fire Slayer.
Well, it's time for us to get going in our second game of the KC Major, and as you can see, live fire is going to be the battleground. The game is underway in the background, and the players are already firing some bullets, some grenades are already being thrown. And like you mentioned, the man who commands the troops here is going to be Eco. He's already got his first kill on the board.
Love that kill, just sitting there right on top of Sandbag. That's going to be 3 dead already, make it 4, and what a start for Cloud9.
Cloud9 continuing to roll with that momentum they picked up in that first game win. A fantastic opening strategy. You saw the Renegade already in the feed with a sniper rifle as well, so that's dangerous here for Ascend, knowing that not only have they lost that opening fight, but they've also lost that opening power weapon.
Yeah, we talk about how maybe game 2 Slayer's an opportunity for Ascend to bounce back, but it will not be that if Cloud9 continues at this pace. Renegade sniping top mid. Sniper rifle in hand.
I was about to say, can we go to some Renegade POV? Because I've just seen Renegade snipe. Renegade sniped in the feed, and I want to see what the man's doing right now. Oh, he's getting fired. He's got it. 3 players from Ascend flood back through Garage and do take that power weapon down. 8-3 the score here in the favor of Cloud9.
That's one way to take down Renegade. Just send 3 players out, and finally he will go down. Oh my God, Stellar with the heat wave shield combo will extend the score now to 10-3.
Yeah, Stellar looking more like something out of Elden Ring than a Halo player there for a second, but having the much more success than I do in that game as we focus back onto the attention of Eco. Legend picks up 1, but the camouflage is in the hands of C9. So that's not just a power weapon, that's a power up. Now into the hands of C9.
Look at this back tower as well, looking to even extend this lead even further, just holding it down. Eco knows that a lot of players are around. Legend with a nice answer back with the heat wave, though that'll be 2 dead momentarily.
Now look at this score. Shady picks up another, and all of a sudden Ascend have fought their way back into this. And let's take into account what the score was. This hasn't been like 1 or 2 kills. This has been a collection of kills being strung together here by Ascend and fighting their way back into this game.
Yeah, it was just 10-3. Now look at this, 12-9. Like you said, Ascend answering back, getting the damage they needed. Also, just confidently flying into C-Plat. They bring the game now within 4 kills.
Within 4, Eco picks up 1 though, just to make sure that there's a little bit of a comfort for some players to come off respawn. Eco now going to be first forward as well, putting pressure onto Legend. And there comes the flood on the scoreboard side. Reason being, camouflage is up. Stellar will have it. The second one here for Cloud9.
And look at the position that you see Cloud9 holding, right? They're not afraid to hold certain angles. They know exactly what their teammates are watching, but Stellar with an opportunity here. Camo and Heatwave needs to stay alive.
Legend though, the bait and switch, but look at this, Stellar recognizing there might have been a little bit more danger around the corner than was maybe initially expected. So make sure that he gets away with this combination to fight another day.
Really interesting battle so far. We've seen, like you said, it's really been a battle of 4 deads. It was initially a 7-kill lead for the side of Cloud9. Ascend brings it within 3. Now, once again, look at this. Stellar somehow stays alive. We'll get the assist, but now it's a 7-kill lead again. So really back and forth tug of war between these two. And really have been all about, like you said, the 4 deads.
Yeah, I think the difference has been the first one was the sniper rifle for Renegade. Put that to use. Then they got that power up. That extended the lead for Cloud9. Then you saw the heat wave in the hands of Ascend. They used that to kind of scrape away and claw their way back in. But the second camo going into the hands, plus that heat wave going into the hands of Cloud9 means that now they have that advantage. Ascend need to focus on those power-ups and power weapons. That seems to be where the secret to success is here.
Stellar picking up another kill as well. Sniper rifle in the hands of Eco this time. 24-15, and Ascend letting this one slowly slip away. Cloud9 starting to really rack up these kills.
Seeker picks up 1 to create a little bit of space here for Ascend on the map. Penguin answers back though, and so does Renegade. So a 1-2 swing and a 10-kill difference between the two teams here, with Eco just trying to find targets. The only problem for Eco is here, the rest of his teammates are doing the damage, so he's just kind of holding down this lane at the moment, and Ascend will be aware of this, so that means that the rest of Cloud9 can work around it.
You might have noticed this on Cloud9's POVs, but they continue to watch very specific angles and hold them. That tells you just how much this team knows exactly where every player is on the map. They're so confident in what their teammates are watching, they're so confident in where their opponents might be, but a nice little flank comes in from Snipe Drone.
Stellar will move in to collect the power weapon once more though. 19-27, Cloud9 still with a significant lead in this game. Shady going to be challenging Stellar, who is playing around top middle. He'll be taken down as well, so there's a 3 dead. Cloud9 lose 3 members very quickly and consecutively. That was all players falling. Ascend with an opportunity once again to fight their way back into it. Now they've crossed that 20-point threshold. They're starting to close the gap once more.
Ascend a lot to be proud of in this. Once, just like you said, now bringing the game within 4, and they're not falling early. They're making sure that they stay in control as best they can. Nice answer back though from Cloud9 to get to the 30-kill mark here. Now they're up by 6.
Snipe Joe just trying to hunt down some of these players. He's playing around the tower, but you can see he can't find anyone somehow. manages to get out of that situation by getting a trade at least with that beatdown, but the game a little bit closer than when we would expect here with how the game started out in the favor of Cloud9. So Ascend have worked their way back into this. They've fought their way back into this, but Renegade now has a sniper rifle in his hands, and we know that this man could be a game changer.
Yeah, ignore that Penguin POV there. As you see Renegade on your screen with the sniper rifle, he's already 11-7 in this game. A huge difference maker in a game that's really still only separated by a few kills.
Legend takes a body shot and manages to survive for now. Shady picks up one for Stella, but Eco will move in to finish off that damage from Renegade. So Renegade now, they're going to collapse on these final players. Legend having to back down, now changes his attention and switches it almost immediately to a weak player. And Renegade showing that his prioritization of targets is about as good as you can get.
Look at this, they're just going to keep mopping up. That was 3 dead momentarily, a double kill for Eco. More kills will come. Stellar somehow gets away with his life and the heat wave as well. Cloud9 will now lead by 8.
So 8 kills the difference between the two teams as we enter the stage of the game where Cloud9 are probably thinking about closing this one out. They only need 10 to go. Ascend on the other side. They're going to need 19 to close this. Renegade picks up a stick onto Shady, but a couple of kills do fall to Ascend here. You can see the Stella's trying to move in to clean up that kill. Once again, communication so good coming in from Cloud9. Stella knew that he could overextend there to clean up that kill just to the fact that play was so weak.
You could just tell how much information Cloud9 has. I mean, this is a perfect example of how this team plays this game. Stella just able to make a full lap around the map and clean up the kills that have been called out. Now here comes the camo push, only 6 kills to go.
6 kills here, trades will do it. And once again, it's Cloud9 who have control of the power weapons and the power-up. You can see that it's going to be Penguin on your screen right now who had that camouflage. You can also see the heat wave in the hand of the player just running alongside him as well. So for Ascend here, it's been the story of power weapons and power-ups. They've also got the sniper rifle. They've got everything in the sandbox to play with.
Oh boy, look at this. And my God, Penguin is actually the one on your screen. You got Renegade's POV, but Penguin with a nice little stick there, making it look way too easy with the camo. Only 2 kills to go now before they close out game number 2.
2 to go here for Cloud9 to go up by 2. Legend will at least make this a little bit closer as Legend and Seeker combine to take down 2. Eco picks up the 49th though. Maybe it's going to be the man on your screen, Penguin, who can get the 50th. The stick comes in. C9 up by 2.
That is the definition of confidence and aggression there, knowing that no matter what happened, even if he got stuck, he was going to get the insta to trade out the kill from the grave. They will have a very comfortable game number 2, and I think it's a really similar story to our game number 1. Ascend looking good at moments, keeping the game close at moments, but overall, Cloud9 with another comfortable win.
Yeah, just Cloud9 look a different class right now, and it's...
I think Wes said a different tax bracket.
Which I completely agree with. We both smiled when he said that, and it's understandable why, right? These guys are earning a lot of money.
They actually are in a very different tax bracket.
Literally in a different tax bracket, but I think the story of the game, power up, power control. It's the old tale of Halo, and it will be the tale of Halo for some time to come. Every single time we went to a POV, it was a camo, it was a heat wave, it was a sniper rifle. And when you have those in your hands and you put them to use, it's no surprise to see the game end how it did.
It really is no surprise. One thing I do want to highlight that we've seen, especially when you go back to the Faze Invitational, we'll take a look at the last 30 seconds of this game here. One thing that was the key difference maker, nice little stick here from Penguin, just doesn't even need to shoot the battle rifle, will pick up that 48th kill. A big difference maker on set in their matches against Optic was, did they have Snipe Heatwave? When they had Snipe Heatwave, they were leading in games against Optic. When they didn't, they were losing. It's been a key to success for them, and it continues to show here in our first series as well.
We're going to catch that final kill once again. Penguin gets stuck, but somehow gets the grenade down on the floor to get that final kill before he falls to the grave himself. So 50-37 will be the score of your second game of our first series here on the main stage. Now we move into Aquarius Ctf, and you get the feeling with Cloud9 playing their way that they are at the moment, and with the game type we have in front of us, this could be a 3-0 sweep.
It certainly could, and you and I have been looking at the stats quite a bit, especially in terms of a player like Penguin and what he does objective-wise on this team is pretty wild. The man leads the league in flag pulls overall, more than any other player on LAN play. Also, not just that, he also leads in caps, which can mean really one of 2 things in terms of how that flag's being ran.
It certainly can. It means the Penguin's getting that flag moving, he's doing damage, and then off respawn, he's being able to collect, or it means that Eco, Stellar, and Renegade are just clearing the way for him, and he's just running that flag home, which is probably the more likely when you think about it, and the way that these 3 seem to have that chemistry whenever that flag and objective is being moved. So it's pretty dangerous. Basically, if Cloud9 are running a flag and Penguin's the player with it in his hands,
it's going to go back.
You can almost expect a cap to happen.
That flag is going home. Certainly a player that we are going to be watching watching without a doubt throughout this game. And I think really also he's the player that gets in there. He gets that pull. Not easy to do. And somehow also has the lowest deaths on this team, which is pretty remarkable, right? To be the objective player, also still having the lowest deaths on the team in a lot of these games is pretty remarkable. But it also is a testament, like you said, to how well the rest of the squad is slaying around him, right? If they're sending in a player, whether it's oddball, whether it's flag, to do that objective work, they just protect him at all costs, and it makes a huge difference on the scoreboard.
I think it tells you a lot about the chemistry and the makeup of this Cloud9 team as well, and almost like the roles the team have and how they work together. Because you're looking at Renegade, right, and the amount of damage he does across the map is absolutely ridiculous. And when I spoke to Hoaxer before, the kickoff mates that we had back in Raleigh, he was saying, you know, Penguin's job is to watch Renegade. Just watch over him. And when you've got a player in front of you doing so much damage, it's not too surprising to see that he has the least deaths, because Renegade pretty much cleans up a lot and Penguin's kind of just playing the back line and then moves through once that damage is done towards the objective. It kind of paints the picture of how Cloud9 like to approach these games and how they get that job done. We're going to have to see if they can get it done here. They have to see if they can get a 3-0 sweep on the board to kick off their major here as we head into Aquarius capture the flag.
That's the question. Will this be the final game of the series as we are now underway here in game number 3? It's Aquarius Ctf, potentially only one game left to separate these two, starting things off here with Renegade's POV.
Renegade's a POV, and it's going to be a weaker game type this for Ascend as well, historically. It's a pretty good one for Cloud9. There's not too many they're weak on. So for Cloud9, you are thinking maybe the scales are starting to tip a little bit in their favor and away from Ascend. Penguin once again off the rip going to get a power-up in the hands of Cloud9. It's going to be the camouflage this time on Aquarius.
Unsurprisingly, on this team, Renegade is your guy, highest damage per minute across all CTF game types on Cloud9. He is the damage dealer. He will put in the work to make sure the team can pave the way for these flag caps.
Here's Shady. Picks up one, but two members of Ascend caught bottom middle, but it doesn't matter too much because that was a 4 dead here for Cloud9. So Ascend now with the opportunity to make an assault on the base. However, there's a little bit of defensive play coming in. A bombardment on those straight stairs means that Shady has to back up.
3 dead though, like you said. Shady is the one who's going to have to make sure to try to reset. Not going to be easy battles in Gen, but thanks to some Dynamo spawns, it's a little bit of help, but that will be cleaned up. Those will be traded out in the util. Nice shots from Eco. Worth mentioning, Eco actually leading on Cloud9 in this game type. Most assists per minute on the team, specifically on Aquarius Ctf. So look for him to also be putting in the work in the damage department as well.
Yeah, and a lot of that will be attributed down to the routes and the angles that you'll see Eco take on this map. It's fascinating to watch this man's POV on Aquarius. Always in a position to help out a teammate. Always in a position to have multiple lines of sight available for reacting to callouts that might come from other teammates. Also is getting that objective moving.
He pulls here in a 2v2, a little bit of a base trade there. You can tell he was a little bit hesitant, not sure if he was going to pull. He does decide to pull, takes damage, so has to drop util. He actually comes all the way back.
Yeah, there's a little bit of respect being shown here to Ascend as well, knowing that prioritization, what he has to do on the map is going back to his base and winning this fight. Shady going to be re-challenging, but Eco's going to put him on his back, and he thought that Shady had the advantage in that one. It's probably a win that should be going to Ascend.
That's not just a must-win battle for Shady. That is a must-win, especially given the circumstances. Eco just doubles back and outshoots him back at his own base. But like you said, it is worth noting that Eco did not ego run that flag. It was 2v2, and if this is maybe against a lesser opponent, maybe Eco keeps running that flag Gen and maybe forces that. Instead, he comes back and he deals with his own base. So you can tell Cloud9 is taking their opponent pretty seriously here.
They certainly are, and it's going to be the second camo going into the hands of Cloud9 as well. We saw Penguin pick up the first one. Eco, he has the second. And looking at the stats at the moment, you can see that Eco currently sat on 4 kills, but it's Stellar who's the man who's popping off at the moment. He's currently 7 and 3.
And it feels like Stellar, first of all, killing spree also for Eco here. Stellar also just a player that at any moment, a little bit of friendly dynamo nades coming in, going to hold off the entry for just a split second. Legend once again, though, with some good shots in the Gen. Stellar there to clean up the garbage.
Heat Wave, going to be connected here onto Snipe Drone. Snipe Drone with that thrust trying to survive, but it's going to be now the assault coming in from Cloud9, but it will be held up here by Ascend. Who's behind enemy lines? That man Shady. This is how he plays these flag game types. He kind of puts some risk-reward into their games. If they get the kills on their side of the map, Shady will flank through. He'll overextend on the pink side. If they get the kills, Ascend can get that flag back.
3 dead as well. Stellar was the only one. He's a spawner. This flag should go home. Ascend should be the first to strike here.
It's going to be Ascend who put in the first flag of our game number 3. So there's life here in the European lineup. And sometimes it just takes one thing. Just to light that confidence, just to remind Ascend that they are the champs of Europe. They're used to winning games, and they can compete here with Cloud9.
And they needed this. Let's not forget, this is the first time they've led in the series. They did not lead in the Strongholds game. They did not lead in the Slayer. This is their first time. Nice shots here, my God, from Renegade. Picks up another one as well.
Yeah, Renegade's starting to heat up a little bit here, and you can see maybe that flag on the board, as good a thing as it is for Ascend, sometimes it can be a bad thing for Ascend, right? Because it gets Renegade fired up, it gets him pumped. As you can see, the Eco trying to put pressure onto the base once again of Ascend.
Big damage coming in once again from Eco, just holding up top. And like you said, look at the routes, look at the angles he's choosing to set his team up for success. He will continue the run as well.
Got support inside of the base as well. There is an overextender on the pink side, and that's going to be Snipe Drone, who does manage to get inside of the base as well. But there's going to be a player chasing him. Stella does get the kill, but 3 dead here for Cloud9. 2 dead, excuse me. That flag's still not home. They've got to put these final pieces together if they want to tie this up.
Ooh, Stellar gets a touch, a little bit too comfortable of a touch. I don't think they kept a close enough eye on Stellar. He will bring this flag in, and just like that, C9 is on the board as well. We're tied up 1-1.
Yeah, I think the overextension that came in for that initial stop and those kills going down meant that Ascend, unfortunately, was spawning back flag and utility. No eyes, no ability to get across the map and get eyes onto that flag return. So Stella with a simple job. Also great recognition from him to realize that was the situation to run that one home as Eco picks up 2 to clear the map.
Stellar and Eco show bottom middle. Look at the teamwork, just so well done, so well orchestrated to pick up those kills, and both of them stay alive. Renegade's the one who tosses initially this time. Players falling though, so they're gonna have to be careful here. Make sure they continue slaying.
Stella's recognized that he has the timing on this flag as well. There were 2 players inside of the base, so he can get this one moving and get this one back, and my word, Shady again gets put on his back in that situation. Snipe Drone picks up 2 to slow things down, but that flag is back on the gen, and here comes Eco off respawn, looking to get his hands around that pole once more.
Well, I see him get a touch. He even starts getting gets the pull as well, and that flag's gonna return. Eco, they're in a 1v3, brings the flag back into the gen.
He's not just a Giga Brain, he's a Giga Chad in this game as well. He's picking up kills, he's running that flag home, and now for Ascend, they've got to desperately fight to stop that flag going in. Eco and Penguin do fall though. Renegade's gonna be weak, but Renegade, when he's weak, he picks up doubles.
Big double kill. Where's the spawner for C9? One spawner was there maybe to cap. We'll have to see if they're gonna be able to bring it in.
Looks like
yes, Eco will be the one there. Eco brings it in as well. The man to get the hero touch in the bottom of Dynamo grenades. He will also bring the one to bring the flag home. Now Cloud9 working hard for that flag, and they will lead 2-1.
Cloud9 working hard in this game so far, but that's what they do best when they're under pressure, is they start to perform. Camo again in the hands of Cloud9 here. If you're Ascend, you can't let that happen. That's 3 in a row now for C9.
What a play there from Eco, my God. Right now, the game-leading flag. And if you're Ascend, you cannot let a player like Eco do that in a 1v3 scenario. Beautifully played by C9.
Renegade starting to put those stats on the board we expect as well. 16 and 9 for him so far in this game. Seeker going to be challenged by Stellar as well, and all of a sudden you can see the Cloud9 seems to be starting to click a little bit more here. The pieces are starting to go together, the assists are being picked up, the damage is being converted into kills, and with that the flag is moving once more.
They haven't found Stellar. You can tell he did not know where he was, and Stellar just being such a difficult kill once again. Eventually Legend will sniff him out. They'll have a minor advantage for just a second, but now 2v2 on the map.
Penguin patrolling around this top pink as well. Decent damage onto that player bottom middle. We can see just trying to support teammates. I love this from Penguin as well. A lot of players are just loitering around the base, right? They'll think, oh, behind enemy lines, I'll shoot some respawners in the back. He's putting himself in proximity that he can finish off and start fights for his teammates.
Look how much C9 plays bottom mid. They play front base. They play on the fire once again. The teamwork coming in. Some good damage, some great team shots coming in for C9. Here's the read.
It's Shady again, who's just being that nuisance, overextending on the pink side. He has that heat wave as well. Eco will get the kill, and now Eco will start to work with Penguin again. So Snipe Drone going to be caught off guard ever so slightly. There's a thrust to play with here for Penguin as well. But Snipe Drone does somehow manage to get the finish on that. Maybe a bit of a teammate coming.
Yeah, it's a team nade actually. It took him down there. Interesting to see that. Rarely do you see any mistakes made on the side of C9. So that will slow down that push, but really just momentarily still a 1 flag cushion for C9.
Seeker trying to block those free spawns. Now he can move in. He's got that heat wave. He can pick up 1 kill here. He can get that flag moving because there's support inside the base. But unfortunately for him, Shady has fallen. So now he's going to turn his attentions back. He gets a 2nd kill here, and he still has that heat wave. If he can turn 3, there might have been an opportunity there for Ascend to get that flag back past Car. Now Stella coming under pressure. Snipe Drone to free spawn, holding forward and getting 2.
Lots to do. 2v2. Look at the kill feed here. This will determine it. Shady does get the grab. Nice movement once again across bottom Dynamo. 3 dead for the side of C9. And with 3:40 on the clock, this flag will go home as well. And we will have a tie game here, 2-2 in game number 3.
We got a game here, ladies and gents. Ascend giving as good as they get in this game. Unfortunately for them though, having worked so hard for the cap, they've given up control of that power up once more. It's 4 in a row. Here's a clean sweep on power up pickup so far for Cloud9. Renegade the play you do not want to give it to.
Like you said, Renegade now with a big opportunity. Snipetro trying to sniff out this camo if he can. But look at this, they're waiting. They're baiting. Oh my god, if he turns 2 here. And I don't know if we have a better encapsulation of Renegade playing Halo Infinite, flies into the back of your base, and wins a 1v2 that he should not have won.
Yeah, not many players do that. Not many players can do that. Not many players dare to even attempt that. But that's Renegade. That's what he does. And now he's going to continue to just slay inside the base here. Seeker, last player alive here for Ascend.
3 dead yet again. See if they can get this flag pull. Spawns are coming in on the Gen side. That flag continuing to run now.
Renegade just chasing Shadows at the moment and finding them. Shady going to be top middle. That flag is over halfway as well. Shady going to be trying to do what he can, but Renegade is just doing so much damage across the map at the moment. There's another kill. It's 3 dead for Ascend. 1 player off respawn. The flag should be moving home. It is put in here by Cloud9. They're up by 1 flag. It's 3-2 with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the board.
Sign, sealed, and delivered. Pack that up. That is the Renegade highlight reel. That is how you run a flag on Aquarius. You have Renegade just absolutely running the back of your base, picking up 3 kills. Then he pushes up to the half line to pick up those kills as well, making it look way too easy. That is textbook Aquarius and Renegade at his best.
Interesting. We highlighted 2 players at the start of this series, right, who are going to be influential for either team's success. One of those was Renegade. He's currently 22 and 17 on this map, and we've just seen a highlight play coming in from him. On the other side of things, Shady, 13 and 20, really struggling to keep up as the main slayer here on Ascend.
That's right, and then certainly a player you need to step up. The worst numbers on his team in this game. Type Stellar, we also got to talk about, just popping off, and he can do so at any time. He's also 23 and 16.
Shady trying to get that kill inside of the straight stairs, just on those shrooms. Snipe Drone trying to defend his own base, and it's Renegade again winning fights inside of the Ascend flag. Seeker, last player alive once more. Renegade should have a pretty clear run back here. You can see he's got support inside of the base. Seeker falls to the hand of Penguins. Everybody else stuck on the respawn, and what that means is a 4th flag here for Cloud9. They're up by 2 with just over a minute left in the game.
Get yourself a guy who could do both. This is Renegade here on screen. Why not? Picking up the kills, also running the OBJ. He's down to do whatever he needs. Now he's also packing a heat wave double dynamo. Not done just yet. 4-2 with less than 1 minute left.
Question here for C9s, do you go for the 5th? Do you go for some kills? Do you pad those stats a little bit? Because it's going to be difficult for Ascend to get 2 back-to-back flag caps inside of 40 seconds, especially with the pressure here from Cloud9. Renegade with a heat wave inside of the base. There's a dynamo, and there's the answer to your question. Renegade wants to get this one done. He wants to get that 5th flag on the board.
You got to love it there. No padding of the stats. They're all business here in the C9 department, even looking to maybe throw that 5th flag on the board before it's over. Trades come in the Gen there, 2 dead.
24 seconds left until C9 can claim their first win here in Kansas City. It's looking like it's going to be a 3-0 sweep. Renegade will get that touch on the flag of the respawn, and the only question is, will it be 4-2? Will it be 5-2? As he tries to maybe think about throwing that one up to the window. Touch will come in here from Eco. He's trying to force his one out.
My God!
The layup of the dunk coming in from C9 to close out the series. C9 starting strong. It's a 3-0 win.
Well, that C9 even hitting the alley-oop at the end to get that 5th flag. They didn't need it, but they wanted it on the board, and it will be reflected in the stats. It's a very, very good series for C9. Ascend putting up a good fight in game number 3, the best fight that they showed. However, not enough. It will be 3-0 in favor of Cloud9, the best team in the world, with a great start here in Kansas City.
Best team in the world, showing that they are looking like the best team in the world at the moment. It was pretty much perfect gameplay from them. You know, Ascend have been made to look average. Ascend are not average, but C9 make good teams look average with how they are playing. And I think a great thing for C9 fans is the questions on the desk. Sometimes they start a little bit slow. C9 have not started slow here. The main stage is what they call home. When you see C9 on this main stage, Andy, that is when you get the best of C9.
Absolutely. Here's a look at your series layout from that first match of the day in your first match in Kansas City. 250-109 in Stronghold Streets. A dominating 50-37 live fire Slayer, and a much more tightly contested CTF Aquarius. However, our final scoreboard doesn't really reflect that.
Yeah, it's true. There's a couple of caps in those last few moments, including the alley-oop.
Yeah.
Thank you for getting the basketball terminology correct.
That's what I'm here for.
I'm English. But it was, as you say, it was a 5-2 win, and you look at those series scores, it's completely dominant. You can't say anything else outside of that. It's a dominant performance from C9. It's what we expected to see, and to be honest with you, it's kind of what I hope to see as well, because it means that everybody else who's watching at the moment across the main stage, I'm talking Optic, I'm talking Sentinels, I'm talking E-Unite, Faze, all these teams know now to beat C9. With how they're playing in their first game of the series, their first series of the day, excuse me, you're going to have to be pretty good. Yeah,
and not going to be easy. And also, what a privilege to watch Renegade just absolutely commanding the map. We talk about him as the main slayer here and the best one to do it in Halo Infinite, but that flag run where he just walks into the back of your base and picks up 3 kills, and Ascend absolutely couldn't take him down. And that flag's going to go back home. He's able to also cover even more damage on the second round of Slays, and it's just amazing to watch them do what they do, and I think they look like they are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and obviously stuff to take away here for Ascend as well. That's the best team in the world. It's the first time they've had to play on the main stage against Cloud9, a team who we expect to be in the run-ins for that grand final, and there's a lot to learn from them. We have to remember as well that 3 of the Ascend roster, Raleigh was their first ever LAN, so it's still new to them being on that main stage and playing against this sort of this sort of standard of team. So we're gonna have to see how Ascend bounce back as well. But for now, we actually have Penguin down on the main stage, ready for an interview with Guy Blaze.
Thank you very much on Sad and Brav. Great casting there. And I'm with Penguin on the main stage. Congrats on coming out with another W here in pool play to kick off the broadcast. And, really my question is for you is that how do you and the boys stay so consistent here, especially coming into another tournament, looking to go back-to-back to kick off the major?
Honestly, I would just attribute the consistency to experience. We've been doing this for a long time. All of us have been pro for at least, 6-7 years now each. So that's a big collective right there. And obviously Ascend, they got a lot of the EU young guns. They don't have as much of that experience. Maybe they got some nerves to work out, but I expect a lot more out of them moving forward. But we came out, we wanted to come out hot, and we did. So
what was the key for victory for you guys in this matchup going against them? Because like you said, they got great gun skill, but where did they fall here?
Honestly, a lot of the time it just looked like they were kind of disorganized and weren't on the same page. You'd see 2 of them pop out and maybe 2 of them weren't in the play with them. Okay. In this game, it's a lot of team fights, a lot of just pushing out lanes together, and that's as a collective. And they weren't doing as much of that as we were, so.
Got you. And so my last question is for you, because I know you're ready to get on and get ready for that next matchup. Your duo, Renegade, your slaying duo, okay? In that last matchup, game was tied up 2-2, all right? Now, when it comes down to him, talk to me about how he alleviates pressure for the squad, and how does that feel kind of on the comms as you guys are playing?
I feel like John's just that guy that's super aggressive all the time. I don't know if I'm a slaying duo. I'm the support guy, so. I kind of set the plays up, but he just executes.
He knocked him down. Okay.
He's like, okay, this guy's weak, I can just do this, and he just makes that decision in a split second. So John's ability to just be aggressive at all times, that's really what his slaying power is attributed to.
All right, man. Well, hey, congratulations on coming out with the first W of the day. That's going to do it for us on the main stage. Give it up for Cloud9 one more time. And Lottie, break it all down.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And I've got to say, Cloud9 right now looking pretty scary up there. And I'll tell you why. Because we do talk often about how Cloud9 can have a little bit of a slow start at the start of a series. We didn't see that at all. In fact, it was the fastest, most aggressive start of a series in every single game of that 3-0 I have seen from Cloud9 all season long. The fact that they've been able to work upon that, and they're looking so damn good. I mean, Clutch, they really were fast-paced, aggressive right out of the gates. It looked like they were kind of playing with something to prove.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate that we've kind of done Cloud9 a disservice, I feel like, as a community up until this point. It's like we put a chip on their shoulder coming into the weekend, talking about how great Optic looks, talking about Sentinels' return, all these teams that can upset them. Cloud9 has worked so hard to build the dynasty that they are currently trying to form, that they are currently on that journey to try and take that away from them. They're coming out with a statement win over Ascend here, and I expect this to almost continue throughout the weekend with how they played today.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say the organization was there, and Penguin even talked about it, and I think that is some mega strengths for C9 coming across here, because they are able to play as a team. I think that is one of their biggest strengths, that it's so hard to try and get them on their own, to try and split spawn them. They're always knowing what to do. They're always on the same page. Goofy, the way that they handled this, especially beginning on Street Strongholds, they were running away with it.
Yeah, that's the thing about Cloud9, Lottie. You mentioned a bit of it, but they're just so good at controlling the map, controlling the pace, controlling the tempo and controlling the power weapons, right? We saw Renegade, we saw Stellar really put on some slaying performances, and like Penguin said in that interview, he's the glue for the team, the support player who makes sure the job is getting done. And Stellar, you know, was putting on a show with that heat wave throughout the entire series. Stellar was playing amazing. I know we were on Renegade's screen for a lot of those important kills that he was getting, but Stellar was right there with him, getting a lot of kills on the board.
He was indeed. I mean, the ratio for the KD there for Stellar was crazy. I kind of said, actually, while we were watching the clutch, that he's like the silent assassin. You just don't see him coming. He kind of creeps up on the stat board there, and he's looking so good. But it really is a massive team effort for Cloud9, and what they're able to do is just absolutely insane. On the other side of things, though, whilst you're looking at Ascent, especially in that Aquarius Ctf, you know, at one point it was 2-2. They did a job. You know, they managed to actually keep it close, but then C9 just turned the tables and ran away with it. What was kind of your kind of opinion on Ascend here and kind of how they're doing coming into the major?
Well, yeah, 2 takeaways from there. First off, you called Stellar the silent assassin. Maybe that explains why Wes talks so much. Secondly, when you talk about what they need to do going into this, one thing that really stuck out to me throughout that match is how Cloud9, it didn't feel like they had to pull off all these like ridiculous plays, like individually skilled wise. In fact, I would look over on the opposite side. When we saw Sen, we saw some players from like Legend and Sika making some incredible individual efforts and pulling off great plays. And despite that, Cloud9 still just coming out ahead.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I think time and time again, you might think you're in the mix. So you're like, okay, it's 2-2. This is looking really, really good. And suddenly, you know, Cloud9 are like, okay, we can adjust to this. No problem. That's how you want to do it. But we got it. We got it twice as hard. And that's exactly what they were able to do, especially with that little dunk right at the end. They're just sealing the deal in style. Absolutely amazing stuff from Cloud9. Ascend, I've got to say, really impressed with what I saw overall, especially coming into things right off the bat in pool play against Cloud9. It's a really, really hard matchup to have. But I've got to say, with their pool, you know, I think it's doable for them to come in second here. So I'm excited to see how they do for the rest of today. We'll have to find out a little bit later on. We have another matchup, though, coming up, which is going to be really exciting. That's Faze versus Navi. So it's another European powerhouse. I'm excited to see how this one goes down. I think Faze, obviously being a little bit up and down in this season, I think they haven't quite found their footing against the top 6 yet. I'm looking to see a bit more dominance coming through from this Faze roster. They're filled with such talented individuals, and I'm really excited about, you know, how they're going to be for the rest of the season. I think this second major is going to be a true test to what this squad can actually, you know, give.
Yeah, for me, it's all about can they find their rhythm. I feel like this Faze roster has so much talent. It's just about can they hit their stride? Can they find their rhythm throughout a weekend? If the answer ends up being yes, they can take this whole thing. If the answer is no, they may end up with another top 8 performance like they did at Anaheim. So a lot of questions around this Faze roster, a lot of questions around their consistency to play at a high level, but I mean, they are a threat to anyone at this tournament as well.
They certainly are. Like, hey, you can't fall short either today. This is where you really need to start leveling up a little bit, put another gear on. You've been practicing, you've been scrimming for however many days coming into this second major here, and this is where you have to turn it on in pool play. Don't sleep on pool play, people. It's really, really important. Well, I'll tell you what, we're actually going to go to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we will have that epic matchup for you guys on main stage. We've got Faze versus Navi coming your way. It's going to be really exciting, of course, first day here at the Kansas City Major. We have so much Halo Infinite action for you, so make sure you guys don't miss it.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path. where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for, no one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Congratulations, you've been volunteered to investigate gaming anomalies present in the action and adventure category on PC Game Pass.
Hit the music!
Your cooperation has been logged. Thank you.
have room for another warfare.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the HCS Kansas City Major. We are live, of course, in this gorgeous city of Kansas City, and we're here for our second major of the season. Now, before the break, if you didn't catch all of the action, we already have had our first match of pool play, and we saw a very dominant, aggressive, fast-paced Cloud9 with something to prove this weekend. They want to pick up that title once again. You were counting how many times I was going to try and, you know, describe this incredible team. It's endless.
How many words do we have to describe Cloud9?
Right.
Perfect, excellent, dominant,
well executed,
champions,
insane. Yeah, so many. There's so many
compliment
words.
them all you want.
I know. Well, it's hard not to after an incredible performance like that. But I've got to say, Cloud9 looking really, really good right now. And if you do want to push them off that pedestal, you're going to have to push pretty damn hard. So I'm excited for the rest of the day here of pool play. It's day one of the Kansas City Major. Now, coming up though on the main stage, we do have our next match, and it's going to be Faze versus Navi. And I'm excited for this one because I'm always excited to see, you know, different champions coming through, and I'm excited to see how they do against North America, and obviously Faze versus Navi. Faze, right now, I want to talk about these guys because I think, you know, Faze have been a little bit shaky at times, right? They have been pretty much, in terms of their record, 100% on teams that aren't in the top 6. They've been pretty damn good, lights out. When it comes to the top 6 in the battles, they have been a little bit shaky. Yes, they have won some here or there and have proved a point. But when it comes to game 5s, they seem to kind of be a little bit more slow. They do lose out in really unfortunate circumstances, and they can't quite round up a series, I think, the way that they want to. And in turn, hasn't provided the results they wanted this season. So with Faze, you know, who really needs to step up clutch right now in order to get them over this hump?
For me, when I watch this Faze roster, it's Boobadooboo and Snipedown that really need to step up and find their rhythm throughout this tournament. Like I was talking about before we went to break, Faze, if they can find their rhythm, they're going to be one of the best teams at this tournament. Boobadooboo is one of those individuals that can literally take over games when he's able to perceive all the information that he receives and then make the right play on top of it. I mean, he's been one of the most influential players in Halo for probably 5 years now. So very excited to see if Boobadooboo can really pick up his game, find his rhythm, and what he'll bring to this Faze roster is nothing but opportunity for success if he's able to do so.
There is indeed. Now, Goofy, you know, in terms of just like a deeper understanding of the gameplay for Faze here, obviously we do need to see a couple of people step up here and there, and we do have X-Factor players on the team. But when it comes to the way that they're playing their playstyle, are you seeing any holes in their playstyle that really do need to be polished?
They don't necessarily have one area that they need to improve on. They just need to execute when they come to these major events. We've seen Faze have successes, right? We've seen them dominate in scrim certain days. We've seen them dominate really good teams on land. They just haven't been able to put all the pieces together. And in my opinion, this event is actually very crucial for this Faze roster. It's almost a make or break for them, right? We talk about the best teams in the league. We talk about Optic. We talk about Cloud9. Sentinels' name is always in there. Why is Faze not mentioned in that same? They have, on paper, one of the best rosters in the entire league, yet they always seem to fall short and not execute when they need to. So I think Faze is really going to have to come out strong this event, and my player to watch for them will be Boobadooboo.
Yeah, indeed. I think you're totally right there when it comes down to this Faze roster, and it's kind of like how seriously do you want to take them? It's strange to not put them into that conversation, like you said, because of who they have on their team. I mean, we've got Falcated, Boo Boo, Bounce, Snipedown, and Walshy. I just quickly want to highlight Falcated because for me, he's come onto this Faze roster. He wasn't as well known. Obviously, we got Bound on there as well, coming in as the rookie right at the start of the season. But Falcated for me has been such an incredible player to watch. I really feel like he's kept them into certain situations. He's been a real driving force in terms of slays and what he's able to do on the map. So Falcated, you know, what kind of you know, fire does he really bring to this Faze roster?
I think he brings the most consistency to this roster out of any other player, which is odd to say. I mean, we've talked about Snipedown for over a decade now and the impact that he's had on the Halo scene. Despite that, Falcated, time and time again, every single match, shows up, plays well, hits all his shots, and does everything his team needs.
Yeah, he certainly does. He has been absolutely amazing. Clutch, I see, like, kind of, he's shaking his head in agreement. I can tell the clutch, you know, isms at the moment.
That kid up there on that stage might be the best player at the tournament one day. I honestly think that when I play against Falcated in matchmaking or in customs and like random 8s or whatnot, he's the one player that sticks out to me that's like, all right, I cannot challenge this kid. He does not miss, and he knows it. He is a very confident individual. He might be very quiet, he might be shy, but he's going to come into his shell one day, and when he does, he's going to be a superstar.
Yeah, I'm excited. I love that. I love seeing players grow before our very eyes, and I got to say, he's got an incredible base right now because he's looking so good out there on the sticks. I'll tell you who else is looking pretty good, but out in the arena, Blaze actually was, I don't know if he was riding it around the arena. I hope he had some safety measurements, and I hope he also has his driver's license because he was actually with the Faze Warthog, checking out their booth. So let's see what he was up to.
What's up, Halo fans at home? I hope you're all enjoying the broadcast. Now, it sucks you couldn't make it here with us, but I want to give you all an exclusive look at this Faze Clan wrapped Warthog. Take a look at this beauty right here, decked out in the black and red camo. Man, it's looking good in person, but hey, don't worry. You guys are gonna get a chance to see this at home. That's right, don't forget, our partner skins are gonna be dropping on May 3rd, so make sure you head on over there towards the marketplace where you can get this skin as well as the Faze armor decked out as well. I hope you all are enjoying the show, and I'll see you on the flip side.
We love to see a little bit of Blaze action happening out there in the arena, of course. And I got to say, the Spartan look like, don't touch that Warhog. You better not touch it. Don't get in it. I know you've got your eye on trying to drive that baby around.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get it out, you know? So once I get out of the venue, I'm gone. You'll never see me again. But it's just a matter of how do I avoid the fans, the teams out here competing in order to get it out safely. I think I could take that Spartan, I'm not going to lie, but it's just a matter of how much security is behind them. That's really the problem.
I was going to say, everyone reacts all crazy when Faze does it, but when I wrap my Honda Civic in cool gear like that, no one's going nuts and highlighting and it's not going viral on Twitter. I don't know.
Well, that's just because you have, dimmed windows. If they knew who was driving it, it'd be lights, camera action all
why
around.
I love you, Lottie.
All right. I got to give some love. I got to give some love to the desk sometimes. I'll tell you what, we've got to give a little bit of love to Navi as well, who are going to be facing against Faze on that main stage very shortly. Look, Navi, such a difficult team right now, just because they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. I've been doing a lot of the European supers and online tournaments, and they consistently haven't been performing very well. And unfortunately, it's just not going to ride, I think, with the European community. They have a lot of pressure because they are household names in Europe. They're obviously a partner team here as well, but they haven't been providing the results. Goofy, talk to me about Navi right now. What do they need to do to really step up against Faze on this main stage?
I think this is a really tough first series for Navi, and they need to come into this match with the mentality of, hey, it's pool play. We have a long weekend ahead of us. Let's give ourselves a shot to win this series, but it's not all in right now. Like, you have an opportunity to learn from this series. You know you're playing against one of the arguably, top 4 best teams in the world. Navi, it's going to be a tough series for them to come out and win this, in my opinion. Jimbo, obviously the leader of this roster. He's been around, a household name in Halo for a long time. But going up against the likes of Snipedown, Boo Boo Doo Bound, Falcon, it's just a really tough first matchup for these guys. But maybe they'll prove me wrong, but I really think that this needs to be a learning series for them for the rest of the weekend.
This Navi team, they got top 8 at Raleigh at the first event. They want to repeat that. They want to do better than that. In order to do so, you're going to have to beat a team just like Faze, either now or later on in this tournament. So this is a big series for these guys. If they don't create this upset now, this could be what we see as a disappointing weekend for Navi. This is a massive opportunity. We talk about how pool play may be weighed less than bracket play at times, or some players may not take it as serious, or like we talk about upsets that happen in pool play and put quotations around them. But no, like, this series is utterly important for Navi's success this weekend. Their goals that they've set out for, they flew a long way.
They did.
To try and play this best of 5. This is the one that they need to be focused on, and they are a little confident going in. I talked to them this morning, but they're going to need more than just confidence. I think they're going to have to elevate their gameplay as well.
I mean, it's a great starting base, having that confidence going up against an incredible team that really you need to prove a point out there. And Walshy, we kind of talked about Navi, and in Europe, they're not the #1 team. They've been trying to break down that door for such a long time this season now, and it just hasn't happened for them. Are you worried about that? Are you worried about they've come into the second major not as the #1 European roster, and they're going up against the likes of Faze and potentially even kind of worse opposition later on in the weekend?
Yeah, historically you're correct, Lottie, because what we've seen in the past is that the top team in Europe can usually break through and beat like a top 8 or a top 6 team in North America. But for the most part, all the other teams, teams 2, 3, 4 in Europe haven't been able to break that barrier. So this is going to be tough. Navi first needs to generally win their region before they've taken down top teams in North America.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, but look, hey, we've seen crazier things happen. We've seen some crazy things happen on that main stage, especially day 1. You never know. People might be sleeping a little bit. Maybe Faze are rubbing, some of the sleep out of their eyes and they haven't quite woken up yet. Am I dreaming? Probably. Yeah. But I'm hoping for a decent series here, and I'm excited to see what Navi can do. I think this is going to be a true test. I think we'll kind of know where they're sitting, I think, after this Faze match as well on the main stage, and in terms of the rest of the weekend here as well. With that being said, though, let's head to predictions. And I'm going to kick us off here. I don't usually predict. This is kind of fun. Let's see how I do for this weekend as well. This is my championship. I'm actually going to be going Faze. Obviously, I do have the UK blood in me, but I've got to say Faze right now, it's really hard to count them out, especially going up against Navi's track record this season, especially just even in Europe. Raleigh alone is a different dog, but the fact that during the rest of their European season it has been difficult and shaky, Faze it is for me.
I'm with Faze as well. They need to get off to a hot start. They need to find their stride early in this tournament if they want to have the ambitions of potentially winning this whole thing. So I love Faze here. Navi, you're going to have to bring your A game, maybe your S game, if you want to create this upset.
Yeah, I'm right there with you guys. Once again, I wonder if we're going to all be on the same train for this series prediction, but I'm going with Faze as well. I think Faze understands how important this tournament is for them, and this is the kickstart to the weekend, so they're going to come out really strong.
All right, Walshy.
Punching my ticket is Faze as well. It's really tough to go against them. I mean, they're the favorites going into this, but once again, it is pool play. Navi is a top team in Europe, and they have the potential, but at the same time, like, history has shown to be not in Europe's favor when you're going against these top squads.
This is very, very true. I got to say, you know, a totally red sweep across the desk here. We do have a little bit of time, folks, at home while we're waiting for everything to get set up on the main stage. And it's just a chance to quickly get a couple of high-level thoughts out of these guys as well. I have a question. I think, you know, there's a lot of talk about, you know, in terms of like right in the middle of a season, you know, if things aren't working out for a team, what do you do? What is the next step for you guys? Do you have to reevaluate your situation, your team, your roster? What are the big changes that are going to happen for you, Clutch? You know, coming into the second major and then coming out of the second major, who do you think, if they don't play well out of our two teams here, need to reevaluate their rosters?
I think both teams are going to have to reevaluate if they don't have a strong performance this weekend. I think from Navi's perspective, they expect to be the #1 team in Europe, especially being that partner team, repping that Navi brand that is world class. Navi expects to bring home at least championships from the region. They're not doing that. And at some point, you're going to have to question the roster. If you're Faze and you don't place within the top 4, I'll say, this event, you have to start questioning your roster as well. You also have to consider what kind of options do we have outside of our team, because team changes will happen after this weekend, especially with the likes of Sentinels maybe not placing as well as they expect to, with how dominant Cloud9 is. Everyone is going to be trying to dethrone them, and you've already seen the impact that Formal can have on a team like Optic. Everyone sees that and says, maybe we need to change of our own.
Yeah, it's difficult. Are you on the same kind of thought process there?
Yeah, I mean, there's a wild Pistola out there, you know, in the world. So definitely an enticing option for some of these top teams if they aren't performing at the level that they expect to. But yeah, this weekend is really important for this Faze roster specifically. And I look at them, I look at their roster, and I think, like, why are they not winning, right? Yeah. This Faze roster has sniped down, is teaming with some of the quote-unquote young guns, right? Even though Boo Boo and Foul have been around for a while, they dominated Halo 5 towards the middle and end of it. Bound really needs to step up as well. You know, we hear the talk around the league. Bound is this up-and-comer, like people compare him to Shotzzy, like he's Frosty, Shotzzy, Bound. He's in that umbrella, but we haven't seen him carry the team to a championship like we've seen a Frosty, like we've seen a Frosty, like we've seen a Shotzzy do. So Bound really needs to kind of step into that role and solidify him being like a championship player.
Yeah, I think it's difficult, isn't it? When you get into specifics, and Walsh, I've saved the hardest part for you, mate. You know, when it comes to a team change on a roster, I'm not asking you to entirely go into specifics here, but if you are having kind of an even playing field on a roster, what is your go-to kind of pickup? You know, are you looking at a main slayer? Is that what is going to change kind of the dynamic of a team? Are you looking for somebody who's going to be really popping off, or are you looking for more of like the brains of the roster to try and change kind of the strategy and tactics?
Generally isn't too statistics driven. These teams and players play with each other 40 hours a week as they're practicing. They know each other intimately. They start to build up those positive sentiments towards each other, and they start to also build up those negative sentiments. They start to be like, oh, that irks me when they don't call out here, irks me that this doesn't happen. And so they probably already have in their mind whether they could, you know, whether they'll admit it or not. You kind of have like this tier list within your team right now. You're like, all right, this person consistently delivers and plays perfect. And then you start to know some either inconsistencies or where players are underperforming. And so there is a little bit of a hierarchy that goes on in each player's head.
Yeah, it's never a fun conversation to have or even thoughts to have, but like to Dave's point, those thoughts are always there, right? These guys are trying to get first place. Their mindset is to be the best, and sometimes change is needed.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, first place isn't good enough. You know, is the only thing good enough for everybody here. If you're competing, if you're going on that main stage, if you're taking a step into this arena with a jersey on, that's what you want to be doing here. So it's really important to note that change sometimes is a good thing. I'll tell you what, I'm going to change things up on the desk because it is a good thing sometimes, and we are waiting for our match on main stage to happen, but we're going to jump into some action right now. Boys, you fancy a cast? We got HCS versus Chiefs. It's 1-1 currently in the series. Let's take a look at what these guys are up to. It's currently 2-1 Aquarius Ctf. The Chiefs are up 2-1 right now. And HCS, they got a long road ahead, but this could be a pretty close series.
Wow, the Chiefs with the series tied up 1-1, really impressing me, honestly, and up in this game 2-1. Looking at the scoreboard, we got Barcode 9 kills and Arctic on the other side with 9 as well. So surprising out of Chiefs right now, doing a really good job against this one of the top XSET teams.
Yeah, the part that's most impressive here is we continually talk about when international teams get a chance to challenge top North American rosters. We specifically talk about Europe. We don't give the highlight as much to these other regions. So to see the Chiefs come out right now, being able to take on a squad like XSET in this fashion, it's just looking very promising.
Second flag cap goes in for XS, so all tied up 2-2 on board with Arctic right now on this pink side of the map, moving into the opponent's utility, just waiting for some teammates, waiting for some help, getting that information on this player towards the Dynamo grenades. Will he be able to pick up that kill? Yes, he does. Once again, putting those Dynamo grenades to use.
That was also a little surprising of a kill there. Like, I don't know why Arctic went back and forth. It feels like there's some either questioning about like how to finish off a kill. Like, that should have been just a clean BR finish, and then opts to finish that off with a Dynamo grenade and eventually take it on himself. So what that, I guess, spells to me is just some discombobulation here from this XSET roster.
I feel like right now, actually, we're seeing quite a slow Aquarius Ctf game. I don't feel like there's a whole bunch of aggression happening. We can see two, obviously, top slayers on the scoreboards here, Arctic and Barcode as well, 13 apiece for their names as well, and pretty decent KD. But for the rest of the guys here on the teams, seems like they're not quite getting the slays and kills that they want to. So I'm feeling this CTF game kind of slowing down a bit, Clutch.
Yeah, but just as you say that, Watt, another counter cap opportunity for what it looks like. Is it going to be XSET to take the lead here? It was a Chiefs flag run that looked so promising. Unfortunately, Barco got taken down, and with that, the entire Chiefs roster did as well. It allowed this counter cap to happen on screen, and now Arctic being able to punch his team in the lead here in Game 3. So as much as we wanted to hype up the opportunity the Chiefs have to win this series, it looks like they may fall short, at least in Game 3. As we take a look at the score now, 3-2, 6 minutes left on the clock. So Chiefs still have plenty of time, but XSET starting to find some form since we've been tuning in.
Yeah, don't feel so bad there, Arctic. I have trouble hitting those commando headshots as well, especially online, when at least for me. But yeah, I'm actually surprised that did not connect a little bit earlier. But we are starting to see this XSET roster really start to shine here as the game goes on. One of the difficulties of going into another region is sometimes you don't have that top competition to really challenge you. So those are situations where Chiefs went from almost capturing a flag to getting counter-capped on. And you don't see that happen nearly as much as these top North American rosters. Many of the times they know it, they give up a cap and just start to play defense. But we're really starting to see this hurt happen here against the Chiefs.
Couple trades for both sides here as 3 players go down for Chiefs. And once again, XSET running this flag, trying to extend their lead, but Suspector goes down. The flag is down right in front of their base. And here we go. The relay is in the hands, of Suspector, but player right in his face takes him down. And that is Slays 2K trying to get the return for his team, and just about gets the return in time. That was a clutch read.
This could be a counter cap opportunity for the Chiefs to get right back into this one with 5 minutes left. You need to figure out ways to continue to find success. You do not want XSET to find their stride. You guys touched on it so well early on in this game that, hey, if the Chiefs are able to create this upset on XSET, this will be the biggest upset from the ANZ region in the history of Halo, in my opinion. And what a win that this would be to start off their pool play journey here this weekend. But for the Chiefs to do that, they're going to have to figure out a way to potentially get a flag cap on the board, or figure it out in games 4 and 5, because right now XSET still in a commanding lead, and what looked like a promising opportunity from the Chiefs wasn't really capitalized on. And Dave, I mean, you touched on that as well. The fact that they're not able to see these kind of openings, or like see the holes in their setups as well, may be the crux to their loss here.
Yeah, what a nice turnaround there from Kratos taking out Madzy. Right before that, I was going to compliment how well the Chiefs and all these other foreign players are doing individually. I think that there has always been this gap in the past where it's like North American players, shot-wise, are a step above the international competition. And now it starts to feel like that gap is, it still exists, but it's not as large. And now it's more of this gap of teamwork and understanding the whole macro part of Halo.
Yeah, looking at Barco with that triple-double already, 20, 11, and 13. He's definitely having himself a game right now as Suppress is trying to hold down top middle. Camouflage is on spawn. Nice shots taking down Pips. And here is that 4th flag cap for Kratos and the rest of XSET.
Well, there we go. If you guys want to check out the rest of that match, then you can go and check out twitch.tv/HCS_red to catch all the rest of that action and see if actually the Chiefs managed to come back in the CTF Aquarius game. They have 2 caps. They want to tie things up there and potentially head to overtime, because I think at the clock, it looks like an overtime would be the best bet right now in terms of the Chiefs to come back into that one. But I'm excited to see the result of that one. Like you said, Clutch, ANZ region, that would be a huge, huge upset for XSET if they managed to take that one across the board. But you know, how they were playing right there, I'm pretty impressed with. It's just unfortunate at times. I saw them all start to make a really great push to the base there of XSET. Unfortunately, you know, I think it was Kratos that managed to take somebody down on Shroom stairs there and just wasn't able to actually get in and pull the flag in time. So organization needs a little bit of an extra push there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Ever since we tuned in, it kind of was all XSET from then on out. And unfortunately, although the series is 1-1, it looks like that's going to go 2-1 to XSET. And then with just 1 game needed, we'll see if the Chiefs have what it takes to come back in that one. And that would be, like I said, the biggest upset for the ANZ region. But we may still have to wait for that upset to happen later on in the tournament.
Oh, I'm crossing my fingers that something crazy happens. I won't tell you who I'm rooting for, but I tell you what, it is time to get into our main stage action right now. We've got Faze versus Navi set up, ready to go, and our casters are very excited to get into this one. I'm going to introduce Jersey and Gaskin. Boys, take it away.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Cannot wait to get into this thing. I'll tell you something, Dan, excited to be cast alongside you and Faze up against Navi. They've been a bit of a mixed bag. Tell me about them.
They have. I mean, speaking of Faze up, I've been working on my hand signals as well. You know, Faze have got it. Bang! Faze up. Finally got it right. I knew it was going to be perfect, and we've hit it on the nail. But to be honest about these 2 teams, they are a mixed bag. They are teams that you don't really know what's going to happen because they've had their ups, they've had their downs, and I'm expecting both of them to want to prove a point in game number 1 today. Come out hot. A 3-0 would do wonders here for Faze.
Both these teams in their regions, they've been sort of huffing and puffing but unable to blow the house down. You see Faze not able to consistently push into that top 4. We have seen them recently pick up a bit of form, but Navi as well, unable to topple Ascend. How does that affect them coming into this mentally?
I think mentally, both of them have been in a weird place online where they've been really struggling in certain tournaments, but they've been just waiting for that moment to play on LAN because there's so much experience in these rosters. When you look across the board, both in Faze and Navi, and I think that's exactly what Navi are. Navi are that experienced European roster.
Taking a look at the series layout then, Stronghold Streaks is going to be game 1. Slayer Livefire game 2. CTF Aquarius will be game number 3, and Oddball Livefire Slayer Recharge will round out the series. But Dan, looking at the series layout, tell me what you're expecting to see from these 2 teams.
Overall, I think this is a win for FaZe Clan when we look at these game types. However, I did speak to Wonderboy just coming into this tournament, and he said, hey, I'm just happy that Recharge is game 5. We avoid it for the first 4 game types. Historically, Navi have not been very good at Recharge, so they're saying, bish bash bosh, let's get on with it, get those first 4 out of the way, and just hope it doesn't end up being a Slayer Recharge. But if we get there, if they get to a game 5, I think Navi would be delighted to have even got that far.
Let's talk about Faze then, and one man on your screens right now, Boo Boo Doo. What can you expect to see from him?
Surprisingly, Boo Boo Doo has had a lot of stick over these tournaments.
Yes.
He had a really rough start to Rally all the way back then, but ever since, he's been actually the main damage dealer for this FaZe roster. Statistically, he's the guy who's putting in those bullets. He's entering those fights and making sure the whole team can kind of build around him. If Navi can shut Boo Boo Doo down, not allow him to have that much damage, then what happens? Who's going to pick up that role? Is it going to be Falcated, for example?
And on the other side of things, we've got Navi, 4 of these boys coming across the pond. Top 8 they're placing last season in Rally. What do you expect to see here? Who's the man to watch?
I think Jimbo has to have eyes on him, Respectful as well. He can do a lot of damage. Jimbo, objective work is incredible. We're almost ready to jump into this game.
Jump straight into things here then. Look at those stats, 2-2 record. FaZe Clan 3-2. Both these teams, shields up, weapons on, and here we go to the eyes and ears of Jimbo.
Perfect to start with Jimbo, but maybe not the perfect start for himself because he is going to be absolutely destroyed by a grenade. Keep an eye on how Smackdown plays this one. He's the slowest mover of this squad, likes to anchor a little bit, likes to position himself, play old school Halo, but the rest of FaZe, they move really quickly. So he's got to be careful he doesn't get caught out.
Rockets then, in the hands of Bound. Patrolling over towards Pizza, looking to pick up a body or 2. Jimbo locks in C for his team, but heads straight towards those Rockets. Bounds, cleans up 1, and turns his attention towards Neon. Nothing doing this side though, as the attentions are coming from Tires. He fires one in anger, but nothing doing, gets shut down.
Wow, that is a Navi wipe there. All three of them just pushing together at one point. That's what you've got to do if you're a squad. We heard Cloud9, we heard Penguin talking about it. Make sure you're pushing together. Kimbo, though, kind of on his own for a little bit, but if you've got that Bulldog in hand, you can kind of take those 1v2s.
Snipe down in the respawn screen, off to a hot start. 5 kills already. Respectful, a little bit slow off the blocks. 0 kills for him. Hoping to turn his fortunes around very quickly. 2 strongholds in favor of FaZe Clan here as they eke out an early lead.
Yeah, it is an early lead for FaZe. I think this is what we were expecting. Navi, historically, have not been very good at this map. In fact, I'd say it's their worst map that we've seen in online tournaments. As for FaZe, a top 5 game type on LAN. They know how to play it, they know how to rotate together, and they ensure they've always got those rockets on their mind as well. As soon as they're up, always look out for the likes of Bound to be trying to pick them up.
Rockets will be up soon. Falcated. Bulldog in the back pocket, if he does so require it. Still have 2 strongholds in. Trading A for C here. They will continue to score. Navi have been a little bit disjointed. They've started off a little bit slow, unable to dictate the pace of the game. And rocket launcher about to pop.
Navi just need to make sure they play their game. They don't fall into the trap of playing phases here. Keep rotating how they would in their usual European scrims. Yes, okay, North America play a little bit differently, but at the same time, you still got to play what's comfortable for you. Don't push yourself too quickly out of your comfort zone. Learn, watch, see what FaZe are doing, and then adapt as the game goes on.
We have seen possession of the rocket launcher switch over. You can see one firing across towards top C. Not going to connect with anybody. Second one from Bound will connect though onto Jimbo. It's a 4v3 now, and here comes the C collapse.
And it's Bound again who has those rockets. I did mention it earlier because he really wants to be the entry fragger for this team. Both Bound and BuBuDuBu, usually the first 2 players to enter those fights. It was something Wonderboy was talking about. If they can shut these 2 players down, where is Falcated going to be? Where is Snipe Down going to be? But for the moment, they haven't been able to shut them down. It has been a very easy and comfortable start for FaZe so far.
Momentarily, 2 down apiece for Navi and FaZe Clan. That will reset the map just a touch. It was a straight 2v2 on the map, but all this time, all the while, FaZe Clan continue to score and continue to crank the pressure as 3 go down for Navi.
I think the real trouble for Navi is they've not been able to practice this game type very well because their biggest competition in Europe is Ascend. And Ascend are so quick at playing this. We saw how they struggled though against Cloud9 because Cloud9 played even better. If Cloud9, you know, are setting that precedent for the United States, North America, then how are Navi supposed to match up against a team like FaZe who have been learning from the likes of Cloud9? It's a real struggle at the moment, 154-4, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any better for Navi anytime soon.
Jimbo desperately tucking his head down behind that wall, trying to stay alive and evade the attentions of Bound with that red gun. He's in turn going to see 2 Navi members turn their attentions towards him, snap onto him, and eliminate him. Snipe down, desperately trying to live over towards B. A couple of pre-nades go down to stop that push, but unfortunately for him, he loses his life. Respectful in B. 3 dead now. The first semblance of control for Navi.
And that's what Navi need now. They need a little bit of a confidence booster, don't they? They need to get rockets in their control. Kimbo, for example, only 3 and 6 at the moment, but if he can get hold of some rockets, he's been really the power play player for this team throughout online tournaments, throughout LAN tournaments. He loves to get hold of those power weapons and get in the face of the opponent.
Snipe down, having a super efficient game right now. Rocket launcher, 3rd rockets in a row, but Navi eliminate 3. Rockets do transfer control in the hands of Kimbo. What can he do with them?
Exactly what we wanted to see, right? Power weapons in the hand of a very impressive European player in Kimbo. He had amazing results throughout Halo 5. And you've got to remember, 3 of this 4 Navi roster were the best ever placing European team at a LAN, an international event. And okay, 2 Foxy maybe is going to be replacing that 4th, but he can still do stuff as well. He can still be a very key aspect to this squad.
Rocket fired over towards B. Nothing doing though. BuBuDuBu stays alive. All the while milking this time for his team. Kimbo does finally get the job done and get a reset. Navi clawing their way right back into things here. This triple cap starting to hurt FaZe.
It's a big trip cap, isn't it? It very quickly goes from looking really awful to actually, all right, maybe Navi can win this one. Sure, FaZe should be able to take A back, but if Navi can continue this, jumping on them spawning, pushing back, holding B, jumping on them spawning again, they can really build up some serious time here.
FaZe then have found a footing. They control A. The push comes through though. It's a bait and switch. Classic Halo movement out of Jimbo and co. 2 go down here. Falcated and Snipe down in the respawn screen. Bound could be about to join them as Kimbo hits those lovely shots.
I think it was very important earlier that Falcated got shot down. It was a killjoy on the side of Navi to make sure that, you know, Falcated doesn't run away with things. He really can get scary when he starts to slay. But I tell you what, Kimbo's looking equally as terrifying at the moment. It's a great hold over towards B. And eventually he does fall.
A and B still in control of Navi then. Faze on the back foot now all of a sudden. Snipe down picks up one. That's going to make this push a little bit easier. If Boo Boo Doo Boo can't survive, desperately trying to shoot those spiker grenades. Unable to do so. 3 dead for Navi. Now Faze growing back into this.
And it's such an important game one. I have to reiterate that. Both for Faze Clan and Navi. Faze a team who really will start to spiral out of control if things start to go bad, but they could build themselves from an early victory, and the same could be said here for Navi. Snipe down at the moment, offering a lot on that pink side of the map.
Faze desperately trying to dictate the pace of the game. They've got another set of rockets, and Snipe down picks up 2 and locks in a killing spree.
They just walked in front of them. That was the easiest double he's ever picked up. He was like, thank you very much, we'll take that and we'll move on. 222 to 109. And Navi, even though they had that spur, even though they had that moment, it was just too late, you feel, because Faze now starting to regain control.
Navi on the back foot once more. And Faze only require 15 more points here. Navi can ill afford to make any more mistakes, but Faze Clan have lost 3 in the meanwhile. This is the last chance for Navi to get a hold of this game.
And it's not impossible. We've seen it happen in various different events, but are realistically Faze going to be able to let this one slip through their fingers? All it will take is one push, one coordinated strategic push. And at the moment, Jimbo's trying to take it to them. He's saying, let's get aggressive, respectful, join me. Takes the away from them. Let's not give them the time to think about those pushes.
Respectful went in, thought C was going to be free, but Boo Boo Doo Boo back there checking tickets at train station, and the Bulldog keeps on barking and picks up Kimbo 2. That might be a dagger to the hearts of Navi.
Navi had to get those kills when they pushed into C. They've given this game away now. I understand why they got aggressive, but unfortunately has not worked out.
Only requiring 2 more points then. Nobody in a position to take control, and Faze Clan will take game number 1.
Very important game 1, as I said. This will now set the precedent for the rest of this series that they are here to play. These two teams did match up against each other in Rally, and whilst it was quite a long time ago, it was a very close series, despite the fact it was a 3-0. All the games were, 3-2 in a flag. It was 50-48 in Slayer. Ball barely went in favor of Faze, but a 250 to 100 or so, that is quite a very commanding victory.
Let's do an autopsy then. What went right for Faze there?
I think their control of the rockets was very evident. They picked up 3 or 4 of them, and in fact, I think the only one that Navi picked up was off the ground. They were able to recover it off of Faze. I think Faze were able to focus when those rockets were coming up. They were always strategizing around picking it up, and it was very successful because of that. It didn't matter who had those rockets as well. They were always securing those kills. They weren't fired willy-nilly. Instead, they were always put into practice.
Taking a look at some of the replays as well, you can see that moment when Jimbo did try to get a little bit too aggressive, and ultimately that was the one that made them pay the price, but there was far too many mistakes in and around there before even getting to that point.
This kill as well, Boo Boo Doo Boo, if he hadn't have got this, then Kimbo might have been able to just stop C from being taken. Maybe they keep the game alive for a little bit longer. Navi wanted to take the game to Faze Clan in those final moments, but as I mentioned, I just think it was a little bit too late for their resurgence at one point. But they did show moments of hope. If you're a Navi fan watching at home and you're saying, oh, it wasn't that close a game, for that short period, they really did control and dominate Faze for about 30 seconds to a minute.
Now, you talked about how Game 5, Navi do not want to get close to it. By your thinking, by your train of thought, we've got 3 game types now where they have to get the job done. Slayer Livefire is going to be up next. What can you tell me about it?
Faze Clan actually have never won Slayer Livefire in a competitive LAN environment. They didn't win it in Raleigh, they didn't win it in Anaheim, so I think that is a massive chance for Navi to try and take something here. And I would say it's a top 3 game type for Navi from what we've seen in competitive tournaments as well. So if you're kind of the coach of Navi, if you're Wonderboy right now on the stage, you're saying, guys, this is a must win. We cannot afford to lose this one, otherwise Faze are just going to snowball out. We might just find ourselves in another 3-0 against this squad that actually we can match up pretty well against.
Well, what we can do is we break it down what Navi did wrong in Game 1. What can they look to improve on in Game number 2?
Well, I think there was a lot of meaningless pushes from Navi in that game where 2 of them would push together, and it's great you're saying, hey, come with me, we'll push, but where are the other 2? Where's the support? There should be someone maybe anchoring, there should be at least someone there trying to clean up the pieces if you get some of those players weak. It was exactly the same what we saw with Ascend against Cloud9, 2 players would push out randomly and they weren't pushing as a unit. These American teams, they strategize so well that 3 or 4 of them will absolutely fly at you. You need to have a more coordinated plan.
Is it something that we can maybe look to? Is it something more sinister? Is it a lack of discipline on the side of Navi? You have 2 players on a completely different page as we head into this live fire Slayer.
I do think that sometimes these Navi players, they just get let off the leash a little bit and you have to bring them back in. But if they do get brought back in, if they do get recollared, then suddenly Faze are going to be saying, hey, wait, where did this pressure come from? What are we supposed to do against this? But it has to happen now. Has to be on Slayer Livefire, I think, if Navi are going to have any chance in this series.
The Navi dogs been off the leash sometimes, but FaZe Clan have really put a muzzle on them. As we jump on board with Falcate, the man who's oftentimes the damage dealer. Here we go.
He is the damage dealer, but he does look at the likes of Bubudubu and Bound to initiate that damage for him, and then he cleans everything up. In that instance, Foxy will clean him up instead. An early lead, a very early lead, of course, for Navi in favor of them. But what do they do with it? Where do they position themselves? It's 4-1, they've got the sniper set up. Punish FaZe early.
4-1 the score then. Power up about to pop. Gonna be an overshield. 2 Foxy has his eyes trained down there, looking to thread one through the needle. A warning shot fired across top middle. Nothing doing there though. As they look to very slowly move their way over towards this overshield, but just like that, Bubudubu stuck in, but 2 Foxy with a shot to the spine.
Had to hit that shot. You've got a lot of responsibility, realistically, when you have that sniper rifle. And Foxy starting to tack some bodies. And realistically, if no one else was there to clean it up, then FaZe might have been able to walk away with that one, saying, hey, we got away from the sniper. But great teamwork from Navi to ensure they are sweeping up these kills.
A 4-kill lead, and that overshield has finally been picked up. And Jimbo with the pink mist in the back pocket, if he does so require it. As he turns his attentions now over towards Nest. Noah's bound his position there, but just does not have the angle as he tries to give that information across, but he's been absolutely lit up by 3 members of FaZe, and that overshield's been completely evaporated.
But I love it. He brings out 3 of the FaZe players. They all expose themselves, and Navi then clean things up.
Oh, let's go.
And Jimbo starting to heat up, gets a sniper as a reward. It's a 13-6 lead. This is what Navi expected on this game type. They knew they could take it to FaZe. You've just got to make sure you keep this ball rolling.
Killing spree for Jimbo. He's on an absolute tear now. And Heatwave has popped up. It's out of the oven. Players dropping down to be a little bit more of a support for him. But the shots picked up. You see that player down to no shields. Communications start to be a little bit better now for Navi as they're cleaning up those 1 shots as Jimbo locks in another one onto Bound.
And you're starting to see why FaZe have never won this game type in a LAN tournament, right? They are absolutely out of control in terms of their pushes. Just one by one, like lemmings, they are falling into Navi's palms at the moment, and they are absolutely crushing them. This is fantastic work from Navi, but they can't afford to let FaZe back into the game, because if you give FaZe an inch, they will take a mile.
Keep the foot on the gas. Their lead doubles 20-10 here. FaZe on the back foot. Falcate and Bubudubu coming off the respawn screen now, and Jimbo still yet to die here in this whole run, and still has that Heatwave.
As the Heatwave was once the ground pound king, but with no ground pounds. I don't really know what his tag is anymore. He's the Heatwave hero? I don't know, we'll give him something. We'll find something better than that, but certainly Jimbo is one of the objective players in this team, but also, on his day, a fantastic Slayer as well.
Snipe down. Couple of shots to the back and respectful, and that will be picked up, and all of a sudden the door starts to open up here. Kimbo last man alive, 21-14. FaZe Clan just closing that gap.
And one thing I've noticed from North American teams is they really time their slays so successfully. They managed to get 3 or 4 dead as the sniper's coming up there. Perfect timing for Bound to swoop on in and get a power weapon in his hands. Okay, it wasn't a headshot, but it doesn't matter. It's a guaranteed kill. And now, if he can get an overshield as well to follow up, then I do think that Navi are going to be in a little bit of trouble.
With FaZe on the back foot, let's jump into an actual listening and see what the communication is like.
Yes, we do. Going down miss. Back up.
Watch my green.
I think they're there. I'm needing your wall. We're watching green.
Up tower.
Went to the left. We're not watching. We can hold for a Heatwave. Does anyone see Heatwave? No, you can chuck it.
Wait to victory.
I'm looking. 2 garage. They have Heatwave. 2 sandbags.
Snap down max.
Yeah, go for it. Came up, or West guys, OS and 10.
Going OS, behind OS.
Waiting.
Spawn tower. One is behind. Short guy, there's one dummies.
We gotta go top mid for this. Mike's flanking, guys. Hold. One shot. Dummies, 1 shot. Dead. Okay, that's fresh 2. That was a good play, Mike. And cuts 1 shot. Absolute top middle.
One shot.
He might drop down. And sandbags on Mike. Mike, you want to nice. Live Mike. Nice.
Green.
Let's go on the middle.
Green or Nest.
We're gonna kill him. That's all dead.
There's one green or Nest. We hear you. They're green for sure. Bigger now. Training. I'm trying to run you, Jesse. I'm trying to run you. I might get pushed by one shot. Training 1 shot, guys.
Keter killing me. 2 Keter. Fuck, I just killed Keter bomb middle. We're done. Middle to Jesse. They go to Jesse.
Listen, there's 2 green.
We're all 4 dead.
This one green.
We were just too spread out there.
And they clawed their way right back into things, but unfortunately, during the whole listening, we could get a little window and insight into the communications. They said, hold, hold, hold. We have a player pinching on the backside. They managed to close that gap, but once again, Navi have put a bit of distance between the two teams.
I do hate it when I get pinched in the backside. It does happen sometimes. You've got to be prepared. And I've got to say that there was a flank-on-flank action. Navi flanked at the same time as Faze, but the overshield went in favor of Faze Clan. And that's why we're seeing this game a lot closer now than it once was. Remember, it's around a 10-kill lead for Navi at one point, and that has now been cut down to just 2. Make it 1, a double kill for Bound, and Faze starting to heat up, getting back into this game.
A 1-kill game then. Make it all tied up as Jimbo face to face with Bound. They can see the whites in each other's eyes. Falcade picks up Jimbo, and now we're seeing Faze Clan take the lead here once again.
And one thing we really have to focus on is control of the heat wave. Think about it, Navi had the heat wave to begin with, and they were getting the kills. Now Faze Clan have got it. Ever since the Mangler has been successfully GA'd, we are seeing the heat wave even more dominant because it is so powerful. But maybe a stick, that's a big stick for Foxy.
2 Foxy sticks fade away, and down the hatch he went. Overshield about to pop, and now we're seeing him rotate over towards to pick it up and lock it in for his team, and how they desperately need this to win game 2.
Pop it, lock it, and drop it. Foxy's never moved so fast, but at least now he can work with the rest of the team to pick up some kills. It's only 1, but at least they get the overshield out of Faze's hands. 41-41, this game is on a knife's edge.
A 1-kill game. Faze Clan hold the advantage. 2 players coming off the respawn. Bound positions himself bottom middle now, trying to get some lines of sight. He picks up that heat wave once more.
This is really bad news for Navi, and they'll know it. They'll know the timing. Wonderboy would have been in their ears. 42-42 though. Foxy does pick up the opening kill, but there's a trade. Where does Bound go with this? If Bound can find himself in a lot of close distance fights, then this is not going to be good for Navi.
Faze require 4 to Navi's 8. And how this will be a dagger to the hearts of Navi is now they only require 3. Boo Boo Doo Boo, the latest one, to put a Navi member in the death screen. We're seeing Bound all the confidence in the world. Lock on to Jimbo and put him away too. A 1-kill game for Faze to double their series lead.
And Faze are just going to push in now. They're going to collapse. Navi are going to have to hide. It was once a 10-kill lead. Now it's a 1-kill game. Faze just need it, but can they get it? Falcated, a lot of responsibility with this heat wave.
Only requires 1. Heat wave in the hand, patrolling. Trying to find that player. Information coming as you hear those gunfights going down. He knows exactly where those players are positioned. Navi know they have to go together here, and they can ill afford to trade.
Navi tails between their legs. They're all running away at the moment. They are all rotating together though. They're holding hands, and all it takes, remember, is 1 grenade to really initiate a fight here. But finally they get spotted out, and I'm sure the collapse will follow.
1 heat wave shot is all that it will take. Desperately trying to stay away, but unable to do so. And 2 Foxy, the latest man to get put away. Faze do double the lead. Heartbreak for Navi.
It's happened again. Navi had the lead. They had the game in their hands, but they let it slip through their fingers. But we have to really appreciate what Faze were able to do. Yes. Ever since we jumped into that listening, the calmness of the players, just to be able to say, guys, look, let's hold, wait for this next overshield. We'll get a little bit of top mid control, and it all started to fall into pieces after that point. It all started to put itself together. You got the heat wave afterwards. They were getting overshields, and suddenly they find themselves 2-0 up in this series. But as for Navi, I mean, they're going to be kicking themselves. That was there for the taking.
I'd like to officially apologize to Navi, because it seems as though it might have been our fault they lost the game. They were ahead by 10 kills. We go to a listen in, and all of a sudden the game gets tied up and they throw it away.
I mean, if you want to take that blame, that's absolutely fine, but I'm not having it on my head. Hey, as the Europeans here, we need to be backing our boys, but I tell you what, it's difficult to, after what we've just seen from Faze. It is yet another close Slayer game, though, exactly what we saw in Rally. In Rally, it was a close Slayer, it was 50-48, where Navi was saying, look how close we were to taking a game off what is, you know, one of the biggest organizations in the world, but some of the best Halo players in the world as well. And now with a 2-0 lead, suddenly it's looking very good for Faze.
A complete capitulation from Faze, or from Navi, excuse me, it must be said. To have that 10-kill advantage, and was only 15 or so required at one point, and they threw it all away. Now we head into game 3, surely the heads go down now. There's no wind in the sails.
It can go one of 2 ways, right? And I think I'm going to be looking at the coach of Navi to be picking the boys up. Historically, Navi are a team who do drop a little bit after they get a very close game and they're unable to get over the finish line. But I'd like to think that they can just focus on this and maybe get into a game 5 and have a reverse sweep. But there's a lot to do as we look back at some of the replays. And it was those final 30 seconds where Navi were just running. They were sprinting away from Faze, but eventually Falcade was able to catch one that was loose. and we go into game number 3.
We've seen Navi desperately trying to run away. They were on live fire. They were desperately trying to get to Aquarius before that kill came through, but unfortunately, confirmation, a 2-0 lead now for Faze, and Aquarius Ctf going to be our game 3. We already talked about how Navi wanted to get game 2, 3, and 4 in the bag, and they've lost game 2.
And Aquarius Ctf, it was one of the game types they played each other back in Rally, and it went in favor of Faze. It was 3-2. It was a very close game. So maybe that's something that Navi can build off. But of course, remember, it was kind of a different game back then, especially with the lack of Mangler now.
Yeah.
There is a very different approach you have to try and take to Aquarius Capture the Flag. I will say, though, I think this is one of Navi's better game types. It's difficult to try and go off, some of their online performances compared to their LAN performances, but even back in Rally, they were winning Aquarius Capture the Flag. As for Faze, this is one of their middle ground ones, right? But they've just won their worst game type against Navi. So suddenly things go from bad to maybe a little bit worse here, as Aquarius Capture the Flag is going to be game 3. Navi, they have to win, otherwise they will be down 0-1 in the pool.
With these two teams sharing the same group as Optic, that second place is really the one we think that these two teams are fighting for. We thought this was going to be a lot closer. Navi have it all to do. Now we're on board with Bound. He's already been cooking all series long. Here we go.
And I'm glad you brought it up, because top 2 is what you are playing for. If you finish in the bottom 3 of your pool, you will be in the elimination bracket, but top 2 will stay in that winner's bracket. And when you look at Optic Faze, that's the expectations, but Navi wanted to disrupt that. And it all has to stem here from this Aquarius Capture the Flag. Camo still up top middle. No one been able to grab it just yet.
We've seen a fridge push come through, not something we've often seen with success, but Kimbo has picked up that camouflage. The sizzle stick transcends across top middle, getting a few ticks along the way, but now Kimbo, positioned in the front court, fires a couple of shots up towards the base, but trying to get a little bit frisky, but unfortunately just giving away his position.
Faze kind of setting up short, but not. Tell you what, that's not what you want to see if you're a Navi fan, as the camouflage will not be put to use whatsoever. Faze, they set up shop, they defended, and they are now able to push out and really get aggressive on Navi. They can be the aggressors to try and get a flag pull.
Respectful and Jimbo pick up a couple. Falcade and Boo Boo Doo Boo pick up another 2 as Faze answer back. Plays pretty even across the board, it must be said right now. But Snipe Down and Bound yet to pick up a kill yet.
So something we've noticed from data from these teams and how they performed is Faze are a very good team at all sharing the load when it comes to objective work, when it comes to running these flags and tossing a flag to another or grabbing a flag when it's needed. However, on the side of Navi, a lot of that responsibility comes down to Jimbo. He's going to be the one getting in that base. He's going to be the one pulling that flag. But the assist work and the slaying damage, it's going to be this man, Kimbo, as he gets a trade.
If Faze can isolate Jimbo here in the objective game type, they can almost completely shut out Navi on this objective. Heat wave in the hands of 2 Foxies. He's going across and doing a bit of barbecuing himself in the home of Kansas City.
I tell you what, the barbecue is great here, but if they're going to need something greater than the barbecue of Kansas City to get back into this series.
Oh,
Jimbo, look at the defeat on his face as well. You know he had it there in his hands, and unfortunately that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Snipe Down. Puts up a couple of more shots down towards top middle, locks over towards 2 Foxy. The thrust pack not going to be enough to get him out of danger as Kimbo locks him in, and Kimbo gets a second bite of the cherry and a triple kill.
Triple kill. This is the perfect time to now push and collapse, but Faze, they'll do the same again. They will try and just set up shop in their base, hope to catch someone off guard, but Kimbo, he's not falling for it this time. He says, let's get that flag running and I'll take advantage of this camouflage.
Kimbo front base then, and then all of a sudden it's come to a standstill. As he watched over towards the straight stairs, nobody came, and that flag just dies on the spot.
The one place you don't want to sit is on the flag when you have the camouflage, because grenades are naturally going to hit you. I think that's a little bit of a mistake there from Kimbo, and he knows it, and now the return's going to come through, but still 0-0. That's the important thing here for Navi. They've not allowed Faze to escape them. They've not allowed Faze to get that early flag, so they still are at least competing in this one.
These two teams still jostling for position, still trying to dictate the pace of play. Navi have had a couple of opportunities now to get that flag cap. They have managed to get their hands on the camouflage on both occasions, but all of a sudden we're seeing FaZe Clan come to life.
It's all well and good getting the camouflage, but if you're not actually doing anything with it, if you're not getting a flag pull, if you're not getting a flag capture, then it all comes down to nothing really. But if they can consistently keep getting that camo, eventually you feel surely a flag capture would have to follow. But FaZe have done so well defensively to make sure that Navi are not able to get that flag very far at all.
Snipe down. Over towards Fridge now. A couple of shots off the Kimbo, who's unsuspecting of his presence, but all of a sudden Snipe Down is forced to back down, unable to get around that corner. and Respectful will eliminate him, but still both these teams unable to put any real control on this game.
Yeah, there's just a big mashup in the middle at the moment of kills being traded out, but as soon as you've got 3 down, it's the last remaining player on both teams have done so well to survive and be a nuisance, whether that's overextending, whether that's just hiding around in a corner for an ambush. Really need to get an all 4 dead here and then look for spawn killing if you're going to get a flagpole realistically on the go.
We might have heard the camouflage get picked up, but we have seen a player just drop out there, it would seem. And as we see, it's going to be Jimbo, the first man to dip out. We will get a reset. It looks as though that's going to happen, but we can now talk about it, analyze what we've seen in that game. Both teams evenly matched.
Very evenly matched. I think that's a really good sign for Navi, but still no flags captured. Even though, yes, this has historically been a very good game for FaZe, Navi know how to play this game type, they know how to get things done, they know how to work out, but are they realistically going to be able to get any flag captures? There hasn't been enough for me, from what I've seen, to demonstrate that they're getting these flag pools, they're getting the right positions to actually get the flag on the go. Instead, FaZe are always in that position to stop them. So Navi need to find that 4th player and shut them down immediately.
Let's break down what we've seen. The 2 biggest plays came from Kimbo, the same player. He had that camouflage. The second time, it looked as though he was doing all the right things, but stopped in the middle of the courtyard and just, it was like he was on train tracks and couldn't go anywhere.
It was a weird one, really, from Kimbo. You'd expect more with the experience that Kimbo has, because that's one thing that Navi definitely do have, right, is experience. I think this is something that a lot of the European players know, that even though Navi, they've been second best to Ascend online throughout this entirety of a season, but when it comes to LAN events, a different team shows up.
Yeah.
It's the Navi roster, it's 3 of the 4 of that Infused roster way back when. They got top 6, they know what to do on the day. They know how to prepare for LAN events, whether that's making sure you're hydrated, making sure you're eating well, sleeping well, they get the job done. But coming into this series, they were probably looking at FaZe thinking, hey, they're here for the taking. Yeah. They've been an up and down team as well. But games 1 and 2 would suggest that maybe FaZe are just that little bit ahead of these European sides, as we know, because, you know, top 6 is kind of the aim, but I think the realistic expectation for these European sides at this event is top 8. And even though FaZe did finish top 8 at Anaheim, remember they were a little bit higher than that when it came to Raleigh, and of course they finished a lot higher than that in the FaZe Clan Invitational, which was our kind of most recent indicator of where these teams lie.
Well, something we can talk about when it came to FaZe, they have a bit of an Achilles heel when it comes to Game 5. As we've seen in Anaheim, losing a Game 5, a really close Game 5 to E United, and indeed the Sentinels. So they were there or thereabouts in Anaheim. So although the placement suggests top 8, they were a lot closer than that may suggest.
Yeah, the clutch factor maybe isn't quite there. Yeah. That could be something that Navi could play off. If Navi are able to get back into this series, take it all the way to a Game 5, even though it's recharge, which Navi historically are not very good at and they don't really like, you know, FaZe have crumbled before, and there's no reason why you can't make them crumble again, as there is Wonderboy on your screens, the newest addition to this Navi roster. He's come in as the coach, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders to try and change the form around a little bit for Navi, push them into that top 8, push them into that top 6 discussion. And I tell you what, it's all going to start at Aquarius capture the flag. And even though we are going to have a restart, of course, it doesn't really matter too much because it was 0-0. It's going to be a completely even playing field. I need to see more pulls happening in a direction that is actually going to offer a capture. Rather than just being tossed out aimlessly to bottom middle, there needs to be a little bit more structure for me from this Navi side.
Now, something we did see from Anaheim is FaZe did win their pool 3-0. So they don't start slow, they start hot and they keep on going. So what can they do to carry that momentum all the way through the weekend and not hit those stumbling blocks?
This is something that Onset's been talking about. They're like a steam train. You have to keep rolling if you're FaZe. And the 3-0 start was great, but if they slip, any sort of slip, then suddenly that steam train starts to slow down very quickly. So realistically, they need to keep the same kind of momentum, the same kind of energy going into every game. Even though they might play a team, I don't know, let's say when it's bracket round 1 that they expected to beat, they have to at least prepare like they would if they were going up against a Cloud9, for example. Take every series as if this was a grand final. And as long as you're playing at your very best, 110% every time, then there's no reason why that train should slow down at all.
Now, we highlighted Wonderboy and how important he has been for the team, but on the side of FaZe, they've had Towie. That man's experience. He's won championships all the way back with Evil Geniuses. He's the man you want behind you when you're seeing things.
He's great at throwing balls into cups as well. I've seen it. I mean, he's got an incredible talent, great hand-eye coordination, but yeah, he's so much experience, so much knowledge, and when you look at some of the youth on that FaZe squad, you sometimes need that little bit of extra experience as well. Just a little tap on the shoulder to say, look, relax, doesn't matter that you got LBR, doesn't matter that you didn't get a kill with the camouflage there. And even though Snipedown will do that as well, because he's also got a lot of experience, Snipedown can't be everywhere. He can't be on the map, getting kills, and also tapping someone on the shoulder and saying that. So you need an experience behind you, and I think Towie does offer that. I think they would have been delighted when he joined this FaZe roster as a coach.
Aquarius Ctf, we will be jumping right back into things. Like we say, 0-0 the score, so nobody really had that advantage, but Navi were just ahead, only by a hair.
Yeah, by a hair. They had more kills as well. It was 36 kills in favor of 31, so they were outslaying Faze. So that's job number 1 done. You get the slays, you are dominating on the map, you're winning your engagements, but then where do you go from there?
Yeah.
How are you getting this flag? How are you actually pulling it? And unfortunately, I think a lot of the times, Jimbo was being killed first.
Yeah.
And if Jimbo is traditionally that player who pulls the flag for the Navi roster, someone else has got to step up and say, actually, I'll pull that flag. And Respectful at times will do it, but unfortunately, I just don't think there was anyone quite in the vicinity to do so. They almost expected it to be too easy.
We talked about Kimbo and those 2 little plays that he had with the camouflage and how he stopped still and 3 players over towards Fridge, but he wasn't even trying to find those players. Is this a thing, is it a moment of pressure and he feels the heat of the moment?
I don't think that Kimbo is a player who succumbs to pressure. I think he's got the experience now. I think that that particular play that you're highlighting was just a mere mistake.
Yeah.
He probably thought that flag was going to be continually run by Foxy, but I think Foxy left it.
Yeah.
And maybe just a lack of communication. And I think that has always been one of Navi's downfalls, is communication. This is why I thought bringing in Wonderboy as a coach might have just been able to kind of piece that together a little bit. It's so easy for these guys to get quiet when they're struggling or when they're down in a series, but Wonderboy has to be picking it up and look at that, a little wave, cheeky wave from him as well. He needs to be the one to say, guys, why are we not talking? Call out, let each other know what you're doing, push together, otherwise you are going to be punished by an incredible roster on the other side of Faze. But when we look at the tournament, you know, as a complete whole, Navi are one of these teams that should be pushing to top 8, right? Even if they were to finish 3rd in their group here, it's Faze and Optic. That's 2 top 6 teams realistically. 7th and 8th is still up for grabs regardless if you're dropping into that elimination bracket.
And with Faze, they've been the nearly men. They've huffed and they've puffed and they tried to blow the house down. They're not really in that championship discussion. But where do you see them in the lay of the land?
I think Faze, they showed in the Faze Invitational that they are a top 6, if not top 4 side, right? They deserve a bit more respect, and maybe they didn't get it after their performance in Anaheim. It was a floppy performance, right? It wasn't great for them. They ended up top 8, but they know, and we know, they can do far better. And a 3-0 would do them wonders here in this series, just to reassure everyone, hey, we are here. We're not going to have any slip-ups, because realistically for them, Optic is their biggest task.
FaZe Clan looking to lay down a marker here and put Navi to the sword, and they only require 1 more game to do so.
And it's going to be a full restart in this game as well, so a full 12 minutes, and of course it was 0-0 as Bound is not able to get away with that camouflage. Remember, FaZe were struggling to get the camo before this game was restarted, but Navi, even though they didn't get it, at least they are making sure that FaZe are not able to secure it.
1 down, then 2 Foxy. Falcated going to join him. Watch that timer tick down before he can rejoin his teammates. Respectful though, unable to do the damage required with that heat wave. We're seeing pretty much what we've seen the tail of the tape in the first game. It's a bit of a mosh pit down bottom middle.
Yeah, we've just seen kills go 4 for 4, and the moment is completely even, but Boo Boo has those sizzle sticks and he's ready to start frying. It's so difficult off spawn when you start to get tagged immediately by that electric. You can't really push out anywhere, you almost have to fall back.
Kimbo back base, playing defense. Boo Boo Doo Boo recognizing that and puts it into reverse for his team, but looks as though we might have a problem here for Boo Boo Doo Boo. But again, a similar story there, but FaZe all of a sudden after that restart looking hot.
Yeah, FaZe looked a little bit better to start with that game. At least they were able to, get a few more kills. They were able to prioritize those dynamo grenades, which, isn't something we spoke about to begin with, because it's almost expected at this point. They've been so important to all of these teams and all of these pushes in these games that you make sure you get those dynamos and you are timing them as well. That's the coach's responsibility. Every 30 seconds to be, dynamos are up, dynamos are up. And it's going to be really annoying to have that every 30 seconds in your ear, but it's going to be really annoying to the other team if suddenly those dynamos are tagging you up every single time as well. So if I'm, if I'm in that game, I'm saying, look, let's get these dynamos constantly.
Now, one player I want to highlight, and you spoke about it briefly during that game, is how Jimbo is integral to how this team play objective. What does he need to do to maybe drag his team forward here, because he was getting shut down early doors?
I think almost when you are the objective player, and I've been in those shoes before, right? I always said, I'm an objective player.
You love those shoes.
I do love those shoes. They are great.
They look good on you. They look good on you.
Very expensive shoes. But you're almost expected to be getting that flag. And if the other team knows that, if they know Jimbo is the objective guy, they say, hey, Jimbo's in our base, kill it.
Yeah.
And then suddenly the other team goes, oh, well, how are we getting this flag? Who's going to actually be picking it up? If I'm Jimbo, I say, hey, I'm not going to play the objective. They're almost expecting it. I'm going to play a slightly different role here. I'll go for support. Bran, you get the flag. Respectful, you go in and get the flag. I will assist you. And if you go down, sure, I will keep running. I'll put my body on the line, but I don't have to be the first person to pick it up, because it almost takes some of your slaying element away from you as well as a player. If you are focusing too much, if there's too much tunnel visioning on that flag, suddenly you're not getting those kills. And Halo Infinite is all about that first kill. It's about the player advantage, having the numbers. A 4 versus 3 is going to be so difficult for the other team to try and stay alive. If you are the last remaining player, you have to survive. You have to be a nuisance to give your team a chance when they respawn. Such a difficult game to try and maneuver. If you try and play it in kind of a historic Halo way, it almost plays in its own style, does Halo Infinite.
Yeah, we traditionally see teams try to play more structured, and almost to a fault we see it with Navi. They lack the ability to be that little bit more fluid when it comes to, like you say, flag grabs. And when Jimbo gets eliminated, that flag dies, that opportunity dies, because nobody's on hand to pick it up, because all the other players have positions on the map that they like to stand and unable to really influence the game.
And when we look at the rest of the group, for those of you who might be watching and saying, you know, who's competing against these guys? We've got Optic Gaming in this group as well, or this pool, should I say. Fnatic also featuring in this pool. This is the pool of death, right? We knew this was going to be a tough one. As soon as we saw that one of the NA teams, the 9th seeded NA team, was going to feature in this pool, for the reason that one of the LATAM teams unfortunately wasn't able to make it, that meant that this pool suddenly became blown wide open, right? Fnatic are going to be looking at this and say, hey, we'll take a stab at Faze. They were able to go toe-to-toe with Cloud9 back in Anaheim, so they're saying, why can't we do it with the likes of Faze as well? And I really do think that the 5th team that's added, that open team, is going to be saying, you know what, we fancy a pop at this as well. We get a chance to play against Optic Gaming. What an amazing opportunity that's going to be. And unfortunately, Navi, their heads are going to be on that chopping board. Yeah. Every other NA team is going to be looking at that European roster saying, well, why can't we beat them? Right? They're a top 8 team, a top 12 team, maybe. If we put them into 5th place in that group, then we're making a statement for North America.
Well, something we did see at Anaheim was Fnatic loved the Game 5, passionate about it. And Faze, like we spoke about, the Achilles heel is a Game 5. So if we get there, Faze could be in big trouble.
They could be. I think the only saving grace is that it is Recharge Slayer, as you can see on your screens, and Recharge has been a good game type for FaZe Clan. They love a Recharge Slayer, it would seem, regardless whether it's scrims, whether it's tournaments, or whether it's LAN events, they do get those results. On the other side for Navi, they hate Recharge in general. They just, I don't know what it is about Recharge for this Navi squad, but they just don't seem to gel well on that map, and that has to change. You have to have a good map pool across the board. It's not like we've got 17 different maps that you can choose from, right? There is only a small selection of maps that you can play right now, so you need to be good on every single map and game mode. Otherwise, teams will expose those weaknesses. Otherwise, teams will look at that game series layout and say, hey, well, it doesn't matter if you go to Game 5, because Navi suck at this one. You've got to make sure you're improving. Navi have been working on that, but I guess we won't see it tested unless we get there.
FaZe Clan have absolutely no interest in going to a Game 4 or Game 5. They want to get the job done here and now. We're back underway.
We are back underway. Thank you for bearing with us as we got it sorted. But are we going to see the same off the start? Are we going to see that camouflage contested heavily by this Navi roster? Or maybe FaZe going to get away with it? 2 go down in the early stages. So a really good start here from Navi.
Falcade then, commando in hand, a couple of shots onto that flag carrier behind enemy lines, and looking to backstab here if he can. He has got those sizzle sticks to throw in towards that closet area. Camouflage, desperately trying to evade the attentions though, and Jimbo has been caught out. Commando whipped out once more. That flag stopped in its tracks again.
Maybe the Navi boys did hear me though, because Foxy was in the base, he pulled the flag, he tried to get something moving. Granted, it didn't work, but I like the fact they're trying something a little bit different, a speedy approach to the start of the game to maybe catch FaZe off guard. Might not have worked this time, but if they can keep trying to pull something else out of their sleeve, they might be able to really surprise this FaZe roster.
Beautiful shots coming out of Falcade with that commando weapon that can be very difficult to use at times, but he's using it to the best of his ability. Bound and Falcade in the respawn screen, respectful, and Kimbo there also. Honors even once more. Still very little to separate these two.
Yeah, at the moment it's 7 kills apiece for these squads, and really, if you're struggling to outslay the other team, it does suggest that you are very evenly matched on this map. And as I say that, Bria down for Navi. And what a big kill that was for Falcated. Heatwave in hand as well. Going to be very important that you start to get in the base with that, because as you can see, in a 1v1 environment, when you're that close, you are very rarely going to win against the Heatwave.
Heatwave beats rock, paper, and scissors, it would seem. Falcade positioned over towards P. A couple of denial grenades thrown over towards the fridge. Nothing doing though. Now Kimbo, latest man to hit the respawn screen, but our FaZe Clan starting to smell blood in the water.
Just imagine kids on a playground now just playing rock, paper, scissors, and one kid just goes, Heatwave! someone else goes, what's that? And it's like, well, you're going to find out in a minute, buddy. How about you tune into twitch.tv/Halo and you will find out very quickly. But we are seeing this flag start to move, and it's Kimbo who has the heat wave now. It's him who's being able to topple everyone, and another camouflage. So this is really very impressive from Navi with their camo control. I think this might just end up in another one of those deaths that doesn't really mean anything.
Kimbo was moving and grooving. Ultimately shut down though before he could get cooking with the heat wave camouflage. Falcade shuts down a player over towards this closet area. Jimbo now, here he is in the position we expected him to see, the enemy base.
Yeah, when Navi have success, it is Jimbo doing the objective work. In fact, in Rally, he was one of the top 3 players objectively across the board, including every other team, up there with the likes of Penguin. But unfortunately, he hasn't really been able to get going in this series as much as he would have liked. But still 0-0 at the moment. 9 minutes remaining, plenty of time for both of these teams.
Jimbo just hasn't had the support system in place just yet to really get up ahead of steam. Falcade comes back, plays defense, clears house. And right now we're seeing the map reset just a touch.
That's 2 overextensions in a row. This one actually works out. So Foxy is going to be in the base. Needs a little bit of communication from the team, though, to find out where those players are. But he could have held. Right, hold for that extra little bit of second, wait for the shields to recharge. But maybe he had a call that Snipe Down was weak.
A massive kill from Snipe Down, too. Making sure that flag does not get pulled. They would be under extreme amounts of pressure, and all of a sudden that 1 kill leads to control for Faze. 2 go down, but it's 3 down for Navi, and 3 apiece they trade out.
It's happened again. There's just nothing really to split these teams when it comes to these slays, and it means that Faze, even though they've been punished in some of these areas in terms of like camouflage control, Navi have not been able to do anything with it. Camo is coming up again in 10 seconds. Are we finally going to see Faze set up in a way where they can secure it? And what I want to see is, if they do secure it, do they do a little bit more than what Navi have been able to do with it?
Falcade has had such a good restart here with 11 kills to his name. Trying to drag his team forward, and that heat wave gets dropped, but ultimately gets taken down. This is the first time in a long time we've seen Faze pick up a power-up.
Yeah, and now what do you do if you're Sniped Down? This is the responsibility on your shoulders. We've not seen much done on the side of Navi with that camouflaging control. Do you just try and gain information for your team here, or are you trying to get into the base?
Surveying the land, doing a little bit of reconnaissance, something we didn't see from Kimbo. Patience can sometimes be a virtue. Kimbo in the back base, that thruster pack comes through, and a trade, and you can see the disappointment on the face of Snipe Down.
A shake of the head, he had to do better there, but unfortunately the thrust sometimes, it manages to baffle us all. And Kimbo, very thankful he had that in his back pocket. With 7 minutes remaining, it really has been just a contest in the middle of the map. We've not seen, flagfall for flagfall. There's not been counter caps. It wouldn't surprise me if by the time we get a flag, suddenly there's counter cap and it ends up 1-1. The game will just kind of explode once that first flag is captured.
Both these teams trying to play low risk as best as possible, but Faze do have that cushion of games 4 and 5 if they need them. Navi have to get the job done here and now, or they will go down 0-1, and they have gone 3 dead. Kimbo last man alive.
Such a fast-paced few minutes though. Off the spawn, all of the players are sprinting at one another. They are getting into melee battles. They are trying to take out that competition as fast as possible. Finally, we see a flag start to be moved, and it's Boo Boo Doo Boo getting that initial pull.
Heat wave though for Kimbo. Can he get himself positioned to stop this flag? It has been slowed down. Boo Boo Doo Boo tries to give him the wiggles. Gets shut down.
Try as you might, but that's the heat wave. It unfortunately is just so powerful when you're going up against it. It means that this flag is probably not going to be going anywhere, but maybe Falcade has something to say that. No, it's going to be returned. So even with all of Falcade's success, still that's another flag that doesn't even get past the halfway mark. Camo's coming up in 2 more seconds.
Jimbo picks up a double kill. And the camouflage about to pop. Will they play a little bit slow and try to position themselves here? Boo Boo Doo Boo taking down to no shields, and will have a sizzle stick sent his direction too. Kimbo has a camouflage, but what can he do with this one?
Well, it's another camo. Jimbo is also in the base of Faze at the moment. So if Kimbo can get a frag here, Jimbo's just fallen. Again, that's your objective player. He's gone down, so now Kimbo's backing off. He doesn't really know what to do. He's just trying to dipsy-doodle and stay alive. But FaZe Clan respond, they defend so well, but they need to be rewarded with some pressure of their own.
FaZe Clan defending expertly time after time. But can they get something cooking up the other end? Can they get a flag pull of their own? They've been a little bit slow, and that means.
And I guess if this was game one, we'd be saying, you know, well done to Navi. They are going toe-to-toe with Faze. They're looking really good, but unfortunately, because they're 2-0 down in the series, that's going to create nerves. And the closer we get to that clock ticking down to 0 and Faze maybe getting a couple of kills here or there, Navi are going to start to think one mistake and this series is over. We're going 0-1 in pool. So they need to get a flag soon to try and just give them that little bit of belief.
Love these shots from Respectful as he wins that 1v1 engagement. Is traded out in the end, but 3 dead now. Falcade last man alive, but he is running that flag. What can Kimbo do?
And we have seen Faze outslay Navi so far in this game. It's been a very different story to the previous. Navi, they've unfortunately just been on the back foot ever so slightly, despite the fact they've had those camouflages. They need to be increasing these slays a little bit more before they get in and pull that flag.
Flags reset then. Once again, the map resets. A 2-on-1 means that Faze do not come out on top in that particular engagement. Now Jimbo has got control, as he has done before, but can he do anything? No, he can't, as Bound shuts him down, and he could not get the heat wave out of his pocket.
He just got a little bit confused with what he wanted to do there. He dropped it thinking he was going to get pushed, and Bound has no ammo to work with as well, so the heat wave being a little bit of a curse right now. 4 minutes remaining, Camouflage is just about to pop. Are we going to see Navi get it again? Because they are peppering Snipe down at the moment.
Bound took that heat wave out of his back pocket and just said pew pew pew, hoping it would do some damage, but unfortunately for him, it doesn't. But Kimbo has another camouflage.
It's another camouflage though, Richie, that just goes to waste. Again, it's weird, right? You can say it's a waste, but at the same time, you're not allowing Faze to get that camo. But we are seeing Jimbo in the base once more. Can you actually get that pull? But Bound's in the perfect spot to stop him. And that's what you've always got to expect from this Faze roster. There is always someone to be a nuisance, to be a thorn in the side.
A bit of a brawl down over towards the utility. Faze come out on top. They defend once more. They hold the line, as they have done time and time again.
Faze have got 65 kills at the moment. On the other side, it's 54 for Navi. So it's starting to get a little bit uncomfortable if you are a Navi fan, because the more that Faze start to outslay them, the more likely you're going to see these flag pulls actually end up in something. As I say that, flag will start to move on the side of Navi. It's Respectful who does toss it out. But again, Faze are in a position to stop that flag comfortably.
Faze really struggling though once they get over that halfway line of putting some pressure down on the Navi base. Although they're outslaying, they have nothing to show for it.
They don't, and in 2 minutes 50 we might be going to overtime if we don't see one of these flags actually start to be progressed across the map a little bit more. An amazing opportunity for Snipe down, and now you can run the flag. That's a big kill. You've just got to hope the spawners don't do the damage, but maybe he goes the wrong way with the flag. Could have perhaps gone for a safer route.
Flag down the front base, and you can see the grenades come spinning up to the visor of Bound, and they eliminate him. 2 down a piece here, but Faze Clan trying desperately to keep that flag alive. Booba doing what he could, but 4 dead momentarily.
Faze are getting frustrated here. You can see it visually on their player cams. They are not able to get the flags that they would be expecting. They're not winning this game maybe as quickly as they would have expected either. That is really good news for Navi. Frustrate Faze Clan, make them do something a little bit stupid, and then take advantage of that, push in, and finally get one of these flags. But at the moment, nothing to separate these two.
We have seen the camouflage pop once more. I would not be surprised to see Kimbo get his hands on it. As I say that though, Boo handles business, but Respectful trades him out. Falcade still this whole time, Faze on their own side of the map.
One thing we have to credit Faze for is even though they haven't been getting those camouflages, they have been sniffing them out. They've been making sure that the camo gets taken down as quickly as possible. Great communication and call outs as Falcade gets some assisting nature. And there you see it again.
Kimbo has the camouflage. He's spawning with camouflage. Does it just go straight to his chest?
It's a little bit unfair, I think, but again, he just gets sniffed out and he will go down, and there's frustration there for him as well. Both teams clearly not enjoying themselves right now, but someone has to take the initiative. Strategy has to change at this point. This is where you're looking at your IGLs. This is where you're looking at your coach to do something a little bit different. You can't allow the game to just play out where you're slay for slay and no one's even getting anything moving.
Something's got to give. Will this be the moment with only 50 seconds left on the clock as Kimbo picks up 2 and has bad intentions, but shut down by Boo.
Didn't really need to take that fight, but I guess he just got a little bit excited about a potential triple. He also wanted to do some damage to help the rest of the team push up, because that's what Navi want to do. They want to take control of Faze's side of the map and force Faze into an uncomfortable position where they're having to overextend, they're having to rotate around. With a double kill from Bound, Faze are going to have possibly the last push of this game before we go to overtime.
Only 20 seconds and a bit of change then. Two Foxy positioned over towards the fridge. Boo Boo Doo Boo sniffs that out immediately. Something smelling in that fridge, and he clears out Two Foxy. Two go down here. We could see a flag pull. Momentarily respectful, desperately back base, unable to get the job done. Snipe Down gets his hands on the flag. There is time, but only a little bit.
Where does Snipe Down go with this flag? He goes into U2, he goes the safer route as well. We're into overtime. You cannot afford to let that timer at the bottom tick down. The little pie chart that you see, already it's beginning to slow. Snipe Down has to stay alive, but he falls, and now Navi just need to play defense here.
Desperation on the sides of Navi. It looks as though they have done enough, and they've pulled a flag of their own.
Navi said, you know what, let's go for it as well. Maybe we can get an overtime cap, and they are running that flag, but Bound is in a position now to be a nuisance.
Bound in a position like he has been before, to be a thorn in the side. As he shuts down one more, 3 dead, 2 Foxy, the last man alive that can be an influence here, but that flag is not being reset. He's looking to play the pie chart, and he does. We go to overtime.
Remember, there were new overtime rules initially that were introduced, so it meant that that pie chart resets every time there's a flag capture. It wasn't like that previously back in the likes of Rally, but into official overtime, 5 minutes, reset on the clock, nothing to separate these two teams, even after 12 minutes plus the restarts before. I'm really worried that this could go on forever at this point.
If you're just joining us, this is the 4th hour of CTF Aquarius that we have seen, and still we're locked in a stalemate at 0-0.
Kimbo's had about 800 camouflages at this point, but still hasn't been able to get a pull, but Boo Boo gets a double. Maybe this flag can be moved. Falcate is there for support, Navi on the back foot, but great grenades off the spawn to be a real trouble for Faze, but now the 2 go down. This could be the moment for Faze.
Bound has the camouflage, and only the second one by my count that FaZe Clan have managed to pick themselves up here. Will it be a detriment to Navi? It looks as though it could be as Bound starts to descend on that base.
Jimbo has tossed the flag out, so Navi are playing on the defensive style. They get into the flag, they push it out, and now they get some slays. Jimbo's going to get a return here as well. An amazing return from Navi. They should not have been able to do that. Again, FaZe Clan just don't have what it takes to kind of pressure Navi off spawn. They are not collapsing quick enough, and even with a camouflage, they couldn't get it done.
There's holes in this FaZe Clan game on Aquarius CTF, it must be said, and all these teams must be licking their lips as they play against them on this.
It's surprising because FaZe Clan have a 5-1 record on LAN on Aquarius Capture the Flag. You know, usually they are successful, but I think it does demonstrate that this is a really strong game type for Navi. I would argue it's their second best game type in the map pool, but they need to get a victory for it, right? Imagine playing for all these 20-odd minutes and getting absolutely nothing. That is going to be so draining, both for your energy and for your mental game.
Boo Boo Doo Boo, heat wave in his hands. Just Pack though gets behind them and gets the job done. And now we're seeing a Navi push out down Electric Avenue.
3 minutes on the clock of overtime before we would then go into another reset between these two teams. Kimbo getting up close and personal as well. Needs assistance, gets assistance. 3 down for FaZe. Navi need to take advantage though. Camo's coming up. They get the slays at the right time. And unfortunately with that kill, they've done it again, have FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan have shut it down, and 2 Foxy has whisked away the camouflage. It's been a bit of a non-factor up until this point. Neither team really able to utilize it as best as they can. Is that all about to change? The answer is no.
I mean, he just gets spotted out. Foxy was playing a game of just trying to dip, dodge, duck and dive, but unfortunately was shot by everything on the rest of the map. But here comes the FaZe Clan push. 2 are down for Navi.
3 dead. Jimbo, the latest one to join his teammates. As this flag does get moving and grooving over towards the car side, does have the support of his teammates. They have not lost a single member this whole time, and they are starting to pick up the kills along the way. A Snipe Down picks up 2 in the feed. This could be the first flag cap, and it is!
FaZe Clan finally get it done. It is a 3-0 victory in the series, but boy was that a long Aquarius Capture the Flag match for them. But eventually, they are the team that comes out on top. A great effort from the European Navi side, but unfortunately it is the same old story for for Navi of so close but so far.
FaZe Clan get the job done like they did before in Rally. Another clean sweep. It wasn't as close in game 3, but 1 and 2 was a complete shutout, it must be said.
It was, and that's going to be very draining for those gentlemen on your screen as well, to have to play for that long and for just 1 slip up, for 1 flag pull. But it has to be said that FaZe were on top in that game. They had 123 kills to Navi's 96. They were out slaying, but they just couldn't get that flag far enough. Unfortunately, Navi were always in a position with a grenade, or there was someone flanking that were just able to stop that flag, but it had to give eventually. And FaZe, they were patient, they played the game out, and they got to the point where they were just able to say, all right, Navi, you've had enough now. Screw your camouflages. You can have as many as you like. We'll take a flag. Thank you very much.
The pressure did eventually start to tell. Faze Clan for much of the game appeared to be playing defense and on the back foot, but when you look at the slays, that didn't tell the full tale. So when you look at all these other teams watching this game type, what can they explore now? What can they exploit in Faze Clan's armor?
Oh, they need to just set up and have a little bit of strategy and structure about them. If you can get a full 4 dead and not allow, Snipe Down to stay alive or Falketti to stay alive, then you are going to be in a position where those flags are actually going to be pretty comfortable for you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, what Navi weren't able to do was get that 4th man down. I mean, Bound was always somewhere, whether it be top mid, whether it be behind, or whether he was just waiting and lurking in the base. And that is such a detriment when that flag runner, or your expected flag runner, gets taken down straight away. And unfortunately, Navi were just never really able to get anything rolling. A great effort from them, but they need to now look at the rest of the pool and find some different success.
Well, now we see Faze will go top of the group. We'll have to see what Optic do. But they go top of the group, and they're right where they want to be now.
They are right where they want to be. And they say, okay, we've done the job that we were expected to do.
Yeah.
We've got the win over the European team that maybe was going to be a challenge. And they're probably saying, why was anyone even thinking this was going to be a challenge? And that's where Faze need to be. Faze need to not be we're going to be top 8, top 6 competing with the European teams. They need to be a top 4, top 3, maybe grand finals team. It's a massive organization. There is some huge players on that roster. They need to be up there, and that was a good statement to start the tournament.
Something that's not actually spoke about enough is the pressures of playing for a team like Faze Clan and indeed Optic are totally different to some of the other orgs. The fan base that they have is huge, and they have expectations.
Oh, the Faze Elite are some scary bunch. I tell you, there's probably some in that crowd, and you do not want to catch them on the wrong day. They will let you know if you have a bad performance, and you cannot afford to be, kind of barraged on Twitter when you are struggling at a tournament. You've got those expectations. You have to live up to that hype when you are representing a team like this. And I tell you what, this Faze roster, they are building. They are getting better, and I do think they are starting to look more scary the more tournaments we go on.
Navi, let's look at them. Let's dissect it. They go down 0-1 in the pools, and now they've got a little old team called Optic Gaming to play at some point, and it's not looking good for them.
It isn't. The one thing and the one saving grace, though, for Navi is in Halo Infinite, we do see teams match up very differently against other teams. It's all playstyle versus playstyle, and maybe they can find something against Optic Gaming, but with how Optic have looked throughout online performances, that's a big stretch, and I think Navi know that, and we know that, and you know that as well. On the other side, you've got Fnatic in your group. I really think that's where Navi have to get a victory, otherwise they will come away from this tournament being very disappointed.
Well, that's all from us. We're going to throw it over to Guy and Snipe Down, 2 very handsome men.
Beautiful, beautiful cast, gentlemen. I'm on the main stage with Snipe Down as Faze Clan comes out with their first victory of the tournament. And so, Eric, I got to ask you why it's fresh on your mind. Coming off that CTF, it took y'all a while to close that out. It went down to OT. So tell me about what did y'all put together to close that one out, and what was your keys to victory in this series as a whole against Navi?
Yeah, that last game was just a really defensive battle. I mean, it was a 1-0 on Aquarius flag, and a lot of those games end up being, 4 or 5 caps. So just took us a little bit to get going. We finally, near the end of overtime, really just got into their base and got a lot of control, and were able to keep the pressure on them, forced them to keep coming back to their flag, and eventually it just ended up working out for us. Yeah,
definitely did. Close it out there. Definitely a fantastic finish for you guys. Now, my last question for you, because I know you're getting ready for the next one, is that, for FaZe Clan, what do you guys want to be different coming here into Kansas City compared to Anaheim, compared to Raleigh? Because I know that the placements aren't what you want, so what do you want to change here?
Yeah, we've been slightly inconsistent. We got 3rd place at the first event, then top 8 at the last one. I think it really just comes down to our pacing as a team. When we're on, we're on. I feel like we can beat anybody, but at the same time, there's a high and a low for us so far, as we've seen with our placement.
Yeah.
So for us, it really just comes down to us, pacing properly, making sure we're pushing together, not just one after the other, letting teams get numbers on us. This game's all about flooding together, and I think when we're on point, we're one of the most individually talented teams there is out there.
Well, hey, I hope it starts coming together. It's looking good so far, and the rest of the pool play goes well for you, all right? That's going to do it for me and Eric on the stage. Lottie, Desk, break it all down for us.
Thank you so much, Blaze and Snipe Down, of course, for a wonderful interview there. And goodness gracious, I feel like a couple of wrinkles just formed on my face waiting for that CTF game to end. So I don't know what to do about that, but some serious night cream might just get me through it. But my goodness, that CTF game.
Is that funny?
It is a little funny.
Do you know what? It's funny, your face. But I would say, though, obviously, that CTF game, it frustrated me in so many different ways. I think both teams really could have could have made a little bit more out of that game if they had a little bit more structure and strategy behind them there. I want to kind of know, Clutch, from you, really, what happened? What went wrong? We didn't really get much of an insight there from Snipedown, but what really happened in that CTF game? As we're looking back at the highlights here, what went wrong? Why couldn't they get things going despite being so heavily slayed? They really had the slayed, and I've got to say, Falcated was doing the absolute most of the team, so what just didn't work?
Yeah, in all honesty, it was a matter of just being able to get all 4 dead that both teams were really struggling with. It was that total control of the map that neither team really had, and that's a testament to actually both teams playing some significant defense throughout the entire game, and to have the score line in 0-0 in regulation. I mean, that's a testament to how great teams can typically keep their last guy alive, and he can get a kill or create an opportunity for the respawners to happen. That was continuously happening for both these teams, so that's a positive for both these guys. But on the flip side, when you have numbers advantage, when you have control of the map or a significant amount of control, how do you transfer that to total control and transition it into flag caps, what are important? Both these two teams need to step it up in that category if they're going to move forward in this tournament.
Without a doubt. And Goofy, looking at Navi, they managed to get so many damn camos. Like, they literally were able to grab that pretty much every single time. I believe Faze had 2 throughout the entire CTF game there. But Navi just weren't able to utilize them whatsoever. I think every single time they weren't even able, to get intel. They weren't able to make anything happen with that. So, kind of what was your concern there for Navi just not being able to get anything going?
That's a testament, I think, more so to Faze than it is to Navi not being able to make a play with the camo, right? I think Faze was really on their P's and Q's about realizing they weren't able to get the power-ups and then capitalizing on where the other team is trying to push with the power-ups, right? So I think Faze did a really good job of sniffing out that camo player and really stopping him from being able to make a play. And I want to give a shout out to Bound for that Game 1 performance, really setting the standard for what I expect out of him this event, dropping 19 kills in that game 2, in that game 2, really helping his team kind of get that close game 2 win, and game 3 as well was close. So I want to give a shout out to Navi, even though they got swept, games 2 and 3 were fairly close and they put up a good fight.
Yeah, just to touch on the camo story a little bit more, Faze is going to have to change that story up and actually be able to secure some of these camos if they want to create a couple upsets along the way and place better than maybe a 3rd or a top 8 performance that they know they're capable of. It's okay to let Navi dominate the power-up, power weapon story and still be able to weather the storm and get those kills. But when you give those camos to the likes of Renegade or whatnot, those stories are going to change completely. So look for Faze to kind of control more of the power-up, power weapon story when they play better teams. And if they don't, the series could be very heavily in the other team's favor.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point. And, Walshy, coming to you here, how can they do that? What did you notice in their gameplay that it was totally disallowing them to go and grab that camo? Obviously, they were playing a very defensive game there of CTF, but really, what can they do to get a foot forward, especially if they are outslaying their team?
It's a good question. I felt like so many times we'd see these members of Faze in these scrappy positions. That happens when, especially you're on defense, there's gonna be times where you have to slip around through bottom middle or whatever, but you can't over-index in that direction. Ultimately, you have to be getting up high, you have to be getting in stronger positions so that you can control that area, control top center and get those camos. But yeah, it felt like it was just this scrappy back and forth of a defensive game that it really did not seem as organized as I would expect from this high level of play. Yeah, 100%. I think obviously Faze will recognize that as well going forward, and they'll be thinking we need to make sure something happens here. If we are getting 3-4 dead, let's actually try and go in and pull and not be playing so defensive. And obviously the power-ups are super, super important to make sure you do prioritize those, especially like you say, going up against Cloud9. We have Renegade sniffing out those power-ups all game long. He will be grabbing those. So I think for Faze, there's a couple things to work on there, but overall, with games 1 and 2 as well from that series, I'm pretty impressed with how Faze were able to actually totally take down Navi there on the main stage. So fantastic stuff going across the board there for Faze. Now, if you guys actually do want to check out Navi though in person, once again, tickets have been announced. They are available for DreamHack Valencia. They are right now on the EU regional. They're on sale. So make sure you go and grab those. Team passes go on sale May 12th. So make sure you guys put that in your calendars so you can actually go and join in all of the fun there for DreamHack Valencia as well. There's a purchase link right on the screen. So make sure you go and do that. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be in Valencia. I'm really excited to see how European Halo performs, especially coming out of this major here as well. So that'll be epic. Now we have a little bit of a pool update. Let's see some of the scores on the boards. See exactly what is going to be going down in all of our pools here. As you can see, Pool B just coming out of a match here against Faze with Navi. 1-0 on the board for Faze.
0 for 1, excuse me, for Navi here in Pool B. Pool A, though, Cloud9 looking pretty good. XSET do actually manage to take down the Chiefs there, so it's not going to be an ANZ upset. Unfortunately here, XSET will take that match. And Ascend, I think I just quickly want to talk about this as well, Clutch. You know, Ascend, looking at, you know, the kind of matches they've got coming forward for Pool A here, do you think second is pretty doable for them?
Absolutely it is. I think XSET didn't necessarily look as strong as I expect them to, especially when we just tuned briefly into that series with the Chiefs. And that shows an opportunity for Ascend to really match up against this XSET roster well. They were able to take them down in Raleigh at the start of the year. And if they're able to do the same, they'll put themselves in a great position to get their highest placing on LAN, coming out of pool play second, because they've already lost, obviously, to Cloud9.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's going to be a bumpy road ahead of them, but I have no doubt that they're going to be able to really clutch up when it matters most in pool play. Now, we do have another match coming up on the main stage behind us very, very shortly. We do have XSET versus Ascend. This is going to be a Pool A match, and you know, just as we're talking about it in pools, this is going to be a big one for Ascend. They have to win this match, I think, to convince all of us right now with how they're playing. You know, are they a Titan coming in here? This is going to be a really, really important factor, so make sure you guys are sticking with us. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, like I said, we do have that Pool A matchup for you guys. XSET versus Ascend. Will the best of Europe get their first win of the major, or will XSET crush that dream here and now? We'll find out right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
That's how we do. The only thing that's missing is you. We coming through. Come on. You know better than us, so how we do it. Time to go bigger and trust and say you knew it. We never call it time out. That ain't what our time's about.
Oh, my questions are like these.
You should get this, bro.
Oh my god.
This is the easiest question. Which is taller, a brute or an elite?
I feel like it's low-key elite.
Elite. It's a brute. Oh
Wait,
my
what?
god. It's a brute.
Has to be a brute. You seen the Infinite Brute?
I would not have
They
known
like
that.
charge you like supersonic speed.
All right, what weapon is used to kill Guilty Spark in Halo 3?
Spartan laser.
Okay, that's right.
That one's easy, yeah.
The Spartan laser. To see, like, you're in these questions? Yes, sir.
Guilty Spark. What's that?
Guilty Spark, like that orb.
Oh, Spartan laser.
Yeah. Wow.
I know these. Why do you I don't know them?
That's
You
why I
have-
literally know that
You know
one.
why you
I
know
know
them? Because it's in front of you. You have the answers right in front of you. That's why you know them.
What gas do the grunts breathe?
Bro, you're not gonna get this.
Shoot, no clue. That's
No
like,
idea?
No idea. That's-
Really?
Well, because they have to have the tanks to go to like Earth and stuff because they don't breathe like. I don't remember.
Nitrogen. No, it's methane. Yeah, you're not gonna. That's hard as hell.
They breathe methane gas.
That's kind of crazy.
All right, who activated the Halo array in Halo 3?
Dude, I don't remember. I'm just gonna guess 343 Guilty Spark.
Master Chief?
Master Chief. I don't know. Sergeant Johnson.
Who won?
Me.
Whatever, man.
These are the hardest questions.
That was very hard.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Halo Championship Series live from Kansas City. We're here for the KC Major. It's the second one of the season. The stakes are so high. The prize pool is looking damn fine, if I do say so myself. And all of the Halo Infinite action so far today has been absolutely outstanding. And talking about outstanding, look at the outstanding gents I have joining me on the desk. You've got Gaskin, Sherzy and Walshy. Fellas, first of all, great casting. It was lovely to hear your voices earlier on today. But we do have an epic matchup happening behind us very shortly. We've got Ascend versus Exit, and I couldn't think of two better people to have. And of course, you, Walshy, the absolute legend on the desk, talking about Europe's finest as well. So really, really excited about this matchup because I really want to see what Ascend have got here. And I think going up against Cloud9 earlier on today, the first pool match of the day for them, it was tricky. And we saw that they did have a little bit of a bite to their bark as well, but just didn't manage to get the deal done. And that's okay. It is Cloud9 after all. But Ascend, what can they really do right now against Exit? That is the question. And Gaskin, do you think there is more fire in this tank right now? Do you think they are able to take down Exit?
Absolutely. I think this is a must-win for Ascend. We've got 8th versus 9th seed coming into this event, and there were some questions asked of, why aren't Ascend a little bit higher? Why aren't Ascend a top 8 seed? Well, this is their chance to prove it now against Exet, who are that 8th seed. And if they don't win it, then suddenly there's going to be a lot of questions about, well, where are Ascend actually going to end up as a team? Are they a top 12 team? Are they a top 8 team? Are they actually good enough to be at these tournaments and competing for that kind of top 8, top 6 spot? They did beat Exet back in Rally when they played each other, so they have been able to have that experience before, but it was a very close series. I'd be hoping that Ascend have improved since then, but of course, so have Exet.
That is very, very true. Now, we're going to deep dive into both of these teams here, and I'm going to start off with Exet overall right now with how they're performing. Of course, they did manage to take down Chiefs earlier on, and that was actually quite a close series, and I think Chiefs were really hoping for a big NA upset. That didn't quite happen, but kind of impressive, honestly, from Exet coming forward here. I've got to say, though, looking at the stats here, Shurs, Suspector is currently the guy who's keeping this team's head above water, stopping them from drowning. He has a 1.60 so far on this season, and the rest of his team are below a 1. So in terms of slaying power, it's just not there. Suspector has a lot of pressure on his shoulders here. So what do you want to see out of Exet to really combat some of their weaknesses here, going onto that main stage against Europe's best?
Well, what I want to see is Kratos stop talking the talk and start walking the walk. He mentions he's the best player in the game. Well, let's start seeing it because the metrics do not support his claim. I think just having one player so obviously outshine the rest of his team, is it only a matter of time before he starts looking at options elsewhere?
Yeah, I think it's difficult, isn't it? I love the confidence coming forward, but we want to see that confidence backed up by statistics, by gameplay, showing us what you can actually do on the main stage. Walshy, with that being said as well, looking at Suspector with that 1.60 really is carrying his team in terms of slays, and we all know the kills really start to open up maps to get objective work done. How much pressure is this guy under right now to perform here?
There's a lot of pressure to try and put it on one person. I mean, it's not like he's just single-handedly going out and doing all this work. Clearly, they have their team built around this. Suspector knows how he can play around his teammates, pick up those kills, maybe not be the entry fragger. But ultimately, if teams catch on to that, they might realize, oh, you shut down Suspector, you shut down Exet, and that's a dangerous spot to be in. You want to make it an environment where all 4 players can shine.
I think you just really need to try and expose him on the map, try and single him out, because if he is that player who's always flying in and doing the damage and expecting to get those kills as a main slayer, as it were, then he's probably going to put himself into situations where it might be a 1v2. If you can single him out, if you can get that kill, exactly what Walshy's just said, suddenly you've got the player advantage, right? Suddenly you've got that opportunity to take control of the map. So try and find him on the map. It sounds counterintuitive because he's so good, but if you can always 2v1 him, then suddenly you take him out of the game.
I think this actually will be a Suspector versus Snipe Drone, show. If Snipe Drone get his hands on the map, we've seen them playing against Cloud9. Listen, they got the bad ones out of the way. They play against the best team, arguably in the world. So they get the bad ones out of the way. They now play against a team. It's not a. I don't even think this is just a must-win. This is a will-win for Ascend. They'll take down Exet here.
Yeah, I love the confidence coming forward, and you'd hopefully think so, right, in terms of their track record in Europe. And looking at these guys, Ascend overall as well, moving on to these incredible European titans who are coming forward in this second major and really trying to make some noise here for themselves. Penguin mentioned after their Cloud9, the Cloud9 Ascend match, that they were kind of disorganized when it came to CTF. And I want to talk about that really briefly. I was actually talking to Onset about this, and Shady really likes to get that really deep flank behind the enemy's base. He's actually on his own, he's alone, he has no support, and he really tries to get a couple of numbers down, and it does work against disorganized teams, but when it comes to the rest of the Titans here in North America, it might not actually work out in their favor. And really, you know, I want to ask you here, Gaskin, is like, what do you see out of Ascend, and what do you want to see on that main stage here to really reorganize this team for later matches as well?
I think it's very easy to look unorganized against Cloud9. I think that Cloud9 and Optic are kind of a tier above everyone else at the moment. Sure, we might see some of these 3rd to 6th teams take a couple of games off them, but Cloud9 would have done that same performance against any of these teams. They would have wiped the floor with so many of them, Xset included. So now Ascend need to prove that when they're in this kind of lower echelon of teams, that they can actually be the team to be the dominant ones. They can make Xset look disorganized, because Ascend have never been a squad that thrive on organization. Actually, they love flying out as a 2 and trying to surprise a team and taking these fights that are maybe unexpected by the other squad. And if suddenly Xset are not expecting that, or if they are not able to do what Cloud9 were doing and almost set traps for them, they might be punished over and over again. And I really do think that regardless of whether they had disorganization against Cloud9, we put that aside and we say this is a different team they're going up against now. Cloud9 are just different gravy.
Well, watching Optic scrim against Ascend, and Ascend won 3 maps in a row, and all of a sudden I heard a little voice in the background of Lunchbox say, this team is basically a European KCP. And once they figured out that piece of the puzzle, they slowed the game down, they waited for the likes of Shady to be the first person in, and they picked them off. So I think players will figure out in North America much quicker than they do in Europe. We see Navi slowly getting there, but unfortunately Shady can be an easy kill at times.
Yeah, no, that is very true, and I think it does come down to strategy here as well, and kind of their approach to North American, approach to kind of the fast-paced and the organization that you are seeing from the likes of teams like Cloud9. And honestly, if Ascend want to shake things up here, they're going to have to take down Titans of the same kind of caliber here. And Walshy, do you want to see a reinvention of maybe some strategy, a different approach to what Ascend are really doing, especially based off what we saw in that first Cloud9 game?
I don't know, because I did see a lot of great individual plays, but it did feel like they weren't pushing together like Penguin highlighted. Penguin highlighted that they'd push out 2 people down a lane, but not have everyone helping in the same direction. So you want to see some tweaks, but especially on tournament day, you don't scrap everything you worked over the last few months. You make small fine-tunings to make sure your team is perfectly matched for the upcoming series.
All right, and okay, look, for folks at home who may be tuning in for the first time here, or maybe they're just fans of North America and haven't seen what Europe have to offer here, obviously Ascend, incredible track record, have been dominant all season long so far, haven't lost a tournament online. They literally are literally the pinnacle of European Halo right now. They're just absolutely amazing. You know, who do we watch out for on this Ascend roster, Gaskin?
They haven't lost a series online, which is actually just
they
scary.
barely dropped a map.
They haven't dropped a series in years, going back to Halo 5. That's how scary they are. In terms of players, I like that Jersey has highlighted Snipe Drone, because he is often singled out from this roster. He kind of plays on his own, whilst the rest of the 3, they will push out. And I think that's something that Penguin kind of highlighted that Walshy's speaking about. 2 players or 3 players are pushing on their own, whilst another player is trying to take an angle, and Snipe Drone was caught out on his own far too often. So for me, I'm looking at him to try and join those boys, right? Try and join the rest of his squad. Break out of his comfort zone a little bit. You don't have to anchor. You've got to play at a certain speed, and that's what Snipe Drone has been struggling with. But if he can play at that speed, Ascend suddenly become this terrifying roster that can absolutely dominate teams like Xset. I'm expecting them to 3-0 them if they play this as well as they can, but if they crumble, maybe it could be a loss here.
Yeah, it can be difficult here, and I am questioning the pacing of Ascend as well. As like, it has been a question so far doing the European online tournaments, doing the European Super as well. It's like, can they actually master the pace? They have such a fast pace, I think, going into the European rosters here, but can they match the NA pace? I think that's the biggest question, Shez.
Yeah, I think Ascend, for the most part, they run through Europe and with very little resistance, but what we are starting to see is the North American teams catch on to the way they play. And what's scary to me is you watch Cloud9 make Ascend look distinctly average at times. You see them setting traps and then pushing the pace of their own. They start to dictate the play. So I think what we need to see is Ascend here do is not play with fear like they did against Cloud9, because that's what we've seen. The pace really started to slow down. For the first time in a long time, I've seen Ascend stand still.
That loss against Cloud9 might have been exactly what Ascend needed, though. Take them down a peg. make them realize that they are beatable, you know, that they have to taste loss again. Even though they've tasted loss at Raleigh and they had that top 12 performance, they might have forgotten what it tasted like because it has been a while since they've lost something. But now they might be able to look at themselves and say, hey, what's going wrong here? What do we have to do different? And if they're listening to that interview from Penguin, perhaps that's what they do. They start to play together a little bit more and stop playing as individuals.
That is very true. And look, we talked a lot about Ascend here and what they need to do right now and how much they have to prove here. Xset as well, on the other side of things, have a lot to prove. You know, do they want to be able to take down Europe's top team? You know, is this going to be embarrassing for them, Walsh? If they're not able to take down Europe here, you know, there's always been this age-old kind of discussion about, oh, look, you know, NA, they're the teams to beat here. Europe just don't really have that kind of ceiling level. And right now, I'm feeling like Ascend are looking pretty good in terms of the odds coming into this matchup here. You know, if you're Xset, are you sweating a little bit?
You definitely are sweating a little bit. I mean, to lose this Ascend roster, I wouldn't consider embarrassing. Ascend are such a strong team, and I expect them to make waves all throughout this year of Infinite. But you do start to question where your posturing is in the top ranks of North America, because I feel like if you want to establish yourself as one of those top 4 or top 6 teams, you need to be able to beat a squad like Ascend consistently. And we've already seen in the past, they lost from Raleigh.
I don't think Xset are scared to lose to Ascend.
Right.
But I think Xset want to beat Ascend. Kratos wants to be shouting across and beating Europe and saying, who the hell are these good European teams? You know, screw them, we're the best.
I don't think he says good.
I like the PG. The PG.
I don't think he says
the
good.
PG, yeah.
I'm going to say the nice things there. You know, he's not going to be saying the nice things on the main stage, and we know that, but Ascend also know that. So you need to be shutting down that team. Don't even give them the chance to start screaming at you across that main stage, because suddenly it's very easy for your head to drop when you've got someone yelling at you. It's terrifying.
Yeah, I think when you're also looking at some of the stats here and you're looking at the slaying power coming from Ascend here, they're very, very even. They're a very even roster, and that obviously attributes to how well they've done in their European region, right? And you look at Xset here, and it's just not quite the same kettle of fish here. Shows what do Xset really need to focus on this Ascend roster? How do they take them down?
They have to isolate Shady. He's the first kill in the map. He's the furthest man forward. He tries to be almost the tip of the spear for the boys on Ascend. So if you can shut him down, just make him not move, eliminate him from the possibility, then all of a sudden you have a chance. But I think we're saying Suspector is one of the best players in their team. I think the rest of the team need to step up and build around him.
Indeed. What is Ascend's strongest kind of bone structure here? You know, what are you looking at? Is it the objective work? Is it going to be how are you going to take them down? If you're looking at a series layout here and you're looking at the Slayers, Walsh, and you're looking at the objectives, you're looking at the CTF, you've kind of taking a little peek at that Cloud9 game. If you're Xset, what's your game plan? Are you looking at really turning that Slayer around and trying to get the momentum in your favor for the second half of the series?
Outside of the game modes itself, it sounds like it's more of just the pacing of the game. As sure as he was highlighting earlier, that Optic versus Sen match, they're saying they play like KC Pioneers. What that means is these players play fast. They take unorthodox flank routes, and they're going to be flying. And so in a case like that, if you can just slow it down, make the game a little slower, a little more structured, that's where you can pick off a slay or two and then roll your advantage.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, we're not just chatting up here just for fun at the moment. We are obviously pinpointing things to look out for the series, but we are just letting our main stage get ready, making sure the players are comfortable up there. They have everything that they need in order to get this series underway. But gents, while we're waiting up here, I just want to say this arena is absolutely amazing here. Obviously live from Kansas City, we're here with a full crowd as well. We have so many faces heading around the arena. We have so many booths here as well. We even have a Warthog, which I'm pretty sure is that a life-size replica, would you say? Is that the actual life-size equivalent, the Warthog as well?
I would say that Richie is the closest size to Master Chief, so I need to size him up. I need him in it at some point, and then maybe we can get a realistic kind of view here.
This is true.
I did hear they tried to cast him as Master Chief in the new series.
I also heard this as well. It was just the payout wasn't good enough, right?
Right now, Hidden Experience at home just slamming his desk is like, no, it's 3.5 meters tall. You guys should know this.
Amazing stuff. Gentlemen, I have been told it is time for predictions, so I will kick things off here. And honestly, I have no trouble in saying I believe in this European roster right now. I've seen exactly what they can do, so I'm going to be back in Ascend all the way. Gaskin.
Yeah, I think Ascend 3-0 this, and I think they're going to be comfortable.
All right, love it.
It's an Ascend 3-0, I think.
Okay, Walshy.
I'm going to go with Ascend, but not 3-0. I would say we're going to go 3-1.
Say 3-0.
3-1, 3-1.
3-0. Walsh says 3-0.
3-0, okay. So you're joining the European ranks here, Walshy?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go. We have a
Yeah, lads, we love to see it, we love to see it. Well, I tell you what, folks, we're pretty much ready to go here on the main stage as well, so I'm really excited to get this one underway. I'm just going to wait for the call to make sure we can move into game as well. But if you guys are in the arena right now, if you can hear me as well, so make sure you go and check out all of the booths that are available. The team booths are absolutely amazing. We've got Faze here, we've got Sentinels, Cloud9, so much to check out, so make sure you're going to all the shops, using all your money up, get all of the merch. And with that being said, I'm going to toss on over to our wonderful casters, Onset and Bravo.
Thank you very much, Lottie. Walsh is smiling. Walsh is having a great time on the desk with those guys. Welcome to Europe, Walsh. That's all I can say. We're happy to have you, buddy. But, I mean, let's talk about this series, Andy, because it is a vital series. Yeah. Even this early in the tournament here in KC, Ascend need to win this one. Yeah. And Exet, who have historically kind of been the gatekeepers of the top 8, are in their way. And if there's one team who love to upset people trying to achieve their targets, it's going to be Exet.
Yeah, talk about the highest of highs and lowest of lows opportunities for Exet. They either come out here and they start to silence 2 different regions across the world, or they might fall much earlier than they'd like to against the likes of Ascend. And as you heard on the desk, Ascend is not a team not only to be taken lightly, but they're certainly a team that's going to cause a lot of disruption in these brackets. But still, you know how Kratos and the boys are feeling. They do not want to lose this series. They do not want to let Raleigh repeat itself.
Yeah, certainly going to be the case. And even though there's a lot of confidence on the predictions coming in from Gaskin, from Jersey, and even Walsh with a 3-1 prediction, you know, being the worst prediction in the favor of Ascend. Just remind, this went to a game 5 back in Raleigh. This was a tight series between these two. As we do talk about the series, we see our layout in front of us now.
Yeah, interesting. CTF, Bizarre to kick things off. There's a lot of stats we're going to be looking at that are specific to that game type. Once we get into it, after that, we'll go to Slayer, Aquarius, Oddball on Streets, game number 3.
Yeah, Stronghold's Recharge is Ascend's home ground as well. It's one of their favorite game types. It's one they certainly have a lot of success in that W column, and then we will go back to Streets if we need to in that game 5. So a little bit of a change up in the rounds and the game types we're going to be seeing here between these two. But it's also a tale of 2 teams coming off of different results here, Andy. Yep. One coming off a win, Exet feeling confident. Ascend coming off the back of not just a loss here, Andy, but you have to say maybe a little bit of a humbling in the hands of Cloud9.
Definitely. I think they would have hoped for a bit more in that series. They might not have come in with a certain level of ego that said that they were absolutely going to win that series, but I think that Ascend was hoping for more in their first outing. Instead, they find themselves on the receiving end of a pretty commanding 3-0. Just like you say, how do Ascend bounce back after that loss?
And I think one thing that maybe coming into the first event of the year, Exet were looking at this series against Ascend, they would have maybe thought this is going to be a little bit more comfortable, but the fact that they do have this history now, Andy, Exet are going to be fired up for this one. And I always feel like this roster is playing at their best when they have something to fire them up, when they've got a little bit of revenge on their mind for what might have happened before, and also the fact that, like you mentioned, they've beaten an ANZ team, now they got the opportunity to knock another international team down a little bit, a few pegs, and really kind of cement their place in this pool.
You have to think, with Exet, did they perhaps take Ascend too lightly in Raleigh? Did that catch up to them very quickly and find them on the receiving end of a loss? And like you say, this time they will be prepared. They will know just how talented this Ascend roster is, and maybe they bring a little bit of their A game. But you look at over the past few months, Ascend continues on their trajectory of dominance. The question is, has Exet also done the work since then?
It's going to be a very interesting game number 1 as well. Bizarre capture the flag, and Lottie was talking about it. We had a conversation, like she mentioned, before this game got underway and before this series got underway, about the influence of Shady on this map. The man loves to flank behind enemy lines. He likes to kind of almost sell his teammates out to get that flag moving and then fight back through the map. That can go one of 2 ways, Andy. It can be successful, or you could be a real detriment to your team if it doesn't work.
That's right. We're going to keep an eye. He's certainly the outlier on flag pulls, without a doubt, on this game type. So look for those Shady overextensions and those pulls. Here's a look at some stats as well. You got 4.75 steals per game for Ascend, more than double that of Exet.
Yeah, remember this is NA versus EU Pro Series as well, so different teams, arguably different caliber of teams as well for those stat pools to be created from. But one thing that you can say, of course, is that Ascend have a lot of success in Europe on this game type. The secret to success, though, for Exet in this game type, organization. You have to be on top of every single player from Ascend. Shady's the man we wanted to focus on. That's where we're going to start.
Here we go, jumping into game number 1, but it looks like based on the antics on screen, looks like players might be getting some kind of reset scenario. We'll have to see. Some conversation probably going to be happening with the station referee, because players indicating maybe something was a bit strange with those shots into the ground, but for now, play continues.
Play does continue. Play to the whistle, the classic phrase that is used in any kind of sporting arena at the moment. There's only one team doing it, and that's XZ. The first overshield did go into the hands of Suppressed. They've got that flag past halfway, and Suppressed is a player who we're also going to be keeping our eye on here, Andy.
Absolutely. Suppressed. Pretty lethal, and not just in this game type, but overall right now 6th in the league in terms of overall kills per minute, averaging about 1.6 kills per minute.
Which is a standout statistic, and I'm sure that if he can put those kind of numbers on the board, Ascend is certainly going to have some problems to deal with. But Shady, the man that we're going to be watching, you see that he seems to have got sorted out, whatever had to be sorted out, back into the action, but unfortunately for him, got no shields.
Classic battle here, Truck versus Rockets. Suspector will win that one. Also worth noting, Suspector, pretty big outlier, specifically in Bizarre Ctf and HCS Pro League play as well. Also a 1.66 for him on average, pretty commanding in this game type.
Very, very impressive. So is this organization already coming in from XZ as well? Kratos is going to be the man who's going to get that flag moving off the stand. And you can see that XZ have already managed to eliminate Snipe Drone while this run is happening. So next kill, Vital. Legend picks it up. So now it's going to be a bit of a mid-map joust for where that flag goes home.
Yeah, Suppressed still down, Arctic down. So now a little bit of a man advantage for Ascend off of this. And Chaos here as that flag goes down bottom market.
Kratos is going to be last player alive here, as it seems like the return will be able to come in. And Shady is, like we said, behind enemy lines, being a nuisance. The counter cap now coming in for Ascend. 2 players dead here for XZ.
One thing to note also, these teams both historically not the most objective efficient and the most flag cap efficient, but that flag will continue.
It will, and not only will that flag look like it's going to be forced back to the base, it looked like the overshield is going to be picked up by Ascend as well. Snipe Drone will have this in his hands, but that flag is still not home. It seems like Ascend have still got some work to do in the base.
Snipe Drone knows he has to be careful. There's a player ahead of him and going to be players on the opposite bridge as well, but so far, really doing well to use his overshield to his advantage.
Arctic just being a nuisance though, making him use those shields up. Seeker will pick up one, but where's that flag still? The flag is on the stand. Legend has managed to survive for long enough to finally put that flag home. 1-0 here to Ascend. The EU #1 team go up by 1.
Europe is the first to strike in this battle, and you heard the predictions of the desk. The desk expecting a very different result, a very one-sided European victory here, and they will score within the first 2.5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm not as confident in a 3-0. Like we mentioned in Raleigh, this was a game 5. Yeah. I can see this one going game 4, game 5 again, to be honest with you, especially with that Slayer in the middle. The organization that XZ have shown historically, we'll have to see if that does come to fruition as we get through the series. But for now, it looks like the authority on the map and everything that is going into the hands of Ascend is working out for them at the moment. However, Arctic has the chance to turn the tide slightly here with a rocket launcher.
A little bit of a grapple swing up into the bar. There was only one player alive. It was Legend. The rest are spawners right now setting up in their opponent's bar. They're going to look for this opening damage and the opening pick.
Opening damage, like you mentioned, and pick vital here to the next step for XZ. See Snipe Drone trying to bait that rocket out, does beautifully, but so does Arctic to switch to that battle rifle and get that headshot to clean it up. Now, where's the rest of XZ? Is the flood going to come in? It looks like the answer is yes. The grapple into the flag is going to be effective. A couple of kills go down, and that's going to be 3 dead momentarily here for Ascend.
Nice stuff here from Arctic. Love that grapple to fly in to waste no time. Even though we went a little bit past the flag stand, it's okay because the flag is now out of tree. They did have 2 dead, so right now enough numbers, but they will need to continue slaying.
This is stage 2 of the run, right? This is killing the respawners, getting mid-map control as well, so you can force that flag back across mid-map towards the double doors tree, however you want to run it. And at the moment, it looks like Ascend are putting up a fight, but look at the map control being asserted here by XZ. They have so many angles covered.
Ooh, he gets the overshield pop as well. That's big. Stays alive and probably will pick up at least 1 more kill bottom middle as well. Still got to keep running this though. They need the numbers.
Map control, kills, all in the favor of XZ here. The overshield was the difference maker, and you have to say that they did a great job there, Andy, of prioritizing the power up before that flag run. It's 1-1 now. XZ, the organization on point.
Oh, game all tied up, and just like you said, that was step number 2 on the Bizarre flag cap. It's a very simple 10-step process, the flag capture on Bizarre. Just follow these 10 easy steps with 6 small payments of $79.99, and you'll be able to bring a flag back home on Bizarre. It's not the easiest thing to do, but they do it. We're now tied 1-1.
Never signed a contract with Bravo. Legend now moving into the base. Suppressed. Going to be under A little bit of pressure here from Legend, but Legend will be taken down. So they clear their base out Ascender. You can see the Suspector having a fight with Seeker here on that overextension towards the Rocket side. Sniper trying to move back to clear up the damage, and will do so. Arctic trying to hunt him down now, and it seems like it's a little bit of back and forth around the bottom of that sort of sewer tunnel on the top of the Rockets.
Let's not forget, Suspector, really the big KD standout historically on the side of XSET, and no surprises here. He's 13-6. He leads the game, the only player to be on double digits so far.
Arctic have to back down from this battle, though, even though the Bulldog was starting to snarl a little bit there on that player in the window. It's mid-map control now in the hands of Ascend. With that comes the Dynamo pickup. Now this is kind of a micro power weapon. On this map, you can clear out the bar, you can clear out and get information into the treehouse, but you can also just run in with a Bulldog like Arctic is now and pick up the kills to clear the way.
Shady was last player alive. The rest are fresh spawners. You hear a little bit of ticks down on bottom pillars. That's going to be Legend. The rest of the spawners are going to be back flag.
Let's take ourselves back a few minutes, right? Similar situation on the map. Arctic and XSET managed to get that mid-map control. They managed to force their way up onto the opposition balcony, and they put the pieces together to get a flag cap underway. For now, it looks like it's going to be the play for the Overshield. Shady being a nuisance, Arctic having to turn his attention away, and now that Overshield is still down, nobody has it in the back pocket.
Still down a truck, and Arctic doesn't have the help, doesn't have the support, and just because of that aggression from Shady to force that Overshield, it causes chaos bottom middle, and somehow out of that scuffle, Ascend come away with another Overshield.
Now they have control of the opposition balcony. Now they have the chance to push, and not only do they have the chance to push, they have the Overshield to work with as well as a rocket launcher. Noticing the kill feed, Legend has that sniper drone still moving forward onto the base with the Ovi.
Wow, look at that play from Arctic though to isolate the pillar. Great force of the trade there. Legend was not able to help, but he will still start the flag run. 2 dead for XSET.
Passes it off to a teammate smartly as well. Why? He's got the rocket launcher in his hand. Still got one of the boom booms to play with here. Legend trying to get on that overextension, trying to see if he can pick up some respawners, but it looks like at the moment the XSET have already worked their way through, or maybe the kill that was picked up on this side of the map has forced a different spawn.
Right now, this is dangerous here for the side of Ascend. They did have 2 dead, and they only had killed 1 so far, so flag standoff here at bottom mid.
Legend having to try and survive, not going to be able to, and this is just a battle for mid-map now. Shady gets a touch. Suspector is going to be pretty much the last player who can cause problems here, and maybe think about a flag return. There is a player above him on the bridge. Grenades starting to fall around him, but Suspector picks up 1, and Kratos will be there to keep him alive.
They can't let this happen. He almost gets the 3rd. He gets a green gun on Legend as well. Huge damage coming in from Suspector.
2v2, but the flag is going to be counter-pulled here by XS. Shady gets the flag back around the corner, but Ascend got to be so careful here. Any kind of overextension, any kind of kills falling against them, and they could find that flag not only going home to the XS base, but also being counter-capped themselves.
That was a big decision for Kratos. Instead of going back, he decides to go forward. So far, it has paid off for him, and he flies in for the return as well.
He's going to get this return as well. You can see the secret link to pick up kills, but Kratos makes the right decision at the right time and will send that flag back home.
You could tell when Kratos was in bar, he had a moment there where he could either go back pillars and he could help his team out, or he could fly forward and get that return. He flies forward. In the end, the flags will go home.
Flags home. Legend already setting up base though in the opposition treehouse. Not only that, an Overshield to play with as well. So 2 back-to-back Overshields here for Ascend as the push comes in.
My God, we lost exactly what happened in the kill feed there. That was a wild kill on the end as he will go down.
Oh my word.
Kratos with more shots in the bar as well. 3 dead. Shady last player alive.
Shady last player alive, and like we mentioned, statistically maybe not up there at the moment, but we've seen the influence he's had on the map, right? Numerous times he challenged, numerous times he'd be a nuisance to help his team get map control.
And I'm just getting confirmation now that wasn't Achilles' spine. That was a back whack on the Overshield that happened in bar. It looked like it, but because of the player cam, we lost the kill feed for just a second, but that indeed was a back whack on the Overshield. Big play.
Yeah, big play. However, more big plays coming in now from Ascend as 2 players from XSET. Unfortunately for XSET fans, find themselves in that respawn screen. Shady going to be able to force this one forward. Legend has been taken down though, so Shady going to have to try and bait this flag and pick up some kills.
Sika is the only player dead on the side of Ascend, so a momentary 3v4 here as that flag will be tossed bottom middle, but absolute chaos on the other side.
But this is what Shady does, right? He gets behind enemy lines. He gets that flag moving. He causes the classic objective dilemma for XSET, but now he has to play it right, and if Shady gets taken down, then maybe there's a chance for XSET to get map control once more.
Yeah, Kratos knew exactly where he needed to clear that player out. It was going to be in Bazaar. They got that info. And that flag will go in. XSET will lead now 2-1 with only 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
And it's the exact example of what we were talking about before this game got underway. Shady can get behind enemy lines. He can get the flag moving. But if he dies in the process, then he leaves his team in a 3v4. XZ took advantage of that, and by doing so, now find themselves up by 1.
Especially on Bazaar, right? It's different when you're doing that on a map like Aquarius. It's a very different calculation, very different equation. On Bazaar, you will get isolated, and XZ, they don't panic. Kratos flies back with the rockets. He knew he would get the kill. They bring the flag in. Now we have the 2-minute warning on the clock.
Only 2 minutes here for Ascend then to find a way into the base and find a way to get that flag back home. The worry for me is they've had 2 overshields.
Yes.
And they haven't managed to convert off the back of them. Now XZ have in their hands with Kratos with the OS. What can they do with it?
Kratos gonna fly right in. Easy kill for him on truck should be. 2 grapples as well. And gonna fly right in to continue dealing the damage.
Shady, once again, sneaking behind, but Kratos, I love this decision from him. Not only is he moving back, but he recognized the most important kill there. He had to go back. Where's Shady? Where's Shady? It's going to be in the comms constantly here from XZ. Legend gets this pull, though, keeps this flag alive. Suppress has some work to do.
Here comes the wait and bait, but guess what? The Bulldog is going to be Suppress's best friend. That spike grenade, not so much. He gets away, though, killing spree as well in the feed, but going to hold up on this reacher, and they will bring it back. And you have to wonder, those shots from Kratos into the body of Shady, that was more than just body disrespect. I think that's saying, hey, you could go into our flag all you want and pull the flag. Guess what? You're going to lose this game.
Just under 60 seconds then for Ascent to get inside of that base, get a flag moving and try and make something happen, but Suspector is just shutting things down at the moment inside of the hut. 45 seconds on the clock. Flag moving though for Ascend, but I'm pretty sure they don't know where Suspector is.
Now they do. Sika finds him out in the lockers. Players on the bar as well. And the bridge. So those nades are going to come in. Suspector somehow stays alive and gets full shield once again.
Somehow stays alive. I mean, I've been in that position many times in matchmaking, and I do not live. Luckily for him, it wasn't a spike grenade. It wasn't a dynamo. It was just the frag, which he managed to avoid. And by doing so and surviving for as long as he has, not only have they got that flag back home, but Kratos has run one home for XZ. 15 seconds left in this game. There's not going to be enough time for Ascend here to get back into this, to tie things up. It's going to be XZ who got up by 1 hit.
And what a game number 1 from the side of XZ as the clock does tick down. Time will expire. Look at Kratos getting loud there, making sure that words get exchanged across the stage. That's a convincing game number 1 from XZ, even though they fall early. First cap goes in for Ascend, doesn't matter in the end. That's a win for XZ. They will take the lead in the series 1-0.
And I think one thing that really stood out to me there, and I'm actually going to focus on the man who's popping off right now on the stage, is Kratos' decision-making. Decision-making on Bazaar is so important, especially when you have players who are trying to get sneaky pulls, who are trying to be a little bit disruptive. Every single time we saw Kratos have to make a decision. Do I go forward? Do I go backwards? He made the right one. It was, whether he got that flag return, whether it was moving into the base to stop the player actually getting the pull when he had the overshield and the grapple, everything he did was correct in that game. He made the plays that needed to be made.
It's true. The decisions that you make on Bazaar Ctf, there's a fork in the road. Unlike a map like Aquarius, when you decide to go back, you've gone back. You now have a very long route if you wanted to go back to, say, to help your team instead. Instead, he goes forward. He is the aggressor. He goes in and gets that flag return. That was the game-tying flag as well.
And not only that, the 2 players that we were highlighting on XZ for slays, for damage, whatever it was, are Suppress and Suspector. We see the stats coming in at the end of this game, 23 and 16 for Suspector, but Suppressed as well, 23 and 14. For the man who maybe hasn't been talked about enough on this roster.
Yeah, also worth noting, they did outslay their opponents as well, 76-59 in the end. It was a pretty handy outslaying in terms of the kills department as well.
It certainly was. This is the last 30 seconds or so of that game as well. When I hope we get the last 45 seconds or so as the game ends, because you're going to see Kratos start to pop off. And it's what I mentioned at the start of this game, right? You give XZ a reason to be fired up. They play their best Halo. Yeah. Kratos a perfect embodiment of that in those final moments.
It's a great point. I think we're seeing it here, right? These are the bad boys in North America here. Kratos already established quite a reputation for himself. Also, some key words in Anaheim as well that many will remember about his confidence in terms of being not just one of the best players to play the game, but the best players to ever play the game in his own words. And I tell you what, after that game number 1, they're looking pretty strong.
Well, now we move towards game number 2, and it looks like maybe Walsh is the only one who might be able to get this prediction right, if anyone at the moment. So we're going to have to see how Ascend bounce back. Yeah. Now, it's been a difficult day for Ascend so far. They haven't won a map so far. They've kind of been beaten a little bit, pretty handily in every single game they've played, but now they get to play Aquarius Slayer. fast pace, they can flood, they can do what they do best. My worry now is if they lose this one, I really see them struggling to get a result out of this series.
Me too. I think we're going to see this go really one-sided if this game number 2 goes in favor of XSET. You have to wonder with Shady's playstyle and the OEs and the flanks if that's going to work a little bit better on Aquarius. Certainly in terms of the playbook, it has the opportunity to work a lot better on Aquarius than it did on Bazaar.
Yeah, and there's a couple more factors to talk about with Ascend, right? This record that everyone keeps highlighting, it's like, they haven't been beaten for this long, they haven't been beaten for this long. It's online. It's very, very different to the environment they find themselves in now, and I kind of highlighted this a bit earlier, right? 3 of these players very inexperienced on that main stage. It's showing right now, and I think Kratos knows that. That's why he's getting loud. That's why he's getting up in the faces of these youngsters, because he knows this might be the opportunity that they will start to wilt, they'll start to fall under that pressure.
Absolutely, and just like you said, Kratos knows that better than anyone. He's going to get loud, he's going to get in your face, and not an easy opponent to ever play against, but especially when he's yelling at you like that after a win, it's going to make it even more difficult on the main stage for the Ascend boys.
We'll take a quick look at those stats as well. You can see that it isn't one of the strongest game types for XSET historically. They have a 2-2 record. Ascend, once again, European base. They have been dominant over there. Not surprised to see them having slightly more success on the other side of the seas. But for now, let's get into this game and a much better start here for Ascend. They are 3-0 up. Kratos last player alive.
Kratos last player alive. He actually anchored on the base, which is something we're only seeing a few teams do. Tries to go with the wave. Somehow they find the trade there. It'll be 4-1 off the opening.
Seeker putting pressure onto these spawns as well, and power up control also in the hands of Ascend. However, not for too long, as Suspector will swoop in with a couple of grenades, a couple of shots, and he'll find himself a heat wave too. But a much stronger start here from Ascend, doubling the score of XSET.
Suspector, one of your players to watch in this Slayer. As we said, highest KD on this team by a huge margin. Expect him to pop off if this team is able to find success once again, but early on, 8-3 in favor of Ascend.
They get it picked apart a little bit here. However, that kill from Suspector, and another one, actually, excuse me, the kill being cleaned up by Arctic after the damage done by Suspector is maybe going to create an opening, but you can see maybe a little bit of frustration here for Suspector. He's running around the map, he's got a heat wave, but he's got nowhere to fight. Finally finds one onto Seeker, but even then, the pressure from Ascend starting to toll 11-7.
That was 3 dead. How does Ascend come off the back of this? Because right now, a comfortable lead. They're all spawning Dynamo side, need to get a little bit of more map positioning. And if XSET can answer back once again, they'll keep this game close.
Ooh, Shady just slides in a little bit recklessly there. Legend will equal up those trades. Snipe Drone also picks up a kill, but look at the survivability again from Suspector here. You know, he's been alive for so long, he's been doing so much damage. Finally, Legend will take him down, but it's 14-9 here for Ascend. A little bit of a cushion already starting to appear.
Yeah, Ascend right now answering Brack as well, but man, right away you see Suppress with such a great play. They're not only a team shot, but a perfect nade up to top car. Will keep the game within 5.
Important moments in this game now. Great shots coming in from Suppressed, excuse me, with that perfect kill. And the camo popping top middle. Now, who can get control of that second power up? With the kills going down, you would expect XSET to have the best vision on it and certainly be able to put the pressure on this power up.
They have the right damage, but they know they need a little bit more. Look at Suppress, just so wisely backing down, does not go for the camo yet. It can really cost you. Now they flood, now they're trying to get away with it. Arctic stays alive somehow. No, he goes down. Suppress is last player alive, so the kill trades will go in favor of Ascend. Camo will be burned.
Camo a non-factor then. 19-60, just a 3-kill difference between the two teams. Shady will win that 1v1 engagement down at the bottom of the pink tower. Now he should have another one. You can see Arctic going to be scarpering away, but good map control here for Ascend. Trying to flood on this base, but for Suspector again, with that opening kill, it's going to slow down that push. Kills being traded across the board, 2 dead on each side.
Ascend able to extend this lead even further. Right now, they're just about the halfway mark here. 23 kills for them. They continue to maintain this 5-kill lead. And if they can continue this pace, good chance to take this game number 2.
Currently looking across the stats, Legend having the standout game here for Ascend. So far, a long way to go, of course. It's currently sat at 9-5, almost double positive in the first few moments of this game. Still that 3-kill cushion here for Ascend, but map control and top middle control and heat wave control. Here for XSET, you would expect them to make a push and maybe able to close that gap a little bit.
Yeah, Ascend looking very good here. They get a few more. We'll have to see if XSET can keep this game close. We're going to get into an Astro listen-in with the side of XSET.
Okay, nice one here. Don't die here. We got the shit.
Happy guys.
Right connector. 3P. Yeah, 3P. Watch out, Eli. Watch out my fridge. Actually. Watch out. P1 absolutely beat him. He's on the fridge. He's still there. By himself. He's by himself. Heaven's out, heaven's out.
One shot, he wave, go red connector.
I hear you, red connector.
Go on top car.
I spawned right up the street. Camel's one. Watch out, good job. Watch out, record. I died, dude. Right street. On the nades, P2 nades. I'm looking. He's blue jump. He's blue P jump. Blue P jump, watch out. And P1 is lit. I spawned car. Shot P1.
I hear that.
They're gonna push me. Wait.
Look at my angle. Is there anyone blue?
No.
Car nades.
Red car. P2 low. Red car, red street. Blue side, P2 low.
Coming left. I'm here, bro.
He's 2v2.
Second one.
I died. No, you won't take it.
Zombie 2.
Watch out, from blue, guys.
Dead.
We're the only one alive? Yeah. Going. I'm going P2, guys. Let's start small talking.
Yep.
I'm looking blue Gladiator. Blue Gladiator right after shots. Stairs.
Don't edit that, Donnie. I'm coming with you. They're gonna respawn your red. Pushing with you, Donnie.
Yeah, he's back. Don't die.
I needed it.
He's dead. One red flag. Do not die from red flag.
Go back to that car. Nice. Car weak.
Car 1 to car 3. Last ones. You got me, car 1. What's that car 1? Car 1. What's that car 1? No, shot. Watch out on me, bro. No one there.
Well, when we went into the listening, it was Xset who were trying to close that gap on Ascend. Ascend opened that gap up a little bit, but now we're back into the game here, Andy. It's just a 5-kill game, and Xset's starting to string something together.
Absolutely back and forth, and this is now the home stretch here, the final kills in this game. You could tell just how focused and just how dialed in Xset is, making sure they're not giving up free kills, but Ascend has been applying the pressure. Now a 7-kill lead.
And Snipe Drone, though, a double kill at this point in the game is absolutely massive. Not just for the scoreline, but just to relax the team a little bit. Keep that cushion in their favor. It's a 7-kill game here, and there's a flank coming in from Legend, who turns 2 and also pushes Ascend past that 40-kill mark.
That's right, back on board with Ascend. Legend on your screen. 8-kill lead for them, 15 kills for the man on your screen. In a game where they are leading by 8, he is positive 7.
They're starting to work together so much better here. Ascend as well. You can see the body system is there, but there is Suspector. Again, a double kill from him. Leads Snipe Drone trying to survive bomb middle. Kraos putting the pressure on, but Snipe Drone managing to keep himself alive.
No grab on the camo just yet. This is not over, folks. We'll have to see where that camo goes. There it is. And who better but Kratos on your screen. Game in his hands with the camo. They're down by 6.
Could be the turning factor in this game. A pivotal moment for both teams. Xset, if they manage to come back here, if they manage to take this game number 2, then maybe that will crush the hopes of Ascend. And they could be struggling to find their way out this pool in the way they would have wanted, but Snipe Drone with that kill. 7 kills to go now for Ascend to tie up the series at 1-1.
Still such a close go. Legend just getting out of there, trying to stay alive. Kills will be traded out. Still a 6-kill game. Xset cannot afford to trade any longer.
Oh, somehow Shady doesn't get the trade there, and Kratos will survive, as well as taking down that player who had the heat wave. Now it's 5 kills to go for Ascend, but this next team fight is everything.
What can Xset do here? Can they clutch up? Can they make sure to watch their deaths to bring this game close as we get into the final kills of the game? They'll get the first one.
Manages to survive there on the bottom of the car tunnel, but like you say, the first kill does come in. Snipe Drone answers back. Suspector with another. Snipe Drone now under pressure. Car 1. It's a 3-kill game. 4 kills for Ascend, but it is so tight in these final moments.
Could be disastrous for Ascend after leading this entire game, at times by 8 or 9 kills. Now it's just a 3-kill game. Make it 4.
To get a little bit of breathing room, and it's Snipe Drone, the man who seems to just be able to get the kill when it matters. 3 players now flood from Ascend into the utility. Snipe Drone trying to back up his team. Shady and Seeker leading the line. Snipe Drone there to clean up damage, but Shady will get another one. It's 2 kills now for Ascend to tie us up at 1-1. It's getting closer, but it's still not in their hands.
A little bit of a cushion here, hitting that 48 mark. Xset has to play insanely careful. Halo, they can bring this back, but they have no room for error. 49.
49, 1 more kill to go here for Ascend. Arctic is toast, and Ascend will tie things up at 1-1. And I don't know about you, I don't speak French. There's a few looks over the stage there, maybe a little bit of retaliation to the trash talk we saw after that game number 1.
Some smiles on the stage there. On the side of Ascend, they will tie this series 1-1, and despite the fact that that game got awfully close at the end, Ascend are able to maintain the lead throughout the entire game, ranging anywhere from a 3-kill lead to a 9-kill lead. They do clutch up in a moment where it felt like Xset was about to create the stuff of nightmares for the European side. XCT there has to now deal with being tied 1-1 in this series, and it's a very different series outlook compared to possibly being up 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 and the way it would have been as well. That would have been it. I don't care who you are, you don't come back from that crushing defeat after holding the lead for so long, but they held on. They showed that steel. They showed, a little bit of heart in those final moments to play that game out the way they needed to, and they do get that win on the board. Tied up at 1-1 now. I tell you what, this next map is so important for the mentality of both teams, I think.
Absolutely, and I think also what a mental bounce back for the side of Ascend. We'll take a look at the last 30 seconds of that game that you had on screen, because my God, was it ever tightly contested. Look at Kratos just trying to sniff out Sniper. Look at the pressure that comes in from Shady and Sika to make sure that Kratos cannot push that Dynamo side. A lot of little details coming in big at the end for Ascend.
Yeah, one thing I love that Ascend did in that final moment as well, a lot of teams in those kind of standoff positions would huddle up, right?
Yeah.
Sit in the back of the base. You can't do that on Aquarius. You can't afford to do that.
You can't do that Halo Infinite.
That's true. A couple of Dynamos get thrown in, you leave the camo available, and before you know it, not only have you lost the kills to make it a tie game, you've got to fight that flood again on the other side of the map. So they decided to just, let's 3-send car side. Let's make sure we get a trade at least. Let's get ourselves out of this situation. And they managed to, like you say, clutch up, show that steel to tie up the series at 1-1.
You've seen 2 3-0s on the main stage already today. This series will be a different one, and one that could potentially go the distance. 3-1 for XCT in our first game type. 50-46, a very close Aquarius Slayer. Now we turn our eyes to Oddball Streets.
We do indeed. Now this is a game type which is a very interesting one as well. Ascend, in the objective game type, Strongholds and Oddball have been outstanding over in Europe. They have been kind of an outlier in comparison to everybody else, but this is a different test. As we know, we could say that against Cloud9, they kind of got showed how to play the game, right? Yeah. However, they all do the work. They don't really have defined roles. Everyone will pick up the Oddball when they need to. Everyone will slay out when they need to. You look at the other side of XCT, and maybe, again, you're looking at the likes of Suppressed. You're looking at Suspected to pick up the kills. Maybe Kratos to do a little bit more of that objective work. We're going to have to see what kind of chemistry works best on this one. Yeah. But it's a great bounce back from Ascend, and like you say, we've had trios all day today. I don't think we're seeing one here. We definitely aren't seeing one here, but we might see our first game 5.
Yeah, take a look here. Some of the stats around Streets Oddball. Once again, this is your HCS Pro Series online competition so far. Quite close, within just about over 1 kill per minute difference between the two. Ascend also with some really high assists there, 3.28 per minute as well. But damage per game, look at XCT there. And keep in mind, of course, with a round 3 Oddball, that damage per game could be a little bit impacted by the fact that they might have played a round 3, but still huge numbers.
Yeah, also Ascend winning games pretty quickly. Might give them the opportunity to do that. A lot more 2-0s in the favor of Ascend over in Europe. But it's certainly going to be a game where we're going to see the long game here. I don't think we're going to see a 2-0. I think it's going to be a very interesting first round as well. We've seen how momentum swinging and a little bit of emotion is having an effect on this series. First round, important. Smiles across the board here from XCT. They want to get into this game, and I tell you what, so do I.
I was going to say, Kratos and Suppressed there, smiles on their faces. Not too worried about that last result. I think they have a lot to be proud of in terms of how they were able to bring it together towards the end. They really lost that game when they were down by 8 or 9, right? Because XCT is a team that can really keep those games close, and they can really upset you in the final stages. The big loss for them was going down by 7 or 8 kills in the middle of that game and creating really an unsurmountable hill for them to climb. They did really well to bring the game within 3, but it was not enough in the end. It was too little too late for them. Smiles on their faces, though, because they're ready to get into game number 3.
Yeah, I think both teams maybe just relaxed a little bit on the main stage now as we head into our game number 3. The swing game in this series is Oddball on Streets. Ascend love to flood. They love to put you under pressure. XCT already showed in that game number 1 a little bit more structure to the way that they approach this. The question is, what game plan is going to come out on top in the most vital game in the series so far?
Unsurprisingly, player to watch on Ascend will be Snipe Drone, historically over a 2.0 KD on this game type. Pretty commanding stats for him. Going to be keeping a very close eye on what impact Snipe Drone has in this game.
We certainly are. We're going to be starting off by looking through the lens of his battle rifle as well as we jump into our game number 3 here in Pool A. Tied up at 1-1 between XCT and Ascend. Snipe Drone, I said it was going to be a battle rifle. We're looking through it. At the moment, it's a Stalker rifle.
See what damage he can do here once again. This is going to be all about the opening damage that you get. XCT will be the one that not only get the damage, they also get the kills, but they're traded out 3 alive for both sides.
Rocket's still available as well. The mid-map flood now coming in from XCT, and that means Rockets, goodness me, are going to be flying towards Snipe Drone. Not the best time to be zoomed in at that point.
That is the Hail Mary, and wow, the 1-2 as well. The Bulldog to back it up from Suspector. We talk about how Suspector is such a dominant KD player, but also on this specific game type, Suppressed actually leading his team.
Such an important kill from Shady and Legend as well. They cut off that rotation before that ball gets in. If that's just a second quicker from Exet, then that's probably a tram setup. Spawn towards Red Room. All of these things start to flood together, right? They have the setup, but Suspector now has work to do. He is doing that work as he picks up 2, but Seeker, a vital kill here for Ascend to keep them in control of Tram.
Very good damage there. Seeker somehow stays alive, gonna wait for his teammates to spawn, and seeing that maybe someone might be coming in from the B side, he knows those pushes are coming, so playing this very carefully.
Pressure coming in on the commander though. Kratos gonna be forced off, showing the respect to Seeker. Suspector picking up the first kill though in the team fight to give Exet a numbers advantage on the map though. Seeker with good vision on the ball though. He's also going to have to flank onto Kratos, but Kratos stays alive. Kratos being such a nuisance here. Seeker has to move in to finish off the kill and does so successfully.
Sentinel beam in his hand as well, going to grab this thrust. Swap it out for the Bulldog very quickly. Look how long Seeker has stayed alive, and just like you said, Onside, how pivotal was that ball being stopped on C stairs? That changed the entire trajectory of the next few minutes of play. Rockets coming up soon.
Nobody really able to get any kind of semblance of a setup so far. It's just been back and forth, slay for slay. As you can see, the ball is trying to be forced back towards that A setup by the looks of things. It looks like I said they're going to flood on this though. If they can pick up these final kills at back A, Snipe Drone and Seeker might have the opportunity to get the first kind of setup here on the map. Seeker going to pass that one off to Snipe Drone because he has that Bulldog. He can lock down this pink lane.
Lots of important pressure here from Seeker. Gets a killing spree, and Exit's caught out. They're not in the right rotation. You should not have players dying front C if you do not have C stairs pressure, and Seeker's taking advantage of that.
Seeker putting more pressure on as well. Shady has the rockets and a 25 to 11 point lead here at the start of this first round on Streets Oddball. Another kill now for Shady, putting the rockets to use.
Very nice. They're still 2 dead for the side of Exet. It has led to even more points on the board, but should be a collapse here coming in back A. No time to play ball.
Not going to be able to get that ball out like you say, but Snipe Drone has survived. Suppress his ping and he knows he's there, but Arctic has to finish off that kill quickly, otherwise the pressure will come in. That pressure is coming in now.
Oh boy.
And Shady will somehow get the kill onto Suppressor back A.
They waited too long. Exet waited too long. They needed to collapse on back A. The ball was not played. It was a 3v2 pushing it on back A, but Ascend somehow stays alive long enough to maintain control here, and they'll maintain control of the scoreboard as well. Still 34 to 11.
That second can make all the difference against a team like Ascend because they will keep coming. They will keep flying at you. They will get across the map quicker than many other teams. Kratos though, a big win against Shady is going to create a little bit of space and a little bit of breathing room here for Exet. They managed to pick up 1, but there's Snipe Drone with 2 just to slow things down once more.
Great work from Snipe Drone there. Seeker still trying to stay alive in the back of A. He will go down. So now finally Exet trying to get control of Hologram, back A, and PD, but it takes them quite a while. Finally, the ball's picked up, but guess what? It's by Ascend in the back of PD.
Yeah, they managed to flood that A side there this time, pushing up that pink street, managing to get control of back tower. Now Suspector has to play his life. He gets damage down, but has to rotate mid-map. Kratos is going to pick up 1, but look at Suspector. Survivability, he is the snake in the grass right now. They cannot shut him down until finally he falls.
Legend's fine with it though. Guess what? More ball time for the side of Ascend. Still 3 dead for an Exet. Let's talk about one player in particular, and that's Shady. Look at those numbers.
One player who's been a little bit slow so far in the games that we've seen so far for Ascend, starting to heat up, and finally for Ascend, he's such an important piece of their puzzle. He's now sat at 11 and 4, he's behind enemy lines, he's clearing out space across the map and applying pressure to Exet.
Exet is getting dismantled in this game. It is 68 to 11, and despite the fact that they're finding kills on the back of the base, they cannot put time on the board. Ascend has such good pressure here.
The damage coming in from Shady, 3 different targets, 3 different shields are going to be broken, and that just means that Snipe Drone can hold the ball inside of PD. This is what you expect to see from Shady. Constant, kind of unforgiving pressure across the map.
4 dead, finally all 4 up. Let's see, where does the opening damage go here? Suppress is already on B pillars. Shady getting crafty in B. He's just waiting. Look at him. He waits. He's going to get the first damage. Great shots. He'll get that kill as well. Shady is not done yet.
Not only damage, information. All of the players flooding on that B street, and they're all going to be called out by Shady. That means Ascend know where to locate those battle rifles. They can force the fire onto those players, and they can also cross the 100-point mark. First round of the board goes to Ascend in quite some style.
My God, that did not look like the same team there on the side of Exet, and Ascend is looking very good. We are going right into round number 2, of course, and we are back into the gameplay here, and what a round it is from Ascend. What a round from Shady. right back into the action now. Ascend only 1 round away from taking this game and the lead in the series.
14-5 in that first round coming in from Shady. You can't ask for much more from a player. Now they need to match that in this second round. They need to take the map away from Xset. They need to put the pressure back on to the team who sat across them on that main stage.
Kratos now with the rockets in hand. They have to answer back here, and they need to do it in a big way. Once again, that was about 100-11 in the end.
3 dead there momentarily, and a setup here. Kind of a transitional setup coming in from Xset. Suspector is going to have the Bulldog inside of the base, but here comes Snipe Drone now. He's sneaking around enemy lines. He's got a couple of grenades to play with. He's trying to clear out the back of Tram here, but an early start, an early points on the board for Xset. 12 points, not too much to kind of celebrate, but at least it's a lead.
What a nade there. Snipe Drone just takes that one straight into the knuckles. Will fall right at his feet, but he stays alive. Not long enough, though, on C-Valve. 1 dead for each side.
Similar pattern to what we saw in the first round, though, off the break. A little bit scrappy. Both teams kind of just struggling to get the numbers on board to rotate. Once again, Xset had the ball momentarily and still do, but 2 players have fallen. Ascend now with the flood and the focus fire as well. They get the play ball onto the stairs, but not far enough out. You can see that now Ascend can bring that ball back into Tram, and they have transferred now into that Tram south themselves.
3 dead. Suppress was the last one there. He's in Cafe. That means Cafe A spawns and PD spawns for the side of Xset, but it will also mean continued time on the board for Ascend.
Seeker this time, the player with the ball in his hands. Legend locking down these pink stairs with the Stalker rifle. Suppress trying to bait him out with a couple of shots. You can see there was another player, Kratos, trying to work with him, but it looks like that's been sniffed out here by Ascend. They're trying to rotate this one towards that arcade street, trying to move the ball away from where the push is coming in.
Wow.
But speaking of pushes, there's an aggressive one from Legend as he puts Kratos in the ground, and Arctic will follow.
Look at the Bash brothers in the back of the base, just 1-2 melee, a little bit of Mike Tyson action there on the commando to pick up those kills, and guess what? The gift of the rocket launcher goes in the hands of Shady. Ascend will continue scoring.
And never get on an economy flight with Mike Tyson.
No.
Well, don't ever go towards Commando when there's an Ascend player knocking about there with some melees to play with. Seeker now with the Bulldog in his hands. Once again, his responsibility, lock down that pink stairs, and he's going to have a job to do here. He finds 1, might be able to turn 2, but no damage not going to be done in the way that maybe he would have wanted there.
Yeah, and no rotate. Surprising there. It felt like maybe there would have been enough information, enough time to start a rotate to Commando and to Driveway. That rotate doesn't come in, so we'll be Xset scoring once again.
They will be scoring, but once again, Ascend do have a pretty formidable lead here, 41-22. Snipe Drone does have the thrust at the back of the base, and Snipe Drone being a pain once more. He finally gets taken down, but the push now coming in, and Seeker clearing things out. 3 dead for us. For Xset here, make it 4. The ball rolls down those stairs, but there is going to be a player to collect.
Yeah, so many dead, so much pressure doesn't even matter. The play ball doesn't even come into effect. Players are already spawning Cafe. Shady flies up, but look at this. He gets damage, gets more. Look at this. Still only half shields. He's able to get 2 players weak. Second one might be cleaned up in Rocket Pocket. We'll have to see. But regardless, once again, more time on the board for Ascend.
That damage means time as well, because those 2 players that he damages with the Stalker Rifle, they can't push. Yep. They cannot walk across the map. They have to wait for those shields to come back. And those little moments turn into seconds on the board. 62 and rising. Suspector though says hello, but now Legend says goodbye. The Bulldog and the melee once again connected.
3 dead again. Only 1 player alive for Xset. This will be more points on the board. This one could be over very soon. Already 70 for Ascend.
What a bounce back this has been from Ascend as well. Dominant so far on streets, oddball. Legend has been playing superbly in this game as well. He's 9-3 in this game, but 70 points of objective time. So many vital kills, so many clutch moments, but Xset still live here. Rockets are going to be popping in 2 seconds.
Keeping a close eye on those rocks. Legend barely staying alive here from garbage. He'll get cleaned out. Should be maybe an Arctic grab for the Rockets if I'm not mistaken. We'll keep an eye on those.
Kratos gets the rockets in his hand, so an opportunity here for Xset at least. Threads the needle onto Snipe Drone on that B balcony. And now be able to cut off this push as well. Arctic has taken down, but Seeker going to be under pressure. Thinking about that rocket. It's going to connect. Shady going to be challenging as well. So Kratos doing a great job of locking down this arcade street here for Xset.
Nice little swing here for the side of Xset. A moment of control. It feels like the first moment to breathe for them in quite some time.
The only problem is it's a moment to breathe, but they don't have many moments left where they can make a mistake, because it's 77-39. They just crossed that 40-point mark, but one more push that comes in from Ascend, a 4 dead. And this game could be over as Seeker and Legend make that push.
Look at the nades that come into tires, and I think it's another factor on set of Xset waiting too long.
Legend! Again with a flank that comes in, cleans up 2 players. They take that ball back to PD, and with that, they might take the game as well.
Making it look way too easy. Once again, Xset waiting too long. You cannot hold the ball on B pillars and be indecisive about who's grabbing the ball. That was not a rotate. That was was a hesitation.
It certainly was, and look at this rotation potentially coming in as well now. Legend's gonna have to play bodyguard. Xset, come and get it. You're gonna meet a Bulldog. They do get the kill. Legend only picks up one, gets damage done. Shady last player alive.
See what Shady does, probably waits. Gonna just sit B pillars. What was I thinking? Shady flies out. He's shooting his gun. Now he slows down. He's gonna go ahead. Looks like maybe a bottom middle L push here. They know they only need one more push. They will close out this game.
Yeah, this time it's not been Shady. It's been Legend who's been popping off in this round. Snipe Drone gonna be challenging Arctic. The Bulldog will help Arctic win that battle, but Arctic, unfortunately, is gonna be the last man alive. He falls. Shady gives it back across the stage. And Ascend go up 2-1 in the series.
You gotta think, it's a very different Ascend from that first game that we saw. Looking so strong, so confident in what is the most confident and blowout win in the series so far. On the other side of the stage, a lot to think about though, here for Spectre and Xset.
Yeah, a lot to think about, because that was not close. That was not close whatsoever. That was a dominant 2-round performance in Oddball on Streets coming in from Ascend and reminding us that they're here to play. This isn't just like some average team that we might have thought after that Cloud9 series we saw a little bit earlier on. They are a serious Halo Infinite team. And now those predictions on the desk may be looking a little bit more likely with the momentum swing going back into the favor of Ascend.
Here's the last 30 seconds. Look at this 3-man push here. It's Legend versus the world. Bulldogs just pumping and dumping. He'll eventually get that trade out. They have to wait just a little bit as Shady, as we said. Last player alive, what's he gonna do? He flies out. He continues the pressure. The nades hit as well. And it's because of plays like that, he's able to swing Cafe. They'll start to pick up more kills, and they end the game with confidence.
Just doing such a good job of flooding across the map. You can see all 3 players just pushing on that streak.
How is Shady alive in Cafe? There's someone on Xset in Cafe. And he stays alive in Cafe that whole time. They get the last player alive. There's Shady on your screen. He also stands up on the stage and, like you said, exchanges some words of his own down towards Kratos and Xset. They now lead the series 2-1.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Kratos speaks French, and you know I can't speak for him, but I'm sure he got the gist of maybe what Shady was saying across the map. And now the game type I was talking about at the start of this series, which is an Ascend home ground, home win, Ascend flags everywhere whenever they played it over in Europe, is going to be our next game of the series. It's going to be Strongholds. It's going to be Recharge. And as I say, it's an Ascend playground historically. Xset have it all to do to send us to a game 5 here.
We talked earlier about how Ascend had little to lose. I would say we have the same thing here again. Like you said, this is their playground. This is their opportunity to close out the series in a convincing fashion.
Haven't lost it yet in Pro Series. Huge amount of captures, huge amount of pressure. And Xset are going to be feeling that pressure right now as Ascend have turned this series on its head. They're up 2-1. One more game here for Ascend and they'll pick up the series win.
Starting off with Legend, by the way, in that last game, 22-11 overall. A huge contribution to that game. And now only looking 1 game away. Shady also picking up where he left off, camo in hand.
Split across the map for Strongholds, as you would expect for both teams. Shady now making the play towards A. There's a beat down, there's a kill, and this should be A being secured here by Ascend. You can see the snipe drone is working around the turbine as well, which means that nobody's going to be able to push, and it will be AB and first scoring points on the board here for Ascend.
Look at this, Shady once around, going to hang around the corners. He knows the spots to watch. We'll see if someone comes around the corner.
Suppressed. Didn't walk around the corner. Didn't give him the back smack opportunity, but Shady's still going to be doing damage. 2 full for Ascend though, 2 full for Xset. They should continue scoring, but pressure onto B here coming in from Xset. They might get the conversion.
Let's see what happens on B. Maybe a bit of a reset. Shady's going to fly through. He might be the guy. He knows he needs to fly in, but actually it's going to be another contest from Arctic. Battle for B going down bottom middle, and Shady wins those. He will get the reset. They will continue scoring BC. Early momentum for Ascend. Let's go into a listen-in with the side of Ascend.
I'm watching pipes.
Watching top tower.
Regarde pipes, j'ai ta pipe.
Okay, put top tower.
Weak, put top tower.
You guys pushing legend.
I go, boys. He's weak on C. Might play pipes. Okay, let's
Heaven
push
as well, heaven.
Okay, let's push heaven. Nice, Mike. Triangle weak on me. Triangle right shot. Nice, gros, tu shit dessus, go ahead.
Take.
Regarde ici, weak.
Long goal, one guy. Long goal, 2 shots.
Hold two again, hold two.
One shot long goal, one shot. Okay, grenade, yeah. Watching long.
One guy tower one.
Make sure we go fly. Get to one. Nice, gros, shot.
Top go on me. Watch your top go.
Nice, camo. Okay, put on me, one shot. One shot long, bottom turn, one shot. What's he fait? Allez, on legend. Camo, put on me. Watch it, yellow door, watch it, yellow door. Watch it, big shot, watch it, big shot.
We see it, guys. He's gonna go stairs, maybe.
He's go stairs, go stairs. Top A, one good. Nice, man. Blink for blink for
Top A weak, suppressed.
Okay, but top 12.
I'm going on A, I'm going on A.
Ah, he killed me.
Yeah, just cut
It's you, it's shock. It's back, weak, just shock. Catwalk. Top tower, weak. Nice, Shady, il est derrière. Weak top tower.
Top A weak.
Ah, je vais.
Watch out bottom A, guys, watch out bottom A.
Dead.
Nice, I'm watching your cat, It's weak top tower.
Okay, I'm gonna push this.
Watch out top tower, suspector.
I'm going top tower weak as well, Kratos.
Watch out center, suspector. Nice.
Front tower, Kratos.
Watch out the front. Nice.
Camera drop, I think. Top A as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking.
Top A weak.
Shut up, to get. Like, top A.
Ouais, top A.
Yeah, top A, je crois.
Je peux le voir. Il est catwalk. Il est catwalk, oui. Shut up, je peux le voir. Ok, top A, be careful, zone. Play for C, guys.
I'm just gonna say it.
Top tower, I'm gonna shoot.
Well, the intensity is there from Ascend, and the listening, it's still composed though. They're not getting carried away, but one thing that might start to get carried away is its scoreline. It's 82-27, and Ascend have been in control for all of the game so far.
Ooh, you saw that almost a BC hold for Ascend. B gets stopped right at the last second. A reset will come in for XN. So this game being a little bit closer, but we got to talk about so interesting to hear the side of XN. Of course, 3/4 of this team, a French roster, all communicating in English there to make sure that Snipe Drone also, of course, can get all the comms as well. So it says a lot about this team and how important comms are when you have 3/4 of the team, of course, speaking their second language.
You certainly can. You can also definitely hear when Snipe Drone calls out in comparison to the other 3 players. But for now, it's going to be Kratos trying to do what he can. And speaking of Snipe Drone, it's not just in the comms you can notice him, it's also in the kill feed. Snipe Drone, 10 and 7 at the moment.
This is dangerous territory for the side of XN, and they know it. You can tell by the expression on their faces. Sika now with even more opportunity to continue scoring, camo in hand.
Going to be able to contest B as well. Not only that, gets the reset, stays alive. AB in control of Ascend. That's the setup they have, and you can see Shady already pressuring onto C as well. Sika stayed alive, but it looks like XN might have lost track of him.
Oh boy! And it's little plays like that, little moments like that, where he can continue to somehow stay alive and cause all sorts of trouble for XN. They will now cross the 100-point mark.
Yeah, Sika just refusing to go down. Refusing to give his life away and managing to play that absolutely perfectly. Ascend crossing that 100-point threshold now. 115 and rising, 53 on the board here for Xset.
This second half of this series has looked so different from Ascend. Look at Sika closing the distance. Does not want to take unnecessary damage as he goes. And there you hear it, halfway to victory. A continued AB hold.
And look how they're just cutting the map as well, playing that halfway line, saying if you want to get into A or B, you're going to take damage on your way. You're going to have to be forced to take a fight against one of these players. Snipe Drone and Sika now combining together in tower. And now the push is coming in. They get the kills. The aggressive look towards the triple cap now. Sika inside at C, and XL looking like they're struggling.
They get the stop on B and they get 4 dead. They have to triple cap here. They had to force this trip just because their slaying dominance is just that. They have complete control of the map.
157, 159 and rising. Xset cannot win a battle at the moment. Sika on a killing spree. Beautiful headshot. Suppressed just fell down from that mid bridge. Speaking of which, Sika this time going to fall down after the grapple.
I said it on Oddball, I'll say it again. This is a dismantling of the XSET roster right now. And if XSET wants to stay alive in this series, they need to change something and change it quick.
Shock rifle here for Legend. Doesn't even need to fire a bullet. That's how good the communication and teamwork is coming in. The triple cap should be converted once more. Arctic has the camo, but at the moment there's just not enough to play with. He gets absolutely removed from the tower.
And some extra body shots there coming in from the Ascend side, sending across some messages across the stage.
206 and rising. XSET trying to fight and get control of B, and finally they do. However, it looks like it will be a trade over A, but no! Suppress gets a kill on A, and they start to claw away now. A vital play over A. We didn't quite catch what happened, but it means that A, B are in the control here of XSET.
Wow, Sika will get that reset as well. It's worth noting right now, Ascend is outslaying XSET by 20. It is 50-30 in the kills department, and now only 44 points away from winning this series.
See what the play is here from Ascend to try and break this out. XSET trying to hold the line, much like Ascend were a few moments ago. Seeker does some decent damage onto Turbine, and there's that first kill. Damage done, damage converted. 2 kills now for Snipe Drone. That's the opening they need. Suppress should be taken down here by Seeker. They move on to A. They should be able to turn this one over.
My God, this has been a class act from Ascend in the second half of this series. Clinical in the way they've approached this now. Kratos, shock rifle in hand, he will connect. Game not over yet.
Gonna have to hit some more shots like that here, Xset, and Kratos has the opportunity to do it with the shock rifle. This is that one onto Seeker, but cleans it up with the BR. 218. The score to try and chase down right now for Xset. They lose a couple of players, and it looks like the flood is coming in onto C to try and move that into their hands. Kratos going all the way from pipes to do so, but gives up B control by doing so.
Right, at what cost? B will be flipped. It looks like right about now Shady will get it, and Ascend will continue scoring. You have to think Kratos, if he has to make plays like that, he does not have the support he needs across the map.
20 points or so for Ascend to not only win the game, but close out the series in quite some fashion. Kratos looks like they're trying to coordinate a push onto A to try and get a foothold here, but Seeker might play spoiler here. Seeker has the camo. And to be honest with you, he has the game in his hands. Snipe Drone's there. Kratos gets collapsed on. Avery said, B now the play.
Look at this.
Arctic, goodbye. Backsmack comes in with the camo. Suspect a last player who can do anything, but C also converted here by Ascend.
We're working on B as well. Seeker's gonna pop right back in, knows that he needs to be part of this party, but looks like B should go, still being contested.
Massive moment though. If they don't get it, then it would be game over. Ascend lose control of B though. Xset have a foothold. We use this phrase a lot as a Tripski comes in from Suspector, but there's gonna have to be more of those kind of plays coming in from Xset.
And this is a zero room for error scenario here. You might place your bet still on the side of Ascend. One good push and this game is over, but Xset not ready to go down without a fight.
They've already shown they can break setups pretty comfortably here. Seeker again gets that entry kill. He's been the man who's been creating opportunities. It's 2 for Seeker. Legend versus Suspector on the bottom of the elevator. A vital battle here for Suspector to win, and he does so. A killing spree, but look at what's happening elsewhere on the map. It looks like a flip coming in from Xset towards C. They have A, they have C, they're still scoring.
Not over yet. They are making Ascend work for it, and they're also working on B. If they want to win this game, they will need to string together trip caps. It is not going to be enough to play 2 for the rest of the game. There's too much game to play.
Ascend just need to make one good push here. Xset have got to be perfect. Suspector just hiding behind this box. 2 players are going to be flooding though from Ascend. The bait coming in on A. Suspector gets one, but there's Snipe Drone. A 1-for-1 trade, but what's just happened there? It looks like Arctic got the reset. That's 4 dead for Ascend.
Oh boy. And now you start to worry. Now you start to worry. Now they've brought this game back with a 100-point swing. The trip cap continues, and this is possible, but this is also crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I can give a good indication of what it feels like to not be able to get the food down. I've eaten far too much barbecue over the last few days. You don't want to start choking at this point. C gets converted, but now the move on to B, but a reset from Xset in those final seconds means this game will keep going.
They're also challenging C once again, even though a little bit of B pressure. Now Seeker challenging top elevator.
C not being converted here by Xset. They get a reset. Seeker trying to find a foothold here at A. Now, where is the play? Where are Ascend going to try and make that call? Do they move towards B? Do they move towards C? Where is the focus on the map? Legend again gets the opening damage.
Looks like it's going to be B. B is where they're focused here with the gold control. Also trying to think about maybe pushing Whirlpool. That game back whack though, and it's a big back whack. 3 alive for both sides. Somehow this game is now within 45 points.
I mean, this is ridiculous. C getting converted though. A also being turned over. So it's going to be a switch of strongholds here, it looks like. 45 points not going to move. AB here in the hands of Xset. They're somehow still in this game.
Do you remember the great comeback of the Kansas City Major? Because you might be witnessing it right now. This is one of the craziest score lines, one of the biggest comebacks we've seen in competitive Halo Infinite history.
Talk about the heart of this team as well, Xset. This is so vital. Repulsor, Seeker versus Suspector. Arctic picks up one. He's jumping up. He's desperately trying to get involved in this fight. He says, get out of my stronghold!
Not over yet, though. He does not get the kill. He gets the re, but not the kill. And you have to think there, the kill might have been more valuable, but not over yet. Once again, this game is within 20 points. This is crazy.
How is this happening? Xset will not die. B and C in their hands. And 245 seemed a long way away a few moments ago. It's 230 and climbing. They're almost tied up here.
This is an 8-point game. You do not want to see what Kratos is going to do if they win this game.
Suppress and Seeker trade out kills. B being moved by Ascend though. But look at A. Just as they get a hold of B, 2 players from Xset are inside of A.
Oh my God, 240 to 245.
What? move from Ascend. Shady picks up 2.
Nades himself.
Ascend get 2 strongholds in their hands. 248. They avoid the choke.
Wow.
They take the series. And they let XZ know about it.
Oh my God. What a game 4. Unbelievable events, and we were moments away from a very different expression on the faces of the side of XZ. An unbelievable comeback, about a 200-point run to bring that game back. Unanswered points, 200 of them. And in the end, Ascend close it out with, like you said, the one push that they needed the whole game. They will win the series 3-1. My God.
My God, I think it's the only way that you can really sum up that final game of the series. Like you say, a monumental comeback from XZ to even make that close. I think it was what, 245 to 80 or so? It was ridiculous. Might have been less. But when it's all said or done, those 4 gentlemen on the stage right now that you can see on your screen, they'll take home the series in a must-win series as well for Ascend. They take it home 3-1. But boy, were they made it work hard in that final game.
That was one of those games where the whole time, us here on the caster desk, and I think all of you watching in the room and at home, were thinking, no way, no way, no way. Somehow XZ with an unbelievable comeback, and you have to think XZ showing that they maybe had gas in the tank, not only for that game, but also even maybe a Game 5 victory there to close it out the series if they could have put together the last few kills. In the end, though, it will be Ascend 3-1-ing. But what a road we had to get there.
I mean, you know, the evil part of me wanted that to happen so that we got the pop-off, and then we had the cool Game 5, but you got to give credit to Ascend as well. XZ, amazing comeback, but Ascend showing that ice in those final moments, Andy. It's an intangible, right? Sometimes you have to make the play, you're forced to make the play, and you only get one opportunity to do so. They did manage to make the play in the final moments to get control of that B stronghold, and it means when we're said and done here, a 3-1 series win for them. And you have to say, a couple of games in there look very comfortable for them, a couple a little bit shaky, but getting the result is most important here in the pool.
It is, and that's what's going to be remembered. They had this nice 3-1 victory when other teams that are here that didn't maybe see that match, when they look at the bracket and they see 3-1 Ascend over XZ, it's a convincing victory in the end, regardless of how we got there, and I think Ascend has a lot to be proud of from that series.
Yeah, certainly do, and we remind you all, if you're just joining us, of what that series score was. It was 3-1, the first game going to XZ, and then what was an extremely close Aquarius Slayer at all times was taken by Ascend, but the oddball streak was the standout. That was the kind of the anomaly in the series, so to speak. That was just Ascend dominance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we said, it was a dismantling of that roster. It did not look like XZ's best form, certainly at different times there. An unbelievable series, and a pleasure to cast that one with you. It was one we'll certainly remember for a long time.
We certainly will indeed. Walshy, the new European, as we found out on the desk, gets his prediction right. So shame on you, Gaskin and Scherzi, for getting that one wrong. But Lottie, let's talk about that series, because we almost had one of the craziest comebacks we've seen in Halo Infinite.
We certainly did, lads. I appreciate the call-outs as well on the desk, and it's good to see our UK resident also, dual passport wielder apparently after this. But no, fantastic effort, honestly, from both of the teams on that main stage. And we got to kick things off on the desk here with that final map. I mean, oh my goodness. The lead, but the comeback was just unbelievable there. And we're going to talk about, really what happens if you give a team an inch to work with. Even at the later starts of the game here, you have a couple of points left. Ascend needed a couple of points, a little bit more control. But XZ, it shows what happens when you have a really good run of fantastic rotations on strongholds. You also have the pressure of Kratos with the shock rifle as well, just piling on that pressure on the shoulders of Ascend. They couldn't move. The rotations were coming in. Gaskin, talk to me about those final moments there and how XZ managed to start to really kind of run away with things at the end.
It was all Ascend giving it away. I think if it was any other period of play, if it wasn't just a few seconds that Ascend needed, XZ wouldn't have had that much control. But Ascend were like, we only need 5 more seconds, we need 4 more seconds, let's push here. Oh no, let's push here. They started to panic, and they really got themselves in a position of working themselves up where they almost threw this game away. However, on the other side, they have shown character there. So many teams would have thrown it away in that situation after a comeback like that.
How many times do we see it in a Strongholds game where the lead is so significant that you think there's no way they're going to throw this away, and then they get a triple cap and you go, okay, just get a kill and start and build, and time goes on, and XZ claw their way back into it. We've seen it time and time again, but finally there was a moment in the game where they got the kills they needed, 2 dead for XZ, and what happens is they get greedy and they go for C and B at the same time instead of just solidifying one and pushing out from there. They managed to get the job done in the end. It looked as though they were going to choke, but thankfully for them, Shady done a little bit of a Heimlich maneuver.
Yeah, he did indeed, and luckily they did manage to gain control at the end there, especially long enough to seal the deal with the dub. And while she, it really kind of showed, the different characteristics of this XSET team. I think Kratos doing a really good job at kind of being a nuisance on the map there with the shock rifle for minutes, while the rest of the team were able to find the holes that Ascend were kind of leaving in terms of the slays that were coming through, and just able to rotate to the strongholds that needed to be converted at the right time. Were you happy with the organization you saw from XSET there?
Yeah, I mean, if XSET played like those last couple minutes, the entire game, we would have saw a completely different stronghold there on recharge. I mean, yes, you can argue that Ascend overextended and made some pushes and probably played quite differently when they only were 3 points away. But in the end, like XSET, they identified where the players were at. They collapsed in at the right times. They hit in the right angles. They did so many things correct there in those final few minutes.
I think it's one of those cases where you're forced to play perfect. So sometimes that brings the best out of a team. When your back is against the wall and you know you have to be pushing that stronghold, you can't afford that one player to get away. You continue to pressure them in those situations. And XSET, when they are in that position, when they do get threatened, they do seem to thrive. But unfortunately, that's not going to work out if they can't get over the finish line. They need to be playing with that same kind of intensity right from the start.
I think what we've seen there was actually the good, bad, and the ugly of Ascend. We talked about, look, they were so dominant in oddball, then we called the strongholds, and they carried that momentum over, and then all of a sudden, Shady's giving up those first kills time and time again. He's getting himself overextended, not picking up the ones that we expected from him, and then XSET started to isolate him and build upon that. But they finally reined it back in, so I'd like to see them go back after this, maybe watch it back and learn from the mistakes they're making.
I think just taking the statement there, I think it was in terms of the series, it was the bad, the good, the ugly. I think that's kind of how we were seeing that. I mean, I've got to say the Bizarre Ctf was a little bit gnarly, I think, for all of us watching. I think in terms of the predictions and kind of just the way Ascend have been dominating, all of the maps and modes in Europe. I was not expecting XSET to really come out of the gates as hot as they did. So fantastic stuff from XSET overall there. But then we saw that oddball, which was really just Ascend starting to really lead the charge there and kind of showing us what they can do, what they're capable of, which was absolutely amazing to watch. But overall, I've got to say, Ascend, great clutch up at the end there because it started to snowball out of control, and it's great to know that even when things start to get really scary, really peaky on the main stage, they still have the ability to slow down and be like, hey guys, 1 second, literally a little bit of control, we have this series. So amazing job Ascend and fantastic effort from XSET as well. Let's take a look right now though at the pools. Let's see the updates coming through here because we have a couple of scores on the board for you guys here. Of course, right then we were actually watching Ascend versus XSET Pool A. So you can see right now 1-for-1 XSET and Ascend. So Ascend right now really gunning for that second place spot here in Pool A. They need to take down the Chiefs. XSET managed to do that, got a little bit close at times, but do you believe Ascend will finish second, do you think, by the end of the day, Gaskin?
Absolutely. If they were able to beat XSET, which was their biggest threat, they should beat Chiefs. Now, credit to Chiefs, they've been amazing in their region as well, but I think Ascend are just that step ahead, similarly to how Cloud9 are a step ahead of Ascend when it comes to these regions.
Yeah, indeed, and of course you can see all of the other pools and the results pouring in here. Gaskin, what do you notice?
One thing, it's not been updated on that one just yet, but actually Quadrant beat G2 Esports 3-1 in Pool C. That is massive for Quadrant. G2 are considered top 6 at this point, and we're saying, we want to see these European teams break into it, beat these top 6 teams, beat these top 8 teams. Quadrant have done just that over in that pool, and that should solidify them in second place in the pool as well. So we're looking at maybe 2 of the 3 European teams, 2 of the 4, excuse me, finishing second place in the pool, which is amazing.
I think in terms of European Halo teams right now, that's such a fantastic result for Quadrant. We've been talking in Europe about Quadrant and the rocky road that they've really had and how can they perform when it matters most. So it's been amazing to see Quadrant grow, but shows you happy with the result here. It's so early on Friday.
Yeah, I think if we go off the European Super, we've seen Quadrant start off so slow on the Friday, so it's a great turn of pace. It's great to see them, really start off hot and take down a team like G2, which we had, labeled as the best of the rest for NA. But all of a sudden, Quadrant looking to throw a spanner in the works.
They certainly are indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to head to a quick break right now. But coming up next, we do have United versus G2 Esports, both looking to prove their worth right out the gates here on the main stage. Pool play secures you the winners bracket tomorrow, but who will secure this dub? Next series is coming up right after the break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected. But somehow, alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Congratulations, you've been volunteered to investigate gaming anomalies present in the action and adventure category on PC Game Pass.
Hit the music!
Your cooperation has been logged. Thank you.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hello, lovely Halo fans from all across the globe, and hello everybody here in Kansas City for the HCS KC Major. It is the second major of the season, and I'll tell you something. Everybody is going for that chip. It's going to be absolutely amazing all weekend long, of course. It is Friday, and it means it is pool play day. But don't sleep on it, because it is super important. Only 2 teams are heading into that winners bracket by the end of today, and the rest will be into the elimination bracket, which is going to be a very, very difficult road ahead of them. But a little bit of fun and games happening a little bit later on tonight, 7:30 p.m. We are going to be having our All Star Showdown happening in this very arena. We have Team Renegade and Team Lucid, who will be drafting their potential dream team picks. But really, is it a dream team pick? Because they don't actually know who they're picking. I know that they have some incredible players to potentially choose, but I believe they only have stats, a silhouette, and maybe a couple of fun facts about them. So, Gaskin, are you looking forward to this potential crazy showdown that's going to be happening?
Sounds like a blind pick to me. That's pretty scary, but there are some amazing players involved, as you say. But I mean, I think that Lucid and Renegade would be wanting to get a Cloud9 partner or an Optic partner, but that's not going to happen. You know, we've got international competition of players coming in. Jimbo's featuring in it. Barcode's going to be playing in it as well. Not just the best of North America, but we've got the best of the rest. We've got the rest of the world kicking in and getting involved.
That is very true. I've got to ask you a question. I'm going to put you on the spot here on set just because you're on the desk, and it's good to see you, Bravo.
Brutal,
obviously.
brutal.
Oh, straight out the casting booth, right into the fire.
Don't even get welcomed.
You know, welcome into the fire that is the desk. Who would you rather pick you for this All-Star Showdown, Renegade or Lucid?
Whose team would I rather be on?
Yeah.
I mean, whoever pays me most.
Wow.
Good answer.
We've reached that point.
Yep.
We've reached that point. Who would you choose, bro?
For me, I mean, God, both amazing players. I'll play alongside Lucid.
All right, Lucid, I like it. Okay, I like to hear just a
I'd
couple
play
of
alongside
opinions.
Lucid as well. Why did I get asked who I was going to play for?
I'll go Renegade.
That's right.
We'll let the people know
No.
later on why you're not being asked.
I'm not
why.
an all-star.
So
I just remember.
you are an all-star in
No.
my heart. You're an all-star to me, mate. You're an all-star to me. I tell you what, though, we have some superstars up on the main stage very shortly. We have, of course, another series happening here for pool play, and we have E United versus G2 Esports. And I personally am very excited about this because I really want to know right now where E United are at. E United, obviously, not having the easiest of competitions when it comes to online. You know, online, they just have had quite a disappointing season, finishing 5th and 6th out of 3 of the 4 Pro Series, and also in the Faze Invitational as well. But when it comes to LAN, they seem to be able to actually transition so well. Obviously, runner-up in Raleigh, finishing 3rd at Anaheim, and here at the second major, hopefully looking to make a deep run. And that deep run could actually be a potential one because, I mean, G2 Esports taken down by Quadrant, pretty decent pool odds here for United.
I think if we had looked at this series before that had happened, before Quadrant had taken down G2, we would have maybe been touting it being a close series, and G2 were going to give United a real run for their money. But after a loss to Quadrant, there's a lot of questions going on now in my head saying, well, where on earth are G2 when it's in regards of like how they're performing, and now they've got to play an arguably better side of E United. This is not going to be an easy game whatsoever. I think E United will be relishing this opportunity.
I think they certainly will. And looking at E United a little deeper, I actually had a little chat in the E United camp earlier, and I have heard that leading up to this event, Rain has actually been popping off. So you have Spartan the Dog, you have the main slayer of the team who's been going off all season long, but when a player like Rain starts to show up, what does that do to the chemistry?
I mean, it's great. You know, Rain is a criminally underrated player. He's always been there or thereabouts, and he's always been one of those players who can just heat up. And I'm kind of sad sometimes in Halo Infinite we don't have more sniper maps, because I just remember Rain sometimes would just pick up a sniper off the floor and he would just dominate for like a minute and a half with it. He wouldn't miss shots, crazy flicks, and really take over games. But it's interesting you spoke to him in the E United camp, because I spoke to him in the venue toilet, which not literally in the bathroom, maybe a better way to phrase it. And I was asking about the reps that they put in as a squad, because they play 2-3 scrims a day, which is like a crazy amount of hours. And he's like, it's all about building patterns. It's all about us just getting comfortable with what we want to do on maps, because it makes our comms so much clearer, right? We don't have to stress the small things because we know what we're doing, and we should know what we're doing. So they are prepared, and he also says to me, online's online. Yeah, this is LAN, this is where we want to play.
This is very true. Playing the good cop, bad cop kind of role here, Bravo. On the other side of things, look, you're practicing a ton. I think Clutch even went as far as saying that the most practiced team we have currently in the HCS. You know, when that doesn't start working out for you and start actually producing the kind of the numbers, the wins that you want, what do you need to look at here? Can practice start to actually hurt? If you are building patterns that really you are feeding into a fundamental structure, when that structure gets broken by other teams, do you have things in your back pocket to be able to just adjust on the fly like that?
I think this team, like Mark said, I think they're going to be stuck in their ways, and they're going to know exactly what they need to do. I think United, though, is a team that shows up on land. We've seen them do it time and time again. So I think they've developed good habits. I think they've developed those good patterns, and I expect them to see them bring it. If that starts to fall apart, though, and they don't get the placing they need, I don't think they have things in the back pocket. I think it's all in. They've been they've been scrimming nonstop, like we said, hardest working team in the league. And if those strategies that are set in stone are not going to work, I think they'll have to go back to the drawing board. But if it works out, I think it's going to pay dividends.
Yeah, indeed. And really at this moment in time, we're looking at teams to really start to step up, excel in their seasons. Obviously, we have seen United take second place right at the beginning of the season. They've taken third at Anaheim. Where are they at right now, Gaskin, in your head? Where do you see them sitting in this second major based on online results, based on what we've seen from United so far, scrims, you name it? Where are they at in terms of a team in your head?
For me, I think they're top 6. Which is quite a big push. Okay, well, all right. You don't think that? You think who's higher than them? Who's lower than them? You've got Sentinels. You've got Faze.
They're a top 3 team.
So you've got them above Sentinels and Faze. You're saying? Okay, and we'll have to see. But in online tournaments, in the most recent Faze Clan Invitational, it wasn't there. And you could say online is online, but from all the players,
I will say online is online forever.
Not in the toilet. Bear in mind that it's slightly different players I've been discussing with, but they're saying online to LAN, the transition is not as big as some are trying to suggest it is. And United haven't been good enough. There needs to be changes, and I'm all for being, upset and surprised at their performance here, but they have to show us online. It has to happen again. There has been such a big gap between Anaheim and now, and online they have not showed up.
I think in this good cop, bad cop role that I'm now absolutely sticking to in this segment for sure.
Me too. This is I'm enjoying this.
This is fantastic.
Love you, really.
I kind of want to elaborate on that a little more. In terms of United here, and let's say yes, okay, online, all of their problems, that's kind of where they stick. But when they come to LAN, they really turn up and they can give the most. Is the most third place currently from what they've got in Anaheim? They're not happy with that. They want the first place finish here. What do they need to do to take down the top 2?
I think it's the flexibility thing, like you were saying. Like United very set in the way they want to play the game. But I think one thing that has kind of stood out to me is how quick Optic and C9 are at recognizing how other teams play and adjusting off the back of that. I don't think United maybe have that flexibility in the way they actually want to approach games. If a team plays really fast against them, I think they're pretty good because they're very structured. The communication is very good. However, if the game plays a little bit slower and they're playing against another structured team, then they're not really sure how to force the pace as much as like an Optic or a C9. They can't kind of put their foot on the gas as well as they can. So I think that's the difference for me. But I always say this, and I know like I've given you a bit of a hard time over the last few days talking about online and LAN, because there've been 2 events in North America, and United have placed 3rd and 2nd. 3rd and 2nd. Like, what else do they have to do apart from win an event to prove that they're a top 3 team?
Yeah, I think more so, I think it's, the length in between our LANs and the consistency and then the online, and it kind of makes you doubt them a little bit, right?
Of course it does.
At this second major, this is the time to prove your point. This is the time to point the fingers. So I'm excited to see what they can deliver, but as much as I would love to continue talking about United, we do have another team up there getting ready to go, and that is G2 Esports. And G2 Esports, I kind of mentioned it, in the preview coming into the tournament today, is that they kind of slept on a little bit. They're pushed to the side. You don't really think about them too much in the bigger picture, and that's just because of the results here. So, Brav, for you, who are you really looking at right now, especially in this series, to really step it up here and make a name?
Gilky. Gilk is the man. The guy's got impressive numbers. If you look at G2 stats in isolation, he really stands out. He's a major outlier in the damage he does and the kills he has per game, things like that. Gilky's probably one of the hardest working players in the league, has been since he was a grinder in H3. A lot of people who might just be tuning into Halo over the past few years, you might not be aware that in the heyday of Halo 3 MLG, Gilky was there fighting top 16, top 12, looking to make a name for himself. He has done it in a huge way. I think he's a huge piece of success for them. If he's popping off, they've got a real chance.
That is very, very true. I think looking just very specifically here, and I know that you love looking at specifics here, Gaskin. When I'm looking at Streets Oddball, which is going to be coming into this series here, Gilky's actually got the worst KD on the team, to the point where it's, in the HCS Pro Series, it was a 0.58, I believe, and then actually basically coming into this entirety, I think it's just under a 1 as well. So for the main Slayer, or for the guy who really needs to step up here, you're going up against the likes of Spartan, who has an absolutely exceptional KD record across pretty pretty much every single map and mode here. You know, looking at Oddball here, what do you reckon G2 can do here to try and start to muster up something coming up against the United?
I think it's a case of not being too desperate to get that time and scrap for it. I think in the early stages of Halo Infinite, we were seeing a lot of scrappy games where people were getting ball time where they could, but then it's become once more a little bit setup heavy, where we're really seeing some of these teams pick up crazy time in one period where you get all 4 dead, you pick up 10 seconds, then you slay again, you get another 10. And I think players like Gilkey and players who, you know, they want to put their body on the line. They want to do as much as they can for the team. Sometimes it gets a little bit too much to the case where they are pushing alone or they're pushing out too quickly from spawn. When take a breather, wait for the rest of the team, and do what you do best as a squad. Because when this G2 squad is firing, they look fantastic.
That is very true. I think that's a great piece of advice as well. I think also with the series layout coming up as well for you, Onset, where can G2 really expose the Achilles heel of E United? Where do you see that kind of map, that mode being in the series layout?
I mean, I look at Slayers because I've got to be honest with you here. I think this is a comfortable United victory in this. I really think that G2 are going to struggle, especially coming off the back of the result against Ascend. I don't think many people in North America would have expected maybe a 3-2 Ascend. You would say, you know, that's a little bit of an upset, but 3-1 and some of the scores in those games as well wouldn't suggest to me that there's enough in the tank here for G2 coming off the back of that they can take down an even better team historically in E United. So it's got to be the Slayers, right? You've got to take that game too if you even want a chance in the series.
Yeah, but the problem is E United Slayer record, right? Is I don't know if there's a team with a better Slayer record in the league, so it's not going to be easy. Normally you look at, yeah, they'll steal the Slayers. I don't know if they're going to steal the Slayers against E United.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really difficult here. And just looking at the map and mode layout that we've got, I think we've got a really difficult beginning game here, especially against E United. I think it requires a lot of organization, a lot of slays coming across the board to make those openings. You know, you look at Ctf Bazaar and you're like, well, it's all well and good getting 4 dead right off the bat, but you're probably going to have to do another round of that to try and pull the flag, and then another couple of rounds of that to try and get the flag across mid-market and mid-map. So it's going to be really difficult for G2 Esports here, I think, in that beginning map. Are you looking at that first map for E United and thinking, make a statement here, let's see what you can do?
Absolutely, they have to. Back in Anaheim, they came second in their pool. They lost out to the KC Pioneers, but then of course went on to finish 3rd place. But they can't afford a slow start when they've been given an opportunity like this to dominate the pool by topping this group after we see G2 take a loss, right? Especially with the Bazaar capture the flag. When you look at players like Rhino, who loves to be, you know, that flanker, he gets behind, he's a nuisance, and on Bazaar, you hate it when there's another player who's behind you when you're trying to pull a flag or something like that. I do think E United, they have become a different team since we've seen the Mangler GA. And I'm going to put it out there, I do think that they were a very good team when the Mangler was involved because they are a team who likes to be a nuisance, they like to get behind, great at flanking, and if you've got a Mangler at hand, you do so much damage up close and personal. With that removed, I think they lost a small element of their gameplay, but they have been adjusting, they have been trying to find out where and why that's been going wrong, and they need to prove it now here against G2 that they are still one of those top 3 teams.
Yeah, indeed, and I think it's also all about adjusting, isn't it? It's all about adjusting, and that's exactly what we do also on the desk, and I'm going to be adjusting to the wait time we have right now on the main stage and get you guys some action. We've got Sentinels versus J-Lings, and it's a damn good job I'm up here with 3 casters because we're going to be having a look at this series and seeing what's going on right at the end.
Well, it's 48-39 at the moment. It's going to be right at the end of game number 2, Sentinels versus J-Lings. We'd expect Sentinels to be winning this series rather comfortably. I thought maybe J-Lings might be able to do something here, but it looks like this game is going to go firmly in the hands of Sentinels, which it will.
That was quick. That was the
nice
easiest
job,
So yeah,
nice
absolutely
job,
crushed that down.
That's great work.
I'll come in here.
Dan, that was absolutely stunning, may I add. It's just, if you guys want to know what it's like to be at the peak of your casting skills,
Mark's right here.
Take a look at that clip right there. That was absolutely gorgeous. No, I couldn't agree more with you. I think in terms of Sentinels versus J-Lings, and from what we just saw there on our screens, you're going to be backing Sentinels all the way there. I think in terms of caliber of teams, in terms of results, history, you name it, whatever, it's kind of going in favor of Sentinels there. I think it's interesting also for folks at home who may be tuning in for the first time. First of all, welcome. It's so lovely to have you joining us here for our HCS Kansas City Major. And of course, we're playing Halo Infinite. You know, it's interesting to see, you know, in terms of a Slayer, that really does seem to be the kind of opportunity, the golden opportunity for some of the teams who maybe are going up against some Titans who might be a totally different, outbalanced caliber of team to really start to make an opening for themselves. You know, you'd look at some of the teams here and think, oh, wouldn't they just run away with it? Total steak dinners, but it doesn't always seem to be that way. And Onset, with Slayers, this is where you can really change the trajectory of a series, right?
I think it is, and I think it's very interesting to actually talk about what Andy was talking about. And a lot of it, when we were talking about E United, right? We talk about Slayers, you're completely right. You know, Slayers are the outliers a lot of the time in the series when you see a 3-1 with a more established team versus, you know, a slightly lesser team. It's the Slayer that doesn't go their favor, right? The E United Slayer record is nuts. And I think it's actually one of the reasons that they have been so successful on land, because you have 2 Slayers in a series, right? And you're always going to have those 2 games where if you have such a good Slayer record, you're going to put yourself in a great position. You only have to win one objective.
It's crazy.
So
it flips the series,
stats
right?
are nuts.
The normal mindset is that, okay, as long as our objectives are solid, we just need 1 Slayer. Their Slayers are so good that instead they're like, we're going to win our Slayers, all we need is 1 objective, which is just a crazy place to be as a team.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting way to think about it. And I've got to say, the second you do get the objective down as a team, and if you are a crazy Slayer team as well, I mean, that's pretty terrifying in itself. So really excited to see how this one goes down. In the meantime, though, let's take a quick look at our open bracket. We have an update from the man from Space Station Gaming, Elamite. Let's take a look at exactly what is happening over across the other side of the arena.
What's up, everybody? Back in the open bracket, and we got somebody who we usually don't see in these parts too often, but I'm with the Godfather himself, Elamite, and talk to me, because I know one thing is, you've been a lot of places for Halo, and you don't see too many firsts, but Kansas City is a first on the style for it. How's your journey been here so far?
It's actually been pretty great. You know, like you said, we've never been here before. I personally have never traveled here before. Had to figure out that it's not actually in Kansas, you know, at one point. But, you know, it's good. You know, it's been a long time since I've been in the open bracket, since 2005, so it's been a few years. So it's good to be back out here in the thick and thin of it.
Yeah, right? And so me and you were talking earlier about, you know, open bracket is never the worst thing in the world. It just depends, you know, on the team. You get a lot of practice here in these parts getting ready for the champ side and pool side of things, right? And so, but tell me about the Space Station team, because you guys are looking different from the last time we've seen you in Anaheim. What's this roster consisting of now?
Yeah, so our roster now is Tylenol, Ace, Ramy, and Collect. We had a pretty poor performance in Anaheim. You know, none of us were happy about it. Made a couple changes moving into this one. You know, really excited for the roster. Practiced a lot more this event than we have in previous ones before. I think everybody's got the drive and motivation and desire, which is what you really want to look for as well. It's still a very new game. Players are still developing, more players, you know, coming of age, being involved. The international scene is looking incredible as well, and really showing up this event too. So I love just seeing all the competition.
Yeah, all the competition from all around the world is here in Kansas City, and it's been great. And you talked about all those keys that you need, those skill sets to be champions, to come out and be victorious. And really my last question is for you is that, do you think we get a new champion this weekend in Kansas City?
I actually kind of do think we will. You know, obviously people are very familiar with what's gone down with the Optic roster since the last few events. Pistola is an incredible player, but you know, Formal is also just a one-of-a-kind player. You know, he's absolutely incredible talent. And to see him back in Halo, competing on this roster where he, you know, really deserves to be, it's pretty awesome to see. So I do think we may see perhaps the grand finals of like the Cloud9 Optic rematch, which we had in Anaheim, but you know, it was a little bit more one-sided towards Cloud9.
Yeah.
But you know, if there's one thing you can know, even when Formal subbed in for Sentinels, right?
Yeah,
like
we saw it.
He is a powerhouse and just absolute pleasure to watch. So I'm really excited to see what this new Optic roster can do.
Hey, you said it perfectly there, Godfather, okay? Any last shout-outs you want to give out there to the fans?
Oh, I mean, for everyone supporting us, everyone's that come up to me at this event already, hangs out in the stream and whatnot. Big shout out to Space Station Gaming. Honestly, couldn't be happier with them. They're truly an amazing org. So just super happy that I'm just blessed enough to even be a part of it.
Yep. Hey, happy to have you so long, and we are happy to have you all at home tuning in to the broadcast, supporting the Halo community once again. That's going to do it for Elamite and myself. We'll see you guys on the flip side.
Wonderful update from over on the open bracket, and just to remind everybody as well, the open bracket is happening right now. It's happening all day. We do have those 4 special spots in pool play for the open bracket teams coming on through. They're gonna have to grind so hard today, and I gotta say, they'll have a little chip on their shoulders, I think, with all the work that they have to do in order to get into those pool play positions. But with that being said, we're ready on the main stage right now for E United versus G2 Esports. We're handing on over to Tony and Shyway. Fellas, take it away.
Lonnie, thank you so much. What a pleasure to be here. What a tournament it's been so far. Some great matches. Let's just keep the show rolling. Why don't we? Tony, we got G2, we got E United coming up next. Are you ready?
I'm so ready for this. E United are back here on the main stage going up against G2, who honestly, they've been red hot recently. They've actually been really stepping things up in scrims and really stepping things up since after Anaheim, and I'm excited to see all the hard work come into play here.
So I'm gonna give you credit that you're right. They've been stepping it up in scrims. They've been putting work in, but did you witness the series they just had? I think it was on the D stream or the C stream. They lost to Quadrant just recently. So G2 already took a big loss, unfortunately, coming into this, and then they're going up against E United. I mean, what a final boss to defeat. Following E United, their expectation would not only be to beat G2, it would be to just run them over in this series to showcase that they still have what it takes to be in top 3. E United fighting for a totally different ball game here, Tony. And that first fight going to take place on Bizarre CTF.
The last time G2 and E United ran into each other, it was actually in a scrim just yesterday. And although G2 might have lost in that scrim, they were looking good. Sab actually had the most kills in the entire lobby throughout 8 games. So to lose a scrim and still be able to slay out is quite impressive. I'm going to be looking to Sab to make plays.
You might be looking at Sab, but Tony, I'm looking at Spartan, always a main slayer on E United. Let's see what he does off the rip. Beeline straight to the shotty. Already got access to enemy lines, and as he gets there with rockets sailing by, he's not worried. He'll take the kill. I'm pretty sure they just took down 3 with that opening.
Spartan the dog putting the bulldog to action immediately, and that's going to be mid-rocket map control going in favor of E United, and Rain able to get away with the overshield as well. We already have G2 on the ropes as E United look to grind forward.
Key to the success in Halo Infinite is to control the sandbox, and Tony, I mean, look at the sandbox control. They got the OS to just plow straight through the front doors. Rain gonna try to stay up. In the meantime, he gets a back smack on the way through Treehouse, so some nice plays as he gets right back into locker. Good vantage point to hold on to.
And Rain has his entire team already playing offense onto G2's base. G2 needs to do something to clear out E United. Otherwise, we're going to see a flagpole. But we do see one. E United actually, it's G2.
Is it G2? And you know what? This is something that I've noticed from G2 in their play is they just go for the overextension. Treat it like Halo 5 Coliseum. Just get one player in back base with an early flagpole, draw their attention, and take them away from center back. You can see Sparty. He does get the return, but him committing to it hopefully gives G2 time to get back to vantage points to do the damage.
And that's exactly what it did. You notice that there was literally 3 players of E United in G2's base. That should have been a pull. They literally had to stop, go back for mid-map control, clear out the base, and now G2 are starting to find slays. 3 down, go E United.
Well, the worry here, though, is G2 pour their resources out the bottom mid, and then Nick comes in and cleans up shop. He'll put damage in for the 3rd. That's Ryan who picks it up. Ryan going to try to hold his position out bottom mid. You can see Sat with the angle up above, but they got to stay alive in time for that OS. And Sat, the only real line of defense, and not too much he can do here.
Excellent denial grenades, denying access for Sat to get sights on that overshield, and while that happens, Ryan was able to sneak in, and now he's going to put it to work. And mind you, as the bulldog as well, putting the shotty to the body. 3 out of 4 members of G2 go down. We could see a flagpole going in favor of E United.
You know, I'd like to say that Ryan Dube knocked in the doors, but he pretty much just busted him down, Tony. He's going to come through with the flag, take it straight through Ali. As he does it, look at that kill feed. We already got 2 kills coming up from E United. And Ryan Dube just staying alive, right? The attention that he draws to himself gives Rain free access to clean this run up.
Love the relay coming in out of Rain. He already has it towards the base. Hasn't been touched yet. As I say, that nades start to fly. Rain well aware of it, dropping the flag and immediately put out damage. And look at that. Without any timing loss whatsoever. Goes right for the pull, and we have a 1-0 lead going in favor of E United.
Clean run out of E United. They're looking good as expected. G2, can they do anything from center back to try to fight back here? I mean, as we say, look at this. Return fire, G2, E United just coming out so hot off the flag cap that they got the sandbox off that too.
Things are getting dangerous. G2 needs to find a way to slow down E United. They cannot be able to cap flags and have that same player rotate back towards mid-map and steal away rockets uncontested. That cannot happen, Alex.
Rain, the awareness, right? He looks up above. Here's a player on his left-hand side. He'll clean it up. In the meantime, E United going to mount the challenge here. Ryan with a kill on the feed. Getting tagged up from behind. G2 will clean him up. Can they do enough to do the defense here, though? Ryan still up. still being a nuisance. Tony, this is round number 2 for Ryan Noob in the flag runs.
That flag does get pulled, but they don't have the slays just yet. Ryan Noob actually going to hesitate and go in for the shot. Ends up earning himself a killing spree. Ryan Noob nerding out, gets the assist on the board as well, so they're starting to get these kills, and most likely that flag will be relayed forward.
And there ain't no hesitation in that gameplay, that's for sure. The man just iced up. Straight Sick does take his trade, but in the end, is it all for naught? Sparty can't quite get the flag through Treehouse, so thankfully for G2, they do have some defense. You can see Tusk does have the OS. Can he keep it on the body, though? At the very least, they can get the flag back to base. But that's just half the battle. They still got to win the fight center map.
Yeah, I'm really happy Tusk was able to get away with the overshield, but I think he was only able to get 1 kill with it before being drained. That overshield, not as powerful in Halo Infinite as it was, say, in Halo 5 or Halo 3. You really got to be careful and try to avoid as much damage as possible.
As G2 start to push up here, can they find an opportunity to break through, though? Unfortunately, it looks like United going to stack their numbers over to Ali's side. G2, we need to see him control bottom mid, something United have done so exceptionally well, mainly because the Dynamos are out center. You can see Tusk currently throwing him down. And as long as Tusk can stay up and be that nuisance, he opens up opportunities for Gilkey and team to also make plays.
First strike going in favor of G2. Gilkey tries to get the second one, but wasn't able to take Spartan down. Ryan Noob still on that mid-map control, and you're seeing United fight for control here on Bazaar. They are not making it easy on G2 to grind back into the game.
I have seen all too much Ryan Noob gameplay on Bazaar, and I know Ryan Noob's gameplay, or his play style on this map. It is to control rockets pretty much the entire game and stay alive. And that's exactly what he's doing. If they don't take him off of this power position, it is a dangerous situation for G2. What will they do? They'll find them. Tusk not going to let that man sneak around.
That was a great flank coming in from Tusk to be able to take down Ryan Noob. Now the rocket side control going in favor of G2. That same control that you were talking about that you want to see from Ryan Noob and United. Tusk going to try to be elusive, staying alive. Meanwhile, that overshield and rockets coming up at the exact same time. This is a pivotal point in the game.
You got to pay attention to Tusk's awareness here, too. Dipping down to grab the spike nades just to get some cross-map damage as he stays up. He'll put the crossfire in to help Sab out, but Sab in a lot of trouble. He'll go down. I'm pretty sure they just lost the OS on that vantage point. Love the little P&P there to showcase it. We got rockets on the back of Nick in the meantime, so everything looking good for E-United to do the damage here.
Yeah, I think G2 are playing well. I mean, they're getting these individual slays and they're getting moments of map control, but I mean, I would say 70% of this game has been all E-United. It's only a 1-0 lead in favor of E-United, but honestly, if you told me this was 3-0 or 4-1, I'd believe you. They're controlling Bazaar.
I mean, Tony, take a look at the slays on the board. You can't even compare it, right? 11, 11, 13, 12, it just continues to stack everybody double digits and nobody double digits on the side of G2 in slays, and if they don't win their fights, they're not going to get the flag at a base. Heck, they're not going to make it at their own pace. You can see the entire team actually overextending for a last-ditch effort. Tony, they got to play defense on this flag run.
Ryan Noob known for his nerdy gameplay, but people forget that he's a free-for-all champion. He can slay with the best of them as well and win those pivotal gunfights, and he's gonna have to do just that because they have to clear out their base before they're able to run this flag forward. Ryan Noob did a great job of putting out shots, staying alive, Spartan, and to finally kill the melee with the flag, and E-United are putting their second on the board.
That's gotta hurt. That melee with the bottom of the flag there, that can't be pretty. I'm pretty sure it's spiked on the end there too, Tony. Whew, and that pushed G2 down. It was a valiant effort, though, right? Sending 3 of their numbers to the opposite base to try to stop them. But once again, right back to center map. A bit of a rinse and repeat here for E-United as they slow it down.
We all know that Covenant stolen technology, the shields, to have nothing against a flag melee to the face. Absolutely nothing.
There's no realism there, right?
Spartan able to take down Gilkey off the screen here. Ryan Noob doing a great job of controlling this middle map as the shot grenades are coming up, and overshield as well. Love the positioning coming out of him, but he has to stay alive.
And who else to stay alive but Ryan Noob? Tony, he's literally the best in the game at it. Gonna sit by the Dynamos. He's waiting to grapple the OS. Slightly too early on it, but he's okay. Puts it on the body, cancels the animation with the clamber there too. So just taking advantage of mechanics here to make sure he stays alive in this situation and puts the damage down.
Ryan Noob making his way over towards the top bar side. He does have 3 enemy players here right under him. Tusk going down to 1 shot, makes him 1 shot, then trusts his teammates to go in for the cleanup kill. Immediately puts the Bulldog to work, and that's going to be assist 2 down for G2. E-United are going to take advantage of this.
And notice how they don't go for flag right away. Still holding down center map here. Rockets coming up shortly as well. They might just be playing this out for a little bit, playing for sandbox, for full map control. You can see in the meantime, Rain getting a little aggressive with that grapple. He does lose his life for it. Ryan Noob just going to kind of let that slide for now. He's got a great vantage point. He's putting some great shots in, but is it enough, right? You can see he's slowly losing numbers, and the time is of the essence here. Rockets about to pop. Ryan Noob decides to leave him behind.
Well, he's slowly losing numbers the opposite way because G2 just went 3 down. That's another 2 down. And Ryan, who's somehow still alive here, and he has King Nick with him, and Rain looking to make it rain with the Rockets in hand.
And he's about to do just that. But what a brilliant play out of Ryan if you think about it, right? They do get the trades. Ryan knows his teammates are spawning. They'll be spawning behind them. Let Rain get the Rockets. He can advance up on the map.
Yes.
And take that positioning. He's still up on the map, by the way. Rain about to put the Rockets to work. There goes Sab. Is it enough to get a flagpole? Not likely at this rate, but they do have positioning.
Great kill by Gyoki to take down that Rocket player and then also be able to grapple out of that non-advantageous position. Sure. Now we're seeing Gyoki start to get that tower side control that you were talking about before, but it means nothing when the Bulldog is in play.
Same guy, same shotgun. I'm pretty sure he's been alive this whole time. He went to the back of their base. He said, nah, I'm out, I'm alone. Ryan Noob is so good at recognizing situations where he is at a disadvantage and just hopping out and then hopping right back in when you least expect it.
15 kills, 14 assists, somehow has only died 7 times.
My God.
Ryan Noob doing an excellent job here in game number 1. Rain dropping the people's elbow onto Tusk. Numbers once again going in favor of E United, and there's only 1 minute and 43 seconds on the clock. G2 are on the ropes.
This game went by quick, Tony. Didn't even notice it. Like you said, time is a factor. And they don't even have Slays to stand up to him at this rate. Just getting kind of hammered. E United not worried about the timer, though. They're going to pull that third flag. G2 likely going to go for the overextension once again. But is it too little too late at this point?
I mean, there's still time on the board. I would like to see that G2 can get around the Slays, pull that flag, and maybe we see something happen here. But it's going to be really tough. E United are playing lights out right here on Bazaar.
Tony, I've seen a few matches on Bazaar Ctf at this point, and in my history of witnessing it, in a minute, 2 flag caps back-to-back, highly unlikely. But we'll see. G2 are on their side of the map. They do have a pull. We would need to see perfect play. They would have to cap a flag, and they'd have to touch a second to trigger a sudden death. And they'd have to return this, by the way. Rain's still making plays over here in Alley.
Great job for Rain to keep that height advantage and to keep himself out of harm's way to grapple that flag forward.
Timer out.
And there's not a chance to go into sudden death. As of right now, G2 not only have to cap the flag, but then force sudden death afterwards. Like you said, time is definitely not on their side.
They just put the controller down too. I think Tusk just stopped playing because right now E United has them locked in a checkmate, right? Regardless of what happens with that flag, they're sitting in the opposite base. They got it covered. So we'll be bleeding out the last few seconds on this game, but E United, the dominance you'd expect out of this team because they're shooting higher than just this win. They're shooting for top 3, top 2. They want to win this thing.
E United are dangerous. Let me tell you, man.
Dangerous.
Second place at Raleigh.
Yep.
Third place at Anaheim.
Right.
The only thing left is first place. That's what they're gunning for.
Which you'd expect, which you'd hope for. But I think Gaskin brought up a great point on the desk. They've gone from dominance to decline, so to speak, right? They started out with second place. Anaheim third place, looking pretty good. But every single game or every tournament that comes from it, they continue to kind of decline maybe 1 place at a time. Faze, I think, a good example of that. Not sure if they even made it top 6, maybe, just within. Not looking quite as good. And another great point by Gaskin. He's just full of great points today. But the Mangler meta is no longer existent, and since it's disappeared, so has E United's, maybe game plan. I think one thing that E United excel at more than most teams is sandbox control.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think E United have declined whatsoever. In fact, I think they're playing great. I just think everybody's getting better, man. Optic literally made a change after a second place finish. We have Sentinels playing absolutely lights out. Right. Cloud9 are doing Cloud9 things. E United are still playing great. And honestly, this is their chance to prove that they're not only still in the running for a championship, but hey, they can literally win against any one of these teams. I can say they could beat Cloud9. I can say they could beat Optic. If they're playing at their apex, they're playing at their peak, E United might be one of the most dangerous teams that we have in this tournament.
Great point. I can't disagree with you, Tony. Absolutely right. If they're playing their game, they can take anyone, that's for sure. But despite what you said, despite you being right, everybody else getting better, if they're not also getting better, then that's almost like the same as them getting worse, so to speak, right? Like, they got to continue to also get better with the rest of the league and stay in that top echelon, at least consistently. And for us to witness that, for us to, I guess, believe in that journey, I want to see, or you'd want to see them dominate, continue to dominate. So far, so good, right? No real opening for G2 in that game. If we kind of recount the history of that game right there, did we really see any flag pull out of G2 that looked promising out of them? I think we saw flag pulls in attempts to stop counter pulls from the other side of the map, right? But no real opportunity to cap a flag out of G2 there.
Yeah, and I'm a little worried about G2 because if EU United up 1-0 in the series, one of the things that make EU United so deadly in a best-of-5 series is what they always seem to win Game 2 Slayer. So if they're gonna win out the second version of Bizarre Ctf after the reset, things gonna be really tough.
You know what I love about main stage, Tony, is main stage replays. Yeah. We got replay of our last game here in Rhino. What a nuisance this man was, right? Not only the kills that he put down, you remember that life with the shotgun? Right, he lived for what felt like 3 minutes, getting into the back of their base, pulling flag, realizing he wasn't safe, coming right back to Rockets, just continuing to control the map.
Incredible plays across the board here for EU United, but you know what about that pull from G2? Didn't that, I mean, that early pull to actually stop EU United from grinding forward and make EU United clear out that mid-map and then going for the return. I honestly thought that was really good coming out of G2, and if they can continue to make plays like that and force EU United to change up their game plan, force EU United to adapt as opposed to allowing them to set the pace of the map. Right. I think G2 can steal a game, maybe 2, and hey, here we go to Game 5. And
that's a good point. Like you said, Sab with that early overextension. You know, a shout out to Coach Callis, I think, for initiating on plays like that, and that's something that we're starting to see more of. Is Bizarre is faster paced now than it used to be because we see a lot more overextensions. We see players kind of slip to the back of the base, get that pull, draw the attention, even if they don't get the cap. They pulled the enemy back and they've given their team an opportunity for map control. So that can definitely work out. And I'm sure we'll see a lot more high-level plays just like it. Tony, had the pleasure of talking to Gilkey just yesterday. We've been saying it on the B stream. And he's been talking about how powerful the AI scan is in this game and how powerful it is on Bizarre as well, specifically because AI scan can spot grenades better than it can spot other power weapons. And that the Dynamos, I mean, one of the best power weapons in the game, they spawn bottom mid. You can be up in the lockers, just kind of jiggle peeking, holding on to high ground and hitting AI scan and waiting for the Dynamos to spawn up. The moment they spawn, you can go grab them. So that's something Gilkey has been doing recently, and I'm sure other teams are taking advantage of it, but AI scan, I mean, coming in clutch in this high level, I can't wait to see what other big, interesting, high-level plays we'll see in the following games.
Yeah, if you're not respecting the dynamo grenades by now, I don't know what you're doing. I mean, they come up every 30 seconds. They slow down the enemy team. They give you that audio tick to let you know in case you're nade checking an area. And then they bring players down to one shot. They absolutely shred shields. You have to be respecting the dynamo grenades by not only timing them, but also being aware of them with the AI scan.
Tony, I just got an update and didn't realize it during the cast, but apparently a player actually crashed out of that game. So we have a bit of a reset coming into this one. We're not going to jump into game 2 yet. We're going right back into Bizarre. We're going back with a little bit of time on the clock. Did you get how much that was? Tony, how much time we're working with?
Probably not much.
I'll get the update in the exact amount of time in just a second because it just slipped my mind, but we are jumping back into Bizarre based off of this ruling. Apparently we had a crash near the end, so we're not done yet. Maybe G2 still have an opportunity, so good that we're talking about it.
Wow, okay, so you know what? Game number 1 not over just yet. United do have an advantage going into this version, version 2 of game 1. And G2, they have an opportunity to maybe come back in. And like we said, a good round of slays, just a good job holding one of the perimeters, whether that be rocket side or locker side. And maybe we see G2 right back in it with the early cap, and then anything can happen from there.
Anything can definitely happen in this series, Tony, because the update that I just got was because of that crash, apparently we are full resetting the game on the clock, 12 minutes. We're going to have an advantage in caps. I believe it's still going to be 2-0 on the board with the caps, but a full reset in the timer, 12 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sure United are not probably not happy about that. They love to play the time. They love to play for that mid-map control, and G2 getting all the time on the board. Now they can be able to get that early cap. Now they have literally 12 minutes to put 2 caps on the board. I'm not counting G2 out just yet.
Wow. What an unexpected result here, but this gives G2 a second lease on life, a second opportunity to bounce back in this series and start to actually make moves off of some of these strategies that we've been talking about. When it comes down to being aware of the dynamos, bottom mid, taking advantage of those. When it comes down to overextending in those opportunities that you find the chance to do so, can you actually make a play off of it? Can you actually translate that into a flag capture? I think is the biggest question mark for G2 here. Maybe fortunate that they've got a chance to come back and do it again, but of course at a 2-0 deficit. Score will say 0-0, but it is 2-0, favor United.
And while we're waiting for these lobbies, this lobby to get created, everybody to come in, we do have a battle of the #1 seeded team, the #1 seeded team out of North America, and the #1 seeded team out of ANZ are duking it out. That's right, Cloud9 and Chiefs. Why don't we hop on board with this and see what's going on?
You know, I can't complain, Tony. The more Halo action, the better. And it looks like so far we've seen a little bit of dominance here at a Cloud9 to be expected. Coming in looking for first place once again would be a 3-peat championship if they do it. Right now 27-13. Pips trying to live out center mat. Unfortunate for him, he'll go down and so does his teammate.
You know, I'm getting a little older now. Tell me my eyes deceive me, but is Renegade 12-1? There's no way that Renegade is 12-1.
Let me get up real close to the screen and look for it. You know, you were correct. 12-1. 13-1.
That's a dirty dozen.
13-1, dude. He's still going. Right now, 13-2, as we say, it's maybe a bit of a caster curse, but with that type of stat line, you'd expect dominance to continue out of this man.
Cloud9 right now welcoming the Chiefs to North America right now. Welcome to the big leagues. They're playing lights out. But there's one player that can kind of will his team forward. It's Barcode. The guy is not only an absolute slayer, but has an amazing personality. And he's always so positive in the comms. I'm a big fan of Barcode.
Hard not to be when he puts on plays like that. Nice little thrust backwards, gonna clean up Penguin. And like you said, an emotional leader on the team as well. He'll bring good vibes to this squad, and hopefully that translates to confidence in the gameplay as he drops down on top of Eco as well.
34-22 lead, still in favor of Cloud9. Like you said, to be expected. This is the #1 team coming into this tournament. And although Optic have been red hot, I think Cloud9 have done enough to be the favorites coming in. I mean, they are really good.
You know what? I'll see it when I see the C9 Optic matchup, Tony. I think that's the biggest question mark for me. Obviously, Cloud9 is powerful as they are as a team and what we're currently witnessing. I think it remains to be seen how they stack up against the top three. What's for sure is Chiefs, they got quite a monster on their hands to deal with. And while Madzy does get 2 in the feed, the bigger kill right now is Penguin. They got to get rid of this guy.
Yeah, you see, I love that you use the word monster. I love me some Penguin. I think he's an absolute monster. And he's the one that does the dirty work for this squad. When it comes to jumping into the objective, when it comes to putting his body on the line and making sure he keeps his teammates alive, it's normally playing Penguin. But as of right now, Slay's looking for it. Slay's not going to find one as Eco puts him down.
10 kill advantage, final 10 kills in the game. Chiefs just looking for some semblance of control here. Big play at a Barcode to stay up. Can he hold on to his life? You can see his teammates with him in a perimeter. You got Slay actually crossed the map. Slays might have an opportunity to get a bit of a sneaky flank going if he's quick with it. Barcode and team need to answer off of it. As we say it though, unfortunately it looks like Chiefs have lost a player in their game as well. So it looks like that one will likely be reset shortly. Renegade not happy about it. Renegade playing pretty damn well in that game. That's one to remember. 17-6 before that one goes out.
Renegade's so tough to deal with.
Of course.
And one of the best slayers, if not the best slayer that we have here in Halo Infinite. I mean, now his shot's amazing, but it's also his mentality. He's always hunting you down. You try to get away after like losing that health battle, and he's immediately taking an angle to cut you off. He's always putting you on your back foot.
Right, and it's how that confidence translates into the game and up against the best competitors in the world as well. I think that's one of the biggest things is you've got a lot of very confident players in Halo, but that ego doesn't always translate into gameplay when the pressure is on, when you're on the main stage, when the audience is watching you. With Renegade, it 100% does, right? He keeps the confidence, he keeps that mentality, he doesn't stop, and you can feel it in the damage he puts down. And I think the best players, best teams are ones who can take advantage of that pressure, take advantage of that spotlight. We'll see whether or not United or G2, I guess in this case, can do so. G2 right now, as we come back to this series, facing a bit of a deficit, but an opportunity to rerun things with this bizarre CTF game.
You know, I said that Renegade might be one of the best slayers that we have in Halo Infinite, and there are 2 players in the lobby that are looking to make a run for that, and one of them is this man right here, Spartan, the dog. The other one, Sab. Sab is sneakingly one of the best Slayers that we have in the game. He's absolutely nasty. When you check the stats, he is always putting up double-digit KDA. He's just such a unit on this G2 squad.
A lot of top-level Slayers here, Tony, for sure, and I'm sure that will translate. But we've got an update on this series, and apparently G2 have decided to forfeit it, Tony. We're not going to be going into the reset. G2, after a conversation with United, they decided they are not going to go ahead with Game 1. Things didn't look too good for them. Unfortunately, it was a little grim to the end of it. And they're going to go on, and I respect it, they're going to go on to Slayer Aquarius.
Yeah, I mean, they knew it was like a minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was almost
trying
over.
to make a play.
Right.
And, you know, I really do respect that going to G2. But now we're going to Game 2 Slayer on Aquarius. And both of these teams, very good Slayer squads.
Right, and that's the thing. In the end of the day, as G2, in a tournament environment where every single win is so damn important, if there is a disconnect, no matter when it happens, you need to take that into consideration. You need to, you need to play off of that opportunity. G2 instead, they're going to focus on what's next. What's next, of course, Aquarius, Slayer. Tony, you already hinted at it. There's plenty of Slayers on the side of E United, but what can G2 do to combat this?
They can get more kills than United.
Yeah,
I would say
usually that's the plan.
It's a 50 before United.
Typically, more kills than Slayer does lead to the win. But no, Tony, let's get into specifics. Who are we looking at?
I talked about Sab this whole time. I really think Sab is going to be that leading Slayer, but needs someone else to step up. I'm looking at Gilkey. I've been watching Gilkey for a long time. We're talking all the way back in Halo 3, and if there's one player that I would not want to challenge with a BR in hands, it's that young man out of New York.
Gilkey is no doubt a devastating contribution to the G2 roster, but can it translate into this game? Here he is on screen, and the opening strat so pivotal here in Game 2.
Gilkey immediately tries to stay alive despite being one shot, but Ryan Noob is not going to allow that to happen. Opens up with a triple kill to start off our game.
Don't let him. He almost got the over there too, Tony. Ryan Noob just lighting everything up to start the game, and that can't be a good look if you're on G2.
Whew. We 18 seconds in, I'm already out of breath over here. I'm tired. Oh my God.
I've been out of breath, Tony. Welcome to the club.
Rain able to get the camouflage in hands and immediately takes that car side control. That's going to be an easy kill onto the utility side, but he's not done yet without any timing loss. Wow. Immediately focuses on the final two players on G2 that are hiding in the base. And look at that collapse. That's just teamwork.
And I mean, that's the beauty of opening up so strong in the starting strat is you get around to Slays and an opportunity for spawn control. And E United, they collapse on those opportunities flawlessly. Everyone's spawning up on blue side this time. And with a perimeter on the map here, you can see E United just kind of feeling them out and just going to wait for a good opportunity here.
Rain trying to stay alive here to the utility side. It does have some help, so look at the bait and switch come on the bottom side. Wow. It looks like G2 are grinding forward from the top closet. Beautiful play by Straight Sick, and then he immediately pulls back for that mid-map control. That's what it's all about here. 3 down for E United, and the 4th one will fall as well.
It does come out as a trade, but you like to see that confidence out of Straight Sick. Tony, we talked about it. When the main stage pressure hits you, it's those who maintain the confidence, maintain a little bit of the ego behind the play, who can come out of some of these exchanges on top. A little bait and switch gonna come out of E United though, as they push up into blue. Straight Sick again gonna shut them down. Not letting it happen. Tusk with a kill too.
Back-to-back kills once again going in favor of G2. Straight Sick, excellent shots, but a high IQ play to simply back down and play his life. His life is much more valuable than him just trading out a kill there, and Gilkey was able to get away with the heat wave. Not for long though.
I mean, Tony, you said it, you gotta play your life and stay alive. Unfortunately, Gilkey could not do it, but enough for Sab to pick up off of it. He'll grab the camo. Can he skate out of this? He can't. He didn't activate it either. The camo sits down bottom mid. At the very least, you got G2 call it out. Gilkey's on top of it, but now it just becomes a distraction for G2. Okay, he managed to survive. They've managed to fight them off. Camo, heat wave, thrust. He's got everything he can need.
Gilkey, as of right now, is the most deadly player on Aquarius. That combination of the heat wave and the camouflage is deadly. Off-screen, King Nick does find the kill onto Tusk. Okay. So now G2 don't have numbers. Straight Sick is going to die as well, and Gilkey's by himself. Catches a stray grenade, but he's still alive.
No hit markers on those nades. They don't know he's here, but they know now. Gilkey will come back with a reversal kill. Can he get a second? No, stick down doesn't hit. There goes his life. There goes the thrust and the heat wave as well in the hands of Ryan Noob. Uh-oh.
Switching gears towards Ryan Noob. He's nading his teammate's X right there. He knows there should be some pressure coming in towards the car side of the map. Ryan Noob still having that heat wave. So that tells me that he wants to get close. He wants to get in the face of G2 because it is so good at that one-shot melee or even that two-shot straight to the body.
Tony, look at the rotation on this. G2 sending 3 together through car. Gilkey playing back by himself. And that numbers advantage is going to stack their way through utility. Look at as they take kills here. Ryan, he's aware of it now. Can he pick up one of his own? He's down below behind Sab. Sab doesn't hear it. Sab about to get melted for this, but he's being a nuisance. Ryan Noob still can't find him. Okay, finally, Nick will take the kill. Bit of a ghost there he's chasing.
Ryan Noob currently 9-3, make that 9-4 with 2 assists, really going off early here on Aquarius. And United needs it. They don't want to give G2 any chances. No. They want to end this a 3-0 if possible, because if you give G2 an inch, you know they'll demand a mile.
And well, they might want that, Tony. This is a close game. It's a nail-biter right here. 25-23. United do pull away with 2, thanks to the Dynamo. How much more can they get? Ryan Noob with one of the feet. Sparty gonna snap onto Gilkey. There he goes. 2 up on pink side. United now aware of it too, and you can see the perimeter starting to form. They're going to collapse on pink here. And G2, they need to bait their lives and play it slow.
King Nick, one of the most aggressive players that we have here on E United, loves making teams uncomfortable. He loves finding the back smack as well. Almost able to get the double kill onto straight stick, but the damage has been done. You're seeing E United take advantage of all the damage that Nick was able to put in. That's going to be a double kill. 3 down once again from G2 and Sad, the final player alive. But look at that God spawn by straight stick. He spawns right next to him.
Are you sure that's a God spawn? That ain't a God spawn, Tony. Straight stick, he's going to get melted. Ryan Noob's going off. Right now, he needs God. There you go. Killing spree for Ryan Noob in a double, but the awareness out of him too. You see how he snapped down to P1 to take the kill? His teammate came in, it was Rain who came in and collected the fridge kill behind him. He's still going with a bang shot onto Sab. He'll convert that into a double. You can't shut the man down.
This is what makes United so dangerous. When they're on a roll, it is so hard to stop them, and G2 are finding out just that. Ryan Noob bringing that heat, taking down Straight Stick. That's going to be 2 down for United, but Ryan Noob and them are still in control. They are still looking so good in this Game 2 Aquarius.
You know what, Tony? I got a recommendation for the G2 roster. Don't look at Ryan Noob's stat line right now. It ain't pretty for you. 18-4 out of this guy, making 19! A killing frenzy! He's popping off!
Somebody needs to stop this man. A killing frenzy.
No, don't stop him. I'm having too much fun.
Ryan Noob is absolutely going off. This is his playground right now. Like you said, 19-4, still has that heat wave in hand. Ends up finding another one, the 20th kill coming out of Ryan Noob nerves.
Viewers in the chat, understand that when you hit a frenzy, there is a layer of pressure behind every move you make, but Ryan Noob, he ain't feeling it. He's still going, still getting kills despite it.
Go off, King. Go on. I want to see, at this point, I want to see it running one.
Oh, yeah.
I've got to see it now. Ryan Noob, and look at that. Look, he's within elbows under his teammate. This is a beautiful bait and switch that we're seeing. Doesn't get the kill, but still gets the assist. Beautiful plays coming out of E United.
And at this point, you're just witnessing what is unfortunately the mental destruction of G2 as they cannot find their footing here. Tony, 45-33, falling apart at every angle. 20-4, by the way. He is still approaching that running. What? That was sick, Sab. I'll give you that, but it ain't enough.
Sab making some plays, but it is still E United. They are 2 kills away from going up 2-0 in the series, and it's largely because of that man, Ryan Noob. 20 kills in a Game 2 slate.
Did he? Oh, he did die. 20-5, but man, what a performance out of E United. You can't shut them down. The moment they get going, they just don't stop.
They really don't, and now I'm worried about G2. At this point, getting swept is a legit reality right now. E United has all the momentum, and they're looking good. They really are looking good in this series.
Gotta love Ryan Noob, just cool as a cucumber after that one. Expected, right? Just another day on the job. 20-4. It was 20-5 in the end, so the running riot did not quite become a reality, but just picking up assists as he goes. And I think that's the biggest thing with the United is their control and their timing and the way that they kind of prioritize slays. That spree from Ryan Noob started with a play up on P2, where there was a player milking his life behind Fridge over on yellow side, and there was a player down on P1 one shot. He left the Fridge guy, he drops down to P1, cleans up the one shot instead, because he has faith in his teammate Rain to go clean up that guy on Fridge, right? It's just the awareness and the timing to take the kills that matter more and come away with those and let your teammates worry about the other tying up the loose ends. And I think that trust, that faith is what puts United on top.
Ryan Noob is playing chess. Everybody else playing checkers right now.
Pretty much.
Again, 2-0 lead so far in favor of United, and we're going into oddball streets. Do you think G2 have a chance to answer that?
G2 always have a chance.
Okay.
Right? They're a top, I want to say top 8 team, at least top 10, maybe. They can punch their way through. They can definitely punch their way through a game.
Okay.
This is their chance to do it. Bit heartbreaking going through that first loss the way they did, and then the second as well. Note that halfway through that game, they were tied, Tony. It was about, what, 25 all at one point before they really started to pull away. So they can trade blows, but they just need to maintain the momentum for the end zone, the end of the game. That's been their issue.
We're seeing on camera, and that man in the middle right there, Ryan Noob, that's the player G2 needs to slow down. They cannot allow Ryan Noob to run amok here on streets.
That might be the key. I'm just a little worried though. He plays to distract you, right? He wants you to focus on him. We'll see. Either way, G2, they need an answer because this might be their final opportunity to do it. It's gonna be streets oddball.
Starting on board with the man himself, Ryan. Who else will we start off with? Immediately going in for that drop wall, the bulldog in hand, and then drops it immediately to try to create space and try to close the distance on his opponent. Sadly, ends up going down, but so do 3 members of G2.
And with G2 down, Sparty's got free reign to maneuver. So much room for activities out here. Front seat, Rocket's still up though. Can he take advantage of them? You can see Straight Sick just playing beside the ball. That'll delete him. Shoots through the dead body of Straight Sick into Gilkey. And all as that happens, United, they slip away with the Rockets.
King Nick able to get away with the Rockets. He takes it toward the tire side, but not able to take down Sab. So now Rockets will be changing hands, and that's in the hands of G2.
Now, despite all the action we've witnessed so far, Tony, nobody's picked up the ball yet. It's starting to look like my matchmaking game, if I'm being honest. Either way, Sab knows what he's doing. He'll pick up one of the Sparty. Can he turn and burn a second? G2 on top of ball. Finally, we see the pull. They're going to take it to A side, so maybe a setup opportunity. And that just brings victims to Sab's Rockets.
I thought we were playing Slayer 2.0. We do see some ball time going in favor of G2, but Ryan, who does have the Stalker rifle in hands, and I know how much you're a fan of this weapon.
I do love this weapon, and I think it favors a player with a patient shot. So we'll see what Ryan Noob can put together with it. Gonna hold things down from AR. He's about to be in trouble, though. Can he milk his life? Rain with a kill on the feed, one beside him. And I think he hears it. Those footsteps, they're pretty damn loud in Halo Infinite. But you know what beats the Stalker? I think it's the shotty in close range.
Yeah, there's really not much that can beat the Bulldog in this game, especially from close range. Tusk putting it to work. So now he has a Bulldog in the back pocket, has the Stalker rifle in hand. Tusk can really make some plays for G2, and they can go on a run.
And this is the timing to do it. You can see the ball in PD as they try to collect time here. Rocket's about to spawn. He's got a double dilemma. Can he deal with it? He'll take a trait. Is that enough, though? United still putting in work. Rain will drop Gilkey with an attempt to follow it up, but Nick there to pick up the slack. Those Rockets now up, but Sam, I think he might be on him.
Yeah, that was another 3 out of 4 members down for G2, so United is starting to win these pivotal battles. Luckily, Sam does have the Rockets in hand, not able to get the one-shot kill, but it looks like that player will go down either way. Now the thrust and Rockets in the hands of Sam. That drop wall not gonna save it.
That was a good attempt. Didn't quite work out. That'll be a double for Sab as well as he converts it. And so far, the story in this one, G2 in their sandbox control, Tony, they have locked it down. Tusk with the shotty, Sab with the Rockets, and because of it, they got ball time, but for how long, right? We talked about their issue, and it's the end game. Can they hold down this momentum?
Well, at least G2 are stepping it up when it matters most right now. One more loss and they're going down, so they need to fight back here, and that's exactly what they're doing. But Spartan coming in with the Bulldog, ends up catching a blueberry. A couple of those a day, keep the doctor away.
I mean, if I'm the doctor and that the result is your death, then I can't do my job, Tony, so I don't know. Either way, Ryan, if he picks up the shotty as a result of the carnage here, can he use it, though? We got the ball back A as well. New set of Rockets likely gonna be in the fray. I think they were already. They've been done and dusted. Ryan just worried about getting kills with the BR in the meantime.
Back-to-back kills do go in favor of G2, but despite not having the numbers, United still trying to find some points on the board, and that's because Ryan Noob putting that Bulldog to work. Shots go in, the collapse gonna come in from G2, and we should see that ball change hands. G2 having a chance to once again take the lead.
Tusk gonna get the kill. This is a big perimeter he's just taking onto this too. Holding down PD, all of his nades going into that door. He does not want anybody to knock. The Rockets up center map though, that will draw the eye. Can he deal with Sparty in the meantime though? You can see Gilkey on top of those rocks, and G2 still locking down power weapons, but for how long? Big shutdown out of Rain. Rocket's gonna sit down, they'll be collected by Tusk, and Tusk is gonna burn him. He'll take Nick, snap onto a second, but Rain, he's got the better of him.
G2 are approaching the end game of this round. Now the question is, can they close it out, especially against a team as experienced and as good as E United, because you know they're going to put up one hell of a fight. Rain having the Stalker rifle in hands, doing a great job of cutting off this angle from Purple Street, so nobody be able to get into the C subway side, at least not easily.
The worry here is the power of this seaside setup. Best way to deal with Rain is to pinch him from both sides, though thankfully it looks like they'll deal with him. He comes out with a trade. Sab, a last opportunity. Last one up. Shoddy is the weapon to do the business, though, but he can't get the ball at a C. You can see his teammates spawned up over on B side, so E United still with advantage on ball. They're going to hold it back. See, Ryan got so many weapons, he doesn't know what to do with them all. Looks like he wants them all, apparently. He'll get the ball to a teammate and says, let me make plays.
United subway control looking really good right now. They're locking things down as Spartan off the screen ends up getting a double kill. That might have been a triple kill coming out of Spartan off of screen here, and Ryan puts the Stalker rifle to work. G2 are having a hard time breaking the seaside setup.
And this is what we talked about. E United, they ice up when it matters most in the end of the game. Locking things down here in C, and locking it down with the Stalker as well. That drop wall futile in this situation. If anybody gets up close and personal, Ryan's got an answer for that too. There goes one. Nick will clean it up. Ball still in their hands at this point, about 10 seconds to work with. So G2, they need an answer, and they're not going to get it at this rate.
Another killing spree being earned by Ryan, currently 12-7 at the moment, but like that 13-7, really putting in the work. And E United gonna go up 1-0 so far. They are one round away from not only taking this game, but also taking the series in a sweep.
Well said, Tony. Control the sandbox, you control the game. G2, they did it well in the beginning of the round, but then something happened. They fell apart. I think it was the Stalker, the shotgun, the real key to success, and you can see Spartan showing us why. Back base, just locking down the angle. Nobody gonna go to those Rockets. What I do like about this is at the very least, G2, they grabbed the ball early this time. They got it to high ground, out of the field, or out of center field. But Sparty, don't get in this man's reticle.
Big kill coming out of Spartan. Rain able to get a hold of the Rockets, still having one in the pod at the moment. Meanwhile, G2 are looking to rotate that ball over towards the PD side of the map. Cut off instantly by King Nick. The Rocket comes in, nobody home here for Rain, and Sab gets a double kill to slow down E United.
Big kills out of G2 here. They're still going straight sick with a double of his own. And G2 gonna keep the ball in their possession, try to get it back to PD. You see straight sick, a forward player in this position, just needs to stay alive, do damage. He'll drop Nick down. He use the drop wall to keep them back. Looks like he's got a Stalker of his own too. This is the ultimate ideal setup here, though Rain's starting to put an end to it.
G2 able to put a 36-0 run on the board off of that 4 down here, and I gotta hop into the comms of E United. I want to know what it sounds like there. Let's go right into it with an Astro listening with E United.
I'm here. Shot, Eddie. So, S to C. Last guy was in C. I want him. You can rotate it to Heady.
It's fucking shit, Ryan.
They're gonna spawn to open.
Yo, he's pitching open. I'm pitching open.
I'm looking red.
I'm gonna die.
Trying to help Nick.
I screen
B.
One shot to B.
Absolutely.
Spikes.
Yeah, you got me. That's out. One shot red. Straight to C. Second guy coming up front.
You can fucking see him. Show on the planner still. Absolute biceps.
Bottom mid.
Rockets, watch out.
Ball.
Nice.
Second guy biceps, bro. Second guy biceps, watch out.
Biceps, yep.
I'm pushing out PD. Plants on me.
Tires
were shotty. Tusk. I died to one rocket. I died to Hollows.
Rockets, watch out, biceps.
Out of rockets. One was Hollows.
I got the drop.
1v2 here, Nick.
Both weak. Both trying to get to you, I guess. One shot. They're both one shot. They're both one shot. Down coming, Ryan. I'm coming. Should have so bad. 2 PD.
Jump place, arcade.
2 are pillars. Okay, backed up.
I think he's split.
That's it. You're gonna need it here.
He's out.
Yep. I got the spike.
Top side. Yeah, top side.
Mando and thrust. I got 2 shots. One top spikes. One top spikes.
Mando down.
Nice. Top spikes have shields. I spiked them.
Behind me, PD. Behind me, PD.
That's him. That's him. One shot IV. One shot IV.
B stairs on me. I died at bottom B stairs. Going front C. It looks like. Front C now. He shots him.
Indigo. I don't see him.
He's B steps. He's bottom B steps.
Okay. Coming.
There's more purple ones here than there.
No doubt, Tony, there's a lot of confidence on the side of E United. They seem very calm, cool, and collected. I'm not sure I can repeat all the words they've been saying in their communication as well. One thing's for sure, they know they can win this.
Yeah, United down by 40 points, but I think I'm more worried about, they might need some soap in the mouths. My God, their dirty language coming in out of E United. But man, we got to talk about G2. G2 have been finding these slays and locking things down. I'm really impressed with the second half of the game.
E United forced to work hard here for time, that's for sure. That's good to see out of G2. But can they hold on to their advantage as the time ticks here? 3 minutes left to work with. Ryan Noob still with the shotty. Tony, we've talked about it before. The shotgun, the most important weapon on this map by a long shot because it's always in play.
E United trying to get that ball into their C-side setup once again. That's where they put most of their points into that early round, and they're looking to do it once again. Off-screen, Sad finds the kill, but Ryan, you're going to answer right back. That's going to be a double kill with a beautiful placed grenade, but Straight Sick going to answer with one of his own.
Double kill opens up opportunity for E United to get the Rockets, so you can see they were collected, brought back down the driveway here. Ryan will pick him up, or sorry, Spartan will pick him up. And if Spartan has him, I'm expecting some playmaking off of it. Gonna hold down Ali in the meantime. Looks like he's got a stalker to do damage with too. The ball rotates back to C. All well it happens. And he gets the kill with that as well. Man just knows where they are at all times.
Oh, you didn't know? The Rockets' new sniper. Yeah, I'm telling you, he's a quick scope something with them Rockets. Spartan putting it to work. So is King Nick earning himself an assist. And E United still putting points on the board, but Gilkey gonna break right in and somehow find the kill on terrain.
A couple big kills in the feed, but Ryan with a nice little flank there to sneak up onto Gilkey. Ultimately, G2 coming out on top of these slays, at least for now. They'll collect the ball, 70 and counting. Temporary setup here. They don't quite have numbers, so it will be scrappy. You can see Nick already knocking on the doors here. Doesn't quite have a chance to get too aggressive just yet. G2 going to milk as much time as they can off this opportunity, Tony. It might be one of their last.
I will say, when G2 do get into their setups, they are so good at watching every angle, and they use that communication to convey it towards their teammates. That's what makes them so good at holding down these setups. G2 are very good at watching every crevice on the map, but E United still winning that gunfight, still putting them down, and once again, E United finding the oddball.
Just 15 seconds separate G2 from a round win here. 15 seconds seems like a mountain to climb when E United are playing as well as they are. Look at this snap out of Nick. He'll clean up Tusk. Doubles back. Pretty sure he got a whiff of a player as he did. That's Gilkey looking to sneak up. I don't think Gilkey hit the jump, so Gilkey going to go from underneath and come up from behind him. Instead, that ends up in a trade. Ball going to be down back C. Ryan Noob slipped away with the Rockets. All well it happened, and Sparty still getting kills. They got a numbers advantage for this. That's a big kill under Ryan Noob. Two very valuable weapons down on the floor.
Yeah, Ryan tried to stay alive towards that corner, but that brute grenade coming in and cleaning him up. And I hope they know that he had the Rockets and the Stalker rifle. Tusk able to find the ball, but Nay's starting to come right back at him. Two down for each team, but the third one will fall courtesy of Sab. It's not over yet.
Sab gonna welcome Ryan Noob to the party there. Nice little surprise back smack, and that might be the back smack to close the round. G2, they're fighting back. They ain't done yet. That's 100. To, I believe, 57 to close out round two. And give us a game, Tony.
G2 are fighting for their series lives at the moment because E United are still one round away from taking it and advancing forward here in the pool. E United have been looking very good, but G2 finally finding some momentum.
This is it right here. Final opportunity for G2 to break out of this 2-0 deficit, give us a series. And apparently, Sparty is gifting free kills to Sab. He'll make it a double. Nice little movement to skate his way over to Rockets very quickly. He could do more now.
I don't know what woke up with G2, but they're slaying a lot better. They're playing a lot more of a cleaner, a lot more fundamental Halo, and I'm loving every moment of it. Excellent rocket coming in out of Zap, but he wasn't able to find the kill. Make both players one shot, but they're still alive over towards the arcade, and Zab will fall.
I mean, the delay is still valuable. Best thing G2 can do is exactly what they're doing, right? You see Gilkey play the ball out center. What's even better, though, is E United, they catch it, right? They know these plays are about to happen, so they are seconds ahead, and they waste no time catching the ball, bringing the setup back to their own side. And very quickly, they're going to narrow that score line. Sparty, Rain going to work together to delete the attackers, and if they lose their numbers, Tony, it's going to be very hard to push up on this ball.
Yeah, we talked about E United really treating things like a chess game, being able to counter every one of the moves that are made by their opponents and being able to adapt to multiple situations. One of the things that makes E United so deadly, but that and the Bulldog, they certainly know how to use a Bulldog.
And they've been barking with this thing all game long. That control's so important. Both Bulldog Stalker, I believe, sitting down beside Ryan Noob on top of it. Spartan here to help him out. Looks like straight single get the best of him. All fighting around the ball. Rain with a big pickup. Can he safely get to it? You can see the perimeter out from G2. They got one in the balcony of C, just pelting them. Sparty just trying to find an answer, but that's 3 dead, and G2, they'll fight through the storm here.
Yeah, although a momentary lead going in favor of E United, G2 able to answer back, and they're punching hard. They are punching above their weight class right now. I'm honest, I'm loving every moment of it. Yep. G2 once again stealing the lead, and now we're going to see G2's subway side setup.
G2 looking to make a series out of this, and they can do it with the weapons they have. Gilkey cross the map, he doesn't care. There's a double. Still got a rocket in the chamber, make it. Oh, where did it go? Rocket evaporated, but at least he's still alive.
Great job for Gilkey to try to stay alive. Ends up going right towards mid-map, and E United predicted that well. Easily puts him down, but the information's coming in. Now G2 know exactly where United are coming from. Ryan Noob is able to find the kill onto straight sick, but Zab answers back. Tusk taking down Ryan Noob. Big plays across the board, and 3 down once again for the boys in red.
Tony, I'm not gonna lie, I'm expecting at about 2:45 on the clock for that rocket that disappeared to kind of come out of another dimension and just tag somebody real quick. We'll see if it happens. But that would be a nice surprise attack. Either way, ball's still sitting back A. And Gilkey just lining up shots. We haven't seen too much commando, but I would like to see Sap, by the way. Man got a triple in the feet. You'll see him go down. Sparty last up to do some damage, but very quickly, G2 take advantage. Look at that scoreline, Tony. They could close it out here.
Love the commando play coming out of Gilkey. This is Syracuse, New York's finest at the moment, but not able to find the kill. His tri-state area neighbor, Sparty, coming in and finding the kill. Now we see a 90-30 run, still in favor of G2, but E United having ample opportunity to maybe steal this round away.
G2's game to win at this point. Just 10 seconds to do it. 1 round of slays is all they need. They just need the clean opportunity. Tusk's gonna go straight through center map, maybe get some scrappy seconds off of this. 1 second, I mean, it's still progress. But they gotta do a little better than that. And E United not gonna make it easy.
I know what you're talking about. 9 more of those, and we're going into a game 4.
9 more desperate jumps on the ball, and we're Gucci. We'll see, though. Gilkey does have the rocks in the feet. I think he burned them out. And a thrust in the back pocket of Nick.
Nick doing a great job applying pressure onto Gilkey. That's a pivotal win going in, but he goes in for the ball a little bit early. There's still multiple G2 members that have their eyes trained on it, but Sparty off the screen able to pull off the double kill. Beautifully played by E United and Sparty, and now we're going to see E United try to rotate this ball as far away from G2 as possible.
Hard-fought battle, but E United, they're keeping him off the ball, and they're finding ways to get it out of those baitable spots, keep it in their favor. Tusk with a big kill. Tusk looking to break open the defenses of E United. He'll take 2. That'll translate to time. Is it enough to close the game? I think it might be. Tony, 95 and counting. Nobody nearby. He can sit it out in red room for a game close. And G2, they've given us a series.
You mess with the elephant, you get the Tusk. G2 putting 1 on the board here and making things possible. We might just see a reverse sweep coming out of G2, but either way, at least we're going to see a game number 4.
Tony, I think it was you that told me this once upon a time, right? Every reverse sweep starts with a game 3 win, right?
Everyone.
Well, we got our game 3 win. All we need is some confidence out of the boys on G2 to carry this just a little farther. It ain't over yet.
G2 now have some momentum. Now it's up to EU United to prove that they can be able to close out this series. The G2 were looking really good in that oddball on streets, and they're not going to make it easy on EU United. And once we come to a game number 5, at that point, it's anybody's game.
You're absolutely right, Tony. That game number 4, we finally approached. We finally got a series. Finally got some contention on the side of G2 and EU United, forced to wake up, forced to play just a little bit harder. We talked about this coming in, the storyline of EU United, wanting to break through, not just top 3, but break through to that first place. And what they would have to do to accomplish it would be they'd have to dominate G2. But G2, they've showcased to us in this game that they're no slouch. A couple replays to experience here too, Tony.
And I'm really not surprised. I mean, G2 might have lost that scrim 2-6 earlier, but they played a very competitive series with them. They really went toe-to-toe with them. I said Sab actually ended with the most kills in the entire lobby, despite losing that actual scrim. EU United, they got the teamwork, they got the experience, they got a whole lot of things, but G2, they got a Sab. And
Tony, speaking of Sab, I got a peek at the board at the end of that, right? 12-6 out of Sab, double digits. 2.0 in KD. Yep. Tusk, of course, making a massive play at the end of that game to open things up with a double, almost a triple, too. Converts it into that ball time. Looks like Recharge will be our next map, though, Tony. And G2, they are still facing match point in this series.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if United bounce back. I just look at it, and it's going to be Strongholds Recharge. And I think that map and game type combination work in favor of EU United. G2 are going to have a tough time on their hands if they want to force that game 5.
Tony, we've watched a lot of EU United Strongholds, and they are damn near unstoppable on this map specifically. They're so difficult to deal with because the sandbox is so prevalent on this map, the deepest sandbox out of all of Infinite's competitive maps right here. And you've got a big map, too, with open center and sight lines to control everything EU United could ever want to lock things down. It's their playground. Can they lock it out here?
If I'm G2, I'm making sure that Spartan does not get that shock rifle. Keep it. I don't care if you got to throw it off the map. Waste the ammo. Do not allow Spartan to grab a hold of that shock rifle and control the pace of the game. Game number 4, G2 fighting for their series lives at the moment. Let's get started.
Tony, you said don't let Spartan control shock. As far as I remember, that's his starting strat. He just goes straight to it. You can see he's already in pipes. And Sab might be predicting that play. Nice pre-nades over to bat ledge. Use of the repulsor to get up to a vantage point here. So early on, G2 gonna look to net some control. And a bit of a sneak attack here too. He's playing Splinter Cell out here.
Always protect the neck. And Sab able to catch the backside of Spartan. That's going to be an easy back smack coming in. Meanwhile, off the screen, Rhino did find the kill onto his former teammate, Gilkey. But Sab having that added control, and you know how important that is.
Look at him stay alive in this situation, just barely. That repulsor coming in clutch. We talked about the value of the sandbox on this map. Unfortunately, he's got no more left to work with, but high ground he does have. There goes Nick. But can he stay alive? Just skating back and forth. No idea how he's pulling off these plays, but Sparty will finally deal with them.
He's a tricky kill right there. Excellent use of repulsor to delay his life, but sadly wasn't able to gain his shields back. And 3 down once again. Go G2's going to switch gears over towards Rain, who's trying to catch a backside over towards A and catches a couple shots onto straight stick while doing it.
You can see Rain trying to take advantage of that little remote detonation. Either that or he's just predicting head level with his reticle. The man's so aware of where to place that shot with this vantage point. A lot of shots to place. Gonna dive into straight sink here. Looking for a second on Gilkey. Oh, so close. Both of them gonna dip back. You can see he's already ready for that counter.
And look at the teamwork coming in out of EU United. Rain doing an excellent job of putting that player down to one shot. And then Ryan, who's just going to grapple in like Peter Parker, comes in with the easy kill. Sab going to go down as well. And once again, the numbers advantage in favor of EU United.
And if they continue to lock it down, they get access to that camo at bottom mid as well. Just spawned up. Rain going to try to just take their attention over on A. He doesn't last long, though. Tusk deals with them. Gilkey on bottom center. Tusk does dip in for the camo. Looks like he's got it. Gilkey can fly forward, take the damage. Tusk might be able to just barely stay out of this fight. You can see Ryan chasing him down. Nades going off, too. You got to get away from this. It looks like he'll stay alive.
G2 starting to make something happen. We have a double cap in the hands of it. We also have camouflage going towards
nice.
Ends up finding the double kill. That's going to be a bull true hand delivering that sword to Tusk.
Wow.
G2 once again bouncing back.
Tony, what's he shooting him with there? Was he just pre-firing into the stronghold, or was he using the disruptor pistol? Because Tusk is taking damage before he enters the fight, but this one he'll come out on top of. There's the sword to take back A. G2, they are not done. An AC hold. The spawner's up in gold. They got the perimeter too.
And that's one thing that makes the sword so dangerous. When you already have that double cap and your job is just to deny access towards a certain point, that's what the sword wants to do. Right. It wants to close the distance and force the enemy team to overextend, to come towards them and end up right towards the black screen, off the screen. Gilkey finding the first kill. We do see them actually grapple right over towards safety, so G2 just want to get their numbers and we want to stay alive.
But how do you stay alive when this man has a shock rifle, Tony? We talked about this. The biggest key to success for G2, shut down Sparty before he picks up a shock. Because once he starts connecting shots, he doesn't stop. There goes Sab. He's going to stay up. Deficit in numbers, 92 and counting is G2 doing a great job to lock down AC. But Spartan, he's coming in.
United right now just looking for their first couple picks. They're looking for that first kill so they can snowball from there. And sadly, they're not going to find it. Tusk ends up finding the kill onto Rhino, but luckily King Nick and United answers back. But somebody's going packing. Sayonara, King Nick, and the same to you, Sparty.
Straight sig going huge right there. Not only does he get the kills, leaves an opening for Gilkey to come away with the camo. Sandbox in control heavily for G2 here. And the map as well, about to get a trip cap on board. Spawners up in the elevator. And you can see Gilkey aware of it as well, but he wants that sword. And I love the attention to detail here.
I'm gonna need to know what Cal has said to these boys after halftime. I'm gonna need to know, because ever since they've been down 0-2 in the series, G2 have recovered, and they are playing lights out right now. It is inspiring, in fact, as Gilkey finds the first pick onto Rain. Excellent grenade over toward the bottom elevator side, but nobody home just yet. Either way, Gilkey able to steal away A, and that's gonna be another double cap for G2, and now Sad has the shock rifle.
Not only that though, Tony, they flipped the map. They got control too. You can see United now forced to play through long haul. Sab gonna try to lock it down. Sparty getting aggressive though. He has no fear whatsoever. But you're gonna have to fear that grapple sword combo out of Gilkey. Gilkey doing everything he can just to make it difficult for them to make any links onto the hills here. Risky challenge out of Nick.
157 to 69 lead, still in favor of G2, but it's EU United that are putting points on the board. Gilkey just waiting for someone to extend out of long haul, decides to throw a couple of grenades and make his presence known. Instead, the repulsor gonna come in, and not only that, send them off the map, but he was in sword lunge. That repulsor denied access for him to get that sword play. Beautifully played from the repulsor.
So what you're saying is it's a little Halo Infinite rock, paper, scissors action. Oh my God. Was that just a reaction too? Just sitting on the nade, waits for the slide, he cleans him up perfectly. And United starting to come back because of it, Tony. BC held down. At least G2 have an A vantage point, but what do you do when Spartan's hitting shots?
Whenever EU United needs someone to make a play, they look towards this man. He's a playmaker. Spartan is the driving force of EU United. This team will go where Spartan goes.
Uh-oh, look where he's going to pick up a shot. Oh, baby, we're just getting started.
Camouflage shot rifle in the hands of Spartan at the moment. They have numbers, but there is a player trying to sneak over toward the Bravo side. Spartan well aware of it, just looking for him. Finds one over toward the bottom tower, not able to hit the headshot, and that's deadly. Now we're seeing the shock rifle out of the hands of Spartan and now in the hands of G2, and they've just got numbers over EU United.
Sab just hit Sparty with a little crouching tiger, hitting dragon, Tony. Getting underneath that shock and looking up to delete Ryan Noob as well. There's an AC hold back for G2. They've had the lead all game. Almost lost it, but still just barely managing to cling on. Look at the spawns up in long haul, though. Ryan Noob and Nick, they're waiting for this. And a sprint melee to do it, but get out of my face, says Sab. That's 3 dead. Ryan Noob last up.
Love that play. Melee repulse into the headshot with the BR. Excellent execution coming out of Sab. Eventually, he doesn't hit the black screen, but G2 end up with a triple cap. Alex, where was this all series long?
I told you, I don't know. I'm at a loss for words here. The energy out of G2, undeniable. And they still got the shot to work with. 2:04 and counting. E United, they got to snap into action and do it quick.
And somehow E United still haven't found the base yet. They finally hop into A at the same time. Looks like they're making a play over for Charlie. Just gonna drop down and try to get the slay on Ryan Noob, but not able to get the kill. Ryan Noob putting him down.
Tony, that's the box of nightmares right there. I've seen that stop a sword lunge, and now I'm seeing it stop a melee lunge. Just to stay away from the box, I think is the key. Ryan Noob just gonna light things up with the commit. Oh, okay, he got tagged by that. Beautiful little sticky. G2, they're still holding strong, but E United, they got control and they got a camo.
I know for a fact Ryan Noob is not happy with that one, but at least King Nick was able to sneak away with the camouflage. It looks like he's gonna try to make a play for Alpha. There's at least one player in his sight. It's gonna be Tusk. He needs to win the pit.
He needs this. Oh, he'll take it. But of course, a teammate in tow, ready to clean it up. 2:29 and counting. G2 looking to give us a game 5 in a series that you never expected. Popping off last second here.
236 points in counting here for G2, but E United doing a great job of not only stealing away Alpha, but at the same time stealing away Bravo. So now we're seeing some points on the board, and maybe more importantly, not going in the hands of G2.
We've seen nothing but nail-biter finishes in this map game type, Tony, and I think we're about to see another one. E United, they're not giving up this control easily. Rang a lockdown bat ledge. He's got Ryan Noob over on gold. His teammates over on the A side perimeter. So the setup they need, they've got. And it's up to G2 to find a way to break through. You can see one dip down bottom mid. Straight sit, gonna try to pressure the doors up top A. Reigns, how does he deal with it? He's trying to predict the angle of attack. And he's a little late to the charge.
Back-to-back kills once again going in favor of G2. Sav gonna try to get some early damage in, but I love the IQ play. I love the fact that he backs down and plays his life, but that's not gonna stop Sparty McFly flying right at him with the sword, and then immediately, without any timing loss whatsoever, working on Bravo, but that's not enough. They still need to steal away Charlie right now.
That was a massive win on a Sparty. No way he lives in this situation. Oh, but they still do it though, Tony. We look away for a split second. G2, they don't give up the map, they don't give up AC, and they just give us a series to game 5.
We're gifted. We're gifted. Everything we catch just goes to game 5.
That too. But I'm out here on the B stronghold, mesmerized by Sparty popping up in a 1v1. I don't even see the scoreboard. They closed that out. And G2, I can't believe this, Tony. Now it's not a question of whether or not E United, they dominate this series. It's, you know, did G2 just get way too good all of a sudden?
G2 looking to pull off the upset. They're like, this is amazing. I said it. Ever after Anaheim, the late scrims, the late tournaments, G2 have been getting better and better. And look at them now, going to game 5, going toe to toe with E United.
251-97, by the way, the final score on that game. They locked it out. G2 had the lead, and they maintained it throughout the entirety of that one, Tony. Unbelievable. And I'm just excited at this point for game 5. It's Friday, though. Come on, I'm going to lose my voice on Friday. Tony, I don't know about you, but the hype series have already begun with HCS Kansas City.
And look, sacrifices have to be made. And that means your voice gotta go.
It
gotta go.
It's for the greater good. Slayer Streets, uh-oh. This is where we go to finish it. Slayer Streets, the most snowball map potential you could have ever, right? Like it's a Halo 5 map through and through, close quarters, spawn collapses left and right. If E United, if they get going, there's no stopping, right? This map will snowball.
Well, you know what? If you're really looking for a fight, you gotta take it to the streets. But before we get there, why don't we just take a quick peek at Quadrant versus Cruelty, see what that's going in. These players need a break. It's a long series.
Tony, I was thinking the exact thing. So here we go. 21-17 on board with this one. It looks like Cruelty do find themselves at a slight deficit. Little update, by the way. Quadrant just got off a series with G2 where they won. So Quadrant been looking pretty good so far in this tournament. They're looking to carry that momentum up against Cruelty. They currently lead 1-0 in the series. And SLG, no fear as he drops down.
Yeah, Quadrant, let me tell you, number 2 team coming out of EU, and they are absolutely deadly. But I mean, Cruelty highlighted by Nugget. We've seen Nugget absolutely wreak havoc, not only in Halo Infinite, but even going back towards that latter half of Halo 5. So happy to see him and Cruelty making some plays.
Right, quite the roster here on Cruelty. Some names that we've seen a few times, maybe in ESA tournaments. back in the H5 grind, coming out to Infinite, looking pretty damn good, but is it good enough, Tony? 28-20 here. Fragger on board with the heat wave still. Camo about to spawn as well, and deleting players left and right as he gets there.
Quadrant, one of the more interesting rosters that I've been looking to watch here. You had one of their players that was in the starting four actually cycle out and become the coach for their team, and now we have Shad coming in, and Shad, he has some big shoes to fill. Quadrant were already a top team, and they implement them late into the season, and I mean, I clearly looking good right now.
So far, so good. 7-7 on the board. My player to watch out for would be SLG. Tony, he tends to be a slay leader on the team. Rinnegan not too shabby, though. He'll take his kill on the chick. But he's got some more work to do, apparently. 33-24, and the pressure is relentless at a Quadrant here. They'll take him down.
On board now with Fragger going all the way down to one shot, but able to stay alive, gets his shield back and goes right in for the challenge. Not able to get the kill, but still the assist. You know how I feel about assists. I think they're just as valuable as the kill.
Almost as valuable as surviving a couple of those days, so unfortunately Fragger couldn't quite do it. SLG not going to take that fight either. Danny Knight will come out on top, but it just seems like a matter of time at this point till Quadrant lock it out. 9-kill advantage. Nugget just trying to clean up Chick, but having trouble doing so. There we go. I'll bring it to 29.
Nugget, the only player on this team in double-digit kills. Excellent use of the thrust. He was down an advantage in that gunfight, but the thrust helped him catch up. Then he immediately started to get pressured by Shad. He's finally able to be taken down. 2 down, go Cruelty, and Quadrant are looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, the whole board just dropping in that kill feed right there. You can see a couple plays where I feel like Quadrant, they feel confident and just going forward, making a couple solo challenges, seeing what they, rolling the dice, so to speak. We saw a couple of them, just because they got the advantage to work with. But when it counts, when it's about to, it's about time to ice up, we expect them to do it.
2 slays going towards Cruelty, and that's going to leave Shad by himself. The collapse comes in, and hold on, the boys in blue starting to strike back here. Right. I mean, they're only down by 6 kills towards the late game. This is definitely still possible, but as I say that, Fragger getting a pivotal frag, ends up taking one down. Now it's Quadrant that are back in the driver's seat.
Right, Cruelty need to watch out for trades. They definitely can still pull this back if they can come away with a couple clean kills. You can see 2 on the feed. We'll bring it to 37, still 5-kill deficit. Shad just turning and burning with the heat wave. Anything in front of it's gonna get cooked. There's a reversal. Bring it to 44.
And mind you guys, we're just taking a peek right now at the Quadrant versus Cruelty series. We'll still have that game 5 of E United versus G2 right after this, so don't go anywhere. But it's a 45-40 lead in favor of Quadrant. Cruelty did a great job of starting to fight back, but they're dropping left and right. I'm really worried for Cruelty towards the end game.
At this point with 47, you can't afford to make a mistake, Tony. Rinnegan gonna try his hand with a nice little line of sight, but you can see Chick in the feed, gonna clean up 1. Looking for the final 2 to close the game. SLG's just gonna bait his life bottom mid. You can see his teammates do the work, and it's a double out of Shad to close that game in comfortable fashion. Quadrant looking pretty good in this series, and I mean, coming off of the series with G2 and their win, you'd only expect it to carry against Cruelty.
As of right now, Quadrant up 2-0 in their series against Cruelty and are 1 win away from putting them down in that series. Meanwhile, G2 United, they've gone the distance. Ladies and gentlemen, we go into game 5. And is there 2 words that are better than esports in game 5? I don't think so.
Well, esports in game 5 are 3 words, actually, in total.
2 words in esports better.
Oh, better than game 5. Oh, well, my bad, Tony. I totally ruined you on that. Just a little reminder where we're at in this series. If you're just tuning in, take a look at this board right here. E United, they started out so hot that we Tony, if we're being honest, we kind of slept on them. G2, they woke up, though. They came back, and they made big plays in round 3, oddball to clutch up, and then in Strongholds, recharge. They not only won it, they held the lead the entire game. They're coming into game 5 with momentum. The issue with game 5 is Street Slayer is such a dicey one. The moment you get around to slays in this map, Tony, the way you can control spawns and just suffocate the enemy team, you do not want to go down early in this map.
The entire desk, yourself, me, even my mother texted me before the series started, and we all said E United were gonna come out on top. And as of right now,
your mom followed Halo.
She does. Let me tell you, she's 100% with the predictions. But now it's G2 that had all the momentum. G2 that are looking so good, and I mean, they're in the driver's seat right now. United are the ones a bit on the ropes.
They definitely are. United, though, they are no stranger to a Game 5 scenario, especially against, the top teams in the league, like C9 or like Optic. So G2, you'd expect just another day on the job. You expect them to bounce back with just as much, if not more, confidence in Game 5. And here's a little peek at G2 up close and personal. What a roster we've witnessed today. Tony, some surprises early on Friday. It's just for pools, by the way. You win this, you get better placement in the bracket, which of course counts. But man, you love to see the energy early on.
Yeah, we've seen multiple Game 5s so far in this tournament, and we even casted one earlier with Sentinels and Knights.
Game 5,
now we're here with another one. G2 looking to pull off the upset, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't believe it. I love watching the upset. I love the United boys, but man, this could be huge for G2.
Who doesn't love an underdog? That's for sure. And the more that we see them take wins, the more I start to believe that it could be a possibility. But once again, Game 5 pressure is on. E-United, no stranger to it. Tony, what's it gonna take to lock this map down?
You gotta control the top side. You gotta control that A side of the map. I will say, if there's any chance of you not having that top A side control, you better be on top of the slays and funneling the spawns over towards PD. Because although having that elevation from A and looking down on your opponent is important, that PD side spawn is a trap. It is absolute death.
I like that you said that, right? You can collapse on C, but have the awareness, the presence of mind to know when they're spawning PD, because you turn, you can take them down to one of the worst spots in the game. So we'll see off the opening rip here, Game 5. On board with Straight Sick, not for long, unfortunately, because E-United, you know they're coming out hot and heavy in this one.
Speaking of hot and heavy, King Nick gonna start things off with a crucial double kill. G2 now 2 down, E-United having all 4 members up. And look at the awareness come out. Nick, he knew that G2 were gonna be coming out of the subway side, and there's one player that split away, and Spartan is currently looking for it.
The dog sniffs him out, that's for sure. Tusk now dead. The 3 remaining members of G2 going to split their way through C and end up on the death screen too. Love the presence of mind. Just waiting for the shotgun to spawn as he picks up kills here. Look at
7-1 lead in favor of E-United. G2 are feeling the pressure on board now. It's Varner tries to get his way up toward the B stairs, ends up catching a grenade. Tusk and Sab getting back-to-back kills. 3 out of 4 members go down for United. G2 always ready to strike back.
G2, they got to bite back and they got to do it early. The earlier, the better. Slow them down. Get a couple weapons in your hands. Stalker, Sab's got it. Where's that shotgun though, Tony? We saw it in the hands of E-United. And that shotgun's such a playmaking tool on the map. They gotta make sure they're aware of it. You can see the Sentinel beam might be spawning up shortly here for Straight Sick. He's playing near it. Oh, he's got the Bulldog back pocket, all right. He found it.
Oh! Big kill coming out of Straight Sick, but he ends up losing the Bulldog. Sab gonna try to stay alive with the Stalker rifle, going all the way down to 1 shot, able to play his life, but off screen, Spartan finds a kill onto Gilkey. And it looks like Sab's doing everything he can to stay alive. His teammates are going down, but that's gonna be a perfect kill coming in with the Stalker rifle. Sab is starting to heat up.
He's cleaned up shop here, that's for sure. Straight Sick gonna enter the fray to help him out, but gets melted by Rain. That's some insight for Sab though. He knows where he is. Can he collapse and conquer? Rockets up, center map here. Rain's got a whiff of where Sab is. He's not going to let him out of here easy. Ooh. And those weapons just went down and into Rain's hands in the kill feed. E-United, they're cleaning up as well, so the Rockets did too. 16-7, and they've got everything, Tony.
G2 are in trouble. E-United are really starting to dictate the pace of the game, and they're really starting to run things here. 16-7 lead, like you said, still in favor of E-United. Ryan having the Rockets in hands and immediately trying to apply pressure onto the G2 roster. That's going to be a double kill. One Rocket. What happened? Where does Rocket go?
That didn't happen, Tusk. You know what? Slide jump be OP in this game, Tony. I don't know. He skated out. But he needs to live. 20-9 off that play.
I demand a recount on that one. I am not happy with that.
I don't know. I'll take, if I'm on G2, I will take those to the bank 100%. Take anything you can get. Gilkey gonna have to just stand on the water cooler in the meantime. Man needs to live. Oh my. Is that the Terminator or Rain? I can't tell the difference.
24 kills and counting here for E United on board with Rain coming out of the boys in red. And that's the one thing E United are so good at doing. That's keeping a hold of their lead. They have no problem slowing the game down. They have no problem with just simply playing that mid-map control and forcing you to overextend, forcing you to play into their hands.
Wait for G2 to make a mistake and then pounce when they're at a numbers deficit. Nice little pre-nade there onto Rain. They don't know if he's there or not, but it did do damage. The rockets is what they're waiting for, Tony. This is the point of attack in less than 5 seconds. We'll find out just where they go.
And E United have made it a point to shut down Gilkey. Gilkey just putting his first kill on the board right there. And even the same thing for E United, making them feel the pressure. That's going to be a killing spree coming out of Rain. We're going to switch on board. Gilkey's not able to get away with the rockets. 3 down once again go G2, and E United are going to take advantage.
Gilkey, he picked up the rocks. He hit the YY to try to reduce the time to shoot. It just wasn't enough. I wonder if he drop comboed the rocks, if he would have got the kill out. Either way, it's done and dusted. 30 to 15, 15 kill advantage. Sparty finds the rockets. He'll bring it back to safety. And once again, E United working with weapons here.
G2 are trying to do everything they can to slow down E United. E United are simply having their way. They're just looking too comfortable here in game 5 as Spartan taking down straight sick. It looks like Tusk gonna go down as well. E United clearing out the subway side of the map, and now they're going to start to advance forward. Looks like G2 are coming right in from B Street.
Is there hope for G2 at this point? 35 to 17. The odds stacked against them. They've got high ground, but is it even an advantage at this point, right? 35 on the board with E United and a shotgun. That shot, he's just been transferring hands to different members of EU all game long. Look at this, you can see Gilkey. And don't even bother, right? Why bother jumping up there? They're all looking at it.
There is so far nothing that I can confuse for an advantage in favor of G2
It's
in
rough.
this game.
It is rough.
E United are having their way. Bulldog in the hands of Spartan. The bite hits harder than the bark. That's going to be a double kill. All 4 members going down for G2 as E United are making a statement.
Sparty's movement on that double, Tony, so precise, getting behind the pillar just for the little jiggle peek for the cleanup. Gets straight sick as well, just insult to injury. Tony, this isn't just a win, this is a stake in the making.
How do you like your steak, Alex?
Man, I mean, normally I'm like a medium rare kind of guy.
All right.
What are you thinking?
You're like a well-done kind of dude.
Well done. You think I'm a well-done guy?
You look like one.
G2 about to be a well-done steak, that's for sure.
Burnt ends from Kansas City's finest.
Just don't overdo it on the salt. I heard the chain restaurants to make it a little too salty with the meat.
42 to 21 lead in favor of E United here in this game number 5. And it's so tough because G2 have done such a good job of taking that game 3, going in and taking that game 4 to send us here to game 5, and for it to end like this, it's devastating. It really is.
It does hurt. You can't hang your head low off something like this, though, Tony. I mean, to bring it to game 5 against E United, it says something about G2's progress. And unfortunately, it just seems like a matter of time till E United ice up, close them out. And you gotta love the respect out of E United too. They don't just throw their numbers at it blindly. They're gonna wait for mistakes. Once again.
A little less than 5 minutes on the clock, but I highly doubt time will be a factor in this one. Rain dropping down from the heaven side to go in for the challenge onto Gilkey. Forcing one to back down. Sad gonna extend over toward the B Street. Somehow using the pillar to isolate that gunfight. It'll finally go down as the 44th kill being put on the board for E United. Each and every player on their team in double-digit kills.
Just moving together, right? You see that coordinated push up through B side, picking up off each other's damage. You can play so confidently when you know you got a teammate there to help you out. Did we all lose our perspectives? I think we may have the entire... I don't know, wait, do we still see the... This is still the game.
Yeah.
This is still the game. We are still live. Okay, whoa, hold on a second. It is still 47 to 28. And this game is still just about to be completed. The Rocket's now up.
Mind you, gameplay so good that the game needs a second to catch up.
Apparently. They're playing so hot, they're going to burn the outlets out around here, Tony. I don't know.
And it looks like there's only 2 more kills. Make that 1 more kill for EU United to take the game. And not only that, that's going to be the series. Look at him stand up, pump his chest. He knows what he just did, clutching up in a game 5.
United, they never fail to give us a show. I think that's one thing for sure. This time that show was a bit of a roller coaster, right? Some highs, some lows. For a second, we almost doubted the team and almost believed in G2 and their ability to bring this one back. Unfortunately, Slayer Streets is it's a tough one, Tony. I talked about it coming into it. It snowballs, and if you're the better team and you get the advantage, it is so difficult to fight back from the deficit. And that right there, Exhibit A.
I think we still need to talk about how well G2 played in that game.
Give credit where it's due.
That game 4. EU United are a legit contender. I mean, you can literally make a good argument for EU United winning this tournament, and G2 were able to send them to a game 5. That speaks wonders for this team. Good luck to these guys in the rest of the pools and ultimately the rest of the weekend.
Well said, Tony. Unfortunately, they also lost to Quadrant, so that is not the greatest start to the day. I mean, not to be that guy.
That's unnecessary.
But I think you're okay. Come on. I do think that going to Game 5 against a team like this is a confidence booster, and it gives me faith that they're still alive in this tournament. They're still going to fight back in the bracket, and to take games on some of the favorable maps for E United as well. I mean, Recharge Stronghold has to be one of the best map game type combos for E United. So to take them apart on that map, and I think the most dominant fashion we saw from them all series, says something about their potential.
Yeah, really excited to watch G2 for the rest of this tournament and the rest of the season, because they've continued to get better and better. This is not the same team that was getting 13-0'd in scrims back in the early days of Halo Infinite.
Right.
They looked really good at Raleigh. They got better at Anaheim, and even now, I think G2 are almost ready to start contending with some of the big boys.
It's been a hell of a tournament so far. Tony, G2, E United giving us a show. Like we said earlier, we've seen multiple Game 5s today. We've seen multiple close shaves. Strongholds Recharge. The exciting match just recently was at XSET and Ascend. Going down to the wire. We almost saw an insane comeback out of XSET, but Ascend, they'll ice up. They closed it out. We saw PK and Sentinels play earlier. Went to Game 5 on the B stream. Make sure you got the B stream open in the second tab. By the way, there's Halo action happening in 4 spots on Twitch, 4 spots on YouTube. We got action everywhere. So many places to keep up.
Yeah, there's been exciting matchups. It says that, the meta still being defined here in Halo Infinite. It's continuing to get better and better, and I'm just so excited to be a part of it. Why don't we actually take a look at what's going on in pool plays with each and every one of these? So I mean, it's not just pool D, it's not just pool A. We have 4 pools right now, and Cloud9 2-0, United same, Sentinels 2-0, and as of right now, Faze and Optic splitting the difference with 1-0 apiece.
Yeah, a little read 'em and wheat. Nice to see Pioneers coming out hot in their pool as well. You can see 2 2-0s out of both Sentinels and Pioneers, which lets me know that they are going to have to go up against each other. Sentinels Pioneers going to be a hell of a matchup. Of course, can't wait to see a little Faze and Optic action. Cloud9, I don't know who can take them down at the rate that they're going. They are dominating their pool. E United letting us know that they definitely bleed, though, in theirs. G2, well, it's been unfortunate for them. They got a match with Cruelty still to play.
Yeah, G2 still have a long road ahead of them, but so do a lot of these teams. And mind you, pool plays, eventually we're going to have some open brackets start to join them, and it's going to get even crazier later on. And, I guess who's better to talk about that than Lottie and the rest of the decks? Why don't we throw it to Lottie here?
Send it back.
Thank you so much, Tony and Shyway. Fantastic casting as per usual, and an epic match as well. Now, Mr. Gaskin, my thoughts are going to you first. You actually said that you thought E United looked like a bit of a top 6 team before heading into this series. Do you still agree with your opinion here? Have they swayed your mind just a little bit?
I'll preface this by saying I think that G2 looked like a top 12, top 8 team. And that was a 3-2. So yeah, I think top 6 is about where I'm still seeing E United. Personally, I know that Mark disagrees with me, and that's absolutely okay. But, that was awfully close. And if it wasn't for the fact that E United are very good at Slayers, this series could have gone very different.
Absolutely, and talking about the whole series as a whole here, and Onset, talk to me about this, because the United, we kind of discussed it before on the desk that, you know, they have a strange strategy. They're so powerful on the Slayers, but they have that mindset, hey, look, maybe we can win one objective game and we'll definitely pull out those Slayers, and that's kind of really what happened. That was the story of this series, and we also saw Rhino popping off on Aquarius on the Slayer as well. He was just unstoppable, so it was really cool to see a moment for him and him shining through there. But talk to me about the series overall and how E United managed to pull away with it.
I think what you're starting to see here from E United is a pattern starting to emerge on game types they're strong at and game types that they maybe don't look as strong at. The more structured ones, Bizarre capture the flag. Your Slayers, where the objective is clear in the game and what you got to do and kind of holding map positioning, map control, playing low death games, they succeed in. But then you've got the quicker game types, the oddballs, streets where you fly around the map, recharge as well. Maybe the pace at which G2 actually approached that game, they were able to disrupt how E United want to set up around the map. That was where they were able to isolate numbers. That was where they were able to win fights. And if you take the fight to E United, I think a lot of teams around the arena right now are probably thinking, this is how you beat them.
Yeah, indeed. I think also just moments there where I'm seeing a little bit of weakness coming through for E United as well at certain times. And Bravo, let's talk about Streets Oddball really quickly, because E United did start to heat up at times, but it seemed to be all about the power weapons. And when the power weapons in the hands of either team, you know, it really was the dictator here. How important is it to gain control of power weapons early on?
Oh, especially on a map like that, right? When you're talking about Soccer Rifle, Bulldog, and Rockets all in play, I mean, that's the difference between 2 pushes succeeding or 2 pushes failing. And power weapons are going to be particularly important on oddball games, but especially on streets, there's just so many tools in the sandbox to play with.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, you know, right now, just looking at the series overall, I think honestly, I was a little bit shocked with how that went down in terms of the overall score and what happened there, the 3-2, you know, incredible for G2 to be pushing that one to a game 5 personally. But E United, what do they need to clean up on, Bravo? I want to know from you what you're looking at in terms of what this team really needs to do and reshuffle here by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, I think it's a lot like Mark said, finding ways to play where they don't need to be a cohesive unit, right? When they're playing Bizarre Slayer and they can like dictate and illustrate every single moment of the play, they play flying. As soon as they have to spread out and be a little bit more on the fly, a little bit more aggressive, that's where they start to struggle. And especially when you look at E United's playstyle against the Optics and the C9s, 2 different things, right? I don't think they're ready for that type of play just yet.
I think it's all these rotational game types. Like, it's anything where you have to move around the map as a unit, and it just doesn't seem to be working for them at the moment. But if they keep going down the strategy of, well, let's just win both Slayers, all they need is one objective.
It's mad, isn't it? Like,
we've never ever said that about a team.
Insane.
No.
Yeah. Like, to beat E United, you have to win a Slayer. And most series, you're thinking, you know, a Slayer goes either way. You might take that one, and then you're looking at like the more precise, more organized game types where the best teams are going to come out on top. You can't afford to lose a Slayer against E United. Otherwise, you are game 4. You're going game 5. It's a ridiculous record that they have. And with this roster as well, you look at them and they're not the biggest of names. You know, when you compare them to like Optic, Cloud9, you look at those main big Slayers, big number players, but the unit is just so difficult to kill, and it's just amazing to watch like how much success they actually have in those Slayer game types.
They really do. It really is a clutch speciality, isn't it? You know, being able to get that game 5 and going into that knowing, hey, look, fine, you take us to a game 5 this series, watch out for our Slayers. They're pretty damn good and we're feeling pretty confident about it. So it's interesting to see the mentality there for United, and again, they pull it off once again, that kind of strange reverse way of doing things in a series layout, but hey, it works. And something else that works is always giving away free stuff for you guys, and we do have an epic giveaway that you guys can actually get your hands on. We have the Halo Infinite Edition Xbox Series X giveaway happening, and all you guys need to do is follow @HCS on Twitter, retweet the official giveaway tweet, and then just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. I mean, it's pretty damn gorgeous, isn't it, Brav?
I want to know, because keep in mind, I didn't think there were any of these left, which tells me that someone's sitting on a pile of these, and I didn't know about it.
That is very true, and we want to know exactly who that person is, because we have a couple of salty casters up here.
I think it's Where's Clutch?
I think it could be Clutch as well.
It's a Clutch kind of thing to do.
That is.
That's Clutch is not sharp enough to have a stockpile of those.
That's also a great point.
No chance. Somebody else.
Yeah. He's not. Okay, you heard it here first. I won't repeat it. I'll let Clutch duke that one out with you backstage. Tell you what though, folks, our next matchup is going to be blessing our screens. Of course, on the main stage, it's all the way over at pool number D, or letter D, should I say. But it's the hometown team looking to edge away as top in the pool, going up against a historic roster, looking to bounce back and sway the masses. We've got Sentinels versus Pioneers coming up next.
say you knew it. We never call a timeout. That ain't what our time's about.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
King of the Hill. Hill taken. Hill contested. First point. Hill ready. Land grab. Free zone incoming. Game tied. Triple kill. Elimination. Danger zone incoming. 4 Spartans remain.
Room for another warrior.
What's up, everybody? On this day 42 years ago, the first wish was made by the foundation. And now today, Make-A-Wish and HCS has partnered up with our community members to do some good. We got Oath in the building, Uber Nick and a few others coming through, having a good time with their communities and the fans in the venue. Now, if you want to support the charity, head on over to a.wish.org/HaloKC to show some love. And for all of those who make a donation, we got some awesome prizes for you. We got gaming chairs, we got graphics cards, Xbox, and so much more. So go on through to a.wish.org/HaloKC, show some love. And also, if you're in the venue, stop on by. We got some gifts for you as well.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS KC Major. We are live from Kansas City and we have the best Halo Infinite action around the globe on this stage. All of our regions are here competing. It's going to be the best of the best, and before the break we saw E United actually go game 5 and they rounded off their series in the way that they know best, and that was in the form of a Slayer, because my goodness, they are absolutely lights out on Slayers. And G2 Esports, they didn't know what to do with it, but I've got to say, an epic series, and we love a game 5 here, of course. Well, I'm on the main desk right now. I've got Gaskin Shyway, and I also have a very, very special guest here. Yes, it's you, Tashi. Tashi, it's so good to have you joining us, of course, and what an absolutely amazing event that we're having here at Kansas City. We've got a crowd happening as well. We're seeing so many different crowds happening over at the open bracket. We've got it on the main stage, and of course all of our different featured stations that are happening as well. But Tash, I know you're not up here just to chit chat with us, of course. We have some pressing matters at hand. So have you got a little sneak peek, a little thing that you can tell us?
Yes, I do. Yeah, thanks for having me up here. Season 2 is just a week away, which is actually a few days away. It's May 3rd, so just around the corner. Thanks to everybody who's been waiting and showing their excitement for Season 2. We have some awesome stuff coming, of course, including some new stuff for HCS. So the new map Catalyst, as well as King of the Hill, are going to go right into HCS right away. So right after this event, you're going to watch players scrimming, learning the new map, pick up some tips from them. It should be a lot of fun to watch, and that'll go right into the HCS season. However, we do have some exciting new content specifically for HCS as well. So at launch, we have all of our amazing partner teams that had their own bundles, and thank you so much for everyone who supported, purchasing those bundles. The proceeds, a lot of them go to the teams themselves, so it helps, make all of this happen and helps all have these awesome teams up on stage and support the players in the ecosystem. So thank you once again. However, that wasn't the only drop. So we've got a new one coming out, all new content. It's not the same kind of armor, all new stuff. So yeah, why don't I'll just shut up and let's take a look.
I tell you what, Tashi, I'm dying to see this, but we do, of course, have our Season 2 partnered skins available for you to take a quick peek at right now. So check this out. Wow, 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 wow. I mean, first and foremost, absolutely gorgeous. They are looking incredible. And I gotta say, the video as well gave me chills just watching all of this unfold and what is gonna be available so soon. So I hope you guys enjoyed that sneak preview of what is to come here for Season 2 as well. And Tashi, talk to me about, you know, how it is working with the partner teams. I mean, putting all of this together, you know, the creative minds that go into this and to really get this across the screens for everybody at home, the community, to be able to enjoy and use in game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a true partnership for us. You know, we work very closely with the teams. We're basically hand in hand with them, right? They have the booths here at the event. They're with us backstage. We talk to them regularly. There's a lot of cool, exciting stuff in the works too. Like, this isn't just, hey, let's sign some teams and do some cool stuff. Like, no, this is a true partnership in building out the future of HCS. And we're so thankful to have, you know, the greatest teams on earth part of this all. So. A big part of this too is we understand, you know, the teams know their audience better than we do, right? The Sentinels, you know, ownership and organization, they know what the Sentinels fans love. So we want to make sure that they have the opportunity to design something that they know the fans are going to love. So we give them templates, they take a crack at the designs, and, you know, all the awesome stuff you're seeing there, that comes straight from the organizations and those brilliant minds there. So yeah, hopefully people are excited about them. You know, it's cool to have now Warthogs and stuff that's going to be for social players, right? But of course, your hardcore players, you've got the weapon charms there too, which we snuck in. So yeah, hopefully people are excited. They dropped May 3rd. Again, you know, a huge portion of this goes to support the teams themselves, and this enables them to, again, have rosters, be in the league, and grow their support for HCS as well. So, you know, thank you to everyone who supports that.
Amazing, amazing stuff, Tash. We love to see it, and thank you so much for that sneak preview. But I tell you what, while we have you up here, I thought you'd help me out by delivering the business I've got to deliver before we get into our next matchup on main stage.
Let's do it.
And of course, we have Sentinels versus Pioneers all over from Pool D, and we're going to start with Sentinels. Now, I think this Sen roster has so much potential, and we know that because they're a historic roster. You know, these guys have been together for such a long time, years and years in the making. They've won 2 world championships together. You know, the winning is there, but it hasn't been this season. So right now, Sentinels need to prove themselves. They need to really prove a point. And I want to start off with Royal 2 a little bit. Obviously, there's been a lot of storyline around Royal 2, but he's back in action. We kind of saw that in the Faze Invitational, Gaskin. You know, what do you expect out of this guy right now? One of the main slayers on this team.
I'm going to be on my best behavior because the boss is here. I just don't want to say the wrong thing, you know, when we're talking about Royal 2. But no, honestly, it was so weird to see Sentinels without him. But when he came back, he looked a little bit slow and sluggish at times. Hadn't quite caught up with the pace of the game, but now he's back in, he's firing, he's such a counter player. This is something that PJ was talking to me about. He's such a counter player to some of these sneaky guys who like to get behind the base, like to try and disrupt enemy lines, because he's there as an anchor, just doing damage, and nothing gets past him. And I think that is terrifying as a player, knowing that if you overextend, there's just Royal 2 with his beady eyes looking at you, and you've got to be scared when that's going to happen.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, looking at E United and what happened back at Anaheim and how they fell short here, Sentinels, you know, they're really looking to bounce back here in a big way. And I think also make some noise here. You know, looking back at that Anaheim event, Shyway, and looking at the way that they did fall to United, what do you expect out of Sentinels this time round? Are you expecting to push that ceiling even further?
Absolutely. I think one thing that we've noticed about Infinite, the longer it's gone on, is that the rich get richer, the poor get poorer, and currency is chemistry in this situation. I think team chemistry is what allows you to prevail. And well, Sentinels have not been performing as expected early on. They've got more chemistry as a team and more history as a team than any other roster in these tournaments currently. So you expect them to find that opening, to gradually find their play style that they'll excel in and start to continue to improve and dominate as a result. So I expect them to kind of exponentially improve as from land to land, just based off the fact that they have so much history, they have so many reps together, they trust each other, there's no clashing of egos, right? Yeah. They're gonna find their errors and fix them and get better.
Indeed. Well, I've actually been told that Sentinels have this incredible ability to be at 2 places at once, and they're actually joining us right now on the desk as well. So, you know, talking about being in the right place at the right time, Tashi, my question for you right now is this the right time for Sentinels? You know, here on this main stage, trying to prove a point to everyone here that they've still got it. Is this their time?
I think it is, and I think it's got to be, because if it's not now, I don't know when it's going to be. But the way I think about it is, like, the conversation coming to this event was Optic and Cloud9, and it feels like everyone kind of forgot about Sentinels. And so if I'm those guys, I'm like, hey, we're flying under the radar right now. there's not really pressure on us aside from the pressure they put on themselves to win, of course, but this team is scary. The way Snakebite played in Anaheim was mind-blowing. He was like slaying everything. It felt like the Snakebite of old, if you will. So if I'm Sentinels, you know, I'm feeling confident, I'm feeling good, I'm feeling overlooked. And this is a scary team. You don't want to come up against this team. You're talking about chemistry. Like, no one in the history of Halo has more chemistry than these guys.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think this has got to be Sentinels' time.
I think beautifully said there, a high-tier underdog. I've just been told that game is pretty much ready to go. So we're going to head on over to our two wonderful casters. We've got Bravo and Onset on the mics right now to deliver the goods here for our Sentinels versus Pioneers.
And I am so excited for this game. This is going to be arguably our biggest matchup of today that we're going to have on the main stage. Yeah, Pioneers and you have Sentinels. And Andy, this is kind of a match that we've been talking about, and it's one that's kind of about respect, right?
It is. It really is. You look at a team like Pioneers. They have demanded respect. They've earned it, right? In online play leading up, top 8, top 6, start to challenge top 4. They played so well that no one in the scene could ignore them. Your hometown, Kansas City Pioneers, on stage, and a fantastic Kansas City home crowd we have here.
Yeah, we certainly do. And on the other side of the stage, speaking of respect, maybe a team that's lost a little bit so far this season, a team who we expect to be in grand finals, we expect to win tournaments. Maybe it's their time to start earning that respect back from the community. But this is going to be our series layout. We're starting off with a little bit of oddball recharge.
Absolutely. After that, Slayer on Streets, then Strongholds live fire, CTF Aquarius, and on Bazaar to the end. But here we are into game number 1. Several key players to watch in this series. It's Sentinels versus Pioneers. We're about to get underway.
We are indeed. Both teams with a perfect record so far in Pool D. Sentinels on one side of the stage and the hometown heroes in Pioneers on the other. We're underway here. Start up with Navi.
This will be the biggest test for these two teams. They are both 2-0 in pool play. One of these teams will exit this series with an undefeated record, and the KCP chant is loud in the room.
Oh, KCP, they've got the fans here in the arena, and they're going to give them maybe that little bit of an extra boost as we do get into this series. But there's a lot to talk about with players, with lineups, with game types, and one player we're going to focus on a little bit here, Andy, is the performance of Lethal in this series.
Absolutely. I think all eyes are on Lethal this entire weekend. Let's not forget, Truck now sneaking in, and it feels like every single KCP kill, you're going to hear this crowd getting loud.
We certainly are. Snakebite now. A lot of talk about him on the desk after his fantastic performance in Anaheim. But the story at the start of this game, Andy, is kind of a little bit of a scrappy one. Finally, we're seeing a little bit of a setup start to formulate here for Pioneers. They have the ball in hand over at Pipes. Royal 2 has fallen as well. So you would expect maybe a little bit of time on the board here for the Blue Squad.
That's right. Like we started to say, all eyes are really on Lethal this weekend. I think that's no secret, no surprise. Let's not forget an Anaheim lowest KD on that team, without a doubt. On the other side, though, you've got Snakebite, as Tasha was alluding to. Enormous performance from him. 4th overall KD in that tournament. Pretty wild.
We're going to have to see if Lethal can perform today and across the weekend, if he can be the X factor for this team. Speaking of which, speaking of X factors, this man on your screen wants to remind everyone just what he can do on the main stage here in the Halo Championship Series. Frosty going to be trying to take down Druck, and will do so. That will take the charge rifle out of the hand. He's also got a sword. He's also got Manny in front of him. Decides not to engage. Didn't quite have the distance in front of him to get that lunge he was looking for.
Somehow Nopes out of that. Gets good damage off the Soul Snipe as well, and that kill will even be traded out. So momentarily, 2 dead for each side, 18-4 in favor of Pioneers.
Lethal going to pick up 1 kill, which is going to allow Snakebite to move into Pipes and have a little bit of a transitional setup here. But it looks like Pioneers have actually turned their attention away from the oddball for a second to focus on picking up that next camo.
A little bit of a rotate here coming in from Sentinels. You have to think the control rotates coming in, maybe just back elevator. Snakebite, nice little lean, comfortably knows they have the positioning and the kills that they needed on the board. But here comes the Pioneers. Rotate comes in as well.
Yeah, it was comfortable for about a second there. As Pioneers do manage to get the break, they also have the camo, and they've also picked up the oddball. Sentinels find themselves with 3 players in the respawn screen, and Torlik's going to have the ball in hand.
Druck, a player we are going to be highlighting throughout this series. He has some unbelievable stats across a few specific game types that we'll get into, but let's just say for now, this man knows how to deal the damage. Torlik, also the case for him. They will find themselves 3 dead off the back of that. Ball is played bottom middle once again.
Looking across the stats so far, and seems to be Soul Snipe who's got the most kills on the Pioneers side, and it's going to be Actually, Frosty on the other side, who's 6 and 3. Speaking of that man, he has a shock rifle to play with. A little bit of a slender lead here for Pioneers at the start of this first round. With 3 minutes left, it's going to be up to Sentinels to make their way towards that oddball and get it back in their hands.
You want to know how closely contested this match is off of the opening. Right now, it's 19-21 in favor of Slays, in favor of the Pioneers. Only 2 kills separating the two after several minutes of play.
First time we're seeing a little bit of a lead start to escalate for Pioneers here. Drug picks up 1 kill onto Lethal. Tolic doing a good job to sniff out Frosty as well, making sure he doesn't get away. The oddball down for now, but back in the hands after picking up those kills. So now you're going to have Tolic with an opportunity to maybe hit some shots with this shock rifle. Royal 2 gets taken down. Frosty and Lethal pushing through the gen, but Tolic certainly heating up Lethal shields for a few moments, just chipping away with that shot.
Look at the rotate though. Take a look at that ball, already rotated all the way out. It's a great rotate. The second you know they were staying alive on an elevator, that, oh boy, sneaky nade off the doorway there for Frosty. Has to be careful of that. Will connect and grapple right in. Should be a play ball momentarily.
Play ball does come in. Soul Snipe will be taken down. 3-4 members of Pioneers are going to now fall as well. So this is the opportunity that Sentinels have been looking for. They have shock, they have camo, and if I wasn't mistaken as well, Frosty picks up that sword.
Let's see what they can do here. These next kills, the next openings are going to be huge. Royal 2 the first to fall, so it's not going to be that easy for Sentinels. They need to be very careful in how they play this.
Frosty evens up the numbers. There's a beat down, and there's a kill going into the hands of Snakebite as well. 3 dead once again for Pioneers. It looks like Sentinels have managed to flip the map here. They have control of pipes, but who has the oddball in their hands? Who's going to take that objective role? And it looks like Snakebite's just trying to eject into the pipes instead.
Very nicely done there for Snakebite. Even though they lost the first player, just like you say, they flip it. They managed to get the advantage off of that. Now they will continue scoring. They need to make sure they do not slip up here. Only 30 points away for the Pioneers in round 1.
Frosty pressurizing the respawners across the map from Pioneers. Snakebite going to be pressurizing. Oh, no! Tolic puts up the shield. The repulsor followed by the sword. Snakebite thought he had a kill guaranteed on a plate, but no. Pioneers, they get 3 kills now off the back of it. And with only 15 points needed for the first round on the board, they're looking set up here at blue.
And here's the KCP chant. Let's listen to it.
Drug added a little bit more salt into the wounds here of Sentinels at the end of this round, but still some work to do. Inside the tower now, Tolic got that commando rifle. He's going to be able to cough Royal 2. Royal 2 has no idea he's there as well. He'll take him down to keep that pressure on. 15 points still needed, though, here for Pioneers.
I'll tell you what, I got chills. I have never heard a crowd react to every single kill on screen. Results in applause here. Amazing Kansas City home crowd for the Pioneers. Very rarely do you see this in Halo Esports. Only 15 points to go.
Ball in the hands here of Pioneers as well. Lethal going to be caught inside a turbine. Snakebite going to be the player trying to pressurize that oddball and does manage to get it out of their hands. But for now, you got to remember the Pioneers have a huge advantage here on the map. They don't even have to think about that oddball. They just have to keep it out of the hands of Sentinels and run that clock down.
That's right. That's exactly what they're doing. Just over 60 seconds left on the clock. Shock rifle grab for Tolic. He will get away with it as well.
Royal 2 once again has no idea that Tolic's behind him. Drug. That's a teammate. Don't fire that rifle. There's the kill as well. And at the moment, Pioneer just controlling the pace almost too easily at this point.
Look at the confidence out of Tolic. Knows he has the help. Peeks for the 3rd time. Maybe feeling himself. 2 dead still for both sides.
Snakebite's got the ball back to blue, though. Where are the respawns coming in for Sentinels? Royal 2 gets traded out. 3 dead now. Snakebite is the last player alive. Lethal going to win that one battle down bottom middle onto Manny as well. But the play ball is forced now. So still a few points needed here for Pioneers. And even though there's only 43 seconds left on that round clock, have to be careful the Sentinels don't pick up the wins in this team fight and get that ball back.
They know right now this is a numbers game. They just need to maintain composure, maintain presence on the map. Do not let yourself go 3 or 4 dead, and they should be able to close out the round. Right now, they're waiting for each other, waiting for help.
They need to wait for each other. A little bit of composure needed here from Pioneers. Can't let the adrenaline get hold of you too much, especially with the caliber of player that they're going up against and team. But Lethal going to fall. Now the push can come in from Pioneer. 64 points here for Sentinels. Snakebite goes down. Frosty and Snakebite pick up kills though, so Tolic's going to have to watch his back as Royal 2 is being sneaky and picks up that 4th kill.
Oh boy, 4 dead, 22 seconds on the clock, and the clock will stop here as the ball is held. This is dangerous territory. Pioneers have to have a very good push here off this next rush.
They certainly do, and Frosty has that shock rifle. One headshot here from Frosty can completely turn this round on its head. Camo going to be popping as well, but so is Frosty.
Doesn't get the repulsor jump he needed. That might have cost him his life here. Tie game at 89.
Tole taken down. There's a beat down. Big moment here for Snakebite if he can turn this into a triple. Then maybe Sentinels will live in this first round.
He might even play this down to Whirlpool. Great ball toss. Stays alive, and he rotates.
Amazing stuff here from Snakebite in the final moments. He goes down though, but Sentinels go into a lead. 10 seconds left on the clock.
Not over.
The push comes in from Pioneers. Frosty gets the ball back, plays the ball, and Frosty's going mad.
Oh my God, that's a game-saving play from Frosty. Game-saving play. The time ticks down. Sentinels will win off of the Frosty camo play. It's unbelievable, and it will upset the hometown crowd in round number 1. My God.
And the calmest man in the room is the man on your screens right now. Bodies flying in front of him, knows that that round is in his hands. He plays it perfectly.
Oh my God. This crowd has been silenced. It's a 1v3. That game was over. Frosty converts with the camo back whack, then plays the ball down to bottom batteries. Unbelievable play here. Sentinels will take the first round.
Best part about all of this is the first round. We're into the second round of our board, our first map. And Soul Snipe now has the shock rifle. A moment of calm and a moment for everyone to catch their breath for just a few seconds. But it was a breathtaking play from Frosty that sends us into our round 2 with Sentinels 1-up.
Unbelievable. Cannot wait to watch that back. However, on the Pioneer side, they're in no rush to see that once again. They want to have a very different round number 2.
And the important thing here for Pioneers, find that composure. Reset a little bit here, and that's exactly what they're doing at the start of this game. Snakebite, though, once again with a headshot. As soon as you're starting to feel comfortable, Snakebite's going to bite, and he's going to make you feel a little bit spicy.
Look at that, does all the damage, doesn't even take, he hasn't taken any damage with the amount of damage he just dealt. Now he pops up, still hasn't taken damage. Fantastic work from Snakebite in the back of the base.
Ball taken. Ball carrier.
3 dead here for Sentinels. 2 dead now as Lethal comes off respawn. Snakebite just trying to survive and get into a position to help out a teammate. He's going to have the grapple, slaps that ball back into his hands, but there's going to be a sneaky truck around the corner here he's going to have to deal with, and he does deal with him.
Seeing double here, Snakebite just going to hold down on the bottom crates for a second. Will continue scoring as well. Now, how can Pioneers find the energy after a loss like that? That's a heartbreaking loss, not easy to deal with.
Not easy to deal with, but they do have the crowd behind them here, and that's certainly going to be almost the 5th member of the roster, so to speak, when it comes to it. Frosty's going to get that play on the sword, gets that one off the map, 27-13. Pioneers with somewhat of a lead here.
See what Truck can do. As we said, one of the most dangerous players in the league, leading in a few stat categories and specific game types in terms of being number 1 across the entire league. What can he and the squad do? 3 dead momentarily for Sentinels. Frosty is your last player alive in pipes. Let's go ahead and hear from the Pioneers as they look to rally back.
Yo, I'm make it right now. Okay, I'll push up C2. Yeah, C2's there. And turbine. Top A. Bottom and top tower. Crossing one shot top. Bottom. Yeah. Three. Three bottom A. Wait, he had him on the infinite. He still has Luke. I snipe. Oh, okay. Yeah, one's going right. One tell. One go tripping corner. Still hell on me. What's up, dude? One below hell. He's still hell. You gotta put away. I don't think there's a guy salad, by the way. You gotta put away to like top, I think. Yeah, one's top A. One's top A. Jerk, I want to see. I'm one team back to help you, dude. Jerk, I'll put you. Jerk, this guy back salad, Lethal. Lethal, don't jump back salad, Jerk. Yeah, I can help you kill this guy. Alright, hit that. I got a man. By the way, Jerk. Nice. I'm looking for him. Bottom A weak. Bottom A one shot. Frosty. I'll go Frosty. Oh, he's got weak. Nice. 4 dead. Snakebite just won. Snakebite one shot. Snakebite. I'm bringing ball back. I'm living. I have to live, guys. I think there's a guy fucking bottom red, guys. Yeah, bottom red. Go top right, guys. Go top right, Lethal. You might someone who you live. I'm gonna die. Last Lethal. You want balance. I can pulse them off in. Watch out, yeah, watch out, I'm watching guys on me. They're my chase. If it's got a weak also, he's still there. Bottom A, top A. Watch out, really good, guys. I want turbine. Apple 100. Apple. Last 2 Don't die here. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Guys, I'm just gonna grapple towards. Grapple to him. You won't jump on me? Bottom A, top A. Lethal.
And as we jump back into the game, the listening, you could hear the communication coming in from Pioneers. Everything seems to be pretty good for them. Everyone listening, everyone responding. And look at the score right now. It's pretty much tied up between the 2 teams as Frosty will win that battle against Tonic.
Very good shots there from Frosty. Indeed, 2v2 for just a moment. Players spawning up here, though. And halfway through this round, it has been neck and neck, as you say.
Ball's in the hands of Drunk, though. Pioneers have gone into a lead, and it's starting to extend a little bit here. Manny with that kill means that Royal 2 is going to be under pressure in just a few moments' time, but Frosty's on the flank, but so is Manny. Snakebite should be there to clean up this kill, but no, it got a little bit messy there. And while all of this battle is happening in and around tower, look at Drunk. He's still got the ball in his hands, and now Pioneers are closing in on tying this one up 1-1.
This is absolutely great control coming in. They even start to rotate around pipes as well. The ball finally goes down, but about 30 unanswered points for Pioneers there at bottom A.
And if there's one thing that Pioneers have maybe learned from that first round is this is not over. Even though it's only 20 points to go, even though there's 2 minutes left on that round clock, they know they cannot take their foot off the gas because the same thing will happen as Snakebite has that ball in his hand once more.
Caller flies in there, picks up 1, no damage even on that battle. Once again, the Pioneers seem to be so good at that efficiency, flying in, not taking any damage, often answered back though by the other side of the stage and Sentinels as well. It's now a 20-point game.
Look at this rotate. At the moment, Tallis is kind of chasing shadows. Snakebite's managed to get around that corner. Can't quite connect with the back of the head there. Lethal should be dealt with, but Frosty also has a sword. But that means that Snakebite's now in a position to play this ball. Even though he's about to come under pressure, he can reset that ball speed map.
Druck with a nice little repulsor as well to help him in that battle. It will be 3 dead momentarily. Ball will spawn. They were not in position to grab though, so they will need to slay and get the damage again.
Looks like the repulsor and sword combo is going to be in the hands of Druck here. Soul Snipe will open things up here for Pioneers as well. And that allows Manny to move back towards the elevator. They're closing in on their first round here of recharge oddball. A hold here, and this might be the round going in the hands of the Pioneers.
Still 2 dead once again. We'll have to see what the Pioneers do back here. Manny stays alive in a big must-win battle. Lethal is down bottom A, so still the battle for A will continue here at the end of the game.
The longer that Lethal survives here, the more chance that Sentinels have of holding off this push, but as you can see, Lethal falls. Torlik picks up the ball, and now it's just 14 points as 2 more kills go to Pioneers, 2 dead for Sentinels, and this could be the round hold that they're looking for.
3 dead now. This will be the round, and the Pioneers do answer back, and the Kansas City crowd is back in it. We are tied 1-1 going into round number 3.
Right on cue, the hometown crowd gets behind their boys on the main stage. As we come down to a shootout, it's 1-1 on our first map. Next round wins.
My God, high stakes Halo here, so much to play for. As we said, if you're just joining us, these 2 teams are 2-0 in pool play. This will be the go-ahead series to determine who will have the lead coming out of this Friday evening.
2 players who are popping off at the moment in this game. Frosty, 31 kills for him. On the other side of things, Torlik trying to match him. 30 kills for him as well. So they've been the players who have been slaying out for their respective squads. And right on cue, Torlik hits a big 4 onto Royal 2.
Look at him getting hyped up too. You see him there yelling, getting the boys hyped. And into this is a lot to play for here. And they know they cannot afford to lose this one. Pipes push coming in the back. Frosty will handily deal with Soul Snipe. Let me give you a stat. These 2 teams across these 3 rounds, they are separated by 1 kill.
Wow.
101 kills for Sentinels and 100 kills for the Pioneers. Unbelievably tight series here.
It's going to be Sentinels who have a minuscule lead here. 11-6, as Royal 2 will bring this ball back. They're going to deal with Manny though, who's managed to sneak behind enemy lines. Soul Snipe picks up 2, and Snakebite now has to rotate that ball back in towards Pipes. But again, he was left on his own momentarily. Lethal with the body to play with, as he's going to have to play bodyguard here for Snakebite.
Lethal not able to get the shot on batteries. So just going to try to get some damage if he can.
Oh my,
and that'll do! Maybe turns 2 as well! Truck will win that one in the back, but Lethal starting to pop off a bit.
Snakebite capitalizing on the damage done as well as he puts together a little spree as well of his own. 5 without response now for Snakebite as he gets the killing spree, tries to latch onto Soul Snipe and maybe get a little bit closer than he would have wanted to. Sentinels find themselves at 2 dead, and Soul Snipe this time finds himself with a ball in hand as Manny finds himself picking up more headshots with the shock rifle.
Nice double kill there. That will still be 2 dead for Sentinels. Now the push comes, and it's not in order, right? You got players pushing on a bad spot. Rhythm, that's a back-to-back double. Call it an extern. It's a killing spree for Manny.
Manny just cleaning up Sentinels wherever they push. He's doing the damage needed to allow his teammates to have a comfortable time with the odd ball in their hands. Soul Snipe is the player with the ball in his hands. Lethal taken down. Torlik also picks up that next power-up. Camo here for Torlik. Snakebite flying in, but Snakebite also being taken down.
And with this run, Torlik takes the lead in the game for kills. He now has 34 over Frosty's 33.
Right behind him, though, is going to be Snakebite as well, joining on 32. 3v3. But look at this now, Tolik. Is it going to be a pipes push again from Sentinels? The camo dissipates. It runs out. The power-up not in use now. But the information is there as Tolik is going to pick up one and stop that push once more.
This game was just 29-6. It's now 60-29 in favor of the Pioneers. Only 40 points to go for them to close out this game number 1.
And Soul Snipe is popping off with this shock rifle as well. Every single time we go to his screen, the man is hitting headshots.
My God, so much damage as well. They will keep players on the respawn, and Sentinels, they cannot find the composure they need.
They can't. They're making a desperate push here across that mid-bridge, but look at this man. He is not missing shots right now. It's a killing spree for Soul Snipe. Finally going to be shut down, but not without 3 members of Sentinels also having to donate their lives.
About 65 unanswered points on the board just now for Pioneers during those sprees. Fantastic slaying control, fantastic map control as well.
And what that's resulted in? 75-29 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock here for Pioneers to hold out. Manny and Soul Snipe combine again. Going off the back of the damage here from Tolik, who goes up to the skies to survive. And the oddball gets picked up by a teammate too.
Oh my God, look at Tolik somehow just staying alive with ridiculous acrobatics in that scenario. Dodging, dipping, diving away from grenades as well. 15 points to go for Pioneers.
And closing as well in on that 100-point mark. Lethal on Royal 2 though. They might be able to get in to break this setup. The play ball will come in. Drunk should be taken down. Manny will fall, but Drunk stays alive and takes down Lethal.
Huge plays there. Even gets his shields back as well. 5 points to go.
If there's anyone who's going to stop it, it's going to be Frosty with the camo. We saw him rescue that first round for Sentinels. And now he's going to have to do it again. There's one. Manny's going to be pushing him though through pipes. Snakebite coming to join his teammate.
Sentinels will grab the ball. They will continue scoring. They have 0 room for error here. And they're going to try to steal this win back. And they need a 60-point run to do so.
Frosty finds 1. Frosty finds 2. That's going to slow things down once more for Pioneers. This battle around elevator, so important. It's a trade. And that battle sums up how close this has been.
World 2 going to rotate back. 2 were dead for both sides when this ball was grabbed. He will rotate back to elevator and see where the spawners come. He's the last player alive. 3 were dead. Here comes the Pioneers push.
Needs to get the play ball. Needs to get it out of hands. Needs to get it into a position where his teammates can get a line of sight on it, but they're not going to be able to. Pioneers move in, and Pioneers pick up game number 1 in the series. And there's some stone-cold killer faces looking across the Sentinels.
This is wild. You gotta see this crowd.
You gotta hear it. We can feel this stage vibrating between our feet, and my word, what a performance it was.
Wow. Unbelievable game. What a way to start this series. Back and forth between these 2 teams. In the end, Pioneers, they clutch up after a devastating, heartbreaking round number 1 that was stolen out from underneath them. Off of the heroics by Frosty, they bounce back and will get the reverse sweep in the oddball rounds themselves, closing out the last 2.
And like we mentioned, it's a series based on respect, Andy, and at the moment, they certainly got it in the crowd.
Yeah.
They're gaining it in the people at home as well, and they certainly are going to gain it from Sentinels after that game 1 performance. But now, of course, things are going to change a little bit. They've got that first game on the board, a Slayer coming up next. If they can play at that pace and also match Sentinels in those slays like they did in game number 1.
They're doing it.
Pioneers are looking good right now.
They're looking very good, and we knew that this series would be a tight one, but I gotta say that's maybe the best way that we could have started things off. Here's some look at the highlights at game number 1.
I mean, game number 1 was ridiculous. It was about as close as you could possibly ask for. 2 teams just going back and forth, and Snakebite here. This was a game-saving play in itself here. If Pioneers even get out of this for a second with the ball, he doesn't get those 3 kills, but Frosty, just enjoy it, everyone. That is a giga brain play from one of the best we've seen.
And you had to think, and I think the Pioneers players and this crowd thought it was over after that. We didn't hear anything from either of those 2. However, the Pioneers, they find the resilience, they answer back, they close out round number 2, they tie it 1-1.
And like I mentioned, sometimes you need that little bit of an extra boost. If you're in your hometown, you've got a crowd behind you, sometimes it just refocuses you that little bit more. They take oddball recharge 2-1. And now we move over to Street Slayer. This is a game type which can be played at incredibly fast pace. Pioneers love that.
They absolutely do, and you could tell that they took advantage of those scenarios. They knew exactly the angles they had to challenge. They had their timing down. How many times in that round number 3 did we see Sentinels off of the timing on their push? They were too dead, and they were still sending pipe players through without the damage they needed. Pioneers took advantage of that, and so clearly made it look easy. In round number 3, they're going to be looking to do the same thing in our Game 2 Slayer.
Game is loading. And it's time for Pioneers to really try and put the pressure onto Sentinels. However, we know this Sentinels roster. We know how they can bounce back from any position. And the longer the series goes with Sentinels' Game 5 record over the years, I just feel like this is almost a must-win here for Pioneers to really, really ramp up their chances of a series victory.
I agree. You do not want to give Sentinels the room to get back into a series, to get comfortable. As you say, the more games they have under their belt, especially during a LAN weekend, the more dangerous they become. This is not just a Championship Sunday team. This is a World Championship team, and they're going to look to remind us of that very soon.
Massive moment in the series. Massive, massive moment in the series for both teams. And we're only into our second game. Pioneers up by 1. Street Slayer first to 50. It's a shootout.
It's the favorites versus the Young Guns here. The hometown Young Guns of Pioneers, they lead 1-0 after your first game. In Game 2 Slayer, Streets loading in right now. 38 kills for Frosty in that last game. Can he do it again? We're starting things off here with Soul Snipe.
Well, let's see what Soul Snipe can do, because at the end of that third round that we saw, when he had that shock rifle in his hand, the man was hitting bodies, the man was shaving heads. He was not missing with that thing, and if he can keep that kind of confidence and performance up, then he could give Pioneers a really good opportunity here in this game. Lethal going to be his first challenge. Royal 2 trying to clean up for his teammate, but Druck is going to actually open things up here. Manny will answer back, 2-1 lead here at the start of this game number 2 for Pioneers.
And if you're on the side of Pioneers, you need to keep a cool head. You saw just how smiley and happy they were after that game number 1. The work is not done. You're just getting started. They need to make sure they focus up and close out this series strong.
You say just getting started, it's the perfect start here for Pioneers. 4-2, but they do have the rockets in their hand. But we mentioned this before, Andy. It's one thing to have the rockets. You have to use them well. You have to use them effectively. That one did not connect, and Pioneers lost 2 kills because of it.
That's right. You got to convert. 6-4. Still an early lead for Pioneers. Tollett pushing out here, trying to get some red room angles. Will dodge grenades once again. He's the first forward. Needs to make sure he stays alive and gets the damage.
6-5 then. And I gotta be honest, a little bit of a slower pace in this game. However, a perfect kill coming in with that Stalker rifle might change things up. Lethal has a second thought about challenging once more, because the man on your screen maybe not talked about enough on this Pioneers lineup. He's been the one leading the line.
How about that for entry damage? Tollett goes solo in B, hits a perfect on Frosty, and then also peeks continually onto Tires to get that great damage, and he gets cleaned up. That's why they're up 10-7.
No kills on the board at the start of this game for Lethal. We kind of highlighted him. And yes, it's early in the game. There is that first one. So 1-2-2 for him. Royal 2 has been the player who's been popping up most for Sentinels, though. He has 4 kills to his name at the moment. On the other side of things is Druck. Actually, a player that you wanted to highlight. He's got 5 kills to his name.
Frosty will fall 2 dead for East Sides once again. How long has Tollett been alive this entire time, just roaming and patrolling with this Stalker rifle?
It's time for both teams to now fight for the next power weapon that's coming up on the map. The Rockets have just dropped. Frosty trying to push forward, create space for his team to try and capitalize on that power weapon dropping. If they can get a hold of it, then maybe they've got a way back into this game. Only down by 3, but that Rocket's going to break shields, but not hearts.
Great pressure. Yes, it's a rocket grab for Sentinels, but look at the pressure that they're applying to this rocket launcher. The first one does not come in. Only 1 more rocket to play with, and still a 3-kill lead.
Royal 2 just having to play this one patiently. You can see how Pioneers are playing this as well. They know where the rockets are. They're trying to bait it out. It will only be a 1-for-1 trade. So Pioneers played that one so well, recognizing they didn't have the power weapon, trying to make them waste the ammo and at least get that 1-for-1, which they would have taken every single day.
Lethal very nicely done in C to stay alive. That will be 3 dead, and just like that, we are here to a 2-kill game in your game number 2.
You can feel almost the trepidation of both teams as well. Nobody wants to overcommit. Nobody wants to push too hard. Everyone knows how important this game is in the series. And it's showing in the decisions being made. Druck, unfortunately, is going to make the wrong one, as Lethal will be crouching around that corner with the Bulldog. And Sentinels now go into a lead. It's a swing in their favor. Pioneers find themselves 4 dead.
That's a great back-to-back swings for Sentinels there. They were just down by about 4. Now they find themselves up by about 1. That's great discipline. And you have to make those decisions at this stage. When we're in the 40s, it's too late. There's too much to play for. Here, they're making sure they clutch up before we get to the mid-game.
Lethal's kind of been the catalyst of it at the moment. We mentioned how, well, I mentioned, excuse me, how he was 0-2 at the start of the game. Now he's 4-3, and he's doing damage to all of the players on Pioneers. 2 fall for Pioneers. Lethal will fall as well, but look at the kill difference starting to escalate back into the hands of Sentinels.
And look at this, as the Bulldog continues to run B, and Sentinels is taking advantage of that. Soulsight will go for a swim as well. Now still a 5-kill lead for Sentinels.
Rocket's going to be popping as well. The 3rd set of the game. Lethal with a cheeky little peek over the garden fence and managed to bury his opponent there. It will now be 29-23. Where are those Rockets though? Have they managed to create the space needed with that kill from Lethal to get the Rockets back in their hands? Yes is the answer. Frosty has them.
Going to take his time here. No rush. They're up by 5. Very comfortable lead for Sentinels. Just going to look for information here. Not pushing in just yet. Swapping to the BR. Love this discipline from Frosty.
That's going to be a kill for him as well. Not only that damage, drop shield down. Royal 2 capitalizes on the damage. That was an assist and a kill for Frosty. As Sentinels start to look good here. Frosty being caught off guard by those respawners for just a second, but still, great trigger discipline to make sure this Rocket is still here waiting for a Pioneers member.
Look at this. No rush at all. He's going to wait till he has the right rocket to throw in. Hasn't found it yet. Still hasn't found it. That works. He's going to rocket heaven, and he'll gladly trade out a power position. It's just great discipline. It's great timing and understanding of the flow of the game from Frosty.
Now Pioneers, it's time to go into a situation where you have to just clean white Sentinels. You cannot afford to start trading at this point. It's only 15 kills now to go for Sentinels to tie up the series at 1-1. They need to find a little bit more cohesion. Teamwork needs to start working for them a little bit better, but Snakebite, he's been playing lights out so far. Even in that game number 1, he's been the standout for Sentinels as he finds a killing spree. Such a monumental moment in this game.
And off of the back of that killing spree, it's a 10-kill lead for Sentinels. Almost does it to Druck, but great resilience from Druck to fly into the back of C and clear out Snakebite, who had a bit of pain for quite some time. It's an 11-kill game.
11-kill game, and if you're looking across the stats as well, no player on Sentinels falling into the negative. Everybody is positive. On the other side of things, Solek, I mentioned he was having a really strong game number 1. Game number 2 in the last couple of minutes, fallen away quite some. 4-9 for him. Druck trying to do the damage on these players, just flying in, but not going to be able to. Finally gets one into Lethal. For 44 kills here for Sentinels, they only need 6. As the rocket launch is going to be popping in a few moments as well.
Rocks will pop, Snakebite will have eyes on it right away, but it's good pressure from the Pioneers. But once again, is it too late? Only 5 kills to go for Sentinels.
Soul Snipe gets the Rockets, but that's one without a kill to its name, so only one to play with here. Maybe need a little bit more. Lethal going to be putting pressure on with those grenades. Solek picks up one onto Frosty. This Rocket needs to connect. As Sentinels only need 3. Snakebite will win that fight as well under pressure, and now it's just 2 for Sentinels. They could be tying up our series at 1-1.
As you say, only 2 to go. Royal 2 with a big game here, 15-10, as they hunt down these final kills.
2 players weak on the driveway. Here comes Frosty. He picks up the 49th. The 50th will be picked up by the man you mentioned, Royal 2. And we're tied up at 1-1.
Few Sentinels few Sentinels fans in the crowd as well here. You hear a little bit of noise coming from them. They're happy to see a 50-38 victory in that game number 2. And we'll tie the series up 1-1, which to be honest feels the only fitting result after 2 games with how tight these 2 teams have been so far. Now we get ready for game number 3 and the go-ahead game.
Looking across the stats of that last game as well. Snakebite, 14-8. Royal 2, you mentioned, 16 kills for him. And also just the 10 deaths. Lethal 8-7 and Frosty 12-13. So pretty much everyone on Sentinels doing the job they needed to do in a Slayer, keeping those deaths down and staying around even as a minimum, but most players in a positive.
And great stuff. I mean, look at Sentinels. We talked about it. They were down by about 6 kills before they started to get those back-to-back slays going. It was somewhere around 20-15, 20-14 or so. To then take the lead 21-20 and really never look back says a lot about what this team is capable of when they sit down, when they get serious on land.
It certainly does. And now we head into a game 3. I mentioned how pivotal that game was in the series, kind of taking the wind out of the sails of Pioneers a little bit. And now they know they're in for a battle and they're in for a fight. It's not going to be an easy series. I'm sure they weren't expecting it to be an easy series coming into this. But after what was a heroic game number 1 from them and the way that they won it, I feel like that might have been an opportunity that just slipped through their fingers.
I have to agree. I think we saw, like we said, a lot of smiles on the side of the stage. And in the end, they were not able to close that out. And also blowing what was a 5-6 kill lead right around the 20 kill mark. It's tough to see that. They were not able to bounce back, but all credit to Sentinels. Applied great pressure throughout that. So patient, knew exactly how to play that Slayer off the back of each other's support. They will close it out 50-38. And we set our sights on strongholds on Livefire.
Oh, this is going to be a heck of a game number 3. So let me tell you that if you're in the arena or if you're at home, you're going to enjoy this one, because we know how quickly both these teams play, and we also have the opportunity with the objectives in play to see a couple of players pop off. We've seen Frosty put up huge numbers on Stronghold's Livefire, and it might be his opportunity to do so again.
Yeah, I gotta say, on the Pioneer side, Talik, the man, is heating up. He's been putting up huge numbers throughout this entire series so far. He's gonna look to do the same thing in game number 3. It's gonna be Strongholds on Livefire.
Well, Sentinels tie up the series at 1-1. Pioneers maybe got those headphones open right now, hoping there's a little bit more support coming in from that hometown crowd. We're into our game number 3. We're starting off with a POV of Lethal.
The man to watch for this tournament. A lot of questions being asked of Lethal, right? Is he on top of his game? This is a Mount Rushmore Halo player, one of the best to ever play the game. Is his position on this team at risk? This weekend might be the decider.
Well, early on here, we're going to see a little bit of a conversion going on over at C, and it looks like Sentinels not only do that, they get B as well. A, they've managed to let slip through their fingers, but they have control of the map. Early control here means points for Sentinels, although it looks like Pioneer's already jumping into B, so it's going to be momentary control and momentary scoring.
Snakebite tossing some instas. Down at B, they will not connect. We talked about Snakebite's performance at Anaheim. One of the best performances he's put up on LAN. Enormous numbers, I believe 4th overall KD in that tournament. Here comes the push on back B.
Lethal with the camouflage as well, so he has the opportunity to do big damage here. However, he's going to be sniffed out. Kills being traded across the board. Talik last alive, and that'll be 4 dead for Pioneers.
Still BC control. Drunk is the last player. Here he is on C plat, gets spotted out right away. Able to stay alive long enough to maybe stop C, but you have to think here comes the hunt. Gets 1 kill in the back of the base, though. Finally gets it traded out. Great play by Druck to make sure he converts there on that 1v4.
Yeah, but good patience also coming in here from Sentinels as well. You can see that they didn't force the fight. They took their time, and now Royal 2 can just be such a pain here to Pioneers. All of Sentinels, the rest of the team, moved towards A. They converted A, and now Royal 2 has to be dealt with here at Tower, and will be dealt with. That's such a vital kill for Pioneers. Huge. Because if Royal 2 doesn't get taken down, not only can he start just distracting at C, but with that tower control and Heatwave, he can do so much damage on B and respawners as well.
3 players pushing sandbags. Is an all-in on top mid there. Kills will be traded out in the end, and Snakebite gets a double kill off screen. That's the type of thing we're talking about with Snakebite. In a situation where they're a man down, he will convert on double kills that you were not expecting, and it will completely flip the control.
Camo going to be popping again here. You can see Frosty got taken down. Pretty sure he can get the burn as Talik is going to start firing the jets a little bit in this game as well. 2 for him, and finally Pioneers get a semblance of control. They have AC. They also have the kills to go alongside it. Killing spree here for Talik. He needed to light the fire under this team. They're starting to pick up the kills to do so.
Gonna grab that late camo as well. That was a very, very late pop. About 25 seconds after it came up. Just staying alive in the dummies. Look at this. A little bit of moment of opportunity.
Royal 2 going to take damage. And won't be able to get away as well. So that's the heat wave down, and now he can move in, but he's going to be squad out here, but not without taking 1 player down from Sentinels. That 1 player he took down was joined by 2 others, so Sentinels on the back foot here. AB still in the control of Pioneers. They still score, and look at this. We're about a tie game now as Pioneers show a little bit of heart.
Look at Lethal staying alive. Great job by Lethal in that scenario. Not an easy thing to do. He stays alive at C plat, waits for his teammates to spawn. It's a very different outcome if he goes down there as well.
Damage on both these players on the big door towards B as well. B being converted here by Sentinels, and that play from Lethal, even though he didn't get the kills to go alongside it, just held that door, held that angle, and basically stopped all of Pioneers being able to progress towards that stronghold.
Big heads up play by there by Lethal, excuse me, like we said. Druck with a good challenge on the sandbags. He will win that one. 2 dead for each side. 75-63 now in favor of Pioneers.
Druck gonna get caught out by Snakebite there, just sneaking around in the corner, skulking around with that heat wave. Talik also going to feel the front end of that battle rifle. It'll be Frosty who comes in to clean that kill up, as Sentinels should get a pretty comfortable reset onto B. And now Snakebite can think about turning his attentions towards A. Do they want to flip here? Do they want to let the respawns from Pioneers maybe go for C? And it looks like they get the reset on both, and now they have the opportunity maybe to pressurize a triple cap here.
Yeah, Frosty thinking about going big door. He will go big door, check back A, not seeing any window spawners. Does find a busy Redton. Wait. Wait. Might have hit the body shot through the other player, then get the cleanup. The cleanest and smoothest double kill we've seen on screen yet, and he will continue capturing A.
I dare you to challenge Frosty right now, Pioneers, because you get the feeling he ain't gonna miss too many shots. However, Soul Snipe accepts the challenge, and Frosty will be forced to back down. So good pressure coming in from Pioneers. While all of this is going down, Snakebite has that camo.
Beautiful stuff here once again from Sentinels. They will now double the score of their opponent, 122 to 63. It's a very, very different rest of the series so far for Sentinels, looking strong in this game.
Spawn's coming in over at C as well. You can see that Snakebite's going to turn his attention towards defending this stronghold instead of maybe going for the conversion over at A, and Soul Snipe sniffs him out. A vital kill for him, but had to donate his life to do so. 2 kills apiece here for both the teams, and Frosty just explodes Manny there with a couple of grenades and takes his sniper rifle back.
Fantastic use of that spiker, as you said, just evaporates his opponent, tries to look sandbags. That one will not connect, but simply his presence here at Nest and watching Big Door is enough to make it so difficult for Pioneers to push out.
3-man push on the C here coming from Pioneers. Royal 2 gets one, and that makes the decision much more difficult for Pioneers, as they know the information is going to be given away. Another player taken down is Manny this time. Frosty picks up that kill on a triple cap in effect. Here for Sentinels, the score is starting to go a little bit skywards if you're a Pioneers fan here. 180 to 63 as Frosty is starting to heat up.
The cavalry's coming in, and you have to think Sentinels, as we expected, looking better and better as the series goes on. Let's go ahead and get into an Astro listening with Sentinels.
See, fight B together. They're in A.
Just living.
I spawn A. B. A plat. Dead. Watch out. I'm mid, push me. You went back, PJ. I went back to you. I'm up for camo.
I spawn here.
Yeah, 2 on B. Alright, you just group up. There's one camo, shoot him.
That's here. You got the trade of the guy.
Dude, nice. Yo, I'll tell you where he spawned. We're gonna go C. We're going C. C plot 1. One shot drug. One hit. Nice, cap C.
Here with him.
TJ. Go B. Grab me side.
Where am I?
Oh, he's going. Tall 1 hit. Tall 1 hit. He's gonna be.
When it jumped into the Sentinels listening, it was a triple cap in their hands, but Pioneers have turned this one around a little bit. But one thing to highlight, the IGL ability and calling coming in from Frosty. We are going C out of this triple cap. We're going to fight for C and get a foothold back in the game.
So important in this game time. Royal 2, last player alive momentarily. Druck comes in with the repulsor heatwave special, but that will get taken down out of the skies. Royal 2 will stay alive back tower.
There's no better player you want alive on an elevated area than Royal 2. The man's been doing it for so long from these kind of positions, but Pioneers also recognize that. They sniff him out, they take him down, and even though Sentinels continue to score, C is being turned over now by Pioneers. They might be able to start scoring themselves.
And you heard as soon as that trip cap was coming in during the listening, hometown crowd getting loud. They want to see more points on the board for the side of Pioneers. Tolic once again, great performance so far. He's 14 and 10.
Needler coming in from Royal 2. Super Combine. It's going to convert into a kill. However, is it going to convert into points? Tolic has the sniper rifle. He's just picked up one kill onto Frosty, trying to hold down these angles. Royal 2 trying to put pressure on, but Druck's going to be there alongside Tolic to defend B.
You got to think Sentinels not really with the position they needed to make that B push there. That will cost them. They will lose one player. They will lose 2 off of fantastic shots from Druck.
And with that kill, Pioneers starting to get back into this once more. Frosty, those shots things down top middle. And manages to give them a foothold at least. The battle for camo starts to evolve in front of our eyes now, but look at the score, 160 to 206, and it's Pioneers who are still chasing down that score of Sentinels.
And you have to think every single kill like you just saw Frosty win, those are going to matter so much when this game has gotten this close. We should mention about a 100-point run or so for Pioneers over the last 2.5 minutes of play. However, Sentinels will now grab AC. They will continue scoring. They're less than 40 points away.
Not only that, they take down the camo player. It's all that they took AC and they had both plats in their control to get the angles onto camo. It's a great play call again coming in here from Sentinels to recognize that going for the camo, not the most important important priority on the map right now. AC still in their control. They are still scoring for now.
Does so well to take down Druck back tower as well. Now they can set their sights elsewhere on B. Look at the assists coming in. 3 dead. Last player alive is Soul Snipe. This could be over very soon with the B cap.
Sentinels starting to out-rotate Pioneers as well. Alongside the Slays they're picking up, and Frosty, 19 kills for him. A triple cap here for Sentinels is the last push really for Pioneers to try and force their way back into this game. BC hold. Now coming in from Sentinels, they're about to cross that 250-point mark. They will not just about be able to convert for now, but they're just baiting the players in on at C. They get the 250, and they will take the lead in the series for the first time.
And as you said, it's the man Frosty. Most kills on the team at 19, least deaths at 13. A huge performance from him to help secure that win. They will now take the lead in the series.
The crowd's starting to be silenced a little bit with that performance from Sentinels. And that was almost like the Sentinels of old, the way they controlled that game, Andy. They were never flustered. They were picking up the kills they needed to, and they were also aided by some big plays coming in from their superstar.
Even when they find themselves on the receiving end of some bad luck, maybe they get a stronghold reset that they were not hoping for. Maybe they find themselves going 2 dead. You could hear it during that listen and just how calm they were, how they were able to really keep it together. And even when they're getting trip capped, they focus on which stronghold they're pushing and which players they need to get the kill. Where's that opening damage? How do we convert here? It's always just a mathematical equation. Where do we get the numbers? Where do we get the damage? Let's go from there. That's exactly what they did in that game.
For Pioneers, now the question that we were asking of Sentinels gets asked to them. How do you bounce back in the series? How do you get into a mental set, a mindset here to tie up this series and send us to a game 5? Because if you can send to a game 5 now, after coming off the back of the win, then anything really can happen. So game 4, vital for both teams. Sentinels the opportunity to close things out, but Pioneers with the opportunity maybe to steal this away and take the momentum towards the game 5.
And you have to think, we don't always say this in full play, but with these two teams 2-0, this is a huge tone setter for the rest of the weekend here. You have to think, if Sentinels advance on here, they might forget about this pool play match. If Pioneers win here, they'll never forget this series, and they might go deep into the bracket. Taking a look at the last 30 seconds of that gameplay, really it came down to the final work there on the big door bait, just perfectly executed.
Yeah, as you say, the big door bait is the best way to put it. A little couple of scraps of maybe some Kansas City barbecue left at the door around B, and it looked like Pioneers were hungry. Of course, they had to desperately try and force their way into a stronghold to elongate that game, and the trap was set and the trap was executed perfectly here by Sentinels, just to make sure they held that B stronghold in those last few moments. And it's just good experience being shown by this roster, who are one of the most experienced rosters you could ask for.
The big door barbecue bait at B.
A lot of Bs.
A lot of Bs. 250 to 166 is your final in game number 3. And we head to a very interesting game type. It's going to be Ctf Aquarius. And the reason I'm focusing on this game type, and I hoped that we might get here, because we have an interesting stat here. The #1 player in the league in damage dealt per minute in Ctf, it's Druck of the Pioneers.
Druck of the Pioneers, so all eyes on Druck as we head into this game. And if you wanted a game type where one of your players has the opportunity to pop off, seems to have that knowledge, that little bit extra spice, a little bit extra sauce, so to speak, to keep it themed here around the barbecue we've been talking about for quite some time, then
we've been eating for quite some time.
That's 100% true. The amount of calories that have been consumed is absolutely disgusting for both of us over the last few days. But you need that play, you need that map, you want to see that map. This is where Pioneers are probably thinking, okay, boys, we have the opportunity to send this to a game 5 if our player, who statistically has been standing out, could do exactly the same again.
Yeah, it's worth noting, a lot of his damage stats do come from Bazaar. Very different game type, right? Of course, still has good numbers on Aquarius, but Talik's numbers often come from Bazaar games. Druck and Manny are also within the top 5 in damage dealt. That tells you just how much damage this team is dealing in a capture the flag game type. The question is, can they clutch up here when they need to? This is a must-win.
And the question also, following on from the statistics, which is always something that I like to do, so to question the stat, right? You're dealing the damage, are you converting it into caps? Because it's great to do the damage, it's great to, you know, put teams into the respawn, but how efficient are you once you get that flag moving? Are you able to execute part 2, stopping those overextensions on the pink side, making sure you're controlling the spawns, all these things that these teams know how to do so well. As you can see, Captain Snakebite here just reinforcing maybe a few things for Sentinels to focus on as they head into this game.
Absolutely, you see that right there. Just the last few things they know they need to prioritize, focus up on. As you said, Captain Snakebite, lovingly referred to as Dad Bite, the father of this team, knows what they need to do to close this one out. And you can just tell, this is not an easy series for Sentinels.
Oh, certainly isn't. It's maybe a series they weren't expecting to be easy as well, especially with the hometown crowd here in KC firmly behind the Pioneers. But for now, it's the opportunity for Pioneers to send us towards a game 5. But before we get there, they're going to have to win a game of Aquarius, capture the flag. Sentinels, they win this game, they win the series.
Once again, player to watch here on your screen. Tallid far and away the most damage per minute in CTFs, and we're starting things off here with Drunk.
See what Drunk can do. Damage down onto Frosty, top middle, but already Frosty being aggressive towards that camouflage. Now, one thing we've seen from some of the games we've seen today so far, Andy, is the camouflage kind of not been a big influence. Teams have been able to sniff out that player pretty quickly. But at the moment, you can see how quickly this started. Coming in from Sentinels, already Royal 2 picking up multiple kills. Already Snakebite getting this one back. The rally is perfect here from Sentinels. And within the first 30 seconds or so, it's going to be 1-0 to Sen.
Wow, 35 seconds, and it was not a clean wipe. They only had 2 dead, and they run that flag back home. It's a beautiful run from Sentinels. That's already going to put the pressure onto Pioneers right away.
I mean, that's the worst possible start for Pioneers, right? The last thing you want to do is just find yourself looking down the barrel of a series loss in the first few seconds. You need to find a little bit of map control here. One way to do that is getting the camo and getting the heat wave. Soul Snipe has the opportunity here to shut things down, but no, Lethal sniffs him out.
Very good sniff out by Lethal. You want to kill that camo heat wave player at all costs. That's exactly what Lethal does there to make sure that that's no longer a threat.
Truck pushing through the gen here, and we'll be able to clean up the kill onto Snakebite as well. But Royal 2 already pressurizing from the fridge, just jumping up on that ledge and making sure that anyone who's pushing into the base is going to have some problems. Speaking of which, Lethal has a few himself, and Struck will be able to clean up a very, very simple kill for his team. 2 dead though for Pioneers. That's why he's being a little bit, hesitant to get inside of that base, a little bit hesitant to think about putting that flag, because he's going to try and even up the numbers first.
Had to hit the shot, gets the last shot medal as well. To hit that, might even do it against Snakebite as well. Great peek shots, he does it! Drunk from the fridge takes down 2 players on Sentinel single-handedly.
Well, Pocket's going to be here soon, and no shields, no problem seems a very applicable phrase to use in that situation. Drunk just challenging, peeking, and dealing with Snakebite. Soul Snipe will be taken down, 3 dead for Pioneers, and even off the back of that big play, still no flag moving, and Snakebite gets the camo.
Onset, you asked the right question. The damage is great, the kills are great. Does it result in flag caps? Right now, Tallid wants to make sure this flag comes home.
This is the first opportunity the Pioneers have had to move this flag back to their base. They do have the kills to go alongside this as well, but they've got to deal with Royal 2. Royal 2 has not been accounted for here by Pioneers, and that's what happens when you let Royal 2 slip through the cracks. It's 2 dead now for Pioneers, and there's a counter cap opportunity.
Even gets the toss going as well. That was 3 dead. There's 1 more player who has not yet been killed on the Pioneers, but they have deep presence in the enemy base.
Certainly do. Royal 2 is just having a field day. He's feasting inside of the base runs once again, as Soul Snipe does get a touch on that flag, so Sentinel still with work to do. Snakebite and Royal 2, the long-time duo, still combining well.
Still 2v2 on the map, still both flags out front. They do get a touch. Royal 2 still is your man behind enemy lines.
Constant desperation touches coming in. Drunk finally deals with Royal 2. Where's the rest of the team though? It looks like, unfortunately, they're going to be in that respawn screen. Drunk might have to go for a desperate touch, but it allows Sentinels to sneak away with a flag of their own.
He does go for a desperate touch. 4 dead. That flag is going to be returned unless there's a hero play here. This should be another Sentinels cap.
Maybe a grenade, maybe something, but no. Snakebite says no, and that will be Lethal running it home. 2-0 now for Sentinels. And Pioneers just maybe ruin the fact they did not account for Royal 2.
Very, very unorthodox flag standoff there at the front of the base. That one lasting much longer than usual. Sentinels keeps a cool head the whole time, forcing the aggression out of Pioneers. They will convert again. They now lead 2-0 and looking good once again.
Heatwave once again inside of the base. It's going to be Druck's POV that we're watching right now. It's defensive kills for them though. Camo going to be popping in a few moments, and you can see the Snakebite was set up top middle, so pressure coming in on this player inside of the gen. Drug gets taken down. A couple of Dynamos going to do the damage. Manny falls as well. Double kill here for Royal 2, opening up the gen run.
Slow play in this here, you see. Waiting for each other's shields. And now trying to push in the back of the base. Those kills will be traded out. 2 dead once again.
Royal 2, the standout player so far in this game. 13-6 for the man who Sentinels fans missed for so long in Halo Infinite, but the man is back and he's performing as you would expect here. 7.5 minutes left on the clock, but Pioneers, the story so far for them is they haven't really had an opportunity to get that flag converted. It's been a little bit scrappy for them, nothing clean, only that 1 run, but maybe now there's an opportunity to do so. Will they account for Royal 2 this time? No, they won't.
How long can you let Royal 2 stay alive in the back of your base and let this continue? He's 14-6. He's spent the entire game in the enemy base. At this point, he's got citizenship.
Oh! Frosty turns one. That is a bow he should not have won. The trust maybe helping him out in this situation. And Royal 2 still alive. Pioneers 4 dead. Sentinels with the opportunity to run.
He's got a tent pitched in the back of the Pioneers base, and he calls it home. 16-6 in this game, blowing away the rest of the lobby.
Royal 2 going to start doing some OBJ as well. Gets that flag moving. 2 players fall on his team though, so I think that's going to be a dead flag here for Sentinels. And this is the opportunity for Pioneers to get map control. Need to get up the map, need to find some angles. At the moment it's a flood on all fronts, all sides of the base, which means that Sentinels will be spawning in the back of the base.
I think we also need to see them getting on the same page, and we have not seen that. When Royal 2's alive in the back of the base and 2 players that are running bottom mid are not shooting Royal 2 together, it's a big indicator that this team is just a little bit off pace. They're not on the same page together.
Picks up one, Manny will exchange kills, and Manny will be taken down almost immediately by Frosty. He's got that sidekick as well for some quick damage should he need it, but Soul Snipe's coming up the respawn now, and he's going to be last player alive, trying to just move forward, cause some problems maybe. 4 Sentinels behind enemy lines, with the camos up, and Royal 2 has the eyes.
Royal 2 trying to just get the info there, knew that he would not be able to just solo hero that, but gets the info he needs. And we see a camo grab on screen.
Soul Snipe going to be the player who picks it up, so maybe Pioneers can turn this power up into a power pull of that flag moving across the base, but it's going to be defensive plays that have to be made here for Pioneers. Lethal manages to land some damage with that heat wave as he falls. And Soul Snipe going to make the choice maybe to go for the return. Gets sniffed out momentarily, but the movement's pretty good from him, and that'll be very, very nicely done, as he almost baited the return himself with that camo. That'll be sent home now. Pioneers move up the map.
Nicely done indeed. Look at the way he played that. Pops in the return for just a second. Baits it, as you say, stays alive, grabs the heat wave as well. 5 minutes left. This one's far from over, but Pioneers needs to find the kills. They need to find them now.
They need to find a little bit more cohesion, like you were mentioning as well. Play 2 other lanes on the map, and the moment they kind of play in all 3, get a little bit split, and Sentinels are able to pick them off quite easily by just sending and flooding one side of the map. Touch going to come in here from Frosty. If he can get around this corner, there might be an opportunity to send this one home as well. Fortunately for him, just tried to maybe get a little bit too fancy with that one, trying to outplay, outsmart his opponent. The grenade takes him down. 3-4 for Sentinels.
Tried to maybe fake front base, then go bottom dynamos. In the end, he does get caught out. Tick, tick, tick. Goes those dynamos as well. Still 3 dead now for Sentinels.
3 dead for Sentinels. Return coming in. Flag being run here by Pioneers. And even though you would say Sentinels have been controlling the pace of this game, have been in command for the majority of it, the fact it's only 2 flags means the Pioneers have an opportunity here.
Wait.
I said 2 flags.
Did they send enough players back? Where's the cap? Here it comes in. Yes,
Pioneers making 1 flag.
Druck makes sure to come back with that flag. That is the golden rule. You come back with your flag carrier. And the hometown crowd very happy to see that's indeed what the Pioneers did. 4 minutes left. It's a 1 flag game.
4 minutes left. 3 dead for Sentinels. 1 flag might bring 2 here. Try and run this one bomb car as quickly as possible. Royal 2 there to slow things down. Soul Snipe, 16 and 16 for him. Manny, 18 kills as well. But the deaths kind of matching the amount of kills being picked up at the moment. Just shows a little bit too much hyper-aggression maybe coming in here from Pioneers.
It comes down to map management once again. That was 3 dead, flag being ran. Not only do they lose the flag run, they did not stay on top of camo when they had 3 dead. It's a lot to manage here on Aquarius Ctf, and it seems so far Sentinels taking advantage of a little bit of gaps in the cohesion, as we said, on Pioneers.
Well, one man who's pretty much made this his home is going to be Royal 2. Once again, inside of the Pioneers base, sees where the Pioneers team is as well, and decides to bait that flag out. Lethal is going to be there as well. So a little bit of almost a base trade here for both teams. Royal 2 does have that heat wave to play with. Royal 2 says, nothing happening here. I'm just going to start running this flag while I'm picking up some kills.
Ooh, right there, man. He's going to end it with maybe a team nade there based on how that played out on the kill feed. Surprising to see that. Druck's going to go for a pull as well. 2 dead for both sides.
Both players do fall as well. Snakebite picked up the kill onto Soul Snipe, and Frosty did manage to finish off Druck. So Snakebite now going to be trying to hit a little bit of a slide jump. Manny going to be slowing that one down as the flag will be sent home. So both flags back at the base here. 2 minutes and 30 odd seconds left for Pioneers here, just to string 1 more flag run together. If they can do that, we got a tie game. If Sentinels do it with this much time left on the clock, that might be enough for them to close the series out.
That's the question. Do the Pioneers have what it takes?
do they have the clutch factor with 2:20 left in the game to bring home another flag?
Lethal's gonna shut down. One player on the top of the car is gonna hit a beat down and another one as well. So Lethal doing damage, Pioneers 3 dead. Soul Snipe, last player alive. And Royal 2 is gonna sniff him out. There's the beat down and maybe Royal 2 thinking about a run immediately.
There goes the run. Frosty's going to start it. Royal 2 will anchor. And they're finding the pink spawns right away. 3 dead again. With less than 2 minutes left, this could be the end.
Overextension coming in from Drunk here. He needs to pick up kills. He finds one onto Frosty. That was the flag carrier. Drunk picks up 2. So Pioneers have got Drunk to say thank you to keep this game going. But the flag's still moving here. What? Lethal's moving it in. Is there anyone from Pioneers to stop this run?
Lethal's going to go hero mode. Tries to slide in. He gets stopped at the doorstep.
Where are the spawns though? Manny flies in, gets the pull. Snakebite's there though. He gets the touch. Massive moments here as he can jump on the return. The flag didn't jump out the window. And that's going to mean that Sentinels will go up 3-1. The heroics of Drunk not enough to stop Sentinels, almost solidifying the series.
Somehow the flag toss doesn't leave the stand. It's heartbreaking. You'd think when that flag gets tossed, almost always it comes out of the top of the base. That could have played out completely different. However, we will now be 3-1. Less than 60 seconds left for Sentinels to close out the series.
Now we've seen some crazy things. 60 seconds might not seem long, but Aquarius Ctf, you can go back to back. Manny gets around this corner. Then maybe, just maybe, there's enough time here for Pioneers to get back across the map, to get inside of the base, and maybe have an opportunity for one more grab. They've got to put this one home, though. You have to put the first pieces together.
Royal 2 with the Dynamo flank. Where's the spawner? Let's see who's spawning there. It's Talik. He caps. 30 seconds left. All the pressure on Pioneers.
Only one direction to go now for Pioneers, and that is forward. W key, whatever you want to call it. They've got to get inside of that base. They've got to get that flag moving, and they need to put Sentinels under pressure.
2 dead for Sentinels. Here comes the pull for Talik. It's going to be fridge side.
I love this.
Still 2 dead.
I love this. He's got support ping side. He runs that gen side. He is dead. 3 seconds left on the clock, but it doesn't matter. We're going into overtime. He will have one player to deal with. No, it's Frosty! And Frosty wins the battle.
Who's there for the touch?
Soul Snipe!
Flag is going to continue here. Royal 2, though, flying in. Manny versus Royal 2. Look at this duo here. Royal 2 and Snakebite closing it out.
They've been doing it for years. They have the ice. They have the clutch factor. Royal 2 and Snakebite combined once again in the endgame to give Sentinels the win, to send the flag back home. Aquarius Ctf goes to Sentinels, and so does the series.
My God. What a series between these two. Woo. Tightly contested, hard fought. By the way, in the end, that'll be 94 kills for the side of Sentinels, 85 for Pioneers.
A great series. Maybe not the one that the locals wanted to see, the result, but Pioneers showing once again they're a team who probably do demand respect of some of the best in the world right now, and they will be certainly looking forward to a potential rematch a little bit later in the bracket against Sentinels if they do get that opportunity. But let's talk about Sentinels for a minute, because that looked like a Sentinels who's going to scare a lot of teams throughout this tournament.
Certainly, Snakebite, as we take a look at the stats of what he was able to do in that game, led the team in assists, 14. Not only that, gets the double kill at the end on the Fridge side. How about Frosty staying alive? Fridge too. It feels like when we get to those late game moments, you cannot bet against the Sentinels players, right? Even though 30 seconds left, the flag's being run, they're 2 dead. They know how to find the way to get the clutch factor done, and they close out the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's just what they do, right? Sentinels just have the ice. They have that clutch factor. I know that when we talk about C9, Renegade said, I got the iciest players on my team. Well, I'm sure the Sentinels lineup would love to have something to say about that. And we've just seen on display once again why they win those close encounters, those big, big moments. It's not just Frosty doing the damage. He stays alive long enough for his teammates to move in and capitalize. They get the return. And talk about Royal 2, because this man made so many big plays for them.
28 and 15 were his final numbers in that game. They were essentially all from the back of the enemy's base. That's something Pioneers has to look at in the tape to make sure that doesn't happen the next time they face an opponent in those game types. You can't let Royal 2 run the back of your base, otherwise you will find yourself on the receiving end of a loss. 3-2 is your final score, and 3-1 overall in the series.
3-1 overall in the series. Sentinels, pretty dominant scoreline as well in the 3 games that they did win. The Aquarius Ctf got a little bit bit scary towards the end. The Goosebumps maybe started to stand up a little bit more than they were just a few seconds before that cap went in, especially when that flag was running on the P side. But Sentinels get the job done, and I think they've shown me as well in the way they've just performed in that series that they are going to be a contender for sure here in KC.
Certainly, yeah, I agree. I think takeaways is that anyone who saw that series is thinking Sentinels looks very, very good. Also, if we look at Pioneers, I think a lot of people are going to be proud of what Pioneers was able to do here.
Yes.
I think Pioneers themselves should take a lot from that series, and they could have a very long run in this bracket as well.
Yeah, Pioneers certainly going to be one to watch as well, but every single member of Sentinels contributing as well is something to certainly talk about, and it's great to have Royal 2 back on our main stage. I think he's just shown what he adds to this Sentinels roster as well. Just, you can guarantee that Royal 2 will make a play to save a game, to stop a flag, whatever it's going to be. If a battle has to be won, you want Royal 2 in that position to win it.
Absolutely, and just look what he was able to do there. Of course, unsurprising that he's in the top 4 damage across all the top 4 teams, that he does some of the highest damage per minute across every single game type. That was a perfect display of that, right? Sits in the back of the base and just calls out all the players that are now one-shot because of the angles that he gets. And as we saw, it's not just that. He's not a one-trick pony. He's also going to start those flag runs and finish them whenever he can as well.
Yeah, good all-round play coming in from Sentinels, and I think it's certainly going to be something for to look out for as we move through the bracket as well. Super excited to see, of course, how they progress in the tournament as well. But for now, we're done. We're done and dusted. We're going to go back to the desk. Lottie, Sentinels looking extremely strong here in KC.
They certainly are. I've got to say, there's some shaky moments as well on that main stage from the Sentinels roster, although looking really, really good in certain moments and certain maps there in that series. I've got to say, Pioneers were looking awfully sharp as well. We didn't actually get a chance to talk about Pioneers before this series, and I've got to say, you know, one of the big storylines for this Pioneers roster was coming into it was the respect that I think that they have demanded all season long, and that has grown in their competitive season as well, and rightfully so. I mean, what they managed to do there against Sentinels, really going toe-to-toe here, was so impressive. They also have so much resilience. Their mental resilience as a team is just absolutely amazing. What did you think of the Pioneers roster?
I think the Pioneers stock is just continuously going up, and they are a very exciting team, and the crowd was, I mean, you spoke about it being a shaky series. The crowd was shaking because of the KCP fans, right? It's amazing that they were on display here. They had that hometown crowd, but sometimes that adds a little bit of extra pressure as well. I don't know if that would have affected them, but certainly they were feeling themselves in that first game. This KCP roster, though, they have a lot to offer. They have demonstrated enough just in that series to suggest that they can actually take it to these top 4 teams, and eventually, if it keeps going the way it is, there's no reason why they can't break that top 4.
Indeed, and I've got to say that whole series was just lights out. That is exactly the Halo Infinite you want to see on your screens. Shy away, look at the way Pioneers really started to pave the way here in this first oddball game. I mean, obviously that first round was just so unfortunate for them, but the other 2 rounds looking really, really good as a team.
Unbelievable. This ending of the first round, though, had to be one of the best rounds I think we've seen all tournament long, though, right? That play had a snake bite. He hit the triple, and then Frosty clutching up at the end. But of course, Pioneers just doing their thing in round 2 and round 3. And you know, it's an interesting storyline that you brought up about the team that demands respect, and I completely agree. I think, you know, the interesting story with Pioneers is they're so hungry, right? You go to Solstime's stream, and what's his stream title? It's just a day. He's like 43 days, 42 days, and he's counting down the land every single stream that he gets on. It's all they think about, and it's interesting going back with their story because they came up in Halo. Well, Halo was at one of its lower points when Halo 5 had, you know, it kind of had finished its competition, or it's a, you know, big highlight competitive series, and they've come up in between and been a dominant force all while that happened, but haven't really, you know, gotten the respect and the spotlight that you'd expect to get from the performances that they've had leading up to this moment. So that's why they seem so hungry, and in some cases maybe a little too hungry, because I feel like, especially in that Strongholds game, maybe playing a little too quickly. It felt like they were just getting read by Sentinels in a lot of their plays.
Yeah, definitely. I think that they have shown some really experienced moments, especially in that series. It was very, very impressive overall how they managed to handle Sentinels there and kind of slow them down at certain points. And I think it's really difficult sometimes to adjust on the fly, but Pioneers seem to do that very, very well. So I'm really excited to see how they kind of push forward here, especially through the rest of their pool. Obviously, we do have that open bracket team coming on through here. So I've got to say, you know, it's looking pretty good for Pioneers right now to take that second position. So hopefully we will see them in the winners bracket. I want to see what this Pioneers roster is made of and what they can do later on. We're going to take a look at the pools right now, though, and see exactly what the scores are are? Where are the stars aligning here for some of these teams? Because of course we have 4 pools, very, very competitive here. And you know, Tashi, coming into this with all of our pools and how they're divided up and stuff, we've kind of looked at Pool B being that pool of death. Are you excited to see Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan duke it out on the main stage soon?
Absolutely. I think everyone's been waiting for this matchup, and you know, there's a lot of history between these two teams across, you know, other games and even earlier this season in Halo Infinite. So yeah, this whole tournament's going to be a total bloodbath, and I think, again, this match is super important, right? They're playing for first in their pool. You want to go into that upper bracket with the first seed and have their easier matchup. So yeah, everything's on the line for this match.
I did actually see Tashi in the middle of the crowd leading the KCP chants as
well.
So
Yeah.
I'm expecting it to happen with the Optic FaZe. He's there, he's getting rowdy. I mean, I just got to keep an eye on this guy.
I know, you really do, Tash. I mean, I love the fact that you're leading the charge. I'm just wondering what voice we're going to be hearing in the crowd this time round on that main stage.
Right.
Like we said, we do have an epic match to end your night here of the competition. For HCS, of course, we do have our All Star Showdown happening right after. But this game on the main stage is going to be a big one. It's one we've all been waiting for. We got Optic versus FaZe happening here. I'm really excited to see who's going to be edging out the top of their pool. We're heading to a quick break though, but when we come back, we have plenty more HCS action for you guys here on the board. Optic Gaming versus FaZe, and FaZe, I'll tell you what, they want to take back that trophy that Optic took from them at their Invitational here right now. We'll see you right after the break.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Congratulations, you've been volunteered to investigate gaming anomalies present in the action and adventure category on PC Game Pass.
Hit the music!
Your cooperation has been logged. Thank you.
Welcome back, folks, to the Halo Championship Series Kansas City Major. Now, before the break, we saw exactly what Sentinels were made of, and that, in fact, is ice. An exceptional showing from the Sentinels lads, and I'm excited to see how they shake things up tomorrow in the winner's bracket. But right now, I have a desk stacked to the nines right now. I've got Bravo, I've got Shyway and Tony joining me, fellas. Lovely to have you here. And of course, as we tee up this exceptional series behind us, which is going to be Optic Gaming versus Faze. Really excited to kind of dig deep into this one. And I think we're going to kick things off talking about Optic and, you know, what they're going to be really bringing to the table here. And Bravo, Formal for me is honestly the one talking point I think everyone thinks of when you're looking at this green team. Formal, what does he bring to the table for this roster in terms of the dynamic, what he can do in terms of play style and his gameplay? What does he deliver?
I think it's easier to think about what does he not bring.
Right, exactly.
That'd be a much shorter list. Look at the crowd here. Some big Formal fans in the room, and you can't blame him. This guy has brought really an immeasurable amount to this Optic team. When you talk about his comms, his attitude, his approach to the game, but not only that, you just watch what he's able to do, how much better he's gotten since December, right? I mean, you know it, watching his gameplay, I mean, you know more about it, movement than anyone else. This guy now is on par with Lucid in movement, and he's still shooting as well as he was.
I can't look away, honestly, watching his POV. It's mesmerizing. The dude, from top to bottom, he's a champion in mindset and the way he just approaches the game. It's unreal.
I think one of the biggest differences we've seen from December to coming into now as well is he has a purpose and a place and also a home with Optic Gaming. And I think that's really important. You know, the passion has to be there, the fire has to be under your gaming chair when you are performing on a global stage, and he's doing just that. It was really cool to see that sneak peek we got at the Faze Invitational, and Tony, Optic running away with that Faze Invitational, making it look like it was honestly some of the easiest Halo Infinite they've ever played. How did you think they performed there?
I mean, lights out. You're talking about sweeping Cloud9, who was the number one seeded team coming into this very tournament. And then on top of that was in the winners finals. Then on top of that, in the grand finals, winning 4-1. They not only won the tournament, they dominated the tournament. That was not just them looking to make a little bit of money, looking to fatten up their wallet. They were looking to make a statement, and they did just that.
They certainly did make a statement, and I got to say, we talked about it numerous times, but of course Formal is going to be our USMC service record as well, and we have some records for him on the screen as well. Formal, not only is he such an individually talented player, but I think as a team, I think he's bringing this team chemistry that I think is really, really important as well for this roster. I think they were maybe slightly lacking beforehand, and we kind of noted that Pistola, you know, although he is such an incredible player, this is just bringing a totally different chemistry, I think, to this roster.
Yeah, the best thing that I heard, I got to talk to Trippy at the LAN at the Royal Stadium, and Trippy told me you would not believe what Formal has brought out in APG, because these guys are boys, they've been playing together so long, they're able to hold forward together, and you get a Formal and you get an even better APG here.
Right, you look at the two duos on the team at this point as well. You got the history with Formal and APG, he brings the best out of him. APG, so confident now, by the way, he's been going huge in the matches I've witnessed. And then you've got Trippy and Lucid, the history these boys have together through Halo 5, they came up together in competition, and they continue to play together today. The chemistry is off the chart, vibes immaculate, and you know, you got to thank Formal for that, but you got to thank this team for being prepared for Formal, right? Being ready to take full advantage of this opportunity.
And speaking of preparation, talked to Lucid backstage just moments ago. Onsite was talking to him, and he said, I have never been more confident at a tournament, and I think that means a lot.
And one thing with Lucid, he's kind of been in that second place for so long, right? Go back to Halo 5, bouncing around from envy to reciprocity. He's always getting second in these tournaments. When's Lucid's first place? His heyday. This might be it. Yeah.
It certainly could be it, that is for sure. But I'll tell you what, there is a roadblock in the way, and it is in the form of Faze on the opposite side of the stage. And I've got to say, Faze, you know, they have been impressive at moments, but there have also been moments of, I think, more lackluster of this team where they kind of need to work on things. And we actually saw that earlier on today going up against Navi. There were slight moments in their gameplay you'd think, really, you can capitalize on this. You're getting certain moments, for example, outslaying the team, but, you know, not being able to actually use that to your advantage or use it well. And that's not going to fly against Optic today. You're going to have to take every single opportunity, every single moment that you make as a team and use that, capitalize on it. I mean, I'm looking kind of more at that CTF flag game, and we kind of looked at that, Tony, and, you know, not being able to pull a flag, although getting the numbers in your advantage, is really, really tricky. And Snipedown kind of said on the stage, like, look, we're just, you know, it's a little bit shaky there. We're going to go back and look at things. We know that we could have had those opportunities and pulled it. It's a little bit slow for them, but a slow start's not going to cut it right now with Optic Gaming.
I mean, at the end of the day, Faze are one of the hardest teams to gauge for a reason. I mean, their floor, you know, top 8, top 6. Their ceiling, winning this tournament. They have the potential to go toe-to-toe with the Optics, with the Cloud9, with the Sentinels. Any given Sunday, they can win a best-of-5 series. At the same time, though, I don't know if they can do it consistently against the best of the best. That's what I'm worried about with Faze. I know what their ceiling is. What I want to see out of them is consistency.
Yeah, Onset calls this team the steam engine for a reason, because guess what? You get that steam engine going, that thing's going to keep trucking. However, you got to get it going first, and I think that's the question. They've got 3 days to do it. What kind of momentum are they going to come out of Friday into Saturday? If they get hot, they're going to stay hot, but they need to make sure they maintain that consistency.
Indeed, and the question is, do you have the fuel to get the steam engine going? And what is that fuel for Faze? I mean, Fnatic just earlier on going 3-2, obviously winning the series, but 3-2 against Fnatic, and we've seen that time and time again with Fnatic, you know, very close, just no cigar, but Faze losing 2 maps to Fnatic. Shyway, do we need to be concerned at this moment in time?
It's hard to say. I think Tony underscored it perfectly, saying that they are a little bit inconsistent, right? They'll lose maps to Fnatic, they'll lose maps to Navi. Never quite know where to place them. Once they get going, they're unstoppable, though. So I'm thinking, where's the chemistry at this point? What are the vibes like on this team? Can they maintain in a situation where they're down to Optic? I've seen a lot of snipe down streams, and I know the man is a legend through and through, but I've also seen him get upset playing the game too. And when it comes to competition, I don't expect it, but you start to wonder, right? Can they crumble in any area here if they start to lose?
Yeah, I think it's really important that they can kind of clutch up when it matters most and take the most out of the opportunities given to them in a series. But with that being said, we kind of looked at players that maybe need to step up this weekend, in particular on Faze. And really, we're looking at kind of the same names, and for me, it's Boo Boo. And I did see a little bit of a step up from him in that last series that we saw against Navi. Maybe not a giant leap though, and that's kind of what I need to see here for Optic. Is there anybody else that really comes to mind for you, Brav?
It's Bound. It's always been Bound.
He's the biggest wild card on the team.
It's always going to be Bound. I think we continue to see him as a risk-reward player. He's the player who will fly in, try to 1v2 when maybe other players would have backed down. And I'd say about 50% of the time he hits it and pulls off a crazy clip. 50% of the time it doesn't work out. As we start to see Bound become more consistent, I think we could start to see a little bit more consistency out of Faze all up.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's exactly what I'm looking out for in this series. And with that, let's head on over to our casters and get Optic Gaming versus Faze on the main stage happening right now. We have Gaskin and Clutch on the mics. Oh no, I don't. I have Goofy and Clutch on the mics. Excuse me. I tell you what, you're both the same height, Goof. You got to forgive me for that.
Well, Lottie, thank you for that pass off. This is Goofy, joined by my man Wes Price, aka Clutch, and I could not be more excited for this last main stage match of the day. We got Optic Gaming taking on Faze. Clutch, how are you feeling going into this series?
I mean, this is a story as old as time. Optic Gaming versus Faze Clan. You named the video game. These two seem to always match up against each other, and I couldn't be more excited because both of these two teams have so much to prove. They come into this weekend with both chips on their shoulders, and we'll see who gets to take advantage of this situation, who's going to push their team to a win here and put themselves in a very strong position going into Saturday.
Yeah, we got 8 absolute all-stars on that main stage. Snipe Down, Bound, Falcated, and Boo Boo Doo looking to cement themselves as one of the best teams at this tournament right now, going up against a juggernaut fresh off of the Faze Invitational win, and that's Optic Gaming. Wes, who on this Optic Gaming squad for you is going to need to step up and really dominate this series?
I mean, it's got to be Formal. You talk about his return to Halo, you talk about the greatness that he's brought, but look at the level of consistency that this Optic Gaming team has been playing with since the addition of Formal has had. They've lost 1 scrim to Cloud9 in the first couple weeks of picking this kid up, and they have not looked back since. They've looked dominant in every single sense of the word, and I can't wait to have Formal back on the main stage in that green wall uniform. And I mean, if we know anything about this kid, he's very capable of putting on a show for us here tonight.
Could not agree more. Now looking at the game type for this best-of-5 series, starting things off with Oddball, Recharge. Game 2 will be Slayer Streets, followed by Strongholds, Live Fire, and if we need it, which I'm sure we will, we're gonna have that Capture the Flag on Aquarius to close things off, Slayer on Bizarre. Now Clutch starting things off with that Oddball on Recharge. Obviously we need to win 2 rounds to advance and win that game type. what are the keys to success on oddball recharge?
It's that shock rifle, right? How many players do you know that can pop off with that shock rifle in their hands and throughout this series? All 8 of these guys are known for how deadly they are with the snipe. It's going to be whoever can get control of that and whoever can put it to work that will give their team the advantage they need.
Here we go. Make some noise. Game number 1, Optic Gaming taking on Faze Clan, starting things off with Formal on your screen, heading towards Turbine with this duo. Lucid on board actually right now, with Formal still trying to get eyes on it. That camouflage, I believe the members of Faze will pick that up. No, excuse me, it's still on the map. Formal taking a lot of damage though, and manages to stay alive.
Formal playing his life so well, so known for that, right? His communication, the way he plays his life, the way he lets the game come to him. Already you're seeing that take place. No damage done so far throughout this game 1, but already Optic Gaming seem to be advancing on the map a little bit better than Faze.
Yeah, the start of this game tag is going to be a lot of back and forth, trying to get control of the power weapons, trying to get control of the map ultimately before you can get that set up with the oddball. Hopping on board here with Boo Boo Doo as his teammate Snipe Down gets the ball, trying to rotate it over towards that long haul that's bound. So a good little start here for Faze as they're able to kind of get control of that long haul and get the ball early.
Point out the selflessness from Snipe Down to get that ball to a location where his team's able to rack up only 6 points before Optic Gaming get the slays they need. All 4 dead for Faze Clan. Optic get the slays. Now let's see what they do with their first opportunity at a setup.
Yeah, what cost right there. Faze trying to kind of get a little bit scrappy there with that ball time, and it cost them as 4 members fall. Formal now taking heavy damage on that bat ledge, manages to stay alive, throwing some grenades for some security there. Now moving on over towards this Turbine to work with Lucid.
Let's see how they decide to play the ball. In the pipes location, multiple members of Faze Clan stuck. That Turbine, that's not where they want to be, and already having tons of pressure onto them is going to be a very difficult spot for them to be in, but unfortunately it looks like we have some technical issues as APG still on screen for now. Trying to play his life into pipes, and that he just does, and he gets a shield back. 3 go down for Faze Clan. Last guy alive. APG makes light work abound, and that's going to reward Optic Gaming with some more significant ball time here.
Big kill for APG as 3 members fall for Faze, and what a start for Optic Gaming. 40-6. APG controlling the pipes here, controlling the bat ledge, a very vital point on this map. You want to control this pipes, obviously, especially when your team have that ball towards that long haul and glass area.
This is going to be Trippy's point of view. He's able to pick up the first kill, and look how well Optic Gaming Faisal is keeping control of this pipes area. It's such a dominant location, and as we switch points of view to Snipe Down now with the camo on screen, he's going to have to make a play with this camouflage to bring his team back in. It takes down APG. That's a great start for Rona.
Camouflage in the hands of a player that's very scary. That's Snipe Down trying to rally the troops now, as you don't want to fall too far behind. It's only up to 100 points, and there's only that 5-minute marker as Snipe Down finally does go down with that camouflage. Able to do some good damage though and get some good information for his team.
We'll see what Trippy can do here. 3 down for Faze Clan once again, and Optic Gaming really taking advantage of the slays so far. Faisal now up over 25 points, and when they bring that ball into blue, you already know they're going to rack up some more significant time. A beautiful shot from Lucid, and this is exactly what you want to see as a Green Wall fan. Lucid posted up with that shock rifle, and now let him go to work.
Yeah, Lucid is the last player I want to see with the shock rifle in his hands if I'm on the other team. This man does not miss and really makes you pay for letting him get the power up. It's nice shots there on Falcator, trying to get the cleanup on control, but Fal able to stay alive. A lot of things have been said about Falcator this event. He's finally getting the recognition that he deserves. A pillar of stability, a pillar of constant performance out of Falcated. Looking at the scoreboard, already 7 kills on the board for him, but other teammates kind of lacking a little bit compared to those kills over on the Optic side.
Yeah, those slays are immediately transitioning into oddball points. You're seeing it 71-26 so far, Faisal. And look at the multiple members of Faze stuck in the bottom of the pit. That's a ton of damage from Lucid before he goes down. He's got 10, APG has 10, and with that they have a significant lead here. But Bound trying to make a difference here. Gets the ball up to Pipes. We really want to see Faze Clan get a nice setup to be able to fall back into this one.
Yeah, they're going to need to get their slays if they want to get time on the board. Typically, those two go hand in hand, and we're seeing Faze have some trouble getting kills on the board. Bubudubu only 1 kill so far in this first round of the oddball game. Of course, it is a long series, so I expect Bubudubu to have a solid performance at the end of the day.
He's really that player to watch for me. Although he started slow, if Bubudubu can find his rhythm in this series, he will be the difference maker for Faze. So often, when Bubudubu hits his stride, he is the player to watch, the MVP for this Faze roster, but not having the impact he needs yet. But he picks up 2 kills before going down, and that could be just what he needed to heat up.
71-50, so nice little rally here by Faze the last minute or two, able to really close that gap in the score and make this a much closer game, much more uncomfortable for the Optic Gaming folks. As I say that though, Lucid gets some good shots down, Formal with a kill of his own, but Falcated with a double as well. So a couple players from each side going down, ball in the hands of Optic Gaming as they only need 20 more seconds to win this round.
Yeah, it's going to be one last push from Faze, and if they're not able to take down this ball carrier, forced to play at the very least, Optic Gaming will take round 1. APG, or Lucid, I'm sorry, doing what he can, and that's a ton of damage from Lucid to try and deny the push from Faze Clan. What can the rest of Optic Gaming do now in order to subside the push? It looks like APG and Trippy have found kills, and with that, you're going to see them only needing 5 more points here shortly to take round 1.
This should be all she wrote as 2 seconds left to go, and round number 1 going to Optic Gaming, picking up right where they left off from that Faze Invitational and really making a statement out here in game number 1.
Phenomenal start for the Green Wall. Faze had an opportunity there in the middle of that first round, though, to come back. We'll see what they can do with a little bit of momentum that they may have felt in the middle of that round, but Optic Gaming starting strong, finishing strong so far here in Oddball.
Once again, we're seeing both teams just fight for control, trying to get that camouflage. Finally gets punched in. Sword still on spawn. I believe Shock Rifle is as well. So initially on this game type, on this map, you see that battle for control and neither team able to get that ball, but Camouflage does go down. Falcated able to take down Trippy there. Lucid does the trade on Falcated. So a couple kills going back and forth as finally we see Snipedown pick up that oddball.
All right, here we go. Faze off to a much better start to round 2 than they did round 1. What can that mean for the Faze clan here in game 1? It's just 7 points with the ball and pipes and a couple of slays go their way. This is a major opportunity for them to get back into this one. You win this round, you push it to a round 3, and you could still take the lead here in this series. Unfortunately,
double kill there for Bound, putting that commando to use now, hopping on board with Trippy, putting shots down on Falcated. He takes him down now. On your screen is Formal Matt Piper, the newest addition to this Optic Gaming roster, and he has been a blessing for this team, really helping them take that next step. There's big shoes to fill if you're replacing Pistola on a team. And if there's anyone that could do it, it's Formal, and he's shown us that so far.
Yeah, I said it earlier on the analyst desk. It's not often that you replace Pistola and get positive remarks, but Formal is one of those few entities in the world that you can replace a player with and know that he's going to bring good things to your team. But however, we can talk about Formal all we want, but Faze Clan right back in this game, up 49-0 here in round 2, so a much different Faze Clan in the second round, and they have seemed to find what they need as far as the objective is concerned. They're starting to slay a little bit better, and with that, we could see one hell of a series.
Falcated with the no-scope on Formal as Snipedown able to punch in that camouflage, like you said, Clutch. A magnificent start for this Faze team right now, 60-0. They couldn't have asked for a better start in this round 2.
You want Snipedown to stay alive with that camo right there, but he was being hunted by 2 members of Optic Gaming. They make slight work of him, and that camo gets neutralized. But a good job by Faze Clan to remove a win condition from Optic Gaming's hands to get back into this. You need camo to make up the 60-point difference. Faze denies that, but just like that, 4 down for Faze Clan. Optic Gaming will now have Shock Rifle in Formal's hands, and the ball set up in blue. This is a very dangerous situation they need to get out of quickly.
Yeah, if there was ever a time to weather the storm and get 4 down, it was right there. Optic Gaming coming up clutch before the game got way too out of hand, as it's already 60-8. No points on the board. No points going down right now for Formal, taking down Falcated with the no-scope. That Shock Rifle is so dangerous in the hands of Formal.
4 dead again for Faze Clan, and it's a matter of how long will it take Faze Clan to break this Optic Gaming setup, because they built themselves such a comfortable lead, but that lead, it's starting to dwindle. Faze on Formal starting to heat up.
Formal putting on a show.
Going for the no-scope once again on Bound. Will he be able to stay alive here? No, he does go down. Snipe down and Bound get a couple kills respectively. So 2 members fall for Optic Gaming. You see Bound.
Let's go.
Bye-bye. That repulsor off the map. Trippy goes down. That's 3 members for a second for Optic Gaming. This is a good opportunity to Faze to get some control on the map and start rebuilding and reestablishing that lead.
Step 1, kill Formal. Step 2, kill the rest of the Optic Gaming team. They were able to successfully put that plan into transition. Look at that, the setup is broken. They're starting to calculate some time of their own.
Ball in the hands of Faze, 73 points and counting. Snipe down now with the shock rifle, gets nuked by Formal because he knows where that shock rifle is down. He made sure Snipe down couldn't do too much with it. But as I say that, Clutch, the score is getting away from Optic in this round number 2. Falcated goes down. Lucid now on this bat ledge, trying to weather the storm, trying to get that ball. Nice grapple to get that ball over to him. Camo in the hands of Formal.
Okay, so Camo now in the hands of Optic Gaming. We saw how quickly Optic removed that from Snipe Down's hands the last time around. What can Formal do with this shock rifle Camo in hand? This is a very dangerous situation once again for Faze. They need to find Formal, take him down, and they've done just that. That's the biggest kill of the match so far from Boobadooboo.
Got Lucid on your screen. Green gun in his back pocket, ball in his hands right now, moving towards the glass, trying to rotate over as he suspects the Faze team is pushing him from turbine pipes, and he knows where they are on the map right now. He is completely holding position and holding his ground with this off ball, trying to close the deficit, and now it's only a 30-point match.
Still 30 points though, Faze. You got a lot of room to play with. You need to take this slow, get your slays, and break this setup like so. Baum finds a big kill on the Formal. Boobadooboo unfortunately goes down. It's a 3v3. You see the ball start to rotate. And Lucid, he's going to drop that ball, and if he can find a kill with this combo, it would be massive. The combo not come through, but the teamwork for Optic is strong once again. They shut down Bound, but in the meantime, kills being traded over towards the turbine, and unfortunately, they're going to favor Faze momentarily before APG finds Snipe Down.
Oh my God, Lucid takes down Boobadooboo, Bound with a kill of his own, but Optic has the ball right now as this game is only 10 points, differentiating both teams. Optic with an insane comeback. The last minute has been all Optic Gaming.
Faze Clan have to break this setup, and they have 1 to 2 pushes to do it. They haven't been able to break it since Optic has felt this setup's so strong over into pipes. It's rotated the ball over to turbine. Kills going back and forth, and Faze find a few of their own. That should break the setup of Optic Gaming for now.
3 members down for Optic. Last player alive is Lucid and Turbine. 4 dead for Optic Gaming. Only 18 seconds left to win the round as Bound now with the camouflage in his hands. Gets 1, gets 2. No, he's not able to get the trade. APG stays alive.
Good damage though from Bound. Massive damage from Bound. He gets a kill, and basically a second, his teammates finish that up. They rotate the ball through pipes perfectly, and now 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Nobody from Optic Gaming is there, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a round 3.
What a closeout right there by Faze, right when it looked very gloomy and that comeback was happening for Optic. Faze able to clutch up and win that round, pushes to a game 3.
You want to see a game 5, you want to see a round 3. Ladies and gentlemen, these two pushing each other to the limit so far here in game 1 of this series. And already, off the break, we'll see who can secure this camo. It's a heavy push from Turbine from Optic. You see multiple members from Faze are taken out, and 3 go down. Camo gets activated, and just like that, Optic have a massive opportunity to jump out to a lead here.
Yeah, phenomenal start by Trippy, able to get a double kill and secure the camo. Now grapples the shock rifle over to him. Textbook execution to start this game by Trippy.
Yeah, ball already in pipes too, so Optic, you know how successful they've been. Trippy ripping the head off a Snipe Down is a great start to continue this setup and build yourself a significant lead. Making a second on the Falcated. And look at Trippy, he wants more. He's spotted Boobadooboo. Boobadooboo has no idea. It's a killing spree in the first minute of round 3 for Trippy.
Trippy doing everything in his abilities right now to win this game number 1. 5-0 start. It couldn't be any better as Optic Gaming starts this one off 25-0, and they have the setup over here top elevator.
I love it. They're going to drop the sword and distribute the power accordingly. One player's going to have sword, one's got the shock, and already Formal putting the sword to work.
Trippy still no deaths for him, and 6 kills on the board. Spots Bound and Falcated bottom elevator, able to take down 1, put damage on the other. Both members go down as 2 fall for Faze, and this is once again looking great for Optic.
Okay, so on the bright side of Faze Clan, You were able to significantly stop the setup for now of Optic Gaming. With all the damage Trippy was able to do, you would think that that would be a good sign, only having 35 points on the board, but unfortunately, APG continuing to rack up time. Sightdown needs to find this kill. He does that, but now he's going to be under heavy fire.
Yeah, this is great for Faze right now, able to take down 2. But as I say that, Formal with a double kill of his own. Surprise, surprise, he has a sword in his back pocket. Bound takes him down, though, so sword will transfer over to the Faze side, and ball will be in the hands of Bound as well. So great push there by Formal, but not able to do much, as only 1 point still on the board.
We touched on how important Bubudubu is to this Faze clan. He had such a big round 2. And now he needs to find his footing in round 3. Finally finds the first kill for himself. He needs to play his life bottom elevator under heavy fire, and unfortunately it's too many members of Optic to deal with.
Yeah, Faze is really going to need to start getting some points on the board here. The rotation from Optic over towards that bottom control. Very successful, able to play that ball out. And good job there by Trippy. Does enough damage and also plays that ball.
40 points is not too much to come back from, especially when you have a setup in hand. We'll see how well Faze is able to play from this situation, because they should be able to catch up a little bit with this setup now.
Falcated. Jumps top glass, spots Trippy towards the batteries, calls him out and chooses to back down off that fight. The ball has been grappled once again by a Trippy, so you got to be careful if you're Faze. These scrappy points that Optic keeps on getting is what could be the difference maker at the end of the game.
Honestly, Faze just had the ball in blue. Falcated ended up pushing long haul, and all of Optic Gaming was able to push past behind Falcated. They break the setup, they get the ball off respawn, and Falcated hasn't had any impact since this has all happened.
Not the best series of events there for Faze, as once again, Lucid and the Optic members doing a fantastic job rotating and beating the Faze members to the spots, beating them to the power position. The 3 members make that 4 go down for Faze. All 4 alive for Optic. Textbook execution once again, and this is a perfect setup for Optic.
A perfect setup, and continuing to build the lead in round 3, now up over 50 points, make it 60 if they're able to hold on to this a little bit longer. And even more importantly, they're in a phenomenal position to play this ball into a very difficult spot for Faze Clan to try and get anything out of it.
A couple members fall for Optic, so good job Bound opening up the floodgates there, able to get that first kill, allowing his team to push, make that 2 for Bound, as a couple members also go down for Faze. Trippy with the camo, able to burn it. Falcated takes him down. So 71-7, Wes. This has been all Optic. Faze not able to get a groove in this round 3.
Faze just cannot find their footing. Such high highs, such low lows, and unfortunately, it's looking like one of those low lows here in round 3. What can be done to turn this one around is the big question. I'm not quite sure if they have it in them, because right now Optic just are not letting off the gas at all. They look to be aggressive, they look to keep numbers, and Lucid starting to use the entire sandbox to his advantage.
And also keep in mind, nice double kill there for Lucid. Only 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this round, so time is working against Faze as well, as Lucid green gun barely misses Bubudubu there, wisely choosing to back off towards the control side, get some very valuable information on the opposing team, and Bubudubu under kill feed gets a trade as Lucid is not able to take down Falcated. 3 members fall.
This is the
for
moment.
Optic. This is it. This is where Faze needs to capitalize on 3 down for Optic.
This is the moment. 4 dead for Optic Gaming. Faze get their choice of setup. How long can they keep the setup is the question. They have to virtually play perfect from this point on to crawl back into this one. Already 20 points on the board, but you need Slays to pair with it in order to make it more.
Bound moving this ball over towards C side, trying to drop down towards the repulsor, in a position to play the ball, and does just that. Again, only 1 minute and 18 seconds left in this round. Faze really needs to string together some time. Nice trade there for Bound. Not much you could have done there, but play the ball and get a kill.
3 dead for Optic Gaming. Faze Clan need to figure out a way to get onto that ball, but look at Lucid just posting up, making sure if Faze go for this ball, they are going to be weak enough for us to finish them out. They're going to have to move Lucid off this spot. They do just that, but I mean, the clock's ticking, like you said, Faze. The clock now starts to become a factor for Faze Clan's chances to come back in this.
Lucid has played his life right here so perfect. Even though he was the last guy alive, he was in position to watch the ball. He basically cut off an entire side of the map for Faze, not allowing them to push so efficiently off of their spawns. And and now Optic is in a great position to win this game number 1 as 73 and counting with only 38 seconds left to go in this game.
The ball's even over at Elevator, so Lucid has a free opportunity to flank in this situation. He's going to have all of Faze Clan set in front of him, and they have to push this ball carrier because this round is almost over.
2 members fall for Faze. Ball in the hands of Formal, picks up that cleanup kill. And that should be it because there's not much time. Nice. Oh, I thought he stuck him there. Barely misses that stick. There's still a slight glimmer of hope for Faze as that timer does stop going down once the ball is in your hand. So if there's any chance for Faze to win, it's going to be right now.
Okay, so they get the kill on the Trippy. You stagger the spawns. If you're Faze, you have to apply so much pressure on the Optic before they can get to Bound with this ball. It's basically over if Bound goes down. It's a good job by Faze to pick up another kill on the Formal. They continue to have numbers in their advantage, but for how long? Because Optic just picked up 2 of their own.
3 members fall for Faze. Bound, last one alive, forced to play the ball, not able to get a kill. Only 19 seconds left to go, and I'd imagine Optic just plays the clock here and slays out.
Absolutely. Look at where Trippy's doing. He's applying the same method we saw Lucid earlier, right? He's going to post up on C-Plat. If you go for that ball, you will be weak, if not dead, because the shock rifle is in Trippy's hands, and he's doing work.
Oh, almost double kill right there for Trippy, able to get a lot of damage down, and there you have it. Game number 1. Optic Gaming leads the series 1-0. A fantastic performance out of them after a shaky round 2. They dominate round 3 going into this game 2 feeling amazing.
I'd like to say though, Faze did have an opportunity there to where they made it a respectable round 3. What was once a 70-0 lead quickly became 70-50 and much more manageable if the clock doesn't all of a sudden become a factor, right? So although Faze not looking the strongest there in round 3, they did give you something to feed off of going into game 2, which is vitally important because game 2 is a must-win for Faze Clan. If you want to win this series, you do not go down 2-0 to Optic because this momentum, Faisal, it's continuing to roll from online. It's continuing to roll from the Faze tournament not too long ago. And it's continuing to build in Optic's favor. And this snowball, when it goes downhill, these guys, their confidence, although you don't think it can get any more, oh, I'm telling you, these guys are going to be glowing by the time Sunday rolls around if they're able to play at this kind of level.
Yeah, and that's the story about Faze, right? We always talk about this team. What is keeping them from being the #1 team? On paper, they have one of the best rosters in the entire league, and similar to their story, game 1 was so close, but they're not able to close it out. Now, will that be indicative of the rest of the series? We're gonna have to watch to find out, as we do have game number 2, Street Slayer, like you said, Clutch. This is essentially as close to a must-win as it gets, because if you go down 2-0 to this Optic squad, it's going to be tough to reverse sweep.
It's a strong game type, though, for Faze, so I like their opportunity here. They have to do a better job of controlling the sandbox, and I'm talking about the Rockets and the Bulldog shotgun specifically on Street Slayer, and those are going to be such power weapon advantages for these teams. You've seen Bound drop 24 kills on Street Slayer before against the world's best, so you know he's capable of it. It's just, will we see Faze's highs, or will they be able to play at that potential that we always refer to?
If you had to pick a player on both sides, who is going to be the X factor in this game number 2?
It's got to be Boobadooboo for Faze for me, because this team goes as Boobadooboo does. He had a strong round 2, they win round 2. He had a poor performance in rounds 1 and 3. That being said, Boobadooboo needs to step it up. If you're looking at Optic Gaming, I mean, Lucid looks like he's taken over, but that entire squad is something to deal with, and it's going to be all of Faze that needs to step it up here to stay in this series.
Like you mentioned, you have the Rockets, you have the Bulldog, and you have the entire sandbox to work with on Street Slayer. 1-0 lead for Optic going into game number 2. Faze is going to need to rebound right here, and we're looking for Boobadooboo to have himself a game as Snipe Down and Bound will look to continue their dominance as well. Of course, Falcated, that steady player on this Faze team, starting things off with Boobadooboo.
All right, what can you do for me, Jesse? That's the big question here. The break for Rockets is an important one. He's going to have the jump on this shotgun player, takes down Trippy, and that's a big start for Boobadooboo. Just get the confidence rolling. Unfortunately, though, Faze look like they've gone 3 dead, and that's Rockets in the hands of Lucid, and this could start to snowball for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, if there's one game type in Halo Infinite, even though pretty much every game type has this factor, it's the snowball effect, right? If you aren't careful, things can get away from you very quickly. Rockets in the hands of Lucid. 5-1 early lead for Optic, and Lucid basically in his playground right now, just running freely around the map.
Talk about setting the tone, setting the pace in the game, and Optic Gaming does that best when they are in charge. Look how dominant they look so far throughout this second game, because they were winning the starting break, and now with the second rocket in Trippy's hands, they have so much more opportunity to push this lead.
Nice damage with that rocket as Trippy will move towards Cafe with his teammate. Nice job staying alive, both members of Optic, but one goes down. Falcated trying to get the double kill. Trippy trying to milk his life, finally goes down. Good job there by Trippy, wasting as much time as possible, allowing his team to move up before he goes down. And now Bulldog in the hands of Falcated takes down Formal, 11-6. Falcated's really gonna need to step up right here to close this gap.
A big job by Falcated to trade those kills out, though, to keep this within a striking distance. 6 kills separate the two. Now 12-6, Optic Gaming have broken out to that lead. It's just what can FaZe Clan do to stay in this one. Boobadooboo has this Stalker rifle in hand. We know how lethal he can be. Unfortunately, Lucid finds himself a double kill, 3 dead for FaZe, and Optic Gaming with control of the map once again.
Look at the start for a couple members on Optic. 6 kills and 1 death for APG, 7 kills and 1 death for Lucid, as these two are playing absolutely phenomenal Halo right now. Those rockets will be spawning in about 5 seconds, and great positioning for Lucid, just keeping his eyes on him with the Stalker rifle. Good shots there on Snipe Down as APG cleans up that kill. Another member falls, and that is bound. So these rockets should be in the hands of Optic, but trying to get that combat evolved medal and basically putting their rockets essentially in the same spot and not able to really successfully launch those rockets towards themselves.
Great job by Lucid to ping the rockets to allow APG to find those super easily. Now he puts them to work. The double kill for APG, and the snowball continues to go downhill. And now all of a sudden you blink and you miss it. Optic Gaming are up 24-9. Game 2 may not be a close one.
Wow, this score has gotten out of hand very quickly. Make that 26-9. Look at the pass. They are firing on all cylinders. Optic Gaming, a well-oiled machine in this game number 2, 27-10, and all the confidence in the world.
Look at the pressure Optic Gaming is able to just put down. I want to hop into an Optic Gaming Astro listening to hear what this gameplay looks like, because these guys are rolling on all cylinders.
Nice. Good fucking kill. Main plus guy, might go for Stalker.
Okay, listen, weapons are still down on main.
We can down as well. ATM again, 2 ATM. ATM side going main weak side.
Nice, looking back.
Yeah. Arcade on me.
Green gen, one shot. Green gen, absolute. Foul, absolute. Fucking punish him.
Yo, and ATM.
They have ATM.
Falcon and Champagne.
Shot ATM. So, we're 2 main ramp.
2 guys main ramp. 2 guys gen.
Running on main ramp to cuts. 3 going market side, I think. 3 going market side.
One more cuts again. Tires.
Nice. 3. Let me purple. I'm just sitting here.
I think he's in top.
Yeah, look at me.
Look at top purple.
No, it's Cafe probably, Joey. Probably
look at me.
I'm coming. Yo, Bulldog, Joey.
Yeah, Bulldog, Joey. 2 guys. We can both weak, Joey.
One market, nice bit. I'm marking right now.
Joey, these are probably your rockets.
That's side down. One shot down.
Yeah, these are yours.
One flowers. One shot back side down.
Alright, just grab these. Rail. And main ramp.
Cuts got me. Cuts 2. He's gonna rocks, not cuts. They have rocks.
Top PD back.
Rocks.
Bulldog. Back to the Cafe.
Listen, I want us to look at the exact same thing.
Bulldog in thrust. Bulldog shotty thrust going top Ivy right now. 2 top Ivy.
There was a guy around us market, Brad.
No, market.
They're gonna go
One shot market going bedroom.
Red alley, one shot, guys. Cuts. You guys can bail on market.
Mirror.
Nice. You can push that.
There's one market. One shot here.
Cuts I think.
Yeah, bomb south, Brad.
Reeling and
Rail. I back out.
One shot back, Ivy. He's one shot back.
Cuts weak.
If you're watching this at home and you're curious what some of the best comms in Halo sounds like, that was it right there, Clutch. Formal, that's something we don't talk about enough. We talk about his slaying power that he brought to this team, but he also brings that in-game leadership, that in-game communication, and we heard it in those comms.
Well, just listen to how Lucid also is communicating. These are your rockets, Joey, is what he says. That
Small
just
talk.
gives you so much information. When you're able to communicate with your teammates rather than just call out where the enemy is, gives you such a big advantage. And like you said, Formal, he may bring that level of communication to this team, but this team has it all. And they are the full package being displayed here in front of us. Now up 43-30 here in game 2.
All of FaZe trapped in this tram area now. Lucid and the boys of Optic choosing to play this aggressive, pushing into the base as Falcated goes down. Only 5 kills left to go, and Optic will extend the series lead to 2-0.
Optic's gonna close this one out here shortly. 45-33. Bulldog in Trippy's hands, and look at that, how Optic Gaming has dictated the pace of this entire game too. Trippy decides to slow it down. He's gonna wait for FaZe Clan to try and push out.
And those rocket launchers just spawned bottom middle. So if Optic gets their hands on these, you might as well just chalk it up and close the book right now. That's a nice grenade out of Trippy. 48 to 34, 49. One more kill, and Optic Gaming will advance 2-0. Trippy trying to find it. APG just shooting some Hail Marys, and there it is, APG with the 50th kill. Optic Gaming 2-0 in the series.
It's so impressive when these guys get rolling. When these guys get going downhill, they do not look back. They do not let the pressure up, and that entire game two is exactly what that storyline took place. Optic Gaming know exactly what to do with full map control, and on a map like Street Slayer, Faze, like you said, when you get full control and you start to split spawn the enemy team, you can push your advantage as far as you're willing to take it, and Optic Gaming took it the entire distance.
Yeah, Optic, they started off the map so strong that they just never let that lead go, right? The snowball effect was in full, we saw it right there. Optic just doing a great job not letting FaZe get out of the base, always dictating the pace of that match and controlling the Rockets, controlling the Bulldog, controlling the pace of the game. Optic, a fantastic performance in game two.
I mean, they basically played all of game two a man up, because when they get a kill, before that player is respawned, they figure out a way to get another kill, and they just press their advantages. They press their numbers advantages, and when you're able to do that and execute that plan perfectly, it is so difficult to stop. So it's a testament to how strong this Optic Gaming team is when they have control. We only see similar things from the likes of Cloud9, and we know how dominant they are.
Yeah, I really want to see FaZe come out strong in this game three. I definitely would not have predicted a 3-0 sweep in this matchup, right? We talk about FaZe, we talk about the potential that this team has. I really want to see Bound step up and just take over a game like the likes of Frosty or the likes of a Formal, or even back when he was competing in Halo Shotzi, right? People put him in that same umbrella, but we haven't seen that too frequently enough for Bound. Obviously, he's had his moments, but I really want to see him solidify himself as a dominant player here in this matchup.
The biggest thing is, though, Faisal, it can't be done by one player. In Halo, in a 4v4 at this high of a level, everyone has to be clicking. If there is one straggler on your team, Optic will be able to expose you. They will be able to have a numbers advantage, and when you do not have the numbers to compete with them, you are in deep trouble.
Lucid 16-6. Is he the best player in the game right now, Clutch?
Some say, but you can't take that throne away from Renegade until these two play.
True.
But for now, we've always said Lucid, he has what it takes to be considered it, but I mean, you watch any of these guys on the green wall and you can make an argument for all of them.
Looking at the series layout here, 2-1, 50-34. Now going into game number 3, Strongholds live fire, and there you have Hex on your screen. Optic Gaming in a great position, 2-0, and Hex is feeling good right now.
Rumor has it Hector only shows up when he thinks his team has a great chance to take home the trophy, and him being here this weekend is just an extra chip on the shoulders of the guys over on the green wall side of the stage. And you know that they know, hey, the boss is watching, we got to bring our A game to play.
And we've talked about it time and time again today. It is just the pool play, but if you're Optic, you got to be feeling good. Whoever's in front of you today, they have been just absolutely dominating. And if you're FaZe, right now is the time. A reverse, it's the cliche. A reverse sweep always starts with a game 3 win. So if FaZe has a chance, it is right now in this live fire Strongholds game. I want to see them come out strong. I want to see them have a good start and just rally the troops, keep that momentum going, and really try to make this a series.
Well, we can talk about it's only pool play. We can talk about it's only Friday. But I talked to APG on Thursday, and one of the things he said to me was, I don't care who we play. I want to dominate this tournament. I want everyone in front of me. I want to make a statement here. And I feel like this entire Optic Gaming team has that kind of a mindset. They are making a statement here with this series so far against FaZe. They know that FaZe is one of the teams they are going to have to go through consistently if they want to win championships, and they are making FaZe look secondary. In the back seat right now, Optic Gaming in the driver's seat as we launch into game 3. And look at the face of Formal, nothing but focus, determination, and the want for more championships on his belt.
Formal has been dominating the Halo scene for a very long time, and he continues to do so today as we are loading in to game number 3. You have that sniper rifle. That's going to play a big part in dictating the pace of this game. You want to keep that out of the hands of someone like Snipedown, and on the other side, someone like Lucid.
You need to find it in the hands of Snipedown. He's had a quiet series so far, but if anyone knows the history of Snipedown, all it takes is one power weapon in his hands to change that narrative completely. So what can Faze Clan do to get back into this? Bound's going to start it off with a kill. Snipedown's going to start it off with another kill, and that's a great start for the Faze Clan to get back into this one.
Formal able to get that cleanup kill on Boo Boo Doo Boo, picks up the heat wave, nice damage there as he tries to cap C, chooses to leave it and rotate early over towards B. So good decision making by Formal, just really kind of opening up the map for his team.
I don't know how it happens. Faze finds the first 2 kills of the round, but still, Optic Gaming able to trade it out efficiently, and now they put themselves in a great position to not only score the first couple of points, take an early lead, but they've secured Overshield in the hands of APG, and now they look to push a trip cap.
That's the thing about this Optic team, is that they don't want to just beat you, they want to destroy you. To your point, talking to APG, he wants to dominate this event, and that's what they're doing so far in this series. A trip cap momentarily, but looks like C will be converted over, so a double cap right now for Trippy, as we see him upside down there in that camera.
Yeah, big kills from Faze right there to stay in this one. Make sure the trip cap doesn't last too long. Snipedown going to try and jump into B. Unfortunately, he goes down, and now all of a sudden, 3 members fall as well. It's a triple kill for Formal. He wants the over. Ooh. He can't get it. The nade stands true for Bound, but you can tell how quickly the momentum can shift in Optic's hands.
Yeah, great start for Optic, but Faze now trying to get a double cap of their own, but before they can do so, Optic able to convert C. Lucid goes down to Snipedown, so a couple members down for Optic. Right now is the time to Faze to capitalize.
Absolutely, you want to see Faze start to convert either A or C, and it looks like the choice is going to be towards C, unfortunately. APG, Trippy, they deny Snipedown. Bound, he decided to go A, however. So now, A being transferred over is a good thing for Faze Clan to see, but how will they be able to maintain B and A while Overshield's coming up is the big question.
APG goes down, Overshield is up as Lucid is in a compromised position, able to weasel his way out of there, but finally goes down courtesy of Falcated with the double kill, and now Overshield in the hands of Bound. Falcated with the triple kill on your kill feed.
Unbelievable job by Falcated and Bound to work with each other to secure that Overshield. It was a 2v3 situation. Faze ended up out on top. Now what can Bound do with this Overshield is the big question.
Good use of the heat wave there, able to take down a player, but unfortunately not much else without Overshield. Falcated once again, the consistent member on this Faze team, always doing his part, always getting his kills, and just playing the game the right way.
Falcated is one of my favorite players to watch. He's so consistent, like you said, so individually talented. He's a superstar on the come up, and so far, Faze Clan, they've been fairly quiet. So what can the young superstar do for this team? He's under a lot of pressure here, and he's got a lot of responsibility to try and hold B. Trippy flying at him, and unfortunately, Trippy gets the better of Falcated for now.
I love that play from Trippy. Straight aggression and confidence there, able to take down Falcated. And the last minute or so has been all Faze, right? Look at the score right now, 75-57. So they definitely have gained some momentum, as a momentary trip cap there is scary if you're a Faze fan. And that double cap still in the hands of Optic, as Falcated trying to get a kill. Bottom middle, looks like he's going to chase him with that heat wave.
You know he wants to snipe. He's so deadly if he's able to achieve it. Snipedown's able to finish off that kill. Unfortunately, though, Falcated, he's going to lose heat wave. And now Lucid, with that heat wave, we know how deadly he can be. Look at him switch the position from horizontal to vertical, able to get extra damage, and now use the repulsor to get back top middle. I mean, he is such a gifted Halo Infinite player, and you're seeing just why.
God, I'd hate to play against Lucid.
Jesus. I imagine it's like Shotzi in H5.
It's something you don't want to see, as we're looking at 2 members go down for Optic. Lucid trying to weather the storm here and keep control of C, as they have lost A and B. So once again, control in the hands of Faze. Optic is going to have to make a push to break the setup.
Put him down, Bound, he says. Quick scope to the dome now, 9, 2, and 7. Bound trying to make a play. Unfortunately, he's just got too much pressure around him. Can't quite hit the shot, but he's showing you a little bit of his skill as well. APG doing a great job to defend B from Boo Boo Doo Boo, who had Overshield. That Overshield's removed now, and look how Faze Clan starting to run with their tail between their legs, because the pressure, the numbers are in Optic's advantage once again.
So impressive how Optic was able to just casually just get B control back there. Like they barely broke a sweat, and they completely flipped the control in this game. 100 and counting for Optic, almost halfway to a sweep on Faze in this pool play matchup. APG notorious for staying alive and milking his life, and doing so right there, able to get a lot of damage down before he ultimately goes down.
Okay, but Faze Clan, they're able to get a few kills of their own. Can they get into B is the big question. Found can't quite win the 1v1. That would have been a pivotal one to win, as he would have been able to potentially secure B. And now look at this, Faisal. A and B still in the hands of Optic Gaming. It was almost a momentary trip cap, and look at Formal. He's looking to be aggressive towards C as well.
Just so methodical with his movement and so consistent with his shots. Formal taking down Falcated, bound with a double kill though on the other side, allowing his team an opportunity to get some control. But B and C both in the hands of Optic right now, and they have a 50-plus point lead.
Oh, Boobadooboo just one shot away from taking down Formal, but Formal gets the best of him for now. A and B though in the hands of Faze. You're seeing Optic try to relocate towards the scoreboard side of the map. They're going to overextend towards A rather than compete in the middle of the map for B, and we'll see if this decision pays off.
Formal trying to do some damage with his heat wave, but it was in a very compromised position, able to do enough damage before going down though. Boobadooboo with the double kill. Now APG trying to quickly get bound out of the picture, able to do so, and just trying his best to stay alive at B and convert.
Overshield once again in the hands of Faze, so they're doing a much better job of controlling the power-ups, and it's transitioned immediately into the score. This game is much closer than the ones before. Unfortunately though, Formal takes down Overshield virtually by himself, and that doesn't mean you get just a free kill if you pick up Overshield and Halo Infinite. You still have to deal with some incredible players like Form.
Unfortunate timing there for Bound. APG able to take him out without any problem there, and picks up the sniper rifle. Nice body shot there on Boo Boo as Trippy cleans it up for the double kill. APG defending B, trying to stop A. He'll be a one-on-one against Bound. Nice no-scope. Gets the assist, so that was a very impressive shot out of APG.
And all of these players are so impressive when they have that sniper in their hands. Even APG showing you just a little bit of his skill set. Went in a few body shots that gave his team some significant advantage for the moment. But look at that. Faze, they get B in control. Can they hold on to C is the big question. 3 members of Optic Gaming have overextended towards the C side of the map. And unfortunately, Boobadooboo not in a position to defend C. He's going to have to back up, and now it's his responsibility to try and hold B. And unfortunately, they're going to have to do it down members.
Optic totally just pinched on Faze right there. Snipedown had that sniper rifle in the garage door. He goes down. Trippy able to take out Boobadooboo. It's a great pinch there from Optic, and now they have control of A and B. A very ideal situation for Optic Gaming, able to just move freely around the map. Snipedown though takes down Trippy. Very important kill.
A very big kill on a Trippy to shut him down, to secure A, to make sure you don't go into a trip cap situation. But unfortunately, you're still down 20 points, and if you're Faze, you need to make a play now, because this series is close to being over if Optic Gaming have one great setup ahead of them.
Heat wave in the hands of Lucid. Trippy goes down. Not able to stay alive there. Good job by Snipedown to get that trade. That overshield will be something to look out for right now, as Bound hoping to stay alive with the overshield, able to punch it in. Now this could be big for Faze, as these are the pivotal moments in the game right now. This is a swing point, and Bound really needs to put this OP to use.
They do get overshield, but they get out-rotated. They lose B in the process, so will they be able to retake B is the big question. A kill goes in their favor due to Bound, but still so much work to do to try and get 2 strongholds in your favor, and this entire time, Optic has been scoring.
Yeah, it just seems like they're always just one step ahead. When you see Faze rotate towards B, you'll see Optic just getting A behind. If you see Faze rotate towards C, you see Optic getting B. So they're always one step ahead, and the score is indicative of that. And when it seems like Faze is able to really make a push, Optic is right there.
Still just a 40-point game though, so Faze still within striking distance, just needs to figure out a way to gather some momentum in their favor. Falcated stuck towards the scoreboard side of the map. You want to see him get closer to B. Faze has not been able to really hold B significantly throughout this game, and that really has been the big difference.
Once again, a trade going down with that heat wave. Double cap still in the favor of Optic, and to your point, Clutch, that B stronghold is so important, and the team that controls that more often than not, will be controlling the pace of the game. And so far, it's been all Optic controlling on that B.
Yeah, every time these two teams are trading kills like we're watching now, it's going to benefit the team that has two of the strongholds. We're looking at a trip cap now, potentially. Z is just momentarily needs to be reset. And Lucid, snipe in hand, this could be where Optic put a punctuation on this series.
The triple cap is so deadly in Halo Infinite. Finally, Faze able to stop the bleeding and capture C. Lucid trying his best to waste ammo and stay alive, but that snipe does go down as 2 members fall, 3 members fall, make that for Optic. Faze needs to do something miraculous, and they need to do it right now as only 17 seconds, and Optic will advance with the clean sweep.
All right, you got to play perfect from here pretty much. B and C in your control. You want a trip cap to make up some of the difference. You get 3 kills in the kill feed. Booba finds 2, all 4 dead. Optic Gaming Faze Clan with the potential to come back here.
This would be an absolutely astounding comeback if Faze is able to pull it off. I don't want to speak too soon as players on Optic are spawning on B. We mentioned the importance of this B stronghold. They need to pinch the players at B. Faze needs to stay alive. As I say that Falcated goes down, Snipe Down needs to stay alive and get this kill at B.
Here comes Rona. What can he do? He's got to find this player into B. Got to shoot the heat wave before you melee. Unfortunately, Falcated able to finish off that kill, able to reset B as well. They have lost the trip cap, but now they are down just 30 points.
Do or die for Faze Clan. Green gun in the hands of Falcated. Nice damage on Formal. Formal using the pillar to his advantage. A very vital trade right there for Formal as Lucid and friends trying to capture A, rotating towards B. This is looking really good for Optic Gaming. The control is in their favor. The positioning is in their favor. And Lucid doing everything in his power to stay alive here at B.
Bound trying to pressure Lucid. Lucid with the repulsor sends him out, but Snipe Down gets the kill onto Lucid, but Formal's there. Formal is there. He hops into B. C still in the favor of Optic. Formal in a massive 1v1. Trippy gets a kill. Trippy gets a double. And Formal able to stay alive and get B.
A great job staying alive at B there. Formal single-handedly capturing
10 points.
That point now. Only 7 seconds left to go, but Formal goes down to a great grenade. One shot there by Falcated.
You got to get in the stronghold.
And there you have it. Optic Gaming not able. Faze not able to stay in the stronghold, and Optic Gaming with the 3-0 sweep. What a performance by Formal and the rest of this Optic Gaming squad.
A wag of the finger from APG, a punctuation on the series, and a statement heard around the venue from Optic Gaming. You know Cloud9 was watching, you know Sentinels was watching, and everybody had their eyes on how well this Optic Gaming team was going to kick this event off, and they have gone through pool play perfect.
What a dominating performance out of Optic. And to your point, Clutch, if you're Cloud9, if you're Sentinels, you're watching that series, and you're thinking, Optic's the problem.
Yeah, you needed that one to be a little bit closer, I think, if you want to stand a chance. You know how strong Optic Gaming has looked online in scrims. You're hoping that maybe it was just chalked up to online, maybe some servers that benefited them, but Optic Gaming looked very strong, and it was really the entire roster. I mean, we didn't talk about Trippy enough and how impressive, how important the kills he was getting were throughout that series, and Trippy was popping off in game 1 with the shock rifle. In game 3, he was picking up such significant kills to get his team the win.
Yeah, and if you're Faze, what are you telling yourself right now? Like, obviously a very disappointing finish in this series, but it was pool play. They still are more than likely going to finish second in their pool, so you're still going to start in that upper bracket. What do you got to do if you're Faze to kind of just turn your event around right now?
I'm still hopeful for Faze. It's small mistakes, it's very fixable things for this team to make the next step, to create this upset. Game 3 was winnable, game 1 was winnable, game 2 not so winnable, but you can go throughout a series or win a series without being perfect. Faze can fix these small mistakes. They have to figure out a way to find some consistency though, and that's something that they've struggled with since the start of Infinite.
I know we've said his gamer tag enough in this series, but I want to say it one more time. Formal is an absolute monster, and he has changed the entire dynamic of this Optic Gaming team, and they're looking like the ones to be. I gotta give Cloud9 their respect. They are the reigning major champs, but Optic Gaming, Clutch, is looking like the real deal.
Optic Gaming is the real deal. Cloud9 is the real deal. Who else is the real deal this weekend is the big question. Will it be those two that meet up in the finals?
I think so.
Or will some other teams have something to say about it? Faze will have some more opportunity, but we'll have to wait until Saturday because their pool play, it's over for now. They got an AM team to play tomorrow, but they got to go back to the drawing books.
Well, I am at a loss for words at that performance out of Optic, and I wanted to throw it over to Blaze as he's on the floor with an interview, and that'll do it from here for Clutch and Goofy.
All right, thanks Clutch and Goofy. I'm with Formal on the main stage as Optic just locked in that first seed there for their pull play. Give it up for him one time. All right, now, Matt, that series, it was 3-0, okay? You guys made quick work of Faze right there. What was the keys of victory for you guys there on those 3 maps?
I've been trying to tell the team over and over again, just play how we do in scrims, because our scrims are great practice. We all go hard for 13 maps straight every day. We've been getting really good, and it's obviously translated to land, so I'm excited for the rest of the tournament.
Nice, nice. You know, it seems like ever since you guys came out on top in the most recent Faze tournament, things have been clicking. What did y'all learn about yourselves there?
I mean, nothing really. Like, we slowed down on the dumb deaths a little bit, which has helped a lot. It makes it seem like we're doing a lot more of the right stuff. And we've just been really good with our pacing and knowing when to collapse, and it's just been paying off. So hopefully we keep it up.
It definitely looks like it's been paying off from watching all the matches. And now you are back home. You're back in green with the Green Wall. What does it mean to be back with this organization and being a part of these fans?
I mean, it just feels weird if I'm not playing for Optic. You know? So it's now we're back, and hopefully we can win this.
All right, yo, they're back, and they are trying to come out with that W. Matt, that's going to be all from me. Good congratulations once again. Lottie, guys, break this series down for us one time, and give it up for Optic, everybody.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and GGs to both teams there, but I've got to say, better games from Optic.
Better
that
G's to one
green
side.
wall isn't getting knocked down anytime soon. My goodness, just insane stuff across the board. There's so much to talk about here, but I think straight off the back, we've talked about his game and tag a lot. Goofy said it himself, you know, it's going to be happening. We're going to be talking about this, lads. But our A&D power performance is going to be indeed formal, because my goodness, what a difference maker he is to this roster. You know, I think it was kind of put best there in that Strongholds that Formal was just managing to make such pivotal kills, moments, staying alive where he needed to the most. I mean, whether it was taking down the overshield single-handedly and staying alive in house and just creeping around a corner and making sure he was still a number on his team's side, or whether it was clearing out B, staying alive in a situation like that, having to try and totally annihilate a trip cap potential bounce back from Faze as well. This guy was doing it all, bro.
I mean, he really does. He's the full package, and we've seen him do it time and time again. Doesn't even matter the shooter that you're talking about, whether it's a Halo title, another shooter, the man dominates, and it's amazing to see. And to be honest, it's so great to hear him say that on this stage, because you might have heard, if you watched the Faze Invitational from Optic POVs, you would have heard him say, guys, play this exactly the way we do in scrims. Right. And that's it. They brought that, like he said, to land, and it's pretty amazing. Right now, they look pretty good,
Indeed, and just quickly, while it's on everyone's brain, obviously, and while we have all of your attention, just to make sure you guys don't dip out too soon, because we do have our All Star Showdown happening right after this match. It's our 7:30 p.m., and we actually have a first look at all of our players in the draft as well, which is really exciting. Ooh, so actually, Spartan was community voted, so he's in the mix here, but we have Jimbo, Snipe Down, Tapping Buttons, Spartan, Barcode, and Frosty. So you have a stellar lineup here, so it's really exciting, and it's going to be coming up next. I mean, some pretty exceptional household names there, Shyway. Who's your favorite on this board?
Oh man, where do you start? I think I'm gonna have to go with Frosty first pick if I had to make a choice. I've been following Frosty from Halo 5 to now, and he's built different, just like Formal. I think he takes after him in many ways in his gameplay. So it's hard for me to not select him first pick. But they're all goats in their own right. Right? It's a tough choice.
It is a tough choice. It is definitely a tough choice, but make sure, guys, you are still tuning in. Don't close out the tab. I can see you guys right now doing it. No, don't. All Star Showdown happening right after this right now. So open more tabs, exactly. Just quickly bringing it back though to what we were talking about here, and on the other side of things, Tony, I just want to get your thoughts on Faze, because I did see huge potential actually out of Faze, you know, especially in moments there in that Strongholds where they were able to adjust, they were able to bounce back there. We saw Bound, Falcated really working well as a duo, Bound getting some seriously vital kills to keep them alive in certain situations that really started to aid in this team, hopefully at the time reverse sweeping them and hopefully trying to take the series a little bit further there. But what did you make overall of Faze?
I mean, Faze are still a really solid squad. I think they played well, and the one thing that makes Faze scary is the fact that every one of these players have pop-off potential. Any one of them can take a 1v2 at any given moment and actually win it. I think, personally, that series said more about Optic Gaming than it did about Faze. Like, Faze is going to be just fine. but Optic Gaming are scary. Watch out, because they just made a huge statement.
But that's the thing, Tony, is should they have to be taking 1v2s? I think that's the biggest thing I got from Formal's interview is their pacing is so perfect, right? Good. They're never giving up any dumb deaths. They're always playing together. They're always timing their pushes together. So you don't have to clutch up 1v. They will either way, even if they have to, but they don't get those opportunities because they always time their collapse so perfectly. They're always ready to pick up off each other.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if you have not watched the VODs from these guys in the Faze Invitational, do it, because it is so textbook. They're like, wait, get info, get damage, then we push out of the base together. I mean, they make it so simple. And to be honest, I think they're one of the few teams that can look at the game, slow it down, say out of an Aquarius base push, they get a little bit of damage, then they go. They know like how to slow it down for like 6 seconds, and then they start to fly again.
Indeed, and flying as well. We kind of saw that on Street Slayer, right? I mean, the fact that they were able to get full map control, but then just totally take control of this entire game there, and just take that by storm. It was really, really impressive, and obviously getting the split spawns and being able to push as a team and as a unit. And we've seen that with Cloud9, and we're kind of seeing this forming with Optic Gaming right now, which is really impressive. So the snowball was there, and my goodness, were they not utilizing that to their advantage. So really, really impressive stuff across the board for Optic Gaming, and I'm really excited about tomorrow, guys, especially with this on the card. So let's take a look at the pools though, see the updates, see the scores coming across here, see who is where, what has been going on, because obviously we are here for our Stream A, and we have plenty of action going on behind the scenes as well. But as you can see, Pool B, Optic Gaming 3-0, very, very clean from them, so looking great. Faze Clan are second currently in their pool, but I just want to remind all of you guys, you may see the open bracket spots right at the bottom. Tomorrow's going to be a big day for the open bracket, Rob, because we have those 4 teams coming in, and they're going to have to play each of these guys in their pool, so it's going to be pretty difficult.
It's going to be awesome, and keep in mind, you're seeing some players tweet that this is the most gruesome open bracket they've ever seen, and I think I got to agree with that. There are going to be powerhouse Halo players coming out of that open bracket. They're going to be hot, they're going to be warmed up, they're going to be ready to go.
And recently signed teams too. I'm sure Luminosity is still fighting their way out in some way. I haven't taken a peek in open bracket in just a bit. You got Complexity in there as well. You've got ESA Blue. You've got so many talented, just scrappy teams. Also kind of formed last minute too. That I can't wait to see what they put together. Just with their competitive history.
I know it's going to be very exciting. Tony, is there anyone in the open bracket you can give us a little feedback on? Who are we looking out for here for maybe potentially one of these spots?
I'm really excited for Built by Gamers. I think Built by Gamers are the real deal. Like you said, you mentioned Complexity, you mentioned Luminosity version 1. I think those are all solid squads, but I think Built by Gamers, if there's any team that I can see them maybe competing with anybody that's in the pools, I think it's them. You give them any given Sunday or any given Saturday, and I think they can pull off a win against the best of the best.
We do indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, we actually have a little bit more action up our sleeves. I did have a little check, and it is going to be a United versus Quadrant game. You see that right there?
I see that action.
It's happening right now. So we're going to head on over and have a little cast of ourselves and see, because we're actually waiting for Spartan to finish his games before we can get into our All Star Showdown.
There's a pool there that's 2-0.
Wait, exactly. So that's the match you want to watch. If you got multiple tabs open up the tab real quick, because that's Quadrant E United.
We're jumping into it right now.
We're taking it.
We're taking it.
Tab.
Enjoy, gentlemen.
Let's do it. Okay, what do we have here? No way. Oh my goodness. What is this series at? Tell me this is a game 5.
I couldn't tell you
me this is a game 5.
Until we get the actual series score up on the top board there. We are not sure. 1-0.
Okay, it's a game 2.
Yeah, 1-0 E United.
Don't get too excited just yet, but we got a great series on our hands here. 1-0 E United, and now a game 2 Slayer. Shyway, I'll let you take it away.
I mean, I'll let Chick take the stage, that's for sure. The man's got a killing spree to his name. We just witnessed this in the last series, right? Street Slayer can definitely snowball to the team that has the advantage. So if you can take that advantage early on, you can see 2 dead on the feet as well. Quadrant can pull away with their numbers here. Looks like they're forcing them back to C.
Quadrant able to tie things up, and we shouldn't be surprised here. Quadrant are the #2 team coming out of EU. Granted, EU United are absolutely disgusting, but Quadrant, they're here to make a statement. They're here to prove that they can bang with the big boys.
And just a quick note here as well, we're in a Slayer, and you've got to remember E United, absolutely stellar with Slayers. They are so good at being able to control the game and the pace that they want to, and really start to take control over maps here, which is absolutely massive for this team.
It really is. Like we said, it's pretty unorthodox that a team is this good at Slayers. It's hard to think of another team throughout competitive Halo history that was this Slayer dominant specifically. They'll maintain the lead here, but I think I agree with your reaction there, Shyway. Nice little double in the feed from Cairn.
I mean, Quadrant at this rate, defeating G2 earlier on, and the close series that we witnessed with G2 and E United makes me think E United, kind of vulnerable in the moment. Ryan Noob
just doing Ryan Noob
things, but they do seem vulnerable just based off that history, and it makes me wonder, you know, maybe Quadrant, this is their opportunity to really break through, make a statement.
Yeah, player to watch, of course, in this series on the Quadrant side, going to be Chick. Onset often says most underrated player in Europe. I think a lot of times we're seeing that in the results as well. Off to an early 7 kills, but also 7 deaths to him.
United going down one, but Ryan is going to take down Jad right off the screen, and now we got to hop on board with him as he gets himself an assault rifle. I'm really excited to watch United, but I will say I'm surprised. Normally when they get those early leads, it's at around this point in the game where they run away with it on Slayer, but Quadrant are really keeping up. I'm really happy to watch Quadrant play so well against United.
United isn't.
Go ahead, Trevor.
Just as a team, they tend to respect their opponents. They don't collapse unless they know they got the guaranteed advantage. I mean, we see it now, 2 dead on the feed with the Rockets as well, so you can see Rain starting to get aggressive. And he'll take SLG for it. Here comes the Rockets too, plus the shot. I mean, all the sandbox in their favor here. Quadrant, they got to find a way to remove the shotgun from Nick's hands.
Yeah, Nick in between 2 ferns there, and it seems to be a pretty comfortable place for him. He's able to pick up some nice Bulldog kills as well, and maybe extend that lead just a bit as they now go to 6. But I agree, I mean, United's interesting in that they seem to be a much more setup-based team, right? They're a little bit slower, they're a little bit tighter, and they maybe get a little bit less risky in terms of setting out a flanker and setting out that solo player.
This is a crucial point in the game. Only 6 kills between both of these squads, both of them having 4 members up, and it looks like Shad is going to be the first one to strike, taking down Nick. They look like they're able to answer back, and now we're seeing E United once again get advantage with numbers. 32-25 lead in favor of the boys in red.
And you mentioned, Tony, it's a crucial point in the game here, and it's also a crucial point to get your hands on the power weapons. At this point in time, you cannot let E United get their hands on the rockets anymore, or the sandbox, if you want to try and take this lead if you're Quadrant.
Chick just going to try to lock things down for C in the meantime. They've been stuck here for quite some time, though. E United, they don't give up high ground. You can see the full perimeter across the map from alley straight to PD. They just got every sightline locked down, and timing of the essence here, too. SLG, man's one shot. He can't bounce out. We got Rockets spawning up center map, and E United, they're in position. So SLG, we got to see him move quick to get back in the fray here.
I was going to say there's going to be probably a free grab, no damage grab. Rain goes full rocket pocket straight to tires, and find some people who might be interested in staying alive. Surprising not to see a kill come through in the feed. So the game stays relatively close, but I think this is E United playing E United Halo at its best.
I'll tell you, the only thing better than buying yourself some rockets is getting them for free, and that's what we saw coming out of Rain, but he really wasn't able to find one. In fact, he even goes down afterwards. Now we're seeing Quadrant starting to make a run. Quadrant have a chance to tie up this series right now, but they need to play perfect Halo.
They're slowly pulling it back. They flipped the map. You got everyone spawning up in C side. They got a perimeter around them, so it's their game to win if they can lock things down. Shad with the kill in the feed too. There's a little opening. Chick gonna hold him back. Hopefully SLG can get aggressive here through center lane. You can see that starting to happen. Up into Arcade. United, they're ready for it. All their numbers here.
Look at this now, a 1-kill game. Here's that flank that you were talking about. In the end, SLG will pick one up as well as Fragger. Just like that, Quadrant lead. It's a huge swing. That was about an 8-10 kill swing there for Quadrant. And talk about not panicking when you don't get the rockets. Pretty impressive from them.
Huge swing was right. That was 4 down for E United, and Quadrant have not looked back. They're getting slays left and right. That's another 3 down going in favor of Quadrant. They have a 5-kill lead at the moment, Alex. This is looking good.
I mean, E United as a team, their foundation looking ever so shaky, Tony. I'm not sure what to think at the moment here. 40-35 is not just a lead. They've now pulled away. E United, you can see him kind of scampering out through alley, but SLG not going to let him move here.
I think, honestly, they've done a really, really good job, Quadrant, at splitting up E United, getting the split spawns and then isolating them, managing to pick them off one by one. Obviously, with a Bulldog in hand, does help significantly, and now taking the fight in PD.
This is a victory lap. Look at this. My God, perfectly putting the kills together as well. That Bulldog connecting so well. Great comms. I mean, look at this. What was just a 3-kill game, now an 8-kill game.
Quadrant are breaking through the defenses of E United, and it is beautiful. Grabbing themselves a rocket does Chick, and immediately starting to put it to work. That's going to be another one down. Luckily, Rain is far to getting back-to-back kills, so E United finally starting to find some momentum, but there's only 3 more kills needed for Quadrant to tie up the series.
They got no time to regain, Tony. They can't afford a single trade. 47 on the board here for Quadrant. It's their game to take. We see the moves at SLG as well. Rob, I know you put the spotlight on the chick. Mine is all over SLG. This man, he is a champion. We're starting to see it, I think, the longer this tournament goes.
He's just flying in. He knows it's there. He's trying to find back C, maybe Commando, maybe Driveway. They got B stairs presence as well, so as two players will collapse on B stairs, should be a moment of time here. As Chick's gonna think about it, but not over just yet. They don't find the kill right away.
You know, SLG stands for someone's losing this game, and as of right now, the someone might just be E United. One more kill. Chick has the Commando in hands. I wonder if he's going to be the one to put the final one on the board, because I don't see how E United can bounce back. They would have to get really 9 uncontested kills at this point.
You got to respect the wherewithal, though, right? Playing it out to the last kill here. They will milk their lives if necessary, but here we go. SLG looking for the opening. He pops a couple shots in. Not quite enough to pick up, but you like to see the aggression at a quadrant. Just collapse. Just get a trade here. Come on.
I mean, quadrant play. This is the Ryan Noob Halo at its finest, right? You go make it very, very difficult to get the game to end, but it's Ryan Noob himself that will go down quadrant. Ties the game 50-41, and my God, Lottie, what a swing there. We just saw E United up by 8 or so.
I mean,
and the game ends very differently.
I just might as well eat my words. I am chatting away about how incredible E United are at stage, and they certainly are. So I just want you guys to understand how exceptional that was from Quadrant to not only actually take back the lead, but then gain the lead and win that map. Pretty impressive stuff overall from Quadrant. I just want to quickly note as well, on the side of E United, it was quite uncharacteristic, excuse me, it's been a long day, folks. It's been a long, folks. Very uncharacteristic of Spartan actually to go negative there, and quite heavily so for him. Usually we're seeing him plus 100 in terms of his KD. It's just absolutely insane what he can do. So it was a little bit strange to see that kind of coming across the board there in terms of the stats, and kind of Ryan New picking up the pieces, and we kind of saw that a little bit back when they were playing G2 earlier on. Ryan New was actually really slaying on Aquarius Slayer, and Spartan kind of was chilling a little bit more than we would usually see him. Is there something that we can kind of read into here, Rob?
In a Slayer, I don't worry about it too much, right? Because in a Slayer, everyone's playing for positions, and you get different spawns, and it's a little bit less traditional. I agree, though. In a Flag, it's surprising to see Spartan not putting up the numbers he usually does.
Right. I mean, Tony, the series we casted back in Anaheim, that quote I had, Spartan's the emotional leader for his team. They all move in unison off of that, right? When he's hitting shots, when he's making plays, you feel it. There's an energy just going through the whole team because he's the loudest on the roster. So the fact that it's not happening currently makes me wonder, is there something up? I mean, Ryan Noob, he stole the spotlight. He's playing incredible, but Spartan, he's a big piece of that pie, I guess. So we'd like to see it happen.
He's a big wedge of that pie, and that's for damn sure. I'll tell you what, though, great to see SLG popping off as well for Europe as well on the side of Quadrant here, but we're going to jump back into some more of the action. In fact, we actually have a different series for you guys. We have G2 versus Cruelty right now. It's the final, potential final map of this game. It is 2-0 currently. G2 Esports up. Cruelty looking to stay alive in this series.
Alrighty, a little Strongholds game number 3 on live fire. Shaiwa, I'll let you kick us off.
Let Sab do the talking. He's also on a spree too, man. Get a snap and hit a body to start. He's got a great vantage point to put down. The more you can see Danny Knight just jumping up and down in the doorway. Does not want to challenge it. Does give him high ground control though. Sab. Oh, he's hitting shots today.
I'm really big on G2 this tournament. You know, G2 have had a really tough season so far, but going into Kansas City, it took E United to Game 5. They have been playing lights out literally all tournament long, and I think this will carry into tomorrow as well.
Sab's still underrated, if you ask me. I think people are still sleeping on Sab.
I'm nerding out about the little curb slide he hit off. The corner of that box is a more consistent approach to hit the slide. The fact that he hits it and then nails the no-scope, I mean, the follow-through, guaranteed. He is, he's got a ton of potential. And he's only just getting started.
I feel like G2 honestly has been exceeding expectations. I've got to agree with you there, Tony. I think they have been turning up, and I think, you know, I don't think they're getting a lot of credit recently, especially online and coming into some of the other lands that we've had this season, but they have shown potential here. I mean, just to remind everybody, in their series against E United, they actually did win the Strongholds here as well. So they actually did push E United to their limits, and I'm excited to see exactly what G2 can do here.
I think we need to hop on board with Sab. We're talking about him right now. The man's 9-0 at the moment. He's clearly going off. During their scrims with E United, ultimately G2 lost that scrim. They lost 2-6. Sab led all slays. It is so unprecedented for a player to lose a scrim and still lead in the slays department. Sab was going insane.
And I'm sure he'll continue to do so. Of course, we're on board with him, 10-1. We might have cursed him, Tony. The moment we popped on board, he had died, but still playing incredibly, use of the repulsor there too, just keep them off. And that's going to delete the numbers on B. I mean, at the moment, it's just, we're not seeing the life here out of our blue team.
Yeah, tough for Cruelty team. I think for anyone who hasn't seen this team, of course, one of the top teams from the LATAM region. They bring a lot of talent here, without a doubt, but against a team like G2, they're going to find a lot of resistance, and unsurprising in a series like this. I think the question for G2 this event is just to think about their larger story is how do they make sure that they instead break well into not just top 6 but top 4 conversations. I think it's maybe a long road ahead for them. Right now they're really one of the top teams just outside of that bubble.
To get as close as they did against E United makes me think they definitely have more potential than we give them credit for. But the fact that they lose this series in the end, what was it, dominant fashion, I think, in Slayer, it's got to be heartbreaking for them. This is just the beginning, right? They come out of pools. If they take this series, which so far so good, still got a shot through bracket. It's up to them to make it happen. Up to Sab to give us another fancy play here.
G2 heavily willing to Slay's battle right now. It's the one that even able to hold this trip cap. It's 120 to 56 rush going in favor of G2. They're finally able to shut down Sab and at least get the sniper out of his hands, but the damage has been done, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, we look at just like you say, the kills category on the top of your screen. It's a pretty one-sided story here, to be honest. A little bit too much of a walk in the park here in pool play, but even matches like this are really important when you do have them one-sided. I think it's important that teams start these tournaments as they intend to finish them, and making sure they're developing good habits, good muscle memory in these matches is important.
Sure, learning experience in the end of the day, but Cruelty, they are getting shut down. There's a snipe in their hands though over in tower. We'll see what Danny Knight can do as he just tries to fend them off. Picked up an AR, so that might have been the last bullet. He'll go down as well. Dragonic in trouble in this situation, gonna try to face 2, and rightfully so, he'll back down.
Yeah, forced out of that one. Interesting story here for the LATAM region, of course. They've had various versions of success, and of course the most notable one going to be tapping buttons, right? Taking his spot on EG for that long time, and I think it's a player that these players can point to and say, hey, one of our players from the LATAM region, right, had a salaried spot on a major North American esports organization. Guess what? Europe can't say that, right? A lot of regions can't say that, so certainly worth noting that I think a lot of LATAM has an example to point to think that if we really dedicate enough time to this game, we find the right success, we can make a pretty big splash in the scene.
Well, one thing you got to do to get to that point is you got to be able to contend with some of the best, and that includes G2. Right now, Cruelty are having a hard time slowing them down. G2 are just playing a good, well-polished Halo right now, and Cruelty have no answer for it.
They don't have much time to put the answer together, Tony. 220 and counting here as they look to close out the game. Snipe and OS spawning up as well. Sab gonna go straight through center. He's got a heat wave back pocket too. He's got it all. And a lot of confidence. You can see it in the weapon swaps as he makes his way through cuts. They'll take the OS too. I mean, what don't they have at this point?
They've got it all. They got the scoreboard. They got all the tools to play with, and they're having a blast here. And they're going to now rotate all over to B, and you can see they're ready to rock. Shots not connecting just yet, but looks like just a moment of time. 25 points to go here for G2's 3-0.
And just rocking, they're rolling as well. Zab putting the heat wave to work, having the sniper rifle in his back pocket. It's 230 points in counting for G2. I don't know what Cruelty could do at this point.
I think right now G2 are doing a really good job of rotating in the right spots, but not only that, but rotating their players. You can see, obviously, we're having Sab and we're having Straight Sig popping off here, but you can also note the assists. Really great team effort coming forward, and I think Gilkey and we got Tusk filling in the spots here and making sure those rotations come in to allow them to keep scoring.
Yeah, I mean, massive. Whoa, boy. Sab's going to end on a pretty big note there. Stylish win coming in for him. We are going straight into Navi Fnatic here. This is the red zone, the Halo Championship Series, Kansas City. Watching all the best matches here, getting all the way across the stage. Big shout out to the entire production team helping us deliver truly nonstop Halo action here. 40-31 in favor of Fnatic in our Game 2 Slayer.
And the storyline continues a little bit as well. We've got our NA team Fnatic currently on top in this game. Not on top in the series, though. Navi coming out. Jimbo, apparently our all-star player that we can focus on here.
I think this is honestly a really, really big series here for both of these teams. I think Fnatic obviously taking Faze to that Game 5. We know they've got it in them, but the fact Navi are 1-0 up right now, this is bounding really good stuff for Europe. Can Navi actually take this to the next level? I think that's the biggest question for this Navi roster. Do they have what it takes? If they can take Fnatic down here, I think there is hope yet.
Let's not forget, Navi, top 6. You're all right. I mean, pretty big deal, and I think these European teams are now threatening North America in a way that historically they have not. It's a big opportunity and a big win there, to be honest, here down on tires for Respectful, but 45-35 here, home stretch.
And this is my favorite thing about major events, where we bring everybody from around the world. You know, Anaheim was great. The regional was absolutely fantastic. We saw some of the best of the best, at least in North America. But I want to know how Navi mixes in against Fnatic. I want to know where Quadrant comes into the mix as well. Same thing for ANZ. The Chiefs are absolutely disgusting. I'm so happy that we have everybody here for Kansas City.
Time for EU, time for Navi to strike is now for sure, but definitely not in this game. We got Fnatic about to close this one out, 47, just looking for the final 3. Respectful not going to make it easy for him. Looks like he'll get the thrust for free, too. They can double their way up. Driveway. They can't afford a trade here.
Look at Steptify, by the way. The man's 16-7.
Damn.
Absolutely just popping off here. And this commanding lead for a reason. 49-50 on the board. Fnatic will tie the series 1-1. Man, non-stop Halo here. This is great.
A lot of action
I love it.
A lot of action. We've been through it all, folks. We just gave you a little ring around the rosy with everything that's happening in this venue right now, which was pretty impressive stuff. And I got to say, great stuff as well coming through there to keep that series nice and close between Navi and Fnatic. I'm actually looking for Fnatic. I'm looking for Umbral to pop off. You know,
I think we all are.
He popped off previously in Anaheim, and I was really excited to see some more screams coming across. I haven't quite heard an Umbral roar from the venue quite yet, but I'm watching out for it, because
gonna patch him into the headset.
We do.
I need the energy.
I need a button with an onboard roar.
Listening. The onboard listening only.
Yeah.
Be good, yeah.
Just the one.
That would be absolutely amazing. I did get word though that United haven't finished their series. Yeah, I believe so. I haven't quite got the score update, but I'm thinking that they probably have taken the win on that one. So I believe Spartan is going to be pretty happy with the results there. So hopefully he's going to be doing pretty well in this All Star Showdown as well, which would be absolutely exceptional. So hopefully he can start to warm up a little bit. Obviously, it wasn't the Slayer that we expected out of him previously, what we saw on the screens there, but when it comes to the All-Star Showdown, it's a chance for these guys to have a little bit of fun.
Right, that's for sure, and I'm sure he's going to have some fun. We'll get to see some big plays out of Spartan. Though, in the end of the day, right, despite the tough road for E United, the ups and downs, the close game 5s, I guess they still come out with a 3-0 in pools in the end of the day. So, I mean, what you want to see if you're E United is just the competition only gets steeper. You got Cloud9, you got Optic, you got Faze, you got Sentinels coming up. So, we'll see. I mean, I can't wait for Saturday.
I know, it's gonna be pretty amazing. Tony, not to put you on the spot, mate, but first of all, you look fantastic. I love the shirt. I love the pink.
I think he stole the show.
Love the pink. You definitely have upstaged me, that's for certain. But I want to ask you where your head's at right now. I think we've had this discussion, and it's been right from the get-go of Kansas City here in this major, is, you know, Optic or Cloud9. And we've seen both of them play. We've seen them both play on the main stage. Where's your gut telling you, you know, in this kind of argument that we're having, you know, who is looking better currently on day one?
Coming into this tournament, I was all about Cloud9. I called Cloud9 the best team in the world, and rightfully so. They've done enough to earn that #1 seed coming here to Kansas City. Damn, Optic are good. I'm sorry. I'm pulling the Cloud9 jersey off, man. Optic are the most dangerous team that we have. If there's any team that I don't want to go up against, it's Optic, because they are here to win championships.
Okay, I'll tell you what though, I'm feeling that passion, I'm feeling that heat from you. I actually have had word as well while you were giving the passionate speech there, which I'm very excited about as well. Optic this weekend. I have been told actually the game hasn't finished,
I was gonna say,
and it's actually 2-1.
It would have been a quick series.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's actually 2-1. We're going to go straight into it again.
Ooh, okay.
So hopefully we'll see a closeout here happen for United, or if you're a European fan, we'll hopefully see a game 5 coming out off the end of this Aquarius Ctf game.
I mean, this is far from over with a brand new game here. And just based off of what we witnessed at a Quadrant, I'm still expecting big plays out of these boys. We've got SLG already popping off in the feed here. Back on board with Ryan in the meantime. Just trying to control center map. But so far, Quadrant, they got a handle on it.
Yeah, I mean, as neutral fans of competitive Halo here, I think we're all rooting for a game 5.
Yeah.
Between these two, there's no other way to end this one. We'll see if United wants to have it their way, though. Maybe they'll get the flags they need on the board in Aquarius Ctf, and of course a map like this just really lends itself to the United playstyle, right? They can watch each other's backs at all times. Some nice commando work here coming out of Rain.
I'm definitely feeling game 5 coming. The French have given us the best fries, toast, and also SLG. Probably the finest thing to come out of France. Quadrant are coming in. They're going to win this game, and we are going to a game 5. I can feel it.
You're right, actually. Those are 3 pretty great things.
How much of it? Because Chick's is he from France? No.
Yeah.
He is, right?
100% French squad on screen.
The whole team, right?
The whole squad, yeah.
So, I mean, it's not just SLG. They're all popping off here, Tony. And I can't wait to see what else they do, because, of course, still 0-0, still early in the game, but Rain will be the first one to get a pull here.
Only pulls with one dead, and actually they will lose one as the pull goes, so
oh my God.
this one goes. SLG in the feed. We'll pick that one up, and it looked like that flag was going to come back.
That looked like a little bit of a little bump.
No, he dropped the sidekick and picked it back up. I don't think it was a bad.
Tony he's got a keen radar.
He's doing squats, I'm telling you.
You be careful. You're starting international rivalries here. You can't be doing that, Tony.
Well, I thought E United were originally from Europe. It took me 3 events to figure that they're not.
I met someone backstage who was convinced that E United, and I think a half of Twitter is also convinced that E United is from Europe.
And I think when it comes down to rivalries, we've already got Spartan and Rhino on the same team. We don't need to create any other rivalries here. I think we already patched things up as it is. Come on.
On board now with Chick. Already having the card side controlled and immediately gets it to the opponent's utility. Love that players 2 down, go E United. Quadrant are looking for one more slay before they commit to the flag. They're gonna grab it, and Chick already moving that flag forward. And look at that awareness, dropping the flag, turning around, and immediately clearing out that base before committing once again to that flag.
Unbelievable example of what Chick can do, right? That is a scenario where he probably should have died 3 separate times. Just stays alive in the back of the base.
He's like a cat. He's got multiple lives here, but yeah, wild play to just spin around, slide, jump into the action. That flag almost capped because of it, but their team gonna drop here. Can they still get to it? You can see Shad nearby, but the Dynamo Nade, that's the worst case scenario. Slows him down and does the damage. E United on top of that flag. They are gonna try to get the return. Chick, a line of defense to keep him off of it, but he's got no time to get to it. He's got to jump on it now, and he won't do it. E United the defense.
Too strong there. They try to go right away through util. It will cost them. It will bite. But if Chick keeps that up, that should pave the way for even more flag runs for sure.
Here's hope.
E United clutching up when it matters most. That should have been a cap 9 times out of 10 coming out of Quadrant, but E United somehow getting the overextension, somehow slaying out, and then getting that return. And now we're seeing a counter pull go in favor of the boys in red.
That's the worry here. What comes after a stopped flag? A counter pull, and Rhino, I mean, he's just zooming straight through Car. Looks like he will be stopped short by the doorway and by a member of Quadrant. Big play right there out of Chick to slow it down, but is it enough? Flag pull of their own. They'll send it out center mat. Got a bit of a relay going down here as well. Actually, a big kill apparently from bottom mid. And a flag cap as well for E United. So I take it back. They put it together.
Yeah, it's perfect game management from E United. They're just able to bring that one back. They knew that Shad was the only player alive. He had a desperate pull, very comfortably take him down. They also had angles from top Car as well, which were key in that to take down the player who was top pink, challenging the front base. 1-0 in favor of E United. And if the score holds, this could be an E United series.
I love Quadrant, but that was just a perfect series of events that showed us the difference between the two. Quadrant able to get that flag about 80% of the way. They didn't get the slay. They didn't rotate back. E United were able to clutch up and slay them out, get the return. That time E United getting that counter pull, nobody able to stop them from punching it in, and maybe a second one until Quadrant at least get the flag off the base, but that's not going to be enough.
Chick has to stay alive here.
He does. I mean, the momentum they gained off this is apparent, but Chick, like you said, that live is massive, still crossing him up. Even looking for the new spawners out on Fridge, but can he stay up enough to at least touch a flag or get the return? He'll get a trade at the very least here. Shad is still nearby. Got quite the dilemma to worry about in the meantime. So much to deal with. He comes out center to take one.
That's Rain, last player alive, somehow gets that touch. That should not be allowed to happen.
Oh, no.
Kingdom trying to advance forward, trying to get that Marty Dom type of
Wait,
grenade.
what the
Spartan tries to slide and not able to do so. Rain coming in with the cleanup, but E United just went 3 down. They dedicated all of their resources to capping that flag. This should be a counter pull coming out of Quadrant.
Should be. Nick stays alive there, though, and squeaks out another one, which is going to buy his team just a little bit of extra time. That was the bounciest flag stand I've ever seen, by the way. That thing had resistance.
I don't know how they're putting it together. SLG just trying to make things happen here. What do you do in that situation, though, right? The splits, I think, opened up on utility, so he tries to take it out. Fridge going to send it through bottom mid. In the meantime here, he's got Fragger, at least as a line of defense. Shad will pick it up and keep it going. And you can see United likely going to overextend through Car all as it happens. Shad just trying to anticipate pink. He's got to be ready for top map here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really, really difficult there, obviously taking that kind of route, that pink side there, just because of the way that the spawns favor the map here.
Sure.
So this is going to be a really tricky run, but I'm excited to see if Quadrant can even keep up with this.
Still going.
3 dead here. Rain, last player alive for the side of E United, and this should be an opportunity. Maybe get a little bit of map control.
I mean, that was all 4 down for E United. I'm not sure how this flag isn't being pulled. Finally, that flag is on the run, but notice how the moment they pick up the flag, E United are 2 up. So the spawns really kind of going in favor of E United. They have a chance to overextend, and Quadrant will have to slay out their base before they're able to commit to the flag.
Oh.
And it looks like Ryan not only nerds, but he also clutches.
What a way to ruin your day. He's waiting in the back of the base for the opportunity to strike, and now that he's here, I mean, the flag just sits there. E United once again gonna crush their dreams. It's just not working out.
I mean, yeah, that is a perfectly played play by United, just shutting that one down. Last player alive, trying to bring that through. Even tries to isolate the 1v1 pretty well. Kept the distance with the heat wave, but still in the end, Ryan and Rain pick up a kill each, and they stop the run.
Oh my God.
Some of the problems I'm seeing from Quadrant, it's like, it's who's the player on the squad to do the dirty work? When I look at Cloud9, for example, the moment that a team goes 4 down and nobody's extending toward the base and pulling a flag, it's Penguin. Penguin's in there pulling that flag. For Quadrant, literally just had E United 4 down. Why did that flag not get pulled sooner?
I agree. It's definitely a late pull. Like you said, by the time they pulled, not only are 2 players up, I think they had maybe even all 4 players up in the end. Here comes the flag, though, now in the gen.
This is the opportunity to finally lock one in. It looks like they will secure it. They got 2 dead all while they do it, so likely going to try to fend off a potential counter here out of E United. SLG still making his way out through car. He'll sneak up on the 1-2, so damage still going. We still got time to work with Quadrant. They can bring this back.
Why does Chick poke there? Rain's the last player alive up top. Just get your shields back on your flag. Don't throw those away.
Oh my God. Sometimes you just got to roll the dice, I guess.
I don't know. He knows. Trust. Actually, he better hit it on the stage than me. Let me tell you.
Right.
E United putting in that work. Ryan able to find one, going down to 1 shot, but so incredible at playing his life, still applying pressure, even from bottom mid, a not advantageous position. And Ryan somehow he's running marathons around the map and not dying. They need to get Ryan off the map right now.
He was a nuisance back in Slayer, too.
What was that?
And he's doing it once again. What did you see, Bravo?
Who
What did
stayed
I miss?
alive, eating shots in the butt? This is land. That should not happen.
Oh, man. The
There he
melees,
is.
though, that's for sure, are so powerful in this on land. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're Rain, you just hit your shots, though. There's 2. They'll pull the flag. Rain worried about spawners just to escort that one through. But E United, they might have this if we don't see any overextension.
This is going home. This is absolutely going home. And I'm going to go get ready for the All Star game. I'm going to bring Clutch in here.
Oh, fantastic. Bye, bro. Take care, mate. And welcome to the desk. We got Clutch on.
The big guns are here. What's going on here? We got E United versus Quadrant. I see 2-1. Things are going according to plan for United here in Game 4.
They certainly are. I got to say, Quadrant has honestly been a little bit disappointed. They've been able to pull the flag out of United space so many times, but just not being able to convert it into a flag cap. Just not able to slay the way, always getting the spawns in the base, and they're always dying to them, unfortunately.
Chad going in for the challenge onto the car side of the base. Meanwhile, SLG whipping out the heat wave, bringing the heat, able to take down 1, and that's enough for him to pull the flag, but that's only 1 down for E United. I think SLG aware of it. He immediately drops the flag and turns attention onto King Nick, finds 1, but can't find the other one. That flag still out for Quadrant.
Quadrant still got some fight in them yet. That flag sits down utility. They still collect it. They'll try to take it as far as they can out through car, but up above, Rain waiting for a moment to pounce here. He knows he's over in utility. And I like the play too, not risking it, not desperating that flag out car. And Rain not desperating to lose his positioning, instead just looking for picks while he's got high ground. Oh my God.
The flag's still on the move though. Momentarily does get denied. 3 go down for Quadrant, 2 hop on the return. E United look like they have what it takes to get this return for now. Ryan with multiple players in front of him is going to get 1, stay alive as well. And Fragger, he's going to have to figure out how to kill Ryan, how to punch 2 flags in if he wants to stay in this series. And that's a tall order for the members of Quadrant. It looks like they've had a very strong series to get to this point, but this could be the beginning of the end as that flag was returned.
Gotta love that triple kill coming out of Rain. And you notice he even got a little froggy, decided to challenge the 4th player as well, almost taking down all 4 members of Quadrant. Nick going in for the challenge, but Fragger willing to accept it.
And I mean, at this point, you might as well jump out for the overkill. They've got so much momentum in this. They got the flag out again. Nice little alley-oop to send that right into the cap. Add insult to injury at this point, 4-1. You got a minute on the board. That's a GG's.
It was a little bit insulting there, especially with the mid-map run, which is usually the most difficult one to actually pull off there, but incredible stuff. And you can see also Spartan starting to really heat up here. We kind of questioned the slaying ability and kind of where his head's at, but 21 and 13 is looking not too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You know, Quadrant really looking like Clutch if he would have accepted my 1v1. Just dominate on Aquarius. Just absolutely dominate. Not a chance. 37 seconds
Your mother
left.
doesn't want to see that 1v1, and neither do the fans at home. So
that's only because she's a fan of it.
I want to see the 1v1. I don't know about you guys. Lottie, you can watch it with me.
I would honestly, I'm down to watch any 1v1. Honestly, I really am. Make a room.
I need big money on the lines if I'm going to
Make
play.
a
Why not
room.
be reckless in a 1v1? I need it to be worth my time, and unfortunately, Tony, I know your salary, and we're going to have to wait a couple of years for that one.
I have too much respect for you and the legacy that you left to take your money.
I appreciate that. Wow.
And the flag will go in, the re will come in, as well as E-United's win over Quadrant. So some fantastic stuff there from E-United. It was really cool to actually catch a little bit more action, a little bit of extra action while we are waiting for some of our players to get done, of course, with their pool play heading into this All Star Showdown there. But I've got to say, E-United looking really, really good. But on the other side, Quadrant showing also potential here. I mean, you know, Tony, looking at Quadrant and where they're at right now, they've had a little bit of a shaky season in terms of their European region. Hasn't been the finest of moments for them, but we have seen some potential coming into LAN, going up against E-United, and honestly giving them a little bit to fight for here. Is that impressive to you?
It is. I think anytime you're able to take a win against a squad as strong as E-United, I think you have to hold your head up high. I will say though, I know that Quadrant have really high expectations.
Yeah, they expect it better.
I'm proud of them for taking a win off E-United. Quadrant are not happy. They know they could have maybe taken this to game 5, or maybe if they're playing at their peak, maybe they even beat the likes of United, because that's what they're going for. They're going for that top 4 and above position.
I mean, that last game, what a brutal loss, too. The amount of openings Quadrant had with the flag, the amount of close shaves, right, with the flag like 2-3 meters away, and they just couldn't clutch it up. United last second, you got Ryan coming in with a heat wave, just ruining your day. So that's got to be heartbreaking for Quadrant, because a couple, you know, of those mistakes cleaned up, they get those flags in, that's a different story. We jump into a game 5, we've got a different series.
Yeah, indeed. I think, you know, just really quickly, just as we're rounding off, putting a bow on that, on what we just saw there, you know, there were instances like we kind of referenced to where Quadrant able to pull the flag, just not able to convert, you know, more times than not when you're seeing that happen, Clutch, how do you try and combat that issue?
You got to get the slaves behind the flagpoles, right? And I think Quadrant, you can get some control, but in order to keep control, in order to maintain control and turn it in, to transition it into flag caps, you're going to have to play a little bit stronger. The individual skill wasn't there. From the time I jumped into that game, it was all E-United. I don't know if I was a curse jumping in, but I will say that they were not missing shots and Quadrant was not making enough plays. So although, yes, it's great to pull flags, don't get me wrong, it means absolutely nothing if you don't have the map control and the wherewithal to be able to punch those in, and I didn't see Quadrant punch one in since I stood on the desk.
True. I think, honestly, if anything, it was just a little bit of a nuisance for United there, just having those flags pulled from their base. United still able to convert quite happily, though, as well. So GG's to both teams then. It was great to see a little bit extra action on the board and on the broadcast. But I'll tell you what, though, folks, we need to talk a little bit about our All Star Showdown that's happening very, very shortly. And we actually caught up with King J from Built by Gamers, and you did mention them earlier on about the All Star Showdown and where he's going to be in it. So Blaze, I believe you caught up with King J. Let's hear from him now.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with the man himself. You all saw him in Raleigh, but King J is in the building. My guy, okay, number one, tell me how you doing, but also number two, you guys are playing an open bracket this event. Tell me about so far about that experience.
We came here and did exactly what we thought we were going to do. We're running through open so far. Won 3 matches, sitting in winners 4. Not too much of a struggle yet, but I'm sure it'll get more intense as we go on.
Yeah. Definitely is. And so far, coming into this event, your trip was great. You know, we got a Halo in Kansas City. We've never been here before, you know?
Yeah, Kansas City is cool, man. I've never been here before either. This is my first time here. The flight was a little rough because it was really windy, but the city's dope. I like it. Yeah,
definitely dope, and a lot of great food as well. Now, King J, as we know, and if you guys didn't know, King J, top voted in the All Star Showdown, but he can't play because he is trying to be on that main stage and come away with a trophy this weekend. How you feel to be voted number 1, and also what you got to say to the fans out there who supported you?
Oh man, it's so cool to be voted number 1. My mentions were blowing up when the voting was open. My community's great. My community from my stream, my Discord, they really showed up for me, so I appreciate it a lot. Unfortunately, I can't play in it because of scheduling purposes, but it's really cool to be voted up there anyways.
Yeah, definitely is a lot of love out there, and your community coming in strong for you. You got any words to them out there, any words to the fans who's supported you so far?
Yeah, man, I love them all, man. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the fans, you know. They come through the stream, they come through everything. So If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here. So shout out to the fans, the King J community. I love you guys.
All right, shout out to the King J community. That's going to do it from us here in Open Bracket. Jay, best of luck to you, my guy. I hope to see you on the champ side. That's going to do it from us. See you on the side.
Always love hearing from Blaze and especially King J. A huge shout out to him and his community for really upping those votes. Unfortunately, he has business hopefully on that main stage tomorrow. So best of luck to Built by Gamers and King J as well as we get into this Navi Fnatic match. Fnatic up 2-1 to Navi. Currently into an Aquarius Ctf just where we left off just a moment ago. Just different teams, Clutch.
Oh man, what about this pool? Fnatic versus Navi in such an important series, but I mean, it's to determine third and fourth in your pool. You never would have thought that. We're talking about these two. This is going to be such an important one because this journey for both these two teams starting tomorrow is going to be so difficult. If you lose this series and Navi, they haven't had the day they wanted. It doesn't look like they're having the series they want in front of them, and they flew a long way to change the story of how their team's being dictated so far.
Eerily similar series to the one we just witnessed, though, right? 2-1 on the board here. Septify starting out strong for Fnatic as well. If Fnatic take this, they take the series. And like you said, that's not where Navi want to be going into Saturday.
Well, there is one major difference in this series, that Navi did start off with a 1-0 lead in the series. They're the ones who had the momentum.
Fair.
Fnatic had to fight back and steal away game 2, and then ultimately game 3 as well to put them in the position. But now all of that momentum is in favor of Fnatic, who's just gone 3 down.
It wouldn't shock me if either one of these two teams placed top 8 this weekend, and unfortunately, that's going to be an incredibly tall task to ask of either of these teams with the situation of the pools. We called it out at the start of the show, Watt, as far as the group of death. You asked which one it was. It was the one featuring these two, and rightfully so. Yep. These two have had such a hard day, and to capitalize on each other at the end of the day is asking so much. How much fuel do you have left in the tank? You have to show us it here and now, and the flag's on the move for Navi, but it gets shut down in the meantime.
Also really impressive there from Navi. You could see a kind of a stalemate happening on, and then being able to actually move that flag away from danger, being able to keep that one out of the hands of Fnatic, so not allowing them to cap the flag despite it being right in their base. So some really excellent showings from Navi.
Navi still keeping it in play, that's for sure. Flag still sits out as Envor actually, who gets taken out. Jimbo gonna lock things down, double for him. They'll leave that flag behind. I think the return's still not yet to come through, so we do need to see some aggression out of the side of Navi here, but they do have positioning to do so. All of a sudden, tables have turned here, Tony.
Yeah, Navi on the offense right now. You saw some good slays go in favor of them. Jimbo, some excellent shots, and then you have Kimbo coming in for the cleanup. That's going to be 2 out of 4 members. Make that 3 out of 4 members down for Fnatic, the final player on top mid, and he's not going to be able to stop Jimbo from pulling off the return.
Damn. Look at this, it was a flag standoff. Now Navi takes the lead 1-0, and they're in a perfect position to get a double cap. If they're able to get the slays behind it, Respectful picks up a big one on the onboard. He needs to get the flag on the move, and unfortunately, that's not the play Respectful's making. Respectful's making a much more subconscious, passive play by not pulling that flag. He's going to have to re-slay the members of Fnatic if he wants to pull this one again.
As you say that, I believe the flag was pulled on the opposite side as well. Doesn't look like it'll get too far. But Respectful still staying up. The longer he stays here, though, the more of a deficit he's got. Right, Spawner's now up in the base to get the defense, so he's forced to back up, try to get the Dynamos, but melted immediately. And now his team doesn't have resources to get back to Car. We're going to take the Dynamos for free.
Now, I know you said you didn't like that play, Wes. Why don't you elaborate a little bit?
You got to pull the flag when I was talking about it earlier. And if you don't do that, you need to stay alive in the closet. You need to keep that map advantage that you have. Respectful to back all the way up to Dynamos, and he did it in a half-assed manner, right? He didn't go for the Dynamos. He walked his way towards them instead of sprint sliding there, getting there quicker, getting the Dynamo controlled. Because of it, he does 0 damage, loses his life, loses any control that Navi have, and now they're on the ropes.
Yeah, I think he was more concerned about staying alive with the heat wave there in the closet and not really sure what to do with himself after he saw the fresh spawners coming through. A little bit of pressure on the plate there of Navi.
They do get 3 dead, though.
Right, they turn it around immediately. So we're right back in this. Flag out through utility once again. It's up to Fnatic to find some ground here.
And now I love the fact that they're running the flag over towards the Card side, but the presence of mind for 2Fox to be aware that he needs to watch the overextenders coming from the P side. So he hops right over towards P2. He has angles, but that flag will be stopped short. Navi have not capped this flag just yet. In fact, Fnatic are hopping on the return.
Can't get a touch, and that's going to be the return. Going to Fnatic and a counter cap opportunity on board. Flag in hand, taking it across top Dynamos. This is going to be a massive opportunity. There's 4 dead for Fnatic, or for Navi. There's no chance this one doesn't go in. This game is all tied up.
What a counterattack.
Well,
oh.
All right, come on.
He'll slip a little bit, but he still got it. That flag's going in. That's 1-1 on the board, too. They got plenty of time to bring things, or I guess
They're just trying to make us sweat over here. It's all right.
Yeah.
little suspense never hurt.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've actually had a new addition to the desk. Thank you so much, Tony, for joining us in your gorgeous pink shirt. But we also do have a legend coming on right at the end here. Walshy, welcome to the casting desk. We're having a quad cast here.
Yeah, I mean, with how many people rotating in and out, I mean, we got like a quintuple cast, right?
Apparently we got Goofy on the sidelines in just a second to relieve myself. So yeah, like you said,
it's like, don't make one mistake on the cast or you get replaced instantly. They are harsh here on the production team.
Out here. Oh my career's on the line.
I'm getting tapped. I'm out. See you guys later.
Next thing you know, GB will show up and take Lottie's spot.
Honestly, I was thinking more lucid. I heard him at the LAN that we were having at the Major League Baseball stadium here for Royals, and he was doing a pretty good job on the mic. So maybe Lucid's come from my job.
I'm not sure how far we want to get off on the tangent, but honestly, I think Lucid from a pro career to a caster, he could do it all.
I think we're all terrified, and we're glad that he's as good at the game as he
exactly.
is. So we don't have to worry about that for
I feel pretty safe for a while.
Yeah. Give him about 5 years, and then we'll be talking about his casting career.
Unfortunately, my position is not safe, though. Goofy's going to relieve me. That's it for me. Thank you, guys.
You went on too long of a tangent. Big mistake. Big mistake.
Classic rookie mistake.
Just got cut from the desk. Thank you so much, Shyway Goofy. Welcome to the desk. This is actually our all-star desk. I'm joined by Clutch, Goofy, and Walshy here. So good to have you guys joining me on the desk. We are, of course, into this Navi Fnatic match. Fnatic 2-1 up in the series, and they are also 2-1 up in the CTF Aquarius game.
All right, I think since we were rambling, something happened on the Fnatic side. They were able to punch in the second flag. And now that we start to focus, I mean, taking a look at the stats, it's Envor picking it up with 17 of his own. And with that, those kills, you see the control, the momentum all shift towards Fnatic, looking to end this one in a 3-1 fashion.
There it is, third flag going in, and Navi have their work cut out for them. At some point, they need to get that control and be able to actually rally some pieces back. Right now, it just feels like constant defense. Even when they're able to get a few kills, it feels like Fnatic are still in the superior positions. And when they're not getting the kills, you see how all 4 members of Navi went down, and Super CC already blocking the spawns, forcing these members of Navi to spawn over in the fridge.
Yeah, now the clock is working against you if you are Navi, already up against the ropes. One more loss and your series is over. 3.5 minutes left in this game, and it's all Fnatic right now.
Such an interesting story behind this Fnatic roster, right? You took Cloud9 to Game 5 back in Anaheim. What can they do this weekend? What kind of noise can they make? Unable to create really any upsets, but this is a nice step in the right direction as far as pool play is concerned. You win this series, you go into the rest of the weekend knowing, hey, we beat Navi, that's a solid step. We unfortunately weren't able to win our pool or advance where we wanted to, but a lot of opportunities still left to be capitalized on, and for these young guns, all it's gonna take is one series for maybe some momentum to get behind.
Oh my God, Kimbo not able to get that trade, and now Fnatic puts in the 4th cap. Kimbo, a bit of a slip up there, but that was not pretty, as now finally Jimbo and Navi able to get a flag cap out, but it may be too little too late. There's only 2.5 minutes left, and they're down 4-1.
Yeah, panic is setting in, just like you called out, Goofy. There was that time where they tossed the flag over on the front plat to Kimbo. Kimbo could just stayed there ideally, and then even right there, as Jimbo's trying to run the flag, a rare missed flag grab during a flag run when you need to be clutching up the most. So this one's looking over.
You know, I think something that Fnatic do very, very well, not just against Navi here, but just in general this season, is the fact that they're able to capitalize on any kind of mistakes their opposition makes. And it's just small mistakes, applied pressure and aggression when it needs to be done. And you see Fnatic start to kind of push a series to the absolute limit, even with some of the Titans here in the league.
Just as I started to count them out, though, it looks like Navi put in their 2nd flag of the game. They still have a little bit of control on the map. As I said, 2 Foxy goes down and a couple kills traded out. But I like this play from Respectful. just realizing how much time is left, you have to go pure aggression. You don't have the time or to afford the luxury of going up towards top pink, top car, and going for shots across the map. You need to get inside the Fnatic base. You need to do it now.
They need to get a flag on the move is what they need to do, and 2 players fighting for their lives back at the base. Eventually, the numbers for Fnatic you think would stand true, but just like that, 4 dead for Fnatic. The flag's on the move. Navi may be able to make this one a little bit more interesting than we were laying out to be just a moment ago. 2 to 4, but if you can punch this one in, you give yourself a chance.
And one thing I cannot stress enough if you're Fnatic is you have to continue to be the aggressor in this game. Do not sit on your hind legs right here and do not let Navi push into your base and get the 4th cap. You have to be pushing forward and playing the way that you've played this entire game to gain the lead. If you're Fnatic, don't sit back at your base and allow Navi to push in.
I was going to say, that's a great point, because there's a big difference between turtling up and being defensive and not pulling a flag. You can still push out to the center of the map. Doesn't mean you have to pull the Navi flag and go for that 5th cap. You just need some sort of presence. You need additional angles to get those slays.
Here we go. 3 dead. All 4 alive for Navi. All of a sudden, Jimbo gets taken out. A double kill? No way! And respectful suicide somehow. Oh my God! Who was that for Fnatic that just picked it up?
Envor. I think Envor just picked up the double kill, excuse me.
God.
I mean, he's absolutely popping off right now.
You can't let that happen.
They had everything ready to go in that position. However, it looks like Respectful actually lagged out in that scenario. So
he didn't come.
That makes a bit more sense given the situation. But yeah, I was gonna say that was quite odd as we saw 3 of them down. You know, the last member is live on the flag. You figured they're just gonna be able to close that out.
Yeah, it makes a little more sense. We'll see exactly what the kind of, discussion happens behind the scenes there in the admins and let them work that one out and see kind of the closing moments of that map there and see, whether there's a replay happening, whether, I don't really know how it's going to go, but we'll get you notified on what's going to be happening here. But I've got to say, Fnatic just really running away with things, taking full control of the map there on that Aquarius game. Very, very impressive stuff overall. Goofy, what did you make of Fnatic just overall based on what we're seeing against Navi?
Yeah, so in that Aquarius flag game, we talked about it a little bit. They played the first 80% of that game to a T. They played it very perfectly. And that last 20%, they were allowing Navi to get their comfort zone, to get in their comfort zone, and to dictate the pace of the game, right? So depending on what the rule set is here and how we proceed, if you're Navi, you got to continue that aggression, right? We're still in pool play. You still have an entire weekend of Halo in front of you. You need to learn from your mistakes right now and really apply solutions moving forward.
Absolutely, and Clutch, was that more kind of attested to Navi kind of waking up and understanding what they need to do to apply the pressure, to get in the base, able to pull, get the kills, get the slays in order to cap and start to get things moving? Or was it kind of more mistakes on the side of Fnatic?
It's hard to tell. Halo Infinite's such a momentum-based game that when a team gets control, when they get an advantage, how far can they push that advantage? And we saw Fnatic have control and have advantages throughout the first 80%, like you said, Faisal. And with that advantage, they were able to transition it perfectly into caps. We saw the same thing from Navi. When Navi played in control, they were able to successfully punch in a couple flags of their own. It's all about what can you do to get an advantage in Halo Infinite, and if you don't have an advantage, how can you stop the enemy team and regain an advantage for your team? How quickly teams are able to do that will obviously transition into their success this weekend.
Yep, you are totally right. And speaking of advantages, let's take a look at the pools right now and who is in those advantageous spots heading into tomorrow, hopefully as well. As you can see, Pool B, we got Optic Gaming 3-0, we got Cloud9 3-0, we got United 3-0 and Sentinels 3-0. So the Titans right now at the top of their pools kind of reign supreme here. But what's interesting enough is right now is those second place spots, which can still actually get a little bit disturbed by those open bracket teams coming into tomorrow. Those open bracket teams, those 4 spots that are open and have been going on all day long here, those can actually shake up a few things. We're looking at some of the teams like Built by Gamers, Complexity coming forward here and trying to gain a little bit more positioning heading into tomorrow. Obviously they have quite the road ahead of them. They're going to have to take on all of these teams in a row, back to back to back to back, and that's going to be one hell of a ride in itself. Walsh, do you have any advice for some of these open bracket teams having to play some of the teams are already kind of like set in their ways in this pool play?
Well, the one advantage they have is they get to play, like you said, those series back to back. They get the chance to catch on fire. Most of these teams and players, when they're at home practicing online, they're playing multiple series per a day. So it's something that they're not, I would say, unaccustomed to. They're going to be used to running series back to back. So try to catch those teams off guard. get your flow, and take it game by game. Don't just try to be focused on that one team like, oh, we need to beat Ascend, we need to win that series in order to go ahead. Like, you need to take each series 100% serious.
I think the advantage that they have is that after the first series, they will always have had a series of like warm-up before playing the next team, right? Every other team from this pool play is going to have to come in there, and this is going to be their specific first series of the day. So they're not going to have that opportunity. It's like back in the day when we would have to play like 4 top 12 and then 4 top 8. It was always an advantage, I thought, to play 4 top 12 before playing for top 8 because you got a series under your belt. You kind of get to wake up. It's early in the morning a lot of the times. You need that first series under your belt in order to get momentum going. You can find yourself, if you're one of these AM teams, yeah, maybe you play Cloud9 first and that sucks. But you get to play everybody else with a series under your belt. And I think that that's a massive advantage for those guys, especially if they come out swinging.
It certainly is.
I do want to shout out one team really quickly, and that was in Pool C. It's Quadrant, right? We see Quadrant second place in their pool currently, 2-1 for the series score, able to knock out G2 earlier in the day and gave E United a good run for their money. So I'm going to keep my eye out on Quadrant this weekend.
Love to hear it. I love all these little bits from you guys just to take on board, especially heading into tomorrow as well. But I tell you what, folks, we're going to head to a short break right now. But coming up next, we have the All Star Showdown. Team Lucid versus Team Renegade. The draft is happening live, so find out who picks who right after the break.
The HCS Kansas City Major is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, the Marines, Dolby, PC Game Pass, Zowie, Rockstar Energy, and Xbox Plays.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
All Star Showdown, where we are about to highlight for the first time some of the best Halo players in the world from several different regions about to play on this stage together. It's going to be a banger of a matchup where we're going to be drafting 6 players with our 2 captains. And now, time to introduce your 2 captains. I give to you, Lucid and Renegade. Time is Lucid and Renegade. Yeah. Now here we go. What's up, you guys? We are back once again on this main stage, a battle between you two. How you doing today, Renegade? You ready for this All-Star Showdown?
Hell yeah, I'm doing great, bro. Let's start this shit.
All right, what about you, Lucid?
Let's get it done.
Let's get it done. Now, to explain the All-Star Showdown to you guys at home, we got Renegade and Lucid on the main stage, and, well, we got 6 contestants that they got to pick from to fill out their teams, but they won't know who exactly they're picking directly. I got facts about all 6 of these players, and you're going to have to draft them based off facts on their career in their life, okay? But first, let's see who all 6 of these players are that's going to be playing in the showdown. We have Snipe Down, Jimbo, Frosty, Barcode, Tapping Buttons, and your community voted player in Spartan. All right, so we got a nice little lineup that y'all get a chance to play with. So first, let me read off our facts about our contestants, and then we'll go through and you all can pick one. And I'm gonna read it off to you guys at home as well. Contestant number 1, top 10 KDA this season, doesn't skip leg day, even if it's on day number 6. Contestant 2, he dyed his hair, he dyed his beard red. No, he didn't, he just lost a bet, right? Accuracy, top 3 this season. Contestant 3, he teamed with Roy Lunchbox and Ogre 2 in his career. Once tweeted, "People hates me so much cause I'm good at Halo." Contestant 4, placed top 8 in LAN for 7 years. Once tweeted Tim Tebow saying, "Don't aim to be like, aim to be respected." This is a wise guy, okay? You might want him on your team. Contestant 5, huge Teenage Ninja Turtles fan. 1.74 KD ratio in his previous 2 tournaments, all right? Super Slayer right there. And now finally, contestant 6. He has a dog named after food, top 3 damage dealt this season in a match, all right? So these are your contestants. In Renegade, well, because you beat Lucid a bunch of times already, I'm gonna let you go first, okay? Who do you wanna pick?
Looking at this list, I'm gonna go with number 6.
All right, Renegade chooses contestant 6. Come on out. Oh, it's Frosty. Coming out. Frosty in the building. You get to team with Renegade. All right. Now, coming over here, Lucid. You got Renegade and Frosty so far you got to go up against. Who do you want to choose?
I think I'm going to have to go with contestant 3.
All right. Lucid picks contestant 3. Come on out. Okay, it's tapping buttons. Coming out to the stage. Come stand here next to Lucid. All right, coming back on over, Renegade.
I'm gonna go with contestant number 1.
Renegade chooses contestant number 1. Come on out. Okay. Jim, you don't skip leg day, huh? Jim doesn't skip leg day, okay? Confirmed, he does not. Coming back on over, Lucid, for your 3rd member on your team, who do you choose?
Interesting, tough. Might have to go with contestant number 5.
Contestant number 5, come on out. Oh, we got Barcode in the building. We got an international team here. All right, nice. Renegade, your last and final pick. Who you going for? It's 2 and 4 left.
2 and 4 left. I'll get contestant number 2.
All right, contestant number 2, come on out. Okay, Snipe down in the building. And now our last and final contestant, contestant number 4, come out and round out Team Lucid. It's your community vote, Spartan. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. Lucid, how you feeling about these teams right now?
Feeling pretty good.
Feeling good. Renegade?
Feels like a fast 2-0.
Ooh, a fast 2-0 from your defending champion. Well, you know what? I'm going to send y'all on your way. Give it up one more time for your All Star Showdown. Lottie Desk, bring it all down. Yes, I take them. Beautiful. Let's go.
Hey, look, I'm not as good looking as Lottie and the desk normally are, but you're going to have to deal with us, people. I'm sorry.
No time for the desk.
Straight to the game. Straight to the games. It's time for us to have a little bit of fun here on the main stage. It's All Star Showdown. I tell you what, I'm looking at those teams, I'm thinking, we're probably going to have some fun here.
I think so. This is going to be good. You had to think, I was a little bit worried at the first. The picks kind of were going one-sided, but in the end, we could have some even teams here. I think it's going to be a lot of fun indeed. A good way to kick off. I should say, to kick off the rest of the weekend, to end our Friday night. It'll be a lot of fun here on the main stage.
Yeah, it's got to be a lot of fun. If you're wondering how it works as well, we're going to play 2 4v4 games. And then after those 4v4 games are done, we go 1v1. We go Lucid versus Renegade in a 1v1.
Okay.
That's scary. I mean, those tweets that were going between the 2 teams, that gets a little bit scary.
The whole thing's scary. Team Lucid on your screen here. Lucid tapping buttons from Mexico. Barcode, of course, hailing from Australia. And Spartan the dog, your community vote.
Hailing from the pound.
Hailing from the dog pound, Bulldog likely in hand. Smiles on the face of Lucid, he's ready to go. He's instead going to be looking for his own quick 2-0.
He certainly is, and it's the kind of thing that just fires you up a little. It just focuses you up a little bit, doesn't it? When, you know, Renegade has a little bit of a slide across the stage just before you sit down. It's like all fun and games until something like that is said, you know? We've been there.
It's true.
Like, me and Wes go back and forth in the green room a lot. We're like, yeah, this is cool, and then like it gets a little bit spicy after a while. Nobody wants to admit they're wrong, and that's what it is, you know?
Exactly it. We should hear, though, what the desk does want to say about this before we get into the game. So Lottie and crew, take it out, and let's see exactly how this one's going to play out.
Thank you so much, Onset. But we got anything to say to that from what Onset just said in the green room?
I'm just distracted by the swag baseball jerseys that everybody's rocking that I missed out on. I'm pretty upset about that, but excited for this match, and I'm not going to entertain anything Onset says, like I do in the green room, I just don't really entertain anything Onset
Anything
says.
at all.
He said things got spicy back there.
Things don't get spicy. They're spicy because he predicts Navi to win series that they have no business winning.
Look, folks, he said it himself, not entertaining. I mean, just that's West in general, isn't it? But
I love it. I love it. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Dave, take your shot. Take your shot.
They're gonna take their shot.
do you know, I can't help it. I think Renegade is kind of having an effect on me up here. He's jokes, isn't he? I gotta say, I'm loving the attitude out of Renegade on that main stage. He's ready for anything. What do you boys make of the teams? I gotta remind myself, honestly, look behind here because they just did blind picks. But Renegade, we got Frosty, Jimbo, and Snipe down. I gotta say, I think it's quite funny that Renegade picks Frosty right out of the bat. Obviously, yeah. I mean, I've got to say this duo, you know, they do love to play with each other, you know, out of competition, a friendship there for sure, a bonding happening on that main stage, and they're actually getting to kind of convert that into something real, which is really, really exciting. So you're expecting big things out of this duo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to play against these two. I know that. And if these two were to ever team, it would be a dominant force of firepower with Renegade and Frosty combining. And I mean, we're going to get just a sample of that here on the main stage, it seems like. And I couldn't be more excited to kind of just witness that on LAN, because it seems like Renegade actually is pretty pumped up for this. That's the most like enlightened you've seen him throughout an interview, and he's gonna probably will his team to get up for this one as well.
That is very, very, very exciting to think about as well. But on the other side of things, we also do have Lucid on his team. We have Tapping Buttons, we have Barcode, and we have Spartan as well. You know, how are they going to fare here, Goofy, do you think? In terms of this team of four, you know, how did they come together in terms of their play styles?
I'm a fan of Lucid Squad. Tapping Buttons is disgusting. Obviously, Spartan the Dog is one of the best players in the game, and Barcode can have an opportunity to really compete with some of the best in NA. So I'm sure it's going to be a great experience for all these international players. And I don't know if we're doing predictions, but I'm liking this Lucid team.
All right, you're liking the Lucid team. Walshy, I want to kick off predictions with you. Who would you be going for? Who are you backing in this blind pick drafting Team Lucid and Renegade?
Man, on paper, I feel like it's hard not to choose Team Renegade. You see Frosty, you see Snipe down, you see Jimbo. It seems like they have all those superstars on paper too. They also seem like they'd work well together. I assume Jimbo's gonna be doing a lot of dirty work as far as helping out this roster, like as far as assisting and running the OBJ. So I'm going Team Renegade.
All right, Goofy, where are you at?
I'm gonna go with Team Lucid.
Sticking with it.
I'm going with Team Lucid.
All right, I respect that. And Clutch.
I think it's a coin toss, but like Dave, I'm not going against Frosty and Renegade on the same squad. I think Lucid, Barcode, it'll be a fun series to watch. I wish we had more than just 2 games ahead of us, but I'll stick with the Frosty and Renegade combo.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, I like the odds for both of these teams. I think this is going to be an exciting matchup, but I've got to say, again, that duo, the fact that they are also a little bit of a duo off sticks as well, it kind of makes me a little bit nervous to go against them. So I've got to go with Team Renegade as well. I think this team's going to be pretty nasty out there. Well, that's going to do it from us at the desk here. I'm excited to see if this one gets a bit noisy on the stage as well. I'm looking for some pop-ups that are happening as well. So with that being said, let's head on over back to our casters who quite, you know, lovingly shared the spotlight with us just to get our thoughts and feelings here. But gentlemen, let's get this All Star Showdown underway.
Let's get it going. Let's see if we can get these games started as quickly as possible. Let's see if we can put a little wager, friendly wager, on who's going to hit the first snipe headshot. What are you thinking?
First type headshot?
First
I don't even know the first game type.
No, nor do I.
Oh, gosh.
We don't have this information.
Let me ask you this, though. That I don't know the answer to, but let me ask you this. What is your pick between these two squads?
Ooh, I mean, just to wind up Wes.
Yeah.
You know what? There's 2 ways I can wind up Wes here. I can go against his pick, or I can go with Team Renegade because Jimbo's on it. That's what I'm going for. I'm going Team Renegade.
I like that. Okay, now we have game types on screen. CTF, Aquarius, game number 1. Slayer Livefire, game number 2. Slayer Recharge, game number 3. So in terms of UNSC sniper rifles, there's one.
There's one.
And it's on Livefire.
It is on Livefire. So back to the original question then. Who's going to be the first player to hit a headshot?
I like that. First player to hit a headshot in this mix, Barcode. Barcode AK.
Okay. All right then, that's a pretty good pick.
How about you?
I'm looking across here. Ooh, I think Frosty's going to recreate a little bit of magic we've seen back from Halo 5. I think that man is just sliding
Actually, he
towards
might just go top mid.
I think he's going to do it.
Jeez,
Brad,
right.
If you can hear me right now.
He can hear you. I can look at him.
Livefire going for the sniper rifle.
He can't hear you.
He's pretending he can't hear me. He can hear me.
He can absolutely hear you.
100%. I do want to give a shout out.
In or anything.
By the way, I want to give a shout out to another All-Star who unfortunately is recovering right now. Of course, Mr. Chris Puckett is going to be watching at home. We hope you're getting better, and we hope you're starting to feel a little bit better. Hopefully, you're enjoying the show so far, but our thoughts are with you, and we hope that you're getting better, as I say. We'll hopefully be joining us soon.
Yeah, terrible, Chris, not to have you with us. You're an absolute legend, and we were so excited to have you here with us, Puckett. But we know you'll be back for the next Halo event, and we cannot wait to cast alongside you once again. As we look ahead to our All-Star match, some star-studded names on the stage. We'll have to see which team's gonna be able to take it out, but we're starting off on Aquarius Ctf. Could be pretty back and forth between these two squads.
It could be. To be honest, I want to have some of those facts checked.
I didn't know. Yeah, I tell you what, the facts didn't really add
when
up.
Jimbo walks out shaking his head, he's like,
Jimbo, he's like, I haven't done leg day in a long time.
To be fair, Jim does
strong legs.
He loves a leg day.
He has also the strongest leg I've seen in a while.
Yeah, that man, it's like, you'll be in the Discord with him at about midnight. He's like, I'm going gym.
Yeah, we are getting clarity from production that he did indeed once tweet that.
He did.
So that's what we
Fact
get for
check.
questioning anything. We really shouldn't question those.
You
The
get
fact has been checked.
almost immediately.
And it checked. Yeah, I've actually never been corrected so
I'd like
fast.
to apologize.
That's amazing. We apologize, and we're sorry. On the stage, some of the best names to ever play Halo Infinite. And you got to think, the first time we're seeing these players, a lot of them play together ever. You have definitely never seen Tapping and Barcode play on the same sticks, let alone alongside Lucid and Renegade, alongside Lucid and Spartan. I think it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and of course, the All Star Showdown is presented by PC Game Pass. So thank you for them for being part of this, for sponsoring it and putting this thing on. It's obviously something that's going to be a lot of entertainment. I keep turning around as well because I just want to see the players, see if there's a little bit of back and forth going down between them.
Keeping it calm.
You know, I just want to see what's going on. By the way, we've got the local shirts on right now.
We do. The local kits here, the Kansas City Royals, which we got to give a shout out, by the way.
100%. So why we wanted to do it, you know, the Pioneers put on an amazing pre-lam for a lot of the teams who, you know, some of the players involved on our stage, international teams, local teams, and that's why we were so excited for this event, right? The pre-lam was such a great experience, a great opportunity for teams to get warm and make sure the first shot that was fired, everyone was firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it was really cool to see. I mean, you see a lot of major parent sports organizations partnering with these sports organizations, but I tell you what, that's the first time that we've ever been invited inside the home venue in a major way. So shout out to the Pioneers for hosting so many of the pro teams. Also, of course, the Kansas City Royals organization for bringing professional Halo into the stadium for day after day after day for a great practice environment. A lot of the players actually on your main stage were there at that LAN getting ready for this $250,000 weekend. It's pretty amazing to see the support of Kansas City.
They certainly were, and Kansas City has been a wonderful place to host this major as well. We've had a lot of good fun here, like I've mentioned a couple of times. Probably too many times. A lot of barbecue.
A lot of good barbecue. Shout out to the Kansas City barbecue scene. Setting the bar.
Thriving.
Setting the bar. We've been to a lot of barbecue cities for Halo over the years in other states that will not be mentioned. Kansas City, though, setting a real nice bar with the barbecue. It's been good. It's been tasty.
It's been really, really good.
You got to think, a lot of the players on stage right now are powered by that Kansas City barbecue.
Just purely by the barbecue. It is true. I mean, I have been for the last 3 days or so since I literally landed in the country, and everything that I've had has been some sort of barbecue.
Yeah, even it's strange. Everything you have, even last night you have in dessert, is barbecue because you insisted on it.
Yeah, I actually had a pint of barbecue sauce to wash it all down.
I saw that too.
Wouldn't recommend it.
Really tough to watch.
It was
very messy.
Yeah, it was a mess. But hopefully these games aren't too messy. I'm expecting some pretty organized games. I'm expecting the teams to maybe just lean into that serious side a little bit more as maybe the first flag cap goes in and all of a sudden the team who's down decides that they want to step it up a little bit. Because as we know, Andy, it's all good having the All Star Showdown. It's here for a bit of fun. It's the entertainment of everyone here in the arena, but also for you guys at home. And it is always that little thing. When you've got competitive players together, it doesn't matter how you phrase it, everybody always wants to win.
And especially on the main stage, right? I think you saw a lot of smiles on the stage just now. Everyone's here to have a good time on Friday night. But the second, like you said, the second someone gets killed in a way they didn't want to, or a flag goes in they really shouldn't have gone in, they're going to want to win. Don't forget, these are championship Halo players. They really don't like losing, especially on main stage. And I think we will start to see the competition start up just a bit.
Plus, this is Lucid and Renegade. They're the captains of this team.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to want to lose to the other. Nope. So let's keep this in mind right now. You know, if Optic play Cloud9 a little bit later in the tournament, just got to keep that in mind. We'll beat you. We're going to beat you again.
Also, you don't want to get, I mean, if you get outshot by someone, it might be a little bit of head casing later in the tournament. We're just saying, we're getting underway here. Team Lucid versus Team Renegade. This is your HCS All Star Showdown.
It's time to get this thing going. Map 1, we've got a little bit of classic Halo action. We've got Aquarius capture the flag. No headshots. the sniper rifle on this map. Of course, we'll have to wait till map number 2 for that, but we're starting off with Captain Renegade.
This is going to be a lot of fun. I expect to see a lot of challenging, a lot of flying out, a lot of crazy plays. Renegade already grabbing some dynamos. Kills exchange on both sides.
There's going to be 3 dead here for Team Renegade. Snipe down is the last man standing. Unfortunately, the legs will buckle. And that'll be 4 dead off the break here, so a perfect start here for Team Lucid. Tapping buttons also helping out a little bit here. He's got the camo, so he's going to be the sneakiest of Beavers. Once again, a shout out to Puckett. As he has that camo topping.
Tapping buttons, the pride of Mexico on your screen right here. One of the best players to ever come out of the Latin American region. Has earned his place in the Halo history books and also trying to earn a W on the main stage in the All Star Showdown.
Certainly is. MX firing down on NA. As EU respawns in the fridge, it really is a worldwide event here as Tapping Buttons will pick up 2.
1 minute of play here. Flag just comes out just a bit. Jumbo will fall. 2 dead also on the side of Team Lucid, so Renegade once again, a little bit of deja vu. Comes off the respawn. A little bit of an engagement there. The dynamos will tick, but not do enough damage.
Don't be disappointed Renegade back down from that fight. It's captain versus captain, right?
I know.
Take that fight. Challenge it. Come on, Renegade. Come on. It's playing properly, man. Take the fight.
I think it's ingrained in his head at this point, right? The guys across the stage, they only know how to play perfect Halo.
True, it is very true. We're seeing that on display right now. Everyone backing down, everyone getting a couple of shots in, but here's the first flag pull coming in from the ANZ superhero. It's going to be Barcode, usually known for having a sniper rifle or a rocket launcher in his hand. This time he's got 2 hands wrapped around a pole.
Not the first time we've seen him do that. Barcode now bringing the flag all the way into the stage, and now we'll bring that flag in. He will go ahead and cap, and off the back of that cap, let's go ahead into a Team Renegade. Listen. I can press.
Yo, Camo's up in 3 jump. Okay, I'm gonna push out the car for you. Yeah, he's here too. I traded. Another one was a P. He's a bottom closet 1, guys. Yeah, and the P guys. So the core closet dead. One's up P, one's up P. Yeah, Spy's up P. I'm going that flag. Okay, yeah, go on that flag, Okay.
Pop Blackstone.
I got killed with P2. Yeah, P2 with the window base. He's weak. One shot there from pink. One shot there from pink.
No, that P.
They're from base on the third.
On the flag, Let's go first to the flag.
To the side stairs, I think.
Yeah, they're coming to you. John.
I spawned side stairs. I'm here, John. Okay, another one there. He's pushing it.
I can ride by him.
I'm just gonna sit the bridge right now. Yeah, I'm gonna get their car bridge, kind of weak.
I'm gonna ride outside. Caught 2, they're connected.
Our closing car 3. Our closing car 3. Yeah, I'm gonna help you. Car.
Okay.
Yeah, low car.
Come on. He's got heat wave, car 1 weak.
Two going big.
One shot from the base.
From base.
He's still not dead. Shut that one. Look at that one.
Yeah, 2 guys in front. Yeah. Yeah, we looking at help.
Come on, back side, absolutely.
Watch out the window tapping right here in the corner. I'm looking at the air.
Up front P.
I'm getting into the closet. Yeah, one's there. Top P from their side.
Spy with P. I'll call one flank.
There's one hit the flag.
Probably the most serious listening we've had all tournament so far. These guys do not want to lose.
I think when we came in to listen, people were thinking, okay, what's going on with this team? And it's just absolute business. Absolutely no messing around. These teams really don't want to lose here. And like you said, that's probably the most intense listening we've had on Friday.
Yeah, it's almost changed my tone now. I'm like, all right, and now I need to serious up a little bit.
We gotta get really serious about
We're really
this.
going to step our game up as Lucid will pick up 2. Flag's still out though. Jimbo last player alive though for Team Renegade, and the flag will be sent back home. So still just the 1 flag between the 2 teams. It was that man Barcode who put it home.
See what can happen here. 4 minutes of play has gone. Like you said, only 1 flag on the board so far. And I think before we went to that listening, we really didn't know what we were dealing with here. But these teams really do not want to lose against one another.
Really intensity Spartans playing with as well. Just play a cam in the bottom camera there. The man is barking call-outs across the map. That's not a dog pun. Down. Lucid. Oh,
what the?
Let's get the beat down.
I'm just as surprised as Lucid there.
I want to see that one back.
Run it back. Run it back.
We've heard from Renegade's team. I think it's only fair that we jump into a listening now with a team Lucid. Let's see what the comms are like on that side of the stage.
One other car jump to high.
I'll jump in our pink jump.
Just moving. And this guy up front break. He's one shot. Renegade or cuts. He's under our cuts. One shot.
Nice. Bottom middle.
Yeah, that bottom middle.
Front pink.
I didn't pick up thrusters yet. 2 front base.
They're pushing out U2 stairs, both of them. They're going to be on our U2.
I want to try to OE here, maybe.
Yeah,
I respawned out.
yeah.
It's gonna be one guy. One guy at their pink, one guy at their pink.
I'm coming on transition. Suicide. Car2, Frosty, go in there.
One shot down.
I'm in their base. I can help you guys. He's one shot me. He's downstairs. He's dead. Nice. I'm another guy. Just do it. I'm just doing it. I can run this, baby. Bottom middle. Hit that. I'm running this. Work, guys.
He's car one.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, he's gonna be weak. Nice. I'm gonna need these down. P2 running. Yeah, there's a heat wave on me.
Two guys, P2, both weak.
P2.
In our flag.
Yeah, I'm checking down the window. Frosty's weak our window. Yeah, I'm just running this in. Yeah. Nice. Let's go. Let's go, David.
Where's he running? He's running in front. Go, they're just going to base. Go in their car jump right now.
I'm gonna die to car jump.
Our base has been. Don't worry about it.
Cairn 2-shot car 2. Really weak car 2. We can watch
just wait. Yeah, look at post base in a good
get
spot.
this guy on you, tapping. There's 2 on it. This guy brick. Yeah, nice. There's no one in our closet. And they're black. Go in P2 in their closet. Our
base.
Okay, so Amsa and I would just like to apologize because we had no idea how serious this was, but as you can hear in the listen-ins, this is a pretty intense matchup between these two. We thought this was like a fun thing.
We thought it was meant to be a thing.
We totally got the invite wrong. Sniped out running this flag here, and you could just tell based on this team how hyped they were on that second flag going in.
Yeah, it's almost like we've done the verbal apology. It almost feel like we need to sign something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it needs to be a contract that we actually, a press release that goes out from us. But for now, it's going to be Barcode once again in that listening who put in the second flag to give Team Lucid a 2-0 win. However, there might be an opportunity here for Team Renegade to answer back. Have the flag back at base, and they will put that one in. So now it's just a 1-flag game.
Right, it feels like we need to watch this even more intently. Triple kill for Lucid now. That's going to still be 4 dead. Still 4 dead. My God, Jimbo's the first spawner, and it's a late one.
Certainly is. Looking across the stats here. 16 and 8 for Sparty. And popping off.
He's here for a reason.
Double positive. My maths is correct. It's about right, isn't it?
That's the first time I've heard you with correct math.
Dude, something happens. Something good's come out of this at least.
It's actually incredible. This has been totally worth my time already. Now, as you said, 16 and 9 for him. Nice little nade will take down Lucid from snipe down, but 3-1 in favor of Team Lucid. 2 dead for Team Renegade, and all of a sudden it feels like we need to get a lot more serious with how we're breaking down this action.
We really do. 3-1 is the score. 4 minutes 40 left on the clock as well. Barcode starting to heat up, not just with the objective work, but also in the slaves, the kill feed. Oh my goodness, tapping buttons with the jump scare as he walks around the corner and finds 2 players in his sights. A couple of trades go down inside of the base. Jimbo, last player alive again here for Team Renegade. Needs to try and survive. Spartan's going to hunt him down. Jimbo does leg day, but he's also pretty good with the left cross. Honestly, don't get on the wrong side of Jim.
No, do not. He makes sure to take down those side kicks in the util. They're not going to fly in on the util or the big side of the base. But speaking of the side kick, Barcode sent back to Australia momentarily, but also answered back right away. 1 dead each side.
Lucid takes down Jim on the pink side of the base, and now has an opportunity to run this flag. Throws it out, still has the heat wave to play with. You heard the footsteps around him.
Sure,
someone's close. Frosty not quite as close, but still, he'll do it for the killing spree.
Spartan, camo in hand, opportunity to play.
Flag in hand. Oh, look at this.
Da-da-da.
Sneaks back through bottom middle just for a few seconds, gets that flag back to his side of the base. Jim is going to be trying to jump on the return. Frosty gives him that cover fire. And even though Jim does fall, the flag will also fall down to the ground. Frosty on that return. I think Lucy might be there for the touch, though. He gets the touch.
Should be someone pink side here, though. Yep, that was him. He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Never mind.
Sorry, sniped out. Barcode too good. Flag back to the base. 4-1.
4-1, favor of Team Lucid, and so far, Goofy's prediction looking pretty good compared to Walsh and Clutch.
So sometimes you got to be a risk taker in these type of things, right? Sometimes it's not the All. How many times have we seen that through history, right? The All-Star lineup comes together, the dream team.
I thought you were going to say how many times we've seen Clutch wrong.
I could, honestly.
We don't have time for that.
But there's not enough ink in the world to write it down.
That's a different topic. 2 dead for the side of Team Lucid here. 4 alive for Team Renegade as they look to try to get something together. But you have to think, with only 2:45 left on the clock, it's a tall order. Oh, boy. Frosty will stay alive, but eventually be traded down to the straight stairs.
Yeah, I think there was another triple kill there for Snipe Down as well. Jim gets a bonk on the head from Sparty. He flies in and oh my goodness.
Wow. He's getting hyped and the crowd loves it too. Spartan having some good fun. See, I thought that's what this was about. We thought that this was more like that.
I think Spartan got the same memo we did. Nobody else did.
Like fun all-star match evening. Everyone else got the memo of your career is on the line, all-star match.
This is a $40 million game.
What they didn't tell us is actually by the time we get to Orlando, these are actually going to be your number 1, number 2 rosters in the league. We just didn't know.
Lucid goes down. The flag going to be escorted back through the gen, this time by Barcode once more. He's only managed to get 3. And he get another one going home. Shots coming in from the Aussie as well. Turns his attention towards the gen for now. Plays life. However, Jimbo just rolls a frag grenade lovingly through the door. And also sends the flag back home.
A little bit of lawn bowling from Jim. Doesn't get the trade. The eyebrows raised just as high as mine did there. Won't be traded in those heat wave trades. They are tricky and not always straightforward.
Here comes Lucid. He's got that heat wave once more. Jim's going to be coming off of respawn. Hopefully this time he can get a trade, at least. Frosty and Lucid. Excuse me, not Frosty and Lucid. Our teammate. Be trying to push him from that gen into the bridge. Spartan now, what have you got? I want to see another woo. Make it louder. This time it's just a back smack.
3 dead. Last guy was Frosty as this flag continues to run. Slam down to spawner as well.
Lucid's there. Lucid's there.
The toss.
Catch that one. Dunks it home. 5-1. The score of our first game of the All Star Showdown. The most serious game of Halo we've seen on stage all day.
The most serious game of Halo you and I have casted in, I think, many years of play. As we went to those listen-ins, we were expecting a little bit more of a big team battle Bonanza flair, but we were absolutely wrong. This is a very serious match. Team Lucid will take it, and a team with a little bit more international representation will lead in the series.
Yeah, no language barrier. They will speak English.
Jimbo really struggling over there on the other side with his English. It's tough. Yeah, look at him. Not happy
Just
about
trying
that.
to work out how he can communicate to his
and how he's still teammates. And how he's going to get to the gym by midnight for leg day.
Leg day is always on the cards. Yeah. I've got to say the hotel gym pretty good as well.
That's actually not bad.
Nice looking leg press.
As far as
hamstring.
As far as hotel gyms go, especially for leg day, I mean, he'll have a fine time tonight as long as they win the series. Otherwise, you have to think he's going to be pretty upset.
Yeah, well, maybe it's what he needs. The fuel to the fire. You know, you hit the gym after a loss.
That could fire
Sometimes
you up
it can be like the therapy you need.
It's true.
Right? Anyway, we'll find out how Jim is going to progress with his day later on. I'm not quite sure what he's going to do.
We don't know yet.
I'm going to follow Jim all evening now just to find out. Slayer Live Fire, game number 2. Come back to us, Andy.
You lost me.
Come back to us.
You lost me there. I'm having too much fun. The players might be dialed in.
We got a wager on here, by the way.
Wait, we do have one? Or we have to put one on?
We've got one.
Yeah, of course.
We got one.
Game number 2. So first game goes to Team Lucid. 5-1 is your final. It's a pretty convincing victory. Game number 2, Slayer Live Fire. But really what you and I are here to watch is who's going to...
The first 10 seconds.
Right, it's the first 10 seconds of this game. Who will hit the first snipe? My wager was on Barcode AK.
Yep.
The pride of Australia. Yours, though, on Frosty, which retrospectively was a very good wager.
I've just seen him do it before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think he's got that kind of like ridiculousness about him. Disrespect.
Could repeat itself.
Let's see what happens now. Lucid's got a smile on his face.
Tweeting again.
Tweeting again. Some of those tweets, by the way.
Fire.
I know. Yeah. Couldn't find them on the timeline, weirdly, when I was looking for them just before the series got started.
That was strange, wasn't it?
Strange, wasn't it?
We were looking for those tweets, but...
a little bit of regret maybe came in, deleted them.
Could have been a deletos.
Done it a few times myself, let's be real.
True. We've had to delete.
Sometimes.
Speaking of deletos, Spartan on your... Speaking of deleted tweets, here's Spartan on your screen.
It's true.
And he's ready to rock.
True.
He's ready to rock. This is a game 1 victory.
Step away now.
We lost Mark for a second there. Things getting a bit too real here.
We're good.
On the main stage. We're back. And the big question
is, Frosty, come on.
Who will take game number 2? Let's go, Barcode.
The big question is who will hit the first snipe headshot.
After that, it's all fun and games.
After that, everything's kind of irrelevant.
It's really for bragging rights after that point.
It truly is.
Live Fire Slayer, the next battleground for these two. 8 All-Stars on your stage from across the world. Here we go into the game.
It's your pick.
And we're starting things off with Barcode.
Go for it, Barcode.
Let's see it.
Go for it.
He's going.
He's going for it.
He's going. He's
going to get it.
For sure.
Can he hit the headshot? Oh! He's got the snipe at least. There's an opportunity here for you. There's a big chance. Jim, take him down. Do it for Europe. Wasn't a headshot.
Was not a headshot.
Was not a headshot.
But it was still a damn good shot. Barcode. Love what I'm seeing, brother. Let's find some faces here. I have a lot of money. We didn't talk about how much money, but I have a lot of money on this right now.
Sealed brown envelope.
And my mortgage is riding on Barcode sniper rifle.
I'll tell you what, I'm starting to get more nervous than I was a few moments ago. Jimbo picks up 2. Take down Barcode. Someone find Barcode.
No, this is bad. We cannot have a Renegade camo push here on Barcode. Barcode already got out of the way. I still want to find out what's happening with that Barcode sniper rifle, if I'm honest.
Where's Frosty?
Here he is.
Barcode's still alive. No! Oh, let's go, Frosty! Team Lucid listening's ready. Let's jump into the comms. Let's take this away from us immediately.
He's one. I spawned A. He dropped on the box. Yeah, I can push over the top. Back tower. I can push over the top. Yeah, he's weak on C boxes. He's dropping down. He's one shot. He's one shot on C boxes. I'm nest as well. One shot. Yo, pillars. Nice. One shot. Jimbo. Yeah, I spawned and jump out green. I got green pillars on me. Yeah, hit that. I have to run. I'm looking your pillars.
Yo, sandbag. Drop key door.
Yeah, hit that.
This guy chase me on Mangler right now.
I'm coming loose. This guy pillars.
One shot key door.
Oh, dude, there's two rats. There's another guy.
Play tight.
Frosty, one shot on Obi. Nice. There's three there. Okay. I'm with you, Lizard. I'm coming.
Slow down for a second. Let's just wait.
I spawned back green. I'm not moving.
We wanted to try melt camo.
Yeah, let's check out some camo.
He's got camo. Behind you as well after that.
Not camo. He's just sitting cuts with camo right now. Cuts going, camo going screen. Camo on screen right now. Camo on screen right now. He's just gonna jump up.
Yeah, he's here. He's on the nades.
I got a shot.
Yeah, he's got top mid as well.
Desperate, one shot. He's one shot.
Well, it's been a hot start from Team Renegade. 17-7 is the score. For a moment there, we were both looking a little bit nervy because we saw Lucid had 0 kills. The last thing we expect in the All Star game is a goose to be on the loose.
It's true. 18-8, like you said. It's a big bounce back from Team Renegade. And once again, you can tell just how dialed in this side is. Now taking a look on the side of Lucid back tower. He will fall as well. 10-kill game early on. Make it 11.
Renegade with a nice double kill himself. A couple of cleanups coming in. Answered back immediately, though. And Team Lucid are going to need more of that. Renegade listening is going to be ready as well. Team captain. Let's see how he is communicating with the troops.
One button. Two.
What's up top middle, Lucid? What's up top middle?
I'm gonna down.
Lucid absolute.
They're gonna have a sniper, okay?
Yeah, he was absolute C-pot. White wall. One shot top center. He push you. Barcode. Bottom middle. Turn around, bro. No. There's a guy one in.
I can look for the one, okay. Let's see key.
Two guys on Eric.
Tapping.
Where are they going?
One's going towards bottom middle, and the other one is just still in pillars.
Okay.
Yeah, Nest.
He's on white wall. He's on white wall. Two guys B side, guys.
I can't see.
I'm going towards CVs, John.
I don't know what these sniper guys.
He's sniping big door.
They reroute. I'm coming down the top.
Oh, fuck.
The one main plan now.
Bottom center weak. One
step back.
One step bottom center.
I can help you. One in.
Challenge it. Hard job.
Okay, one shot. One shot, Kegel. Alright, 2-1 cuts, standing with all TVs.
Might be W TVs, John.
All TVs.
Yeah, I see that.
Sniping smaller.
Weak down middle.
Go 2 and A, 1 sniping.
John, I'm sorry.
Okay. They got a sniper covering it.
Yeah.
I'm on screens hiding.
I can try and push it.
Check if they're smaller.
I'm looking. I don't see anyone.
Sniping on the black. Sniping here. I have top. I'm rainbow.
Eric, you could get flanked, okay?
Sniping in there.
Yeah, he'll die.
I'm going to take him. Weak.
I can watch a key.
I have snipe.
Okay. I have camo, heat wave.
Okay. I just feel them.
Yeah, everyone just live. I suppose listen. Let's go left.
Left?
Yeah, left. Let's go to like B. Let's fight them. B. I got one bottom mid, okay?
Stand back to you, John.
Fight left.
Push him.
Yeah, I'm See if maybe one B or something?
Yeah, 100%. Could be
Repulse is gone, so Spikes are gone.
He's dummies.
Okay, I'm walking at mud with camo.
Oh, Spikes are here. No, nothing B.
I'm with Jimbo back B.
Yeah, I'm walking at mud.
Well, the game's got a lot closer since we jumped into the listening, but the biggest takeaway is, again, Jim struggling with that English language barrier.
Yeah.
Not quite understanding what the word left meant.
Frosty goes, let's push left, and Jim goes, left? Pillars. But speaking of, like you said, this game was really close. It was 21-10 when we got to the listen-in. Somehow it was then like 21-19, but Team Renegade once again has expanded that lead, 27-20. Renegade now still sniper and hand sniping top tower, a comfortable 7-kill cushion.
Yeah, still an opportunity here for them to extend the lead if Renegade can hit a couple of these headshots with the sniper rifle in his hands. Push coming in towards the TV side, towards that overshield spawn as well. But for now, it's just going to be bodies being hit. Jimbo cleans that one up, and now the swarm comes in. But look at the out-rotation coming in here from Team Lucid. Spy gets taken down. Big shot stick as well. Renegade with 2.
Beautiful plays from Renegade, and no surprise, he's 12-5 in this game, commanding the game most kills across both teams.
Leading by example.
Yes.
Is the best way to put it. Lucid going to pick up one just to bring it back a little bit closer, but Frosty has been commanding this heat wave for the majority of the game.
Doing some good damage with it as well. Lucid gets the trade.
Frosty 10-4 as well, and when you have Renegade 12-6 and Frosty 10-4, it's no surprise you've got yourself an 8-kill lead.
Closer and closer to that victory in this game as well, which would, of course, tie us up at 1-1. He's having a pretty good game after that. A little bit of a slow start for him as well. He's managed to pull it back to evens now at 9-9.
See what Spartan can do. Oh, nice little look here from our reservers. Exactly what happened around Closet with that sniper rifle. Also camo in the hands of Tapping. He'll get the bonk, but it will be traded out.
Lucid now with the sniper rifle. Still needs to see Frosty touch this thing the entire game.
4-kill game. Lucid with a Heatwave sniper rifle in hand. 3-kill game. Could be even less soon. There we go. Make it a 1-kill game. We are back in action, baby.
Lovely shot coming in from Lucid there. Just readjusting some of those skeletal features of that player. As Renegade did manage to take down, and Renegade feels the pain twice.
That is a captain versus captain battle. Like you said, Lucid getting surgical with that shot.
1-kill game.
Just a 1-kill game. What was just an 11-kill lead earlier is now a tie game at 36.
Here we go. Lucid still has ammo to work with as well with his sniper rifle. A couple of headshots is all it takes to change the game. And Lucid now feeling a little bit free, and he's charging in pretty aggressively as well.
Crazy.
Let's take it down.
That's what we want to see, though. He's crazy.
100%.
That's what you want to see in the HCS All-Star match. Maybe not Championship Sunday, but we love that effort on a Friday night. Now 39-39.
Frosty.
You got to go for it.
You got to, dude, 100%. He's going to have the heat. I swear Frosty just spawned with this thing. Every single time we've seen him, he's had it.
He just taps Y and there's a heat wave available. Or so it seems.
Spike grenades are going to be maybe acquired here by Frosty as well. Yes, he's going to have those to play with, so he'll be able to clear out quite some areas of the map and do a fair amount of damage on his way through as well. 20 seconds until Alex power-ups coming up as well. Tapping buttons and barcode.
Watch out.
Surviving for now, barcode. It's actually tapping buttons. It goes down first. Lucid manages to win the fight to slow him down, but here comes Jimbo and Renegade. Renegade picks up one. Snipe down picks up another. 42-41. Team Renegade with a 1-kill advantage as we head to the final moments of this game.
And a power-up grab probably as well. Might get away with it. Renegade, camo in hand. 1-kill lead. Make it 2. What can he do here to close out this game? Maybe tie up the series.
Renegade now doing his best John Cena impression as he goes down bottom middle. 2 kills, the difference between the two teams. He's got a heat wave to play with as well. Snipe down, going to take down tapping buttons. Renegade jumping up to the top tower, trying to sniff out anyone he can from Team Lucid. But for now, Chasing Shadows has a spy.
So much info. Gets away as well. Oh, that can't happen. 48-43, 2 kills to go.
2 kills to go. Tapping buttons is going to be challenged by 2. Snipe down, picks up another. 1 kill to go here to tie up the series. Team Renegade just need the one. Lucid, captain versus captain. Captain keeps him in it.
Not over yet. Still not over. Wait, hold the phone.
Hold a minute.
Gosh, what the? 49-46 here. You thought Team Renegade was going to close it out. 3 minutes left. Still should be a Team Renegade win, but about 3 unanswered kills there from Team Lucid makes this a little more interesting towards the end.
It certainly does. Frosty's got the metal detector out. He's trying to find anyone that he can around the back of green, through the dirt. Renegade has the sniper rifle. This is the perfect way to end this.
Yes.
It's also, I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, it's in it.
Renegade goes in, and he's gonna win it by hitting the body and cleaning things up. 1-1. Renegade answers back for each squad.
Tapping buttons on the receiving end of some very specific taps of very specific buttons. Mostly a few presses of the right trigger will be the victory screen. And we are now tied 1-1 in the series.
We certainly are indeed. Jim with a smile on his face as well. Snipe down. Looking angry.
Yeah, that's really the only way to say it.
Yeah, looking angry. Spartans calm down, which is good.
50-46 is your final score in game number 2. Series all tied up 1-1. Some pretty interesting score lines here.
Well, it's time for a little announcement here. I did kind of hint at it earlier, but this is going to be a 1v1, this final game. So
Slayer Recharge.
Slayer Recharge will be a 1v1 between Lucid and Renegade. So both the captains going up against each other. For everyone else who's done their job.
To decide it.
It's time to stand behind your captain, give him a little bit of support.
You know, I heard there was talk about, as we take a look at replays here, I heard there was talk about maybe starting things off with a 1v1. You might remember a long time ago we had the Snipe Down versus Lethal 1v1 on Lockout. That was kind of mid-series. But to have this end in a 1v1.
Tied up a 1-to-1.
For all the marbles, I gotta say.
$40 million apparently.
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
lot.
This is gonna be good.
Who's your money on?
I'm excited. Ooh, I don't know yet. I don't know yet.
Luckily, both of us still have the money left.
I was gonna say, I almost lost the house, which is good. I still have that. Who's cool? I don't have a house.
You don't have a house?
I absolutely don't have a house. That's for sure. I've been playing Halo for the last 17 years. I'm not as good as these guys, so I don't have a house.
Come on then. Be brave.
First of all, this is amazing that we're ending here on a 1v1.
Be brave. Who's winning?
Who is winning here?
I'm doing it for you at home. I'm making the decision be made.
Oh, I appreciate it. It is a total coin flip. These are two of the best Halo Infinite players in the world. I'm going to go Lucid. I'm going to go Lucid.
It's like drawing water out of a stone.
I'm going Lucid.
You're going Lucid.
Would you let me get there?
It took your time.
It's Lucid, okay?
Lucid.
Who are you picking, Mark? Tell me right away.
Well,
shut up. I think I know who you're picking. Actually, I definitely know. Who are you?
A question as old as the annals of time.
I don't want to know about your annals of time. I don't want to know anything about them. Who are you picking?
Renegade.
I knew you were picking.
Yeah, of course.
It had to be that way.
Yeah.
This is the only way it could end. The main stage will be divided and there will only be one winner. Our casting stage will be divided and there will only be one winner. It's a 1v1. And I do believe our highest stakes 1v1 we've seen in Halo Infinite. And of course, also the only one we've ever seen on an HCS main stage so far in Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
We're just getting word it's going to be first to 10 kills.
First to 10 kills. So not a lot of wiggle room here for either team. Either player. I guess it is the team still. So 10 kills will do it. Let's start at home as well. Who do you think's winning this one? Your team Lucid? Might be a little bit of an Optic fan. Or your team Renegade, a Cloud9 fan?
I gotta say, look at the boys just crowded around.
Yo,
look at that.
The squad is rolling deep. That's what you want to see.
Yeah.
I want to see the other side of the stage now as well. Okay, we don't get to see that. But what we do get to do is decide who is going to win the All Star Showdown. Is it going to be Team Renegade? Is it going to be Team Lucid?
I tell you what.
It's a 1v1.
We got to see it on our observer cam, and Team Renegade does not have the boys crowding around.
Frosty's there.
Let's go ahead and see. We're jumping into the 1v1. Lucid versus Renegade for all the marbles. It's a 1v1 on main stage.
I tell you what, if there's anyone you want stood behind you, oh my god, oh my word, Renegade! Gonna get the first kill of the game. Beautiful little use of the grapple there. It's a little bit like watching Titan Fury box, you know, a little bit of dodge, a little bit of
yeah, and we got to see Lucid's POV there, his camera, if you will, and he kind of said, oh wow there. Caught off guard there, Renegade will win that one. He'll also earn himself the camo and the shock. Oh my god, this is high stakes.
I was going to say before this kicked off just then, there's one player, a pro player had once stood behind me as the hype man. It's got to be Spartan, right?
Gotta be.
It's gotta be. Look how nervy this is, by the way. Renegade's up by 1. Just run. Win it 1-0.
This is slowed down like a 1v1 lockout. In the days of old, 1-0 in favor of Renegade. And despite the fact that we have 12 minutes on the clock, you begin to wonder if we're going to see 10 kills.
It's true.
In the game.
We certainly might see 12 minutes. Lucid starting to step forward a little bit. Go on, Lucid. He's stuck in, son. He's challenging him. Gets that repulsor. Renegade going to try and finish it off and does so, but I respect that from Lucid.
Me too. That's what we're here for. We're here for the aggression. You got to fly in. You have to think maybe a battle that Lucid could have taken there. He had the damage. A little bit of repulsor coming in. Being a factor, 2-0 in favor of Renegade.
Renegade still with the shock as well. That's going to be a real difference maker in this game. Yeah, Lucid.
Nice little rotate here from Renegade. They're gonna a little bit of a base trade.
Hit it.
Almost taps him enough with the nade off of the B box as well. Those players will reset here. A little bit of a rotate and bring around the Rosie.
Camo's gonna be up as well. Lucid just. Not sure if he spotted out Renegade. Renegade certainly saw Lucid. A bit of a peek, a little bit of a prod. A little bit of a stinger of a shot there, but not the headshot going to be connecting. Lucid does pick up the camouflage, doesn't pop it. Smiley knowing that Renegade had to peek back.
Why haven't we done this before? This is awesome.
This is really fun.
Two of the best players in the game, arguably two of the best players in the game. Up against one another, Lucid having to win that with A lot of hard work to win that camo. Here's the push.
Big, big moment here. Don't want to give too much away for the players. Don't want to make too much noise. While the camo's in play, the worst thing we could do is be like, Lucid's pushing here.
Oh, that's true. So just for background, normally we have a lot of noise isolation on the main stage. You got a lot of guns firing, a lot of noise in this room. So we won't be giving players' positions away too specifically here, just in case they can hear us in this arena.
And I certainly do not want to be blamed.
No,
for it.
Especially for 40 million. Oh! It's a trade there. The score margin will stay the same. Lucid flies in, gets the trade 3-1 in favor of Renegade.
Renegade will be spawning pipes this time, and it'll be Lucid who will be spawning towards that C plant. That's more of a big boy challenge. Pulled on the big boy pants there, Lucid, and tries to take down Renegade, who was up on that shock rifle. Probably thinking about picking that weapon back up again, but it seems like at the moment, Andy, most of the play has been made around that camouflage.
Oh boy, it's a NATO. Lucid flies in right away as well, doesn't waste any time around batteries. And actually, Renegade kills himself there, I believe, based on the kill feed, because he died to, as you saw, Lucid's battle rifle. So Lucid with a little smile and nod of the head will bring the game within 1, 3-2. Oh!
That one wasn't accidental. He meant that one.
Lucid and crew. Look at barcoded Spartan.
Dude, what a hype squad that is.
Boys in the back. This is awesome. Camo up.
I want to know who's going to make a bigger noise, like a louder noise. Is it going to be Spartan or is it going to be Barcode? But now, though, it's going to be Renegade. He picks up that kill. He's the one who has the right to make the noise.
Look at Lucid, throws his head back again. Tried to go sneaky, gets caught out because Renegade goes double stack right away. And man, what a fantastic, by the way, just the shock. Oh, Lucid trying to bait out with this double sticky. Doesn't work out. Gonna have to be forced back.
Lucid gets the damage. Or grapples up into the height, but it doesn't matter. Lucid, too smart for that one. We're tied up at 4-4 here on the main stage here in KC.
He was ready for it. Now this game's heating up here. Might have been a slow start, but these two were in from day one. Renegade knows he does not want to take a shot to the dome, and he takes the damage. And Lucid takes the lead for the first time in the game. It's 5-4 with 7 minutes left.
Now asking who was going to make the biggest scream, the biggest shout when Lucid picked up a kill. It's actually who's got the biggest smile on their face at the moment for the two gentlemen stood behind Lucid right now. Should I say stat behind? Stat?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. It's getting late here in Kansas City. Lucid staying alive, trying to nade mid-bridge. Still taking damage. Oh boy. Oop. Just getting the info. Look at that. Nice plays from Lucid. He's just peeking there just to get the info. If he goes Whirlpool or if he's staying mid-bridge. Manages to stay alive the whole time so that he has time to do something like that. 6-4 in favor of Lucid.
Truly disgusting. This man has been on top of his game ever since the game dropped.
Yeah.
He's showing once again that he's got that natural ability, especially with this weapon, to really take over whatever the game might be. 1v1, 4v4, big team battle maybe.
I want to know what we have to do, who we have to pay to get the 1v1 league going in Halo Infinite, because I would watch this any night of the week. Arguably the best two in the world going at it. Renegade with good shots. Wow. Lucid hits the commando shots, but not enough. Renegade will get the perfect kill, and he'll earn a camo. And of course, now the game's within 1, and now it's Renegade's turn once again for the shock and the camo.
Can he find Lucid quickly? The answer is yes. He gets the damage done, but can't clean things up. 1 grenade being thrown by Lucid, that's 2. So he'll be out of grenades for now. Renegade playing this one patiently. Still has that camo to play with as well. Checking his corners, always a smart thing to do.
Doesn't find anyone around. Gonna just rotate back and see where his opponent might be. We won't say it once again too loud, just in case the noise isolation is not up to the standard that it is during 4v4. 1 kill, separating these two. 5 minutes on the clock now. This is awesome.
This is awesome. We're kind of part of the audience right now. We're almost just watching this and enjoying it.
We apologize if there's large gaps in the commentary, because this is just a lot of fun to watch. We apologize in general for the commentary.
Just in general. 1 kill difference between the two players as we cross that 5-minute margin as well. Only 5 minutes left in this game. Ooh. It's first to 10 as well. Just remember, this is closer to the end than maybe we think.
Pop goes the commando. Lucid doing so much damage. They're almost sneaking out a kill in the bat ledge angle, which is insane. Renegade did drop there only to grab the grapple. Oh, gets a return to sender there on that nade. So Lucid does not take the damage. And my God, what a joust between these two.
I mean, talk about movement, talk about map knowledge. It's Lucid, though. He's going to come out on top here. It's a 2-kill advantage. A little shake of the head there, saying, you know, I'm just saying, it was a shake of the head. It might mean nothing. Like maybe completely and utterly reading into it.
I think it's a little tisk, like you say, a shake of the head there. 7-5, 4 minutes on the clock, 3 kills to go for Lucid, but Renegade with a great pipes push. Lucid there throws his head back. Can't believe it. My God, you're watching just unbelievable mechanical tests of these players, maximizing every single inch of the sandbox.
I almost feel like we need another lower third, by the way, for the reactions of Barcode. Every time anything's happening, I think he was praying just a few moments ago. He was. That involved in what is happening on our main stage.
There's a few candles lit, just off camera, yeah.
1 kill the difference. Renegade with Camo and Shock has the chance to tie this one up. It's first to 10, so if he gets this kill, it's 3 kills to go for both players.
Oh boy. He knows. Knows where Lucid is. Also has plasmas to play with. Lots of tools in the backpack. Camo runs out. Lucid would have heard that.
Lucid
and he's gone.
He's like,
as well. No. Not interested in whatever you're selling. Please never come back again. Ooh, look at that angle.
Oh, and this is the shot though. Good grenades coming in from Lucid. Good damage going to be done. Pressure now onto Renegade. Lucid gives himself a cushion. 2 kills to go and a 2-kill lead.
And the bleed through on that nade, he kills him straight from half shield. We didn't even see a flashing shield there. 8-6, playing the A angle to top control.
Shoulder of him.
Once. Let's see if Renegade continues challenging. He's crazy.
Renegade just going to try and force his way back into this game. Lucid escaping for now, but it looks like Renegade is more than where he is. Nowhere around is great.
Oh my God,
but having a shock rifle is better.
Spartan just popping off there. He heard one more baby from him. Wants to see his team.
Let's go!
Are you kidding me?
Perfect way to close things out. The perfect way to close things out. Team Lucid will take the All Star Showdown. And if you need an example of why he was the captain in an All Star Showdown, that final kill says it all.
What a test of those two players. Mechanically gifted, 2 of the best to do it right now on a global scale. And to see them go up against each other with every single item in play, and it's only them 2 on the map duking it out. That was something special.
That was a lot of fun. A huge shout out to all the players that are involved on both teams as well from all over the world. Halo Infinite truly is a global game, and we've just seen it on our main stage. But it is going to be Team Lucid who come out on top, and Lucid coming out on top in 1v1 to secure that win. I mean, it's the perfect way to close things out, right?
I mean, yeah. That
Shock rifle headshot.
Game started off slow. Only 1 kill in the first minute. Things changed pretty quickly with these 2 players heating up against one another, but the way the players had to grapple out of situations, stay alive from grenades, you saw commando play, you saw amazing shock rifle shots. But like you say, there was only one way to end that, not only with a 1v1, but it needed to be with some back-to-back kills and specifically shock rifle headshots for Lucid. He will close out the series 10-6 in the 1v1.
It went down to the 1v1, like you say, and there is the series score in front of you as well. 5-1, the score in that first game. CTF Aquarius 50-46, Slayer live by the comeback from Renegade, but it was closed out, as we say, by Lucid in those final moments. And now it's time to hear from the man himself, the leader of Team Lucid. He's down on the main stage of Blaze. Let's hear from the team captain.
Yes. Give it up for Team Lucid once again, coming out on top with the All Star Showdown. Now, map number 1, Lucid, was dominant, 5-1. We didn't know how these teams were going to come together, but you had a star-studded team over there. How did it feel to play with them?
Felt great. I mean, the vibes were high, and just everyone's looking to play some good Halo, and we had a good time.
Yeah, there we go. Now, you know, Renegade thought it was going to be 2-0 his direction, but instead, we got an epic 1-1 tie game into a 1v1 with you both. Tell me about how it was playing that 1v1, because we were super excited and holding our breath in the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, it was intense. John, I mean, I lost all the camos, but I knew I just needed to burn time, and he's, of course, insane with the shock and the nasty BR. I mean, he's a ones kid, too, and he knows, like, how to play the positioning and all that stuff. So, you know, it's just like, I just got to wait him out most of the time, and it worked out. Got some shocks in my hands and was able to put it to work.
Yeah, it definitely did work out. You guys showed a master class of 1v1s right there, and we enjoyed it. But, as we wrap this one up, any shout-outs you want to give? You come out on top, you get another dub against Renegade, and you had the hype squad behind you the whole time.
I mean, shout out to the hype squad, for sure. Like I said, the vibes were high. The vibes were high, and it's always much appreciated. I mean, shout out to Optic, shout out to the HCS, putting this all together as always. And shout out to my girlfriend out in the crowd who sat through all this and waited just as long as us to be here for me. So I really appreciate it.
All right, we give love to the girlfriends around here. So give it up for Lucid one more time for coming out on top. And casters, take it back and break it down for us.
I mean, the man, he just knows how to win at the moment. It just seems like he's coming out on top of everything. The question is, will he be the player stood on stage on Sunday? Yeah. Maybe lifting out that trophy for the first time on Optic Gaming. I'm sure that Renegade would love to get revenge when it comes down to it in a grand final against him. But for now, it's time to celebrate Lucid.
That's absolutely the thing. I think Renegade would love to have revenge on Sunday. We'll have to see. He'll have that opportunity perhaps. But let's take a look at the pools that we saw today. A final update across these pools before we see the open bracket teams enter tomorrow.
You can see here, Pool 8 on your screen, Cloud9 with a perfect record at the top of the leaderboards. Ascend with a decent performance, the top ranked EU team, 2-1. Impressive from them. Optic Gaming coming out on top in Pool B, 3-0. Perfect for them. E United once again perfect in Pool C. And Sentinels to close it out here. Pool D looking strong, Andy.
Yeah, interesting to see all these groups actually ending with the exact same types of scores today. It was an absolutely fantastic Friday, a kickoff to your second global major for the Halo Championship Series here in Kansas City.
Well, things will start heating up even more tomorrow in KC. We'll be here, and I'm sure there's going to be a big crowd here as well. We hope, of course, that you will join us as well. But for now, it's time for us to say goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow here in Kansas City.